You clearly have a wealthy mother in the capital city, but you spend every day living with your girlfriend in a bare apartment, rushing to the supermarket to grab discounted leftovers. When you were ready to reveal your identity and propose to her, your girlfriend wore the wedding dress you spent a fortune on to attend a top actor's concert. The words "marrying youth" left you completely heartbroken. Disheartened, you broke up with your girlfriend, who then wrote a lengthy essay overnight accusing you of being a scumbag. Faced with a barrage of insults, you calmly called home. The next day, your true identity became a hot topic. Having just broken up with your girlfriend of 5 years, Lu Ruyan, she not only didn't try to reconcile but also insulted you as a lazy and unreliable man. Upon hearing this, you calmly walked out of the concert venue, letting the rain wash over your face, feeling that you had done your best. It's time for me to return to my own life as well. The sentence behind is not only for the present self, but also for the past self. At this thought, you took out your phone and dialed a number saved as Dad. Soon, a vigorous male voice came from the other end of the phone. "You little rascal. You never call me unless something's wrong. What's up this time? Did your girlfriend break up with you again? You know your dad's character very well. If you tell him the truth, it will surely cause a big fuss." So you decided to be direct. "Dad, everything's fine. Isn't it just a few days before school starts? I plan to come back and stay for a few days." "Alright, I'll have your cousin pick you up when the time comes." After saying this sentence, the phone was hung up directly on the other end, leaving you alone in the wind. With so many cousins, how the hell am I supposed to know which one it is? Helpless, you had to flag down a taxi and head to the nearest 5-star hotel. Luckily, there were still tens of millions of balance on your card. Otherwise I really don't know what to do. However, as soon as you arrived at the Lin International Hotel, you caused a sensation. Just because you casually pulled out a Black Gold membership card. The requirements of a Black Gold member are not just about being rich, but also about having power. This level of existence is not applied for, but is personally issued by their hotel for contacting various political figures. At this moment, the hotel manager stood cautiously on the side, tightly pursing his lips, afraid to make a sound and disturb the prince in front of him. He had been promoted to hotel manager for 2.5 years, and had only received 2 Black Gold members so far, one being the mayor of the city and the other being the former richest man in the Dragon Country. When he saw you, his first reaction was that you were young, but after all, he had been mingling in high-end places for over a decade. After weighing the options, he checked the user information on your Black Gold card. It was a good thing he checked, as one look almost made him send you away on the spot. As a middle-level manager at the Lin International Hotel, he is very familiar with this name. The current helm of the Lin Group behind their hotel, the old man Lin, is not the grandfather of the young master in front of him, the eldest princess of the Lin Group, also the only heir of the Lin financial empire. Isn't she his mother? Not to mention the terrifying network of relationships in your father's family. And it is said that this hotel was specifically built for the young master in front of him. Just this point is enough to make this little manager shudder. If the first prince of the capital city sneezes, the entire imperial city will shake 3 times. If he doesn't serve him well, there will likely be one more black bag in the river tomorrow. So, as soon as you arrived here, you were arranged in the presidential suite of the inn. You raised your glass with a contented expression, and 2 maids dressed in maid outfits, whose appearance was no less than that of the twin girls, took on the tasks of massaging your legs and shoulders. Suddenly, your previously contented expression froze, and you tilted your head back, spitting all the wine in your mouth into the trash can. The 2 girls responsible for the massage were frightened by this scene, thinking that they had caused your displeasure by applying too much force. The former manager who came in had repeatedly reminded them that the person in front of them had a terrifying background, and if their service was not satisfactory, they might be taken away to feed the fish tomorrow. Thinking of this, the 2 girls almost simultaneously teared up and began to bow and apologize incessantly. "Sorry, young master, we did not serve you well. Please don't be angry." The hotel manager was also scared. At the moment he saw your expression change, he even thought about which flight to book for tonight. When you saw everyone's reaction, you were a bit amused and couldn't help but cry. "I was just choked. Not dying." "Don't continue to cry and sob. Oh, this bottle of red wine is a bit bitter and not very good. Please give me a bottle of champagne instead." "Okay, please wait a moment. Your Highness." Seeing that you didn't get angry, the hotel manager finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to be careless and quickly turned around to get the wine. And the 2 girls, upon hearing this, were suddenly shaken all over. They knew the origin of that bottle of red wine. Romanico Emperor's Special Grade Dry Red, worth a full 100,000 huaxia coins. In the mouth of this young master, it turned out to be a cheap red wine. Thinking of this, the 2 of them squeezed even harder. If they squeezed comfortably, and the young master was happy to give them this bottle of red wine, wouldn't they be able to lie flat for the whole year? Feeling the comfortable force coming from the shoulders and legs, you nodded in satisfaction. And your gaze also stayed on the two girls. Alright, I'm a bit hungry now. Let's go downstairs and have some food. Before the two could speak, the hotel manager walked in with 2 bottles of luxurious champagne. Young master, just let me know what you want to eat. I'll arrange for the kitchen to air freight ingredients and cook them fresh for you. Air freight? By the time you air freight it over, I'll be starving. I'm not that particular. Come on. You two accompany me downstairs for a meal. You politely declined the manager's suggestion and took the 2 young ladies out. Along the way, you saw that one had pink hair and the other had blue hair, so you came up with nicknames for them, Little Pink and Little Blue. The 2 women happily responded. The hotel's buffet restaurant was on the 7th floor, and it was only a matter of half a minute for the 3 of them to take the special elevator. The elevator doors opened and the fresh scent of all kinds of food hit me. The restaurant was quiet, with the 20 or so guests elegantly enjoying their food in stark contrast to the waiters who were busy all over the place. John Lin's arrival didn't attract much attention, and the only conspicuous ones were probably the 2 twin young girls in maid outfits beside him. Pinky and Blue. Young master, what would you like to eat? We'll go and bring it to you. Little Blue was very observant, and after accompanying John Lin to find an inconspicuous corner to sit down, she took the initiative to open her mouth and inquire. Well, feel free to make the whole thing up, preferably no veggies, but fruit is fine. The waiter brought up a brand new set of cutlery, and John Lin took out a small delicate sterling silver fork and played with it carefully. Yes, Blue smiled sweetly and picked up her plate and walked to the buffet area. Little Pink, who was also responsible for serving John Lin, immediately couldn't sit still when she took a look at this scene. Young master, I'll get you something to drink. Words just fell. Several suits of bodyguards suddenly from another room elevator came out neatly and orderly. Through their bulging pockets, John Lin can judge. These people assembled the truth. It should be the professional bodyguard that the hotel manager had sent over specifically to protect his personal safety. Surprisingly, the bodyguards didn't run in a swarm to surround John Lin like the running mates in those brain-dead novels, but instead spread out in an orderly manner, each standing at their respective points. This will not reveal the identity of the protected person, but will also be a good way to control the whole situation. That's not bad. John Lin took the paper towel handed by Pinky, carefully wiped his hands, and finally gave a pertinent evaluation. What did you say, young master? Pinky froze for a moment, drollness written all over her little powdered face. It was adorable. Hearing the voice, John Lin only then seriously measured up the girl beside him. The word is not high, but the place where there should be meat have meat. Exquisite small face like the heroine from the anime came out. Especially on the body of this set of maid outfit is simply absolutely killer. Doesn't that smell better than some chun-chi? John Lin really couldn't figure out the vision of his predecessor, but he finally understood a truth now. If you take a moment to be still, you will realize that life is full of beauty everywhere. Come on, Pinky, talk to me. Soon, the car door opened. A man and 2 women stepped out of the car one after the other. Wang Yifan walked at the front and greeted the crowd with a smile. Good evening everyone. This fan dinner is in the buffet restaurant on the 7th floor of the Prince River International Hotel. Everyone take the elevator in an orderly manner to get there. Don't disturb the rest of others. Oh. What seemed like a perfectly normal statement drew a chorus of screams from the fans. Wow. My fan is so qualified. Love it. Van, I love you. Everyone, stay close to the main group and don't disgrace the fan. Why are those 2 girls following fan? I remember. Aren't those the 2 lucky girls who won the lottery to sing with fan on the same stage? Soon, some sharp-eyed people noticed the 2 girls behind Wang Yifan. As the party's Chen Jiai and Li Shui of course heard these voices, but the inner excitement and the image in front of the idol compared to the image in the end or the image is important. The 2 all the way to lowered their heads to follow behind Wang Yifan. Silent, small woman posture is revealed. If John Lin had seen this scene, he would have definitely spat out a mouthful of blood violently then shouted, "Tai, goblins, what brand of plastic bags are you guys? So loaded?" The elevator arrived at the 1st floor. The door slowly opened. Wang Yifan took the lead and stepped in. The rest of the crowd looked at each other and swarmed into the elevator. Soon the elevator sounded an overload alarm. Under the panic, or Wang Yifan's bodyguard appeared in time, which didn't result in the occurrence of a stampede. 7th floor cafeteria. After chewing the abalone meat in his mouth, John Lin picked up the champagne in his glass and drank it all in one go. The fresh abalone is soft and fluffy, with the mellow, elegant, beautiful and harmonious fruity aroma of champagne, as if one has found the true meaning of life in an instant. Just 2 words to preach. After savoring the goodness in his mouth, John Lin opened his eyes contentedly and shouted softly with a sideways glance, "Blue, grapes." "Okay, young master." Blue smiled sweetly and answered. Her jade fingers plucked a chilled grape from the fruit plate that was still emitting a faint cold air, and she was about to send it to the other party's mouth, but her hand shook with fear by a piercing scream. Ah, so advanced. The sudden scream froze the air for a moment. Many of the diners present stopped their movements and turned their heads to look toward the sound. Jiang Lin also tilted his head with interest, wanting to see what kind of talent was actually making such a fuss. Soon, though, he lost interest, because he saw Wang Yifan, as well as a group of fanatic fans behind him. So it's an avid fan. That's okay. On the other hand, Wang Yifan felt the attention from all around her, and a touch of embarrassment gradually welled up on her pink and white face. I've been on stage for years, but I don't have much resistance to this kind of gaze. It's so embarrassing. Adjusting his state, Wang Yifan purposely cleared his throat, then whispered to the crowd of backup fans behind him. Everyone be quiet. Don't disturb people's meals. Yes, listen to Van. Is there a private room where we can just eat like this? Why don't we take a picture first? Good, Agreed. The crowd was chattering. At first they were still in agreement, but later their voices became louder and louder, even discussing what to eat and how to take a picture together. Wang Yifan shook his head helplessly and instructed the chairman of the backup association on the side to communicate with the hotel people to see if he could get a big table or a private room. Soon, though, he was answered. No large tables, no private rooms. What's wrong with your hotel? Can't even get a table? Can't you see we're having a dinner party? Some fans learned the news and immediately confronted the waiter in the restaurant. I'm sorry, ma'am, but our hotel's buffet restaurant doesn't support potlucks. The waitress flashed a professional smile and replied in a warm voice. What about all of us? Sit at separate tables? At this point, Li Shui stepped forward and tried to show herself in front of her idol. When the waiter heard this question, he was first silent for a few seconds and then spoke in a very serious tone. Sitting at separate tables is fine, however. You have to keep the restaurant quiet and not make loud noises. What do you mean? Are you saying we're disturbing you? Do you have it all figured out? We're guests. Customers are God. Very well. You guys wait. Prince River International Hotel, is it? Humph. The store is big and the service attitude is extremely poor, Li Shui said, picking up her cell phone and reciting a statement of supposed guilt while filming. Hey, really noisy. Not eating. Jiang Lin in the corner just couldn't listen anymore, and as soon as he dropped the cutlery in his hands, he intended to pull Little Blue and Little Pink away. He really didn't expect that he could run into the two people, Chen Jiai and Li Shui, even when he was having a meal at the hotel. Especially Li Shui's loud voice was like thunder. Luckily, I broke up quickly, or else I would have been happy with a brand new hat tonight. In his previous life, he heard that some male celebrities choose concubines. Group P, this thing we cannot say. Anyway, now it does not concern him on it. Jiang Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it was particularly harsh in the empty restaurant. Wang Yifan had just lit a hibiscus king and was about to call his agent, Sister Zhang, to inquire about the situation on this side of the hotel when he heard Chen Jiai and Li Shui beside him let out a cry of surprise in unison. Jiang Lin? Hear the shout. Jiang Lin very cooperatively stopped his footsteps and spread his arms to embrace the two girls, Little Pink and Little Blue, pretending to show an expression of surprise. Yo, quite a coincidence. Ha! Seeing as we are on opposite sides of the street, I'll pay for tonight's consumption, so you guys eat, drink, play and sleep well. After saying that, Jiang Lin flashed a meaningful smile at everyone, then wrapped his arms around Little Pink and Little Blue and walked towards the special elevator without looking back. The outright humiliation, especially the word sleep well, was murderous. Since I've paid for you to marry someone, I'll be even more generous and ask you to sleep with someone else. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the diners in the restaurant changed, and a pair of gazes swept over Chen Jiai and Li Shui recklessly, as if they were looking at fast food love in an alleyway. But soon, no one swept Li Shui away. There's no way, it's too shabby looking. Chen Jiai felt a weird atmosphere in the air, the size of the chest up and down, obviously angry not light, break up the matter blocked in the mouth. But how she could not say after all, the idol is still next to, in case the other side smacked her talked about boyfriends that how to do, can only endure, the fall to settle scores. Soon after, she noticed another problem, and that was the two twin girls in Jiang Lin's arms whose appearance seemed to be no less than her own. A feeling of unprecedented humiliation rushed over me. Only Li Shui was still acting like a 205, muttering under her breath. Jiang Lin is that kind? Inviting us to dinner is not right. My cell phone. Jiang Lin, don't go. You haven't compensated me for my cell phone. Thinking of her shattered cell phone, Li Shui's heart seemed to be dripping blood, and right now she couldn't care less about her image in front of her idol, so she could get the compensation first. That's the real money. Don't go. Li Shui jogged all the way over, her terrifying weight addition causing her feet to thump on the ground. The scene left the surrounding diners dumbfounded. Likewise, the bodyguards flaxed and froze. This thing isn't going to trample the floor off the hotel, is it? Jiang Lin, I told you not to leave. Do you hear me? Li Shue's voice grew louder and louder, and her bushy palm was about to slap Jiang Lin's back when the bodyguards finally reacted. Blanched, the young master is in danger. Jiang Lin smiled faintly as he walked into the special elevator, and the moment the elevator doors were about to close, several bodyguards swarmed up and subdued Li Shue, who was more than 200 pounds, to the ground. I warned you not to move. Move any more and we'll call the police. Provoking trouble is also punishable by jail time. Freeze. Li Shue was held down dead, like a year-old pig to be slaughtered. Her mouth kept chanting, "Let go of me. That man smashed my cell phone and I'm going to get him to pay for it." Wang Yifan couldn't look away and stepped forward to voice out, "Hello, can you let go of this fan of mine first? Listen to what she has to say?" Even though he didn't treat Li Shue well either, the persona was there, so it wasn't good to stand by and do nothing. After all, he was the top streaming fresh meat of the moment in China, and the bodyguards naturally recognized the creamy-looking boy in front of them. And anyway, Jiang Lin had already safely gotten on the elevator, so he let go of Li Shue. The fact that the idol personally spoke up for herself made Li Shue's heart rise with an inexplicable bottom, and her attitude became even more unrelenting. Call the police. I want to call the police. Jiai, call the police. I want to expose this hotel. Bullying people. It's a big store that bullies its customers. Hearing this, Chen Jiai's face changed, and she hurriedly spoke out to appease. Shue, well, I'll let Jiang Lin compensate and apologize to you for the cell phone. Don't make a big deal out of it. It's not good for Fanfan's influence. Well, let's not let these personal matters hold up the group. Let's all take our seats and we'll take a group picture together after we eat. Wang Yifan also has a rough understanding of the forces behind the Prince River Hotel, which is said to be the property of a major family in the capital, for which he often also chooses to put things to rest. Even the capital behind him had to respect the big families in the capital when facing them. Not to mention him, a little fresh meat. People like them talk a good game about being stars, but in reality, they are ancient opera singers. It was this self-knowledge that allowed him to kill his way from a nameless trainee to top stream in the bloody showbiz world. Soon, the potluck began. Chen Jiai and the president of the backing association sat on both sides of Wang Yifan in turn, while Li Shue was placed directly across from several people. Since they were sitting at separate tables, there were only 4 or 5 people at a table. Wang Yifan first got up and shared a drink with all of them, and then chatted with the girls at this table. That Jiai, right? Suddenly, Wang Yifan's magnetic voice sounded beside Chen Jiai's ears. Yeah. Chen Jiai subconsciously nodded her head. Do you guys know that Jiang Lin? I heard Li Shue say that he seems to have caused some kind of property damage to you guys. If that's the case, I can contact the legal department to help you sue him for compensation. Wang Yifan still had the same spring breeze and warm smile, looking at the surrounding girls' hearts thumping. Actually, Chen Jiai squeezed out an awkward smile, wanting to throw away her relationship with the other party, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't get them out, and the figures of those two twin-made girls were like heart demons that lingered in her mind. People are always comparing, especially exes. Only seeing the other person is not doing well they will be happy, and vice versa, there will be a drastic feeling of fall. Oops, Jiai, don't squirm. Who hasn't met two scumbags when they were young? If you're too embarrassed to talk about it, let me do it. Li Shue, who was on the opposite side of the room, didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she suddenly stood up with a clang, and ignoring Chen Jiai's reaction, she directly recounted the whole process of how the several people had gone from entering the concert to realizing that Jiang Lin had left. During this time, naturally, there was no shortage of jealousy, almost describing Jiang Lin as a loser scumbag who had started a mess and had his foot in end boat. Combined with the earlier scene of Jiang Lin leaving with his arms around the two maid-suited girls, everyone subconsciously believed Li Shue's words. That's probably it. He's really the worst-tempered, smallest-minded, and incapable man I've ever seen. Not at all like our Fan. Li Shue finished, casually picking up a cup of juice and drinking it. Several girls at the table spoke out to fight for Chen Jiai. Too much. I didn't realize that there are such careful men in this world. It's not just wearing a wedding dress. I think it's pretty so I wore it. Piped so wide. There is no mistake, eh? He is just a boyfriend. Not a husband. Even if really wear a wedding dress is not his turn. Right? The way I see it, it's just that he cheated on you. And now it's just the right excuse to break up with you. Sister, this kind of male can't be spoiled. He must be exposed, so that he doesn't jeopardize other girls in the future. Jimei is right. Expose him. Wang Yifan's eyes lit up as he listened to a few girls speak. Female fan wears wedding dress to concert. Exposes scumbag mouthpiece. Alright, Alright, everybody be quiet. Wang Yifan's magnetic voice rang out, and those girls stopped their voices almost at the first time, casting their gazes around and waiting for their idols following. I'm sorry for what Jia Yi and Xiao Shui both of them went through. Of course, it's a case of meeting the wrong person. You can't blame them. And secondly, I also think that scum like this one we should expose him. It's just that we shouldn't go too far. We can expose him so that all the girls can avoid the lightning, but we can't cyber violate him. It's against the law. You know? The words just fell. Those girls have voiced their opinions. Fan, don't worry. We're all the backbone of the backup association. We definitely won't disgrace Fan. This kind of person must be ruthlessly exposed. Yeah, but Gmails don't netstorm. Oh. Hey, I'm tweeting it right now. And the little red book, getting the support of so many people for the first time almost didn't move Li Shui to tears. Chen Jiayi also squeezed out an ugly smile and thanked everyone one by one. Thanks for the kind words, but I think, well, Jay, don't be afraid. You have us behind you. Wang Yifan revealed the trademark smile and gently patted the other party's back as a sign of comfort. It was such a simple act, but it caused Chen Jiayi to fall into a momentary trance. Is Fan comforting me? He's so gentle and handsome. Yes, Jiayi, you and Snow's diamond ring looks so familiar to me. It looks like it's Cartier, right? At this point, Wang Yifan turned his words around and pulled everyone's attention to the diamond rings on Chen Jiayi and Li Shui's fingers. This pair is that brand. Chen Jiayi was first stunned, then quickly reacted and hurriedly responded. Yeah, it's that one. Li Shui was afraid that the lie would be broken down and hastily chimed in. Some girls who know how to do it. After seeing the diamond ring of the two of them, their expression was stiff, and then with a shocked face, they opened their mouths and said, my god, this actually is Cartier counter that store treasure True Love first series of diamond ring? Sister, what is true love above all else? Is it expensive? At this point, some people ask questions if they don't understand. Chen Jiayi and Li Shui on the side also perked up their ears, wanting to listen to their own hands in the end what is the unique features of the diamond ring. As for very expensive, they did not think. Even the wedding dress to buy 8,000 men, and can buy how expensive diamond ring? Who knew that the know-it-all girl would instead show a scornful expression after hearing this? Expensive? Would you say a suite in Misty City is expensive? These words were a strike of thunder, directly blasting over everyone's head. What? This can't be right. Two voices filled with incredulity rang out one after another, and Chen Jiayi and Li Shui got up almost at the first moment. Looking at their expressions, they were probably shocked. The know-it-all girl thought they were playing it down and gave her a we all get it look. Sisters, don't be low-key. The diamond ring on your hands, I don't know how many times I went to the specialty store over in Jianbei to look at it. Absolutely won't recognize it wrong. A single value of $1,888,000,000. I can remember it all clearly. Whoa, rich girl. Ji Mei. No. Sister. My own sister. Too rich for me to imagine. I didn't realize that there was actually such a luxurious daughter among us fans. I'm sorry. I've disgraced the fans. One after another. The sound of boasting rang out. Listening to Chen Jiayi and Li Shui that were both happy and torn. Happy that they had performed well in front of their idols, even giving them the illusion that they were in the right place with each other. The tangled as John Lin said, this poor boy really afford to buy such an expensive diamond ring? It will not be a high imitation, right? If it is broken down, they will not be a big disgrace? Wang Yifan at this time finally remembered why he looked so familiar. His economic person Zhang's sister is not 3 days to buy a single this diamond ring? The other party showed himself the photo and the one on Li Shui's hand in front of him was exactly the same. Unfortunately, because the price was too expensive, Ms. Zhang finally gave up the idea. Oops, didn't realize I actually ended up letting my fans buy it. When he thought of this, he was also a little crying and laughing. With the attitude of sharing, he took out his cell phone and was ready to take a picture to send it to Sister Zhang. But as soon as he opened the chat box, he saw several small red dots, all sent by the agent. Sister Zhang. Yifan. Today in the Prince River Hotel came a big man. I communicated with their manager. Or not. Do you think you want to take the fans to a different hotel to get together? However, the presidential suite you booked still has one. Remember not to play too high at night. See the manager's meaning. That big shot's background is very scary. Poke and prod, poke and prod, poke and prod, and a couple missed calls. Seeing this, Wang Yifan's face changed. Why did he turn on the no disturbance? Alarmed. He soon realized that he was making a mess here for half a day and the hotel manager didn't seem to come over to say anything. I don't think we're disturbing the big man, are we? Wang Yifan comforted himself in his heart. And forcing caution, he still decided to bring his fans to a different hotel to get together. People, don't be afraid of the unexpected. What he didn't know was that the big shot and hotel manager he had been pining for was drinking champagne and listening to a little song in the presidential suite on the 9th floor. Booked the presidential suite on the 8th floor. Is the one on the 8th floor smaller than this one? Yeah, it's a little smaller because there are a couple guest rooms next door and we're taking up the whole floor. Harm. Small family. Arrange for them all to come to the 9th floor, and I'll carry the plane away tonight to make room for them. Ha! The hotel manager was confused, as were Pinky and Blue. What kind of anticlimactic statement is this? Can it be that our young master is also a star chaser? That's not true. Who's a stargazer? Well, just do as I say. Swiftly, John Lin put down his wine glass and gave orders. Understood, Jiang Shao. The hotel manager answered and whirled around to call the other managers and arrange the tasks. It wasn't long before the hotel manager called back with an excited look on his face. Alright, Jiang Shao. I've already arranged what you ordered in place. Wang Yifan and the others happened to be leaving just now, but they were stopped by one of our supervisors, and after learning about your warm hospitality, they were touched and are now returning to the 7th floor cafeteria. Well, not bad. You do here is really a bit of talent. Have the opportunity to go to the Imperial Capital headquarters to try. Jiang Lin nodded, recognizing his ability to work. These words fell into the manager's ears like a holy decree, causing him to almost jump up in excitement instantly. Really? Thank you, Jiang Shao. Thank you, Jiang Shao. I will definitely not fail you. Little Pink and Little Blue stood frozen, their expressions dumbfounded, their hearts' conjecture about Jiang Lin's identity once again elevated to a higher level. One word determines the future prospects of a hotel manager. Jiang Lin naturally also noticed these two cute little maids, only to see him faintly smile, stretching out a nice-looking finger to gently point over the two women's heads. It's been a hard day for you guys, but looking at your age you feel younger than me. Don't you go to school anymore? Why did you come to do this? As soon as these words came out, the two women's faces immediately changed and they hurriedly explained. Young master, you've misunderstood. We just finished the college entrance exam and will be attending college when the school year starts. The summer vacation as a waitress in the hotel is to earn some living expenses, not to sell. Right, Jiang Shao. These two sisters were originally waitresses. This is not today to see you come. I heard that they enrolled in college nursing major. Know a little massage doorway. So let them come. The hotel manager gave a sarcastic laugh and followed beside him in agreement. He wouldn't dare to give this young master in front of him a woman indiscriminately, not to mention that the other party's top family's domestic discipline was extremely strict. Let's just say that if the other party contracted any disease, then even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to quell the anger of the Zhang family and the Lin family. As for the two sisters, he didn't think about it that much. The big deal was to add money, not enough and then add more, add until the other party was satisfied. Aha! Nursing? John Lin raised his eyebrows and swept a glance at the three of them, then spoke. No wonder after the massage just now, there is an indescribable sense of relief all over the body. Good. You two are very talented. Learning nursing is not a lack of good out. Listening to John Lin's chicken soup, the two girls, Little Pink and Little Blue, nodded their heads repeatedly, their hearts moved. In their eyes, a great young man like John Lin was at the very least the kind of young talent who had a successful career at a young age. So the two of them didn't resent the chicken soup he instilled, but instead felt that it was the other party who was nudging them. But the truth is that John Lin is only a college student. Well, that's all. Don't forget to take good care of our guests for me. John Lin instructed the hotel manager, then got up and headed for the door. By the way, these two little girls have been working hard all day, so let's reward them with those 2 bottles of champagne that are still open. Good Lu. Jiang Shao. I send you. Thank you. Jiang Shao. Thank you. Jiang Shao. The two girls heard, almost shouted out in excitement. This time, they no longer need to worry about their tuition and living expenses. To know each other drink the champagne is not a few $1,000s can buy the hand of the ace of spades, but a bottle of almost worth $30,000 cooked black diamond champagne. Top of a waiter do not eat and drink for half a year. It's what you deserve. See you again sometime, oh Little Blue and Pink. John Lin revealed a gentle smile, waved his hand at the two women, and then left the room under the escort of the hotel manager, leaving the two little maids in the same place for a long time. Sister finished. I'm heartbroken, eh? Pinky patted her flushed little face, feeling her heart beating hard. Fool, don't be a nymphomaniac. Blue pinched the soft flesh of his sister's waist in a no-nonsense manner, causing the other to squeal. But young Master Jiang is indeed a decent man. You see, he hasn't made any excessive demands this afternoon. Well then, I also feel like the manager made him sound a little too scary. He's obviously so mild-mannered, hee. If I ever get the chance to see him again, I'm going to molest him. You got fat again? Hey, don't be mad, sis. I'll treat you to a big meal. On the highway, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth more than $7 million sped past, attracting countless people's attention. If someone who had been in high society for years was here, they would definitely be able to instantly recognize the origin of this car. Prince River International Hotel's top-level VIP's special transportation car. It said that the last time this car was used was when the mayor of the city came to visit. In the car, John Lin leaned lazily on the back seat, his eyes sometimes admiring the scenery outside the window, sometimes checking the time on his cell phone. The time came to 9 o'clock. Well, almost. John Lin suddenly sat up and pulled out his cell phone to dial a number. The hotel manager in charge of driving sensed the other party's movements and didn't say much, but concentrated more on driving the vehicle. The call was answered and a serious voice came through. Hello, this is the Misty City Public Security Bureau. Hello, Uncle Policeman. John Lin's voice was calm and impolite. I want to call the police. There is a mobbing, whoring, multi-person sports, and Chang rape. The mastermind called Wang Yifan now should be in the Prince River International Hotel 9th floor presidential suite. Well, go late maybe snapped finished. Crunch. There was a violent scraping sound from the brake pads. And only when the body stopped did the hotel manager turn his head with a look of horror. Rob? Young master, you reported our hotel? Well, our hotel will definitely cooperate actively with your operation. Hanging up the phone, John Lin shook his head and patiently explained with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. No, it was our hotel that reported the criminals in order to maintain public order. The hotel manager was dumbfounded. At this moment, only 2 words in his mind were enough to describe his feelings. That's the shock. Oh yeah, don't forget to type up the bill for my treat. Plus the hotel surveillance is down today. John Lin scratched the screen of his cell phone, his tone somewhat careless. The hotel manager, being a human savant, naturally understood the other party's intention in seconds and went down on the gas. Understood. Jiang Shao. On the other side, the buffet restaurant on the 7th floor of the hotel. After a few rounds of pushing and shoving, many of the girls in the room had red cheeks, but that wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that they had vaguely sensed something strange about their bodies. A bold and crazy idea gradually appeared in their minds. It can't be Fan. He wants to. At the thought of this, coupled with the catalyst of alcohol and potions, there were even several girls who directly threw up their winks in public. Wang Yifan also drank a lot, and that feeling of being hot all over his body he felt the same, only to see that he did not move, reached out and recruited an assistant, and then lowered his voice beside his ear and inquired, "Is today's medicine not a bit strong? Why is it in my wine?" The assistant was first stunned, but soon understood what the other side meant, and quickly explained, still in accordance with the previous dosage under the but I remember specifically left a bottle of unmedicated champagne to you. Wang Yifan frowned, forced to hold back the evil fire in his heart, lit up a hibiscus king, while spitting smoke circles while muttering to himself, coincidence is hard to get it wrong? Fan. At this time, Chen Jiai suddenly spoke out, attracting the attention of everyone present. Only her eyes were misty and her cheeks surged with an abnormal blush. Fan, I really like you. You're much better than that loser Jianglin. I must, today, give you my best and fullest self. After saying that, Chen Jiai directly leaned towards the other party's arms, but unexpectedly was dodged by Wang Yifan, who reacted extremely fast. It's not that he doesn't want to, but now he is in a public place. There are a lot of people, and if he is not careful, he will see the headlines tomorrow. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the rest of the girls also began to boldly confess their hearts. Their words were naked, and they even dared to directly say such words as multi-p. Wang Yifan subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and his gaze swept indignantly over the assistant not far away. It's as if he's questioning, "You're drugging me too hard, aren't you?" What he didn't know was that not only did his assistant take the drug, but the hospitable big shot behind the scenes also thoughtfully helped him take a few doses of the drug. Okay, everyone's a little drunk. Time to go back and rest. Fan specially booked a presidential suite for us to rest. We can't let them down, can we? Sisters. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, the president of the support group suddenly made a suggestion at that moment, and it was agreed by most of the girls. Good. Go. Stay in the presidential suite. Thank you, Van. I love you, mwahaha. Let's go, sisters. I can't wait for this. Wang Yifan looked at the group of mesmerized young girls, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be concealed. Come on, quick, give us a hand and get the girls to the 9th floor suite to rest. A few accompanying security heard, all saw the excitement in each other's eyes, and one by one, their movements were extremely skillful to go forward to assist the girls and enter the special elevator. At the same time, an old Santana slowly parked downstairs at the hotel, and a few plainclothes policemen with bulging waists got out one after another. It was still raining outside, and the few flashes of lightning that crossed the sky every now and then seemed to tell of the restlessness of the night. In the early hours of the next morning, 2 hot searches suddenly parachuted onto the major media platforms, creating a huge wave on the internet. The Misty City Police successfully cracked a case of mob YG disorder last night, and the mastermind is suspected to be the popular actor Wang Yifan. Shocked, teenage girl wedding dress chasing star, fulfill the dream of youth. The boyfriend even proposed to break up because of this. Scum Jianglin, avoid the thunder. Wang Yifan's concert in Misty City, countless girls in wedding dresses shouting to get married. Wang Feng released a new song, 4th on the Hot 100 aside. Lists 1 through 3 are definitely enough to grab most people's attention. Fogweed, something big is happening tonight? Isn't Wang Yifan that popular fresh meat? It's really cool. He's in the top 3 of the hot search list. Gathering YG messier circle is really messy. Sisters, Fanfan must have been wrongly accused. We must stand up and speak out for him. First, Fanfan was wrongly accused. And second, dead scum. Heavenly thunderbolt. Third, because we love youth. How could Fanfan be that kind of person? If you ask me, this is definitely rumor and slander. And sooner or later it will come to a reversal. Just when countless melon-eating netizens have brought small stools and melon seeds ready to watch a good show, a terrifying ZI power suddenly appeared and artificially suppressed the hot searches on the major media. Subsequently, less than half an hour, Wang Yifan Studio released a public statement, said that this matter has nothing to do with Wang Yifan himself. Is the studio's an assistant abuse of private power? Has been handed over to the official, waiting for the follow-up hearing. Immediately afterward, the official released a notice overnight to Wang Yifan to dispel the rumors, and publicized some personal information of the arrested assistant. Everyone was dumbfounded by the successive appearance of these 3 waves of operations, and even though the discerning could smell the flavor of intrigue, everyone chose to keep their mouths shut to prevent drawing fire. In this way, Wang Yifan's arrest was quelled overnight, and the Jiang Lin incident, which was originally ranked 2nd on the hot search list, instantly rushed to the top of the hot search under the operation of the mysterious ZI Ben power. And the rhythm intensified. And Jiang Lin? At this moment, he was cozily sipping coffee in the first-class cabin of a flight. Unbeknownst to me, I've just become a big netizen. Young Jiang, would you like something to eat? Suddenly, a shapely woman walked with a cat step. A small light blue uniform outlined a proud curve. Rounded and fleshy calves with black silk can be described as seductive to the extreme. From her badge can be seen, this is a crew chief. Hearing the voice, Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze, cast out the window and smiled politely at the stewardess. Steak it is, medium rare, please. Yes, just a moment. The stewardess smiled sweetly and turned to bring up a gust of fragrant wind. Not far away, a few scantily clad flight attendants were discussing the scene in front of them in whispers. You guys say this Jiang Xiao in the end what is the head of a person packs the whole first-class cabin, not to mention, the stewardess also personally down to act as an errand boy? He, you don't know. I heard that this is the son of one of our company's major shareholders. Ha, so young? Jiang Xiao's last name is Jiang, is it that one? Shoo, you don't want to die? You can't just say anything. But he's really young, he looks so handsome and exudes an air of a family man. If this were my boyfriend, I could laugh in my dreams. Suddenly, a less than harmonious voice interrupted the conversation of several people. Ahem, could you please lower your voices a bit? After all, we're the only ones in the cabin, and I'm embarrassed to hear it. The crowd's expressions froze, and following the sound, they realized that Jiang Lin had poked his head out of his seat at some point and was looking at them with an embarrassed expression on his face. Deathly quiet. Look at each other briefly. It was the flight attendant with the most seniority who was the first to react and apologized in a loud voice. No, sorry, young Jiang, for disturbing you. We will take care of it. It's okay, you guys are weirdly tired of standing. Anyway, there are so many empty seats. Let's all sit down and take a break. Jiang Lin magnanimously waved his hand, signaling that several people could sit down and rest. I can't, Mr. Jiang, there are company rules. I bought these seats. I have shares in your company, and I'll let whoever I say sit in them do it. Understand? Alright, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. A few people couldn't argue with each other. It was good to nod their heads and do as they were told, but they all tacitly chose to sit at Jiang Lin, so that they could satisfy any of each other's needs in the first place. Well, any needs. When the stewardess came back with the steaks, naturally the first thing she noticed was the crowd sitting in their seats. But because Jiang Lin was here, she didn't raise her voice to rebuke her, but instead cast a warning look. Seeing that the chief was angry, the several stewardesses' faces were bitter and they were about to explain when Jiang Lin spoke. I'm the one who made them sit, by the way. Do any of you guys know how to massage? $10,000 an hour. Anyone want to make some extra money? The crowd froze at these words. Massage? $10,000 an hour? If I don't give the young master some work, I won't feel at ease with what I'm getting. Okay. In the next second, everyone, including the crew chief, got up and introduced themselves. Jiang Shao. I will. I'm not only good with my hands, I'm also good with my tongue. Jiang Shao. I have many tricks. Let me do it. I only need 5,000. Whether it's in the cabin or in the toilet, I'll make sure Jiang Shao is satisfied. Mr. Jiang. I can move by myself. The sounds of 7 voices added a bit of fire to the empty cabin. Hearing the revealing words of the several women, Jiang Lin shook his head helplessly. He really just wanted to press the massage. All the blame on the little pink and blues technique is too good. All of a sudden let him fall in love with this kind of feeling. I should have brought those 2 girls along. Alright, don't argue, let's go together. Remember, you can only move your hands but not your mouth. Otherwise don't blame me if anything goes wrong. Jiang Lin waved his hand and very boldly pulled out a bank card and slapped it on the desktop. Swipe or transfer. Next, Jiang Shao is domineering. Long live the young master. Hooray! Along with the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Lin was gradually drowned in a sea of joy. Early in the morning, just after dawn, a flight from Mountain City landed steadily at the Imperial Capital International Airport. As the man who had chartered the entire first-class cabin, Jiang Lin naturally enjoyed priority disembarkation. Phew, the world of flowers is fascinating. Feeling the double fatigue of the body and spirit, and remembering the group of stewardesses with spring in their eyes when they got off the plane, Jiang Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, an Audi S6 came speeding in from the distance, instantly attracting a lot of attention. The biggest reason being its license plate, Beijing A66666. Foggy, am I seeing this right? What the hell is this license plate? Bull. No wonder this license plate number can drive into the airport. Today's flight was worth it. I didn't think I'd see a big shot from the top. TSK, TSK, TSK. If the owner of this license plate casually sneezes, the imperial capital is probably going to shake a bit. Just as the travelers were feeling a lot of emotions, the Audi S6 drifted and steadily stopped in front of Jiang Lin. The door opened and a rather young-looking inch-headed youth walked down. Cousin. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and froze slightly as he looked at the familiar face in front of him. Cousin Jianghao? Hi. How long has it been since I've seen you? And you've grown so handsome? Jianghao excitedly went up and put his arm around Jiang Lin's shoulders, his words carrying a bit of fervor. Jiang Lin ignored the other party's remark, but pointed to the striking Audi A6 and let out a bitter smile. Cousin, you drove your cousin's uncle's car out like this, and you're still so high profile. Aren't you afraid that he'll beat you up? Harm. In normal times I would not dare to drive out, but picking you up is different. You are the heart of our old Jiang family. Go. Have not been back to the capital for more than half a year. I'll take you for a ride, Jianghao said, directly diving headfirst into the cab. Jiang Lin followed closely behind and sat in the passenger seat. With the car issued a roar-like roar, this mediocre Audi S6 quickly disappeared in a gust of dust. The group of travelers were left alone, frozen in place, wide-eyed. The whole process of picking up without groups of bodyguards, there is no like a long line of luxury cars, a simple license plate, has crushed the existence of all the fancy. Driving out of the airport, Jianghao began chatting with Jiang Lin in a conversation. Cousin, I heard from my old man that you worked a summer job in Misty City for 2 months during the summer. What? Is tens of millions of dollars a month not enough pocket money to spend? Ahem, that's not true. Mostly I just want to sharpen myself. Jiang Lin rubbed his nose, his expression a little embarrassed. I'm sick. I don't have enough money to live on for tens of millions of dollars to move bricks. Well, good. Worthy of being the future heir of our old Jiang family, but I still want to remind you, chasing girls is right, but don't be too affectionate, or in the end, the one who suffers and falls for it is yourself. If I was born with a golden spoon, you were born with a crown. Jianghao fluttered and pulled a whole bunch of things along the way. Jiang Lin listened to the corners of his mouth beside him and shouted in his heart that he was speechless. How did even his cousin know about his girlfriend when he had obviously kept a low profile? What the hell kind of surveillance is that? But at the mention of his outrageous ex-girlfriend, he suddenly remembered the 911 call he'd made last night. It should have been reported by now. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin immediately took out his cell phone and tapped on Douyin. The next second, he froze. There are no reports of prostitution or lewdness arrests on the hot search list. Instead, the first 5 hot searches almost all mention a name. That's his name. Jiang Lin. Hot list. Teenage girl's wedding dress chasing a star. Tragically abandoned by a scummy man. Exposed. Scum man named Jiang Lin. According to the star-chasing girl broke the news. The scum Jiang Lin suspected cheating on his feet in 3 boats. Wedding dress chasing star event. The tragic boyfriend breakup event inside the female girlfriend's exposure. 10,000 people's blood. Only severely punished scum can return the majority of female compatriots a peace of mind. Clicking through the comments section is a verbal assault by countless fairies. Scum with 2 feet. Damn it. It was just a premeditated breakup. And the wedding dress and stargazing was just an excuse. Begging for severe punishment for the scum. Beware of being struck by lightning. Downhead man. Deadly scum. John Lin. This name sounds like a short and poor. Ha, but also foot in 2 boats really toad playing frog. Long ugly playflowers. Seeing this, John Lin forced himself to hold back his anger and tapped into his private message. As expected, 99 plus abusive messages brushed the entire private message. Some cursed him, some abused his family, and some even more vicious people actually threatened to flesh him out and cyber violate his family. Oh, is this being cyber bombed yourself? But what about the police report I made last night? Is it possible that they didn't catch him? Under the helplessness, John Lin clicked on the address book ready to give the hotel manager a call to inquire about the results into the eyes and into the pages of the screen like a missed call. Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. Suddenly the phone started to vibrate, and after confirming that it wasn't a number he was familiar with, John Lin directly turned on the flight mode. It seems like 80% of them are Qin Jiayi and Li Shui who leaked my personal information. Ha, and created rumors. John Lin's gaze sank. His fingers clutched his cell phone tightly, as if a blazing fire had begun to burn in his heart. Jiang Hao, who was on the side, heard the other party's voice and immediately turned his head sideways and inquired, "What's wrong, cousin? Have you been rumored?" Well, not only rumor-mongering but also cyber violence. Jiang Lin frowned and moved his gaze out the window, his voice trembling slightly from anger. Who knew that once Jiang Hao heard this, he was happy instead of angry, and even almost jumped up in joy. This is great. What? Jiang Lin turned his head violently, his face darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? You want to say that again? Feeling that murderous gaze, Jiang Hao knew that the other party had misunderstood, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Cousin, it's not what you think it means. I'm not saying it's too good for you. I'm saying it's too good for me. Ahem. Not this meaning. Is this way? I am not 2 years ago. The public examination into the cabinet secretariat well results of 2 years of mixing or a section level. My old man said that I do not have enough seniority, but also did not make any real thing in order to be promoted. You have to make some achievements out, or else it is estimated to stay up for 2 or 3 years. So I was thinking, how can I do something out? Then I put my eyes on the internet. Today's China internet you are not unaware of. Rumor mongering no cost, net violence no bottom line. So I prepared an internet rectification program. As a result, once handed up, the gang at the top felt that rectifying the internet was time-consuming, labor-intensive and too costly, and that it could only be restrained slowly, not chopped off with a sword, and then snap, give me back. But, when he said this, Jiang Hao deliberately paused, looking at Jiang Lin as if he were a beautiful woman who had stripped naked. But the situation now is that you are being rumored, in your capacity as long as you say a depression, and I add to the program. The old guys in the capital absolutely overnight to me approved. Not to mention other things. Your father, he cannot sit back and do nothing. So cousin, you don't want to see cousin me at 25 years old still in a section. After saying that, Jiang Hao immediately put on a pleading expression and was close to kowtowing to the other party. This, John Lin was a bit speechless for a moment. Truth be told, he's not a big fan of the privilege thing, but wouldn't it be too desperate to not use it when his own cousin is pleading with him so much? Aha, okay. Cousin, I'll try to clarify it online first, and if it doesn't help, it's not actually impossible to be depressed for a while. Hearing these words, Jiang Hao was instantly thrilled beyond compare, and his gaze toward Jiang Lin was beaming with green light. Really? Cousin, please accept my obeisance. From now on, I'll call you big brother, and you'll call me cousin. We'll talk about each other. It doesn't have to be this way. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. That's fine. It just so happens that I have a brother who is returning to the imperial city today, and said that he is treating me to dinner. Let's go. Let's go together. Let's take it as my brother treating you to a meal. Jiang Hao said smilingly. Jiang Lin at 6. After receiving Jiang Lin's promise, Jiang Hao was so happy, because he's in line for a promotion. Other than that, Jiang Lin, the first prince of the Jiang family, that could be said to be the sky of the Jiang family, while the Jiang family was the sky of the capital. As long as Jiang Lin nodded, then there was almost nothing that couldn't be done. But don't look at him. Jiang Hao also surnamed Jiang, but it is only a small sideline, and Jiang Lin, this line of direct lineage is a world of difference. It's not just the treatment, it's the whole power. Although his father held an important position in the Chinese government, a full ministerial level, It was still more than a little bit worse than Zhang Lin, his full state-level father and the perennial godfather John Lousy. There was also the other party's mother, Lin Li. That background was also horrifyingly scary. The biggest plutocrat in China. The Lin Group was founded by her father, and she's still the only daughter, with the sole right to inherit the Lin Group. Hey, the gap between people is really as big as the gap between people and dogs. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Hey! Zhang Lin watched the scene in his eyes, and in his heart. He had long since realized what the other party was thinking, but there was nothing he could do about it. Being in a big clan, unless you were the only direct bloodline like him, then all you faced was endless pressure and competition with your peers against each other. Resources are always limited and will only be reserved for those who can afford them. But there is an upside. That is, even if you get fewer resources, as long as you have the bloodline of your family flowing through you, then you can just as well live a life that ordinary people can't live in their entire lives. Reality is so harsh. But of course, that's for ordinary people. Zhang Hao led Zhang Lin around the city for almost an hour before he finally parked the car outside a quiet little hutong. My friend will be here soon. Let's go in and order. Okay. The two had just gotten off the bus when a young woman in a cheongsam warmly greeted them. Hello, do you two have an appointment? Yes. Zhang Hao casually gave his name, looking like it wasn't his first time here. Okay, Zhang Xiao, the two of you please come inside. The cheongsam woman's eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Hao's name, and she hurriedly led the two of them towards the depths of the hutong. Zhang Lin silently followed at the end, his eyes surveying his surroundings from time to time. Seriously, at first he really thought his no-good cousin had brought him here for a love fast, but as he went deeper and deeper, he was quickly disabused of that idea. Compared to the humble and shabby surface of the hutong, this is a different world inside. Walking through a section of green stone steps, a retro decoration-style courtyard into the eyes. The courtyard door, 2 rows of youthful and beautiful cheongsam ladies are bowing hello to the guests, and the way those guests were dressed, at a glance, they belonged to the kind of dignitaries who had been mixing with the high society for years. In the middle of the courtyard there is a small pond, a few growing lotus leaves quietly decorated with lotus. The pond is also surrounded by flower beds, filled with a variety of valuable plants. The occasional breeze will bring up a mixture of soil and grass aroma. The courtyard was not very large, with 1 compartment in each of the 4 directions, southeast, northwest and north, and 1 private room and kitchen in each of the compartments. That is to say, each private room here has a kitchen dedicated to serving it, so that although the cost will be much higher, it does improve the speed of the food, as well as the control of the quality of the dishes to a great extent. Quiet environment, hidden location, top service TSK, top clubs can no longer be used to describe it, should be able to call it, the paradise. The cheongsam woman led Zhang Lin and the two of them straight into a box, and the level of luxury inside was even harder to imagine. Handmade rosewood tables and chairs, official kiln porcelain for tea, antique artifacts for decoration. Even the chandelier on the roof is made of pure crystal, luxury in the true sense of the word. With no time to lament, Zhang Lin was guided to his seat by a waitress lady. In order to provide a better, one-on-one quality of service, each customer is provided with a dedicated waiter. That is, a waiter who serves you exclusively. Young master, please use the tea. At that moment, the cheongsam-clad waitress lady brought up a cup of tea that was still steaming hot. Okay, thanks. Zhang Lin was just about to take the teacup, but who knew that the other party would return the tea, and then opened his mouth in a glutinous manner. Young master, I'll feed you. Aha! Zhang Lin was confused. This service was also too damn exaggerated, right? Ha ha ha, cousin, don't be formal, this is their specialty service. Zhang Hao was well aware that his cousin had been strictly cultivated as a family heir since he was a child, and presumably hadn't been in and out of this kind of place much, so he hastened to speak out and kindly remind him. Zhang Lin was silent for a moment, thinking that it wasn't a big deal, and that there was no mouth-to-mouth feeding anyway. Okay, how do I feed it? Watch it. Zhang Hao laughed and turned his head to pass a look to the woman beside him. The other party understood and held the tea and carefully walked to Zhang Hao. The next scene directly made Zhang Lin look dumbfounded. The waitress opened her mouth and gently held one end of the teacup, then slowly moved towards Zhang Hao's mouth. You're so fancy. Zhang Lin really couldn't look at it and couldn't do anything about it. So in the end, he just let the waiter serve himself a cup of tea, perfunctorily. Zhang Hao didn't force the other party to resist when he saw his face. After all, making this cousin of his happy was the most important thing. Finish your tea and start ordering. Zhang Lin didn't have high requirements for food. No matter how Zhang Hao asked, he only had 2 words, whatever, or whatever. During this time, he also gave the hotel manager a phone call, asking whether Wang Yifan and others were caught by the police last night. The hotel manager only said 4 words, stolen. Receive an affirmative answer. Jiang Lin immediately boarded Douyin and searched for the latest news about Wang Yifan. Soon after, a disclaimer posted in the early hours of last night instantly caught his attention. The studio's assistant did it? Official rumor? Pressing the heat? Not bad. What a civet. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice somewhat low and icy. At the same time, he was thinking differently. If he was just an ordinary person, how to deal with the pressure of public opinion and cyberstorms that were comparable to Tarzan? The answer is a no solution. The official rumor. It means that the capital behind the other side to buy a certain official is their umbrella. And this overwhelming netstorm is the other side in order to hype to their own hot search, with money and power combined. Wanting to crush an ordinary person was as simple as crushing an ant. The best thing that can happen to you is depression and suicide. And if you're unlucky, you might even drag your family down with you, tearing them apart in an instant. Luckily though, hooray for him, he also had the added bonus of money and power, and was far more terrifying than his opponent. Since you guys cheated first, then don't blame the dealer for making a move. Jiang Lin picked up the tea and took a light sip, a flash of confidence flashing across his clear, handsome face. Although Jiang Hao was ordering the food, his afterglow was always aware of the change in his own cousin's expression, and his experience from years of mixing in the official world told him that the entertainment industry and the internet were about to have an earthquake, because the prince is really angry. Phew, cousin. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke out, startling Jiang Hao. Ah, what is it, cousin? Do you have any friends who practice law? Jiang Lin inquired with a serious face. Hearing this, Jiang Hao froze for a moment. The other party was trying to file a lawsuit? But soon he reacted. Isn't the host of today's meal a leading lawyer? What a coincidence. Coincidence, cousin. The guy who came to dinner today is the lawyer. When you come later, look for him directly. Okay, thanks cousin. Jiang Lin smiled faintly, a bit more relaxed between his brows. He had already planned to start a rumor for himself. The identity information being exposed was really too hurtful for him. Fortunately Chen Jiayi the bitch hadn't stored her own photo for a year. Now the online gang of spammers didn't know what she looked like. Otherwise it would be a big problem to even go out. As long as the rumor is disproved, everything else is fine. The diamond ring, the internet rioters, the rumor mongers, Chen Jiayi, Li Shui, and Wang Yifan and his capital behind him. Sooner or later, he will have to be liquidated one by one. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly opened. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. By Jia, you damn finally came. Ha ha, Lao Jiang. You kid. Sneaking around and ordering the food yourself first again, right? A white, clean man in a smart suit with gold-rimmed glasses walked smilingly into the booth. Behind it followed a stunningly beautiful girl with clear eyes, a standardized melon face, and a face that could be described as flawless. The temperament was cool and exuded an uninviting iceberg aura around him. Jiang Lin looked at the visitor and inexplicably felt familiar. And in the next second, he remembered. Isn't this the iceberg schoolgirl from her own school, Bai Luoxue? Speaking of which, one had actually crossed paths with the other once, and remembered that it was a summer's evening. Himself and Chen Jiayi Li Shui, a few people in the playground to play truth or dare. The result of these two girls do not speak martial arts virtue. A partnership of cheating. The main thing is that he was also recognized by him. Probably furious, Li Shui suddenly popped out a sentence. We are testing your love for Jiayi. Love a person should tolerate each other. You obviously can choose to turn a blind eye to complete the punishment. Why do you have to reveal us? This shows that you are too petty. A man does not even have a little pattern, and play games with girls and so serious. Do you know what is called unconditional favor in the end? Ah, faced with this set of punches, the predecessor at that time was naturally unable to fight, and in the end could only admit to accepting the punishment. Here comes the most outrageous. His softening, instead of making the other side see the light, made it intensify. After a discussion between the two women, a punishment was finally set. Running the playground. Run a full 20 laps of a standard 400-meter track, and said something about how this would test his love for Lu Qi, exercise willpower. As a result, he damn well ran away, running lap after lap around the playground to the undisguised scorn of the two girls. This time, it really almost wiped him out. A full 20 laps, 8 kilometers, almost an hour-long run, without a minute's pause, to prove the so-called test of love. Waiting for him to run the whole course with black eyes, the two women had long disappeared without a trace. And it was too late to take a rest. He felt his legs soft, and directly collapsed on the plastic running track which still had residual heat. Extreme thirst and vertigo flooded his mind. Just then, a bottle of mineral water was handed to him. It was a pair of very white jade hands, and the owner of those hands was the school's famous and cold school beauty, Bai Luoxue. The water given by the schoolgirl. Any normal person would have grabbed it. But the guy in the predecessor had a problem with his brain. He was afraid that drinking someone's water would cause Chen Jia to misunderstand, and as a result, he refused the other party's good intentions. Just like that, he still thinks how deeply he feels, not realizing that in the eyes of others, he is better than a licking dog even if he is not a licking dog. As a result, Li Shui posted a friend circle the next day. A video of herself running around the playground. Text: lose a dare and run faster than a dog. Damn. It's suffocating. In particular, the retention of his predecessor's memories and emotions caused Zhang Lin to actually hold a trace of affection for Chen Jia after being influenced by him when he first crossed over. But the duo's personalities were ultimately different, and Zhang Lin wasn't a dog-licking physique. Chen Jia's repeated death-defying actions had ultimately chopped up the trace of emotion left behind by her predecessor. The current Zhang Lin had only one thought in his mind as he recalled those memories that were like personal experiences. Retaliation. Tough revenge. You were given a way out, but instead of leaving, you started a rumor and bit me back. So we'll see who gets the last laugh. He, Zhang Lin, has never been a good person. Yo, rare guest, Luo Shui is here too? Zhang Hao's voice pulled Zhang Lin back from his thoughts. Hello brother Zhang Hao. Bai Luo Shui greeted politely, and at the same time, her eyes noticed Zhang Lin. This boy she remembered. The boy who ran laps around the playground and nearly got heatstroke. Who went up to himself to offer help with water, and who refused out of hand. Because the other party was the first boy to reject her since she was a child. She was extremely impressed with Zhang Lin. Even out of curiosity, she inquired about the other party later on. Intentionally or not, it turned out that he had lost the dare and ran 20 laps of the playground just to prove his love for his girlfriend. And the reason for rejecting himself was so clear that he was actually afraid that his girlfriend would misunderstand him. It's a deep love, but it's a shame it's the wrong guy. This was Bai Luo Shui's evaluation of Zhang Lin. Seeing Bai Luo Shui's gaze a bit dull, Zhang Lin understood that the other party must have recognized him. So he simply got up and greeted him. Schoolgirl Bai, how are you doing? These words instantly caught the attention of Zhang Hao and Bai Jia. Aha, Yuki, is this your classmate? Cousin, you know someone else. Luo Shui? Bai Luo Shui returned to her senses and spoke out almost simultaneously with Zhang Lin. Aha, it's just one side of the story. The two of us are silent. The atmosphere gradually became a bit awkward. Zhang Lin looked at his own cousin's ambiguous eyes and hurriedly pulled a sentence. That what last time I forgot to say thank you. I'm really sorry ha. It's okay, it's the right thing to do to help each other. Bai Luo Shui lowered her head, looking a bit shy, judging two people from her usual high cool appearance. Suddenly, Bai Jia got up in hindsight. Just now Zhang Hao managed to shout something at the other party? Cousin? Could this youth with the clear face in front of me also be a member of the Zhang family? To know, the Zhang family is the capital of the three great families. The power of the heavens, and their old Bai family is now the words of the person. That is, his dad, the current capital of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office of the Deputy Prosecutor General, the main hall-level cadres, in the Si Zhang family side of the old generation, but also have to respectfully shout on a leadership. Zhang Hao or because during the university and he is the same dormitory, so the two people gradually developed into close friends, iron brothers. If it were normal, I guess I could only be the other party's little follower. If the young man in front of you is also a member of the Zhang family's younger generation and is also acquainted with his own sister, then it would be a blessing for his Bai family. Phew, trying to calm his excited mood, Bai Jia pursed his lips and inquired to Zhang Hao tentatively. Old Zhang, this little brother looks like a talented person well, won't you introduce him? Hearing these words, Bai Luo Shui raised her head with a curious expression, and her beautiful eyes consequently landed on Zhang Lin's clear face. If she remembered correctly, the other party seemed to be called Zhang Lin. Oops, look at my memory, I almost forgot the introduction. Zhang Hao slammed his head, his expression a little weepy, and hurriedly introduced the crowd. This is the son of the Bai family in the capital and my good buddy, Bai Jia, and this is his sister, Bai Luo Shui. Then, well, cousin, I'd better do it myself. Suddenly, a voice attracted the attention of everyone in the room, including the waiters who were waiting quietly. Zhang Lin slowly got up, lifting a cup of tea in his hands, a gentle and humble smile on his face. My name is Zhang Lin. Zhang Hao is my cousin. As the words fell, all the waiters stared in disbelief, hissing another young master of the Zhang family. Although Bai Luo Shui was surprised, it was good that she had long had a guess in her heart, so she didn't show too much of a reaction. On the contrary, Bai Jia, after all, as Zhang Hao's iron buddy, he definitely wouldn't lose his temper because of this scene, only to see that he smiled and picked up his teacup, gently touching it with Zhang Lin. So little brother is also the young master of the Zhang family. In the future, when Luo Shui is alone in school, I'll still trouble young Jiang to take care of him more. From the moment Jiang Lin said his name, he had already defaulted the other party to a certain young master of the Jiang family's collateral line. As for the direct line, it was impossible. There was only one full-fledged prince in the Jiang family, but that one had never appeared publicly in front of the world. Elder brother Bai is polite. You and my cousin are brothers. Calling me Jiang Xiao would seem a bit rusty. Besides, schoolgirl Bai has helped me in school before, so if I really encountered something I naturally wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Jiang Lin gently sipped his tea and resumed his seat. Receiving the other party's promise, Bai Jie smiled even more happily, while his gaze moved to his baby sister. Xiao Shui, don't you know brother Jiang Lin? You college students have so much time. Nothing can be asked out to go shopping together. See a movie. You see me and Howie are so many years of iron brothers. Family members will not harm their own family members. Besides, Jiang little brother seems to be the kind of gentleman. You do not have to worry about fear of encountering the scum of the earth. Young people is to move around more. When these words came out, Bai Luoshue's small face turned red. Brother, he has a girlfriend. There's a girlfriend. It's okay. You guys can be brothers, just like me and Howie. Bai Luoshui? Wait. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke out. What's wrong? Little brother Jiang? The one who understands me. The white college girl. When Jiang Lin heard this, he had to say that he was really a little touched in his heart. It was the first time a girl had spoken up for him. Well, I'm not going to sell it. Jiang Hao suddenly spoke out, attracting everyone's attention. Tell me how my sister and Jiang Xiao have a destiny now. Curiosity drove Bai Jie to resist opening his mouth again. Anyway, Jiang Hao wouldn't harm him. So what's wrong with listening? What's wrong with listening to it? You can't listen to it and have the sky fall, can you? Bai Luoshue also perked up her ears, wondering very much what kind of bond she had with Jiang Lin, where gazes met, only to see Jiang Hao pick up the tea and take a shallow sip, then smashed his mouth, before coming forward with a serious face, looking as if he was going to say out what secret information. In fact, back then, when my cousin was just born, your old man personally held Luo Shui and ran to the door to book a baby marriage. But unfortunately, there were too many people lining up at that time, and before it was his turn to enter the door, he was persuaded back by my cousin's uncle to go back all the way. Do you think it's fate? What? Two voices filled with shock sounded at the same time, and it was none other than Bai Jie and Bai Luoshue. Discovering his own demeanor, Bai Jie hurriedly picked up the tea and dunked a mouthful of it, and only after his mood had calmed down a little did he open his mouth with a trembling voice. So this little brother Jiang Lin, as far as he knew, there was only one person who had been proposed to by countless families at birth over the years. But what neither he nor Bai Luoshue knew was that the original old man of his own family had also gone to propose marriage, and had not been lined up to enter the door. Jiang Hao had already guessed what the other party was thinking in his heart, so he just picked it out directly. That's right. Let me make a grand introduction. The one in front of you all, my cousin, is the one in the legend that is the crystallization of the marriage between the capital's family Jiang family and the plutocrat Lin family, the first heir to the supreme rights and trillions of dollars of assets, and the true meaning of the imperial capital's crown prince, Jiang Lin. It's all vanity. Elder brother Bai and schoolgirl Bai don't need to care. Jiang Lin added in a very timely manner. Boom! A muffled thunderbolt exploded in his head, shaking Bai Jie and Bai Luoshue, both of whom had their brains buzzing and instantly blanked out. Everything is like a dream. Who else would believe that the legendary prince of the Jiang family was right in front of them at this moment? Jiang Lin. Bai Jie froze in place with a face full of shock, his mouth muttering Jiang Lin's name. Soon, he realized, doesn't the name Jiang Lin contain the surnames of the Jiang and Lin families? Hiss. So that's it. Compared to Bai Jie's shock, Bai Luoshue's reaction was skepticism. That's right, doubtful of life. Bai Jie and Jiang Lin were meeting for the first time, but she was in awe. Even when he was in school, he had contact with Jiang Lin, and he had heard a lot about those deeds about Jiang Lin. It's really hard to connect that love-struck guy from school with the crown prince of the Jiang family in front of him, isn't it? Is it possible that people in really high positions are more or less mentally ill, getting tired of being licked by others and enjoying licking them? Bai Luoshue shook her head with a bitter smile. These thoughts were so ridiculous that she felt a little ridiculous herself. Well, don't all stare. The food is probably ready. Jiang Hao looked calm, but in fact, his heart had long been happy. The imperial prince's own cousin. Come on, it's really cool, eh? We'll all be friends from now on. There's no need to make such a fuss. Let's just eat first. Jiang Lin voiced out to pull the two of them back into their thoughts, and Jiang Hao clapped his hands vigorously on the side. Snap! Crunch! The door of the private room was opened, and a cheongsam-clad waitress walked in one after another holding various dishes. During the serving process, Bai Jie and Bai Luoshui remained silent. It's not that they don't dare to speak, it's that they don't know what to say. This is the disadvantage of having too great a difference in status. Seeing that the atmosphere at the table was getting quieter and quieter, Zhang Hao once again stepped forward to act as the atmosphere team. Laksha, when will you start school? We start school at the end of the month. Bai Luo Shui spoke in a very small voice. Since you and Jiang Lin are both from Mordor University, you guys can go together when school starts, can't you, old Bai? Zhang Hao said and passed a look towards Bai Jie. It seemed to say, that's all I can do for you, brother, so get a grip. Yes, can go together. Go together. Bai Jie hurriedly squeezed out a smile and followed in agreement. Jiang Lin looked at the duo in front of him with a speechless face, thinking, where is this whole thing? Obviously, we haven't even asked the owner's opinion yet, so why are you planning it yourselves first? That's fine with me. I just don't know if Jiang Lin has the time. At this moment, Bai Luoxue spoke, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked at Jiang Lin, seemingly inquiring about its meaning. Jiang Lin froze, his heart was quite surprised. As far as he knew, this high-cool school flower is famous for her aloof character. Never make friends of the opposite sex. The only girlfriends are her roommates. But what does this situation mean right now? One becomes the no one and the exception? As the saying goes, you get the moon before you get the water. Not to mention the fact that the other party is the high and mighty school beauty who is admired by countless boys in the school. After a moment's thought, Jiang Lin directly pulled out his cell phone without saying a word. Only that his expression remained the same as it had been for 10,000 years, unperturbed and indifferent. Well, there is time naturally, and it's good to have a companion on the way. Add a contact? Aha! Bai Luoxue lightly nodded her head and quickly took out her cell phone as well and exchanged contact information with Jiang Lin. Pleased to mention the contact information of the school's flower. Jiang Lin didn't feel much excitement or happiness, but rather some emotion. It turns out that the high-flying schoolgirl is not as high-flying as the legend says. Of course, there are still certain prerequisites, such as you have to have a relatively awesome background and identity. But then again, Bai Luoxue is really hydrated and pretty. Alright, let's eat everyone. Cousin you and Luo Shui are both here for the first time and don't know. Let me tell you, the food made in this place is one of the best in the capital. Why don't you try it quickly? Good. Aha. The crowd responded and began to enjoy the food. Perhaps because the food here is really delicious. In less than half an hour's work, the dishes on the entire table were wiped out in a whirlwind. Hiccup. Zhang Hao slumped down on the seat back with a contented look on his face and burped as he rubbed his slightly rumbling stomach. After doing so, he pretended to mention it unintentionally. Cousin, you seem to be in a lawsuit lately, right? Is it about your ex-girlfriend? Old Bai is a gold medal lawyer. You can consult him if you have any legal problems. When these words came out, Bai Jie instantly came into the spirit and immediately spoke. Little brother Jiang, tell me, maybe I can help? But soon he reacted. What's the status of the other party? The crown prince of the imperial capital needs his help? People's legal affairs are only the same group of people who make laws in China, right? Without waiting for him to continue speaking, Jiang Lin put down his chopsticks. His gaze shifted to Bai Luoxue, who was wiping the corners of her mouth with a paper towel, and the corners of her mouth hooked up in a hint of mockery. Indeed, I'm sure schoolgirl White has heard about me and my ex-girlfriend and her damn best friend at school. Jiang Lin's tone was extraordinarily cold when he said the words ex-girlfriend and bosom friend. The temperature in the air plummeted. Bai Luoxue was startled, her small hand trembled, and the tissue paper fell directly to the ground. Bai Jie and Jiang Hao's hearts were simultaneously raised to their throats at this moment. The Jiang Lin in front of him had a cold expression and exuded a kind of hostility that chose people to devour. Where was the gentle appearance of the sunny teenager earlier? I've only heard rumors. I don't know anything specific. Bai Luo Shui explained in a trembling voice. Jiang Xiao, calm down. Bai Jie gulped and rose to his feet in persuasion. Suddenly, Jiang Lin laughed self-deprecatingly, and a color of pain flashed under his eyes without leaving a trace. This subtle scene was merely captured by the sharp-eyed Bai Luoxue. Ha. Seriously, you guys might not believe it, but I actually spent over a year doing the dumbest thing in my life. She wanted a wedding dress. I thought this is our first wedding dress. Must show their sincerity. So summer vacation in the hot sun to run to work. Has been working for 2 whole months. Only then did I buy it for her. I can say that every thread of this wedding dress is my blood and sweat. But the result? She took it to confess to her so-called idol? Ha! What kind of love is there that is holy and white? The prettiest and most expensive wedding dress is just a dress for her to please her idol. I made a fool of myself. Speaking of this, Jiang Lin paused, and a murderous intent flashed in his gaze, and her best friend Li Shui. Every day in my place to dilly-dally even if, but also all day under the guise of joking all kinds of humiliation me, just to satisfy her so-called vanity. For a whole year, Anytime I was slightly less than what they wanted, they would label me as not serious about the relationship, an attitude problem and a scumbag, while they never reflected on themselves and always asked for what they wanted. And now they're joining forces with that freshman of theirs to rumor monger and cyberstorm me. LOL. I've had enough of this kind of life. I've spoiled her too much, and it makes her feel like she deserves everything, not realizing that all of this is under the premise that I'm her boyfriend. Lin lowered his head as he spoke, and after a moment of silence, he violently raised his head, his eyes staring straight at Bai Jie. Elder brother Bai, how long do you think one should be sentenced for defamation and rumor and misappropriation of others' property? This depends on the amount of the misappropriation. Only if the amount is huge will the sentence be imposed. Bai Jie frowned and opened his mouth. Amount? A diamond ring with a unit price of 188W. 2 of them? Does that count as a huge amount? As Lin's doubtful voice rang out, the expressions of everyone present stiffened. A single 188W diamond ring? Or 2? Scratch that. That's rich. Bai Jie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and moved his lips. This is already considered a particularly large amount of money, but the crime of rumor mongering is a very light sentence, and the maximum sentence is estimated to be 10 years if the crimes are combined? As if thinking of something, Bai Jie added with an odd face, but that's all for the average person. If you're a victim, the death penalty isn't that hard. The air was dead silent again. Lin could even clearly feel that after the other party finished saying this, the waitress lady beside him winced. The death penalty isn't hard? Lin was silent. Isn't the death penalty too light for the two of them? When he thought of those abusive messages on the internet, he couldn't wait to kill these two by 1,000 cuts, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that this must be a hype, and he or she is the victim of this hype. In all fairness, he had never treated Chen Jia half-heartedly this year, and now she wanted to help that so-called idol come together to take herself as a stepping stone? If he were an ordinary person facing such a horrific rhythm of net storming, he would surely end up with a broken home. And the other side? Fame and fortune. Oh, you really don't think about the consequences, do you? Lin smiled coldly and directly picked his thoughts out to the crowd. Elder brother Bai, I hope that you can act as my proxy and help me take over this incident. Pay as much as you like, but my condition is that they both die plainly. Bai Jie's breath jerked when he heard these words, and he even wondered if he had heard wrong. The other side wants to be his attorney, and the pay is random? In this instant, he had the feeling of being hit by a pie falling from the sky. The lawsuit against the prince of the imperial city is not a lying win, and that payoff wasn't just a payoff. It was a favor from the crown prince of the Zhang family. With just this one favor, their white family's takeoff was just around the corner. As for the latter line about letting them both die a clear death, he didn't care, because in his heart, as long as Lin gave the word, then these two people are equivalent to have been sentenced to death. Only it is not yet time for the execution. Elder brother Jiang, don't worry, I'll make sure this matter is done beautifully for you. Well, in that case, I'll trouble elder brother by right. Cousin. Lin smiled faintly, his gaze turning to Jiang Hao's direction. What's wrong, cousin? You say, cousin, I'll surely help you arrange it in a clear way. Seeing that he was mentioned, Jiang Hao didn't care what the other party wanted to do and directly patted his chest. It's nothing, just thanks for introducing me to elder brother Bai. Also, you might be a bit busy after a while, so don't forget to get some rest for a few days. So when he grew up, in order to repay the other party, Lin arranged for him to work as a housekeeper in this suburban villa, just as he himself was in school on weekdays, so those servants in the villa could take care of his food and living. Young Master Hao is here too. It's really hard for you to send young Master Lin back. Noticing Jiang Hao on the side, Uncle Fu immediately thanked him with a smile. You're too kind, Uncle Fu. I'll just stop by on my way. Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly, in front of this Zhang family patriarch in front of him. He didn't dare to put on any young master's attitude. After all, even the current head of the Zhang family, that is, Lin's grandfather, Zhang Dakue Zhang Elder, had to give him a few moments of face, not to mention him. Cousin, would you like to come in and sit down? Lin picked up a small flower by the fence and turned around to inquire. No, I have things to do by the way. Cousin, don't forget the task that was explained to me. Good, don't worry. Only after receiving Lin's affirmative reply did Jiang Hao drive off in satisfaction. At that moment, Uncle Fu spoke with a concerned expression. Is young master hungry? I'll order the kitchen to grill you 2 steaks. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched as he hurriedly spoke. Not hungry. I just ate. I'm not hungry at all. Don't worry, Fubuki. Thirsty then? Want some juice to drink? What a familiar scene. Lin cried and laughed as he pushed Fubo into the house, opening his mouth as he did so. I'm not thirsty either. Uncle Fu, I'm a grown-up and will take care of myself. I still have things to do right now. Why don't you go to the backyard and pound the vegetable garden first? I'll come find you after I'm done later, ha. So do you want it? Uncle Fu is still not dead. Just opened his mouth to say half of the words. Jiang Lin, just like the wind, disappeared in the corner of the stairs. After a few moments, an old voice rang out from the villa. Young master, slow down, don't fall. Snap. Back in his room. The first thing Jiang Lin did was close the door and unlock it. Fubo's nature. He understands it too well. Can't get enough of it. The only way to clear the air is to escape. Phew. Now it's time for my honored self to step in and clarify things first. I hope it works. Sitting on the recliner, Jiang Lin turned off his phone's flight mode and logged into his Douyin account. The private message was still 99+, but at this point he didn't have the time to click on it and get yelled at. Post a clarification video first. Just edit the copy. No faces. After briefly conceptualizing some ideas, Jiang Lin described roughly what had happened during the period from when he entered the concert to when he met Chen Jiayi and the girls at the hotel, and then edited it slightly to release it. Of course, the matter of the twin girls he still chose to conceal, although nothing had happened in the first place, but he could bring it over, so as to save the guys on the internet to find the point again and make use of it. The video was posted successfully and the next second there was movement in the background. Buzz. A burst of uninterrupted vibrations came from his cell phone, and Jiang Lin quickly adjusted himself and tapped into the comments section. Is this video considered the rightful owner coming out and speaking out? 666. You're going to break up with your girlfriend because she wore a wedding dress to a concert? Never seen such a careful man. I remember the female lead's best friend seems to have revealed that this man was caught in a hotel room with 2 young girls. How come he didn't mention anything about it? Scumbag. Still talking tough at the end of your life. You're just waiting to be fleshed out. When the time comes, I will definitely send a wreath to your home. Jiang Lin quickly swept his gaze over the comments and realized that the main rhythmic point was right above the twin sisters mentioning their breakup with himself. Replying one by one is obviously out of the question, so it would have to be a unified reply on air. So, Jiang Lin posted a top message in his account. Tonight at 8 p.m., self-incrimination. The comments section completely exploded with this news. I go. You don't say that this headman is really courageous. Have been the female lead and the female lead's best friend Real Hammer actually dare to open live? Blind guess a month later. Live bandwagon. People Wang Yifan has taken the heroine's side in this matter. I don't believe there's a reversal. I can testify to that. I was at the backup party back in the day, and all of us at that time saw him enter the elevator with his arms around 2 little girls. Yeah, I can testify too. Whoa, I'm Sora sisters. I signed up for the potluck then too, but unfortunately I didn't get drawn. Oh, Jimei, don't be sad. You'll definitely be chosen next time. Now we're going to speak up for our sisters and cyberstorm the scum. Right, netstorm scum. Inside a certain luxury villa in downtown Beijing, Chen Jiayi was looking at the video in her cell phone and froze slightly. Li Shuai on the side saw her bestie's appearance and couldn't help but ask out loud, "What's wrong? Jiayi, why don't you go take a shower yet? Don't let Fan Fan wait impatiently in a while." Ha? Oh wait, I'm watching the clarification video that Jiang Lin posted. What clarifying video? At this time, a bathrobe-clad Wang Yifan sauntered over to Chen Jiayi with a glass of red wine, and when he looked down, a text-only video was playing in his cell phone. The content of the text is roughly a meaning. I am personality incompatibility and break up. Is not the network rumors cheating? Attached to the outside of the cause of things through. Is this from your ex-boyfriend? Jiayi? Wang Yifan raised his eyebrows, his tone somewhat playful. Aha. Chen Jiayi nodded and answered in a small voice. Put. Your ex-boyfriend is quite courageous. Standing on the tip of the storm and making a statement to clarify for himself. Who would believe him? But this is good. Only when things get bigger and bigger, the heat will rise, so we can get both fame and fortune. So Fan, does what you promised me still count? At this moment, Chen Jiayi carefully raised her head, a flash of anticipation welling up in her eyes. She has now given the most valuable things to each other. Even for that so-called hype. Will be the former boyfriend sent to the vortex of the internet violence? Now she dare not ask to become its real girlfriend, only to seek for their own future without worry about the future, so that they can continue to follow the footsteps of the man in front of them. Wang Yifan naturally understood what the other party meant by that and nodded. Of course, when this is over, I will mobilize the energy of my studio to make you an internet star, and it's not impossible to enter the entertainment industry in the future. Really? What about me? Van. Li Shuai suddenly came up. If it wasn't for Wang Yifan dodging in time, he would most likely be bumped into. Ahem, you certainly draw a lot of heat as a key witness. Don't worry about it. Wang Yifan's eyes flashed with a touch of imperceptible disgust. But he didn't have a fit because the other party was now the key witness of the incident. At that moment, Chen Jiayi spoke. But Jiang Lin is going to live stream his self-testimony tonight, so should we also? Can. At that time he live broadcast. We also live broadcast. Let him things make a big fear. Because I will stand behind you. Become your most solid backing. Wang Yifan supported without even thinking about it. Just kidding. The bigger this thing gets, the more heat you get on yourself, alright? Fan, you're so nice. Chen Jiayi was touched and got up to hug Wang Yifan tightly. The original diamond ring could be spotted through her fingertips. Long gone. Because on the very night of the dedication, the diamond ring had been given to Wang Yifan as a gift by her. If Jiang Lin had known about this, he would have lamented. Sure enough, if a girl really likes you, she comes to you by herself in a wedding dress and ring. But what's the big deal about taking the wedding dress and diamond ring I bought? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Lin opened the live broadcast on time. Countless netizens flocked to the live broadcast room at the first time, just to eat the hottest melon. Of course, there is no lack of some of the XXN involved in the net storm. Jiang Lin still didn't choose to show his face, but instead aimed the camera at the room's furnishings. The majority of netizens were the first to express their shock after seeing the lavishly decorated room in the picture. Crap! Where is this? Is it so luxuriously decorated? Is that desk wooden? How come there's a gold stripe? Dusha bag. That's golden. Worry. This big chandelier. Isn't it the crystal lamp from the Imperial Capital auction a few years ago? Sisters, this guy lives in such a nice house but only buys his girlfriend an $8,000 wedding dress. Scum is solid. Stone hammer. Jiang Lin, come out and talk. Don't you want to testify against yourself? Next door Wang Yifan is also on the air. The witnesses and the female lead are there. If you have the guts to connect the dots. Jiang Lin looked at a pop-up screen and felt an indescribable suffocation in his heart. Nima, I lived in this house without breaking a sweat, and I worked 2 months to buy that wedding dress. Can it be the same? Don't you like to talk to rich people about their feelings and poor people about their money? Isn't this enough for me? Seeing that Jiang Lin didn't say anything for half a day, the XXNs in the pop-up screen got even more energized, and one by one, they frantically pounded on their keyboards. Confrontation on the mic. Scumbag. Confront him. Look. He doesn't dare. He's weak-minded. Solid hammer on the scum. Phew. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and was about to speak when he saw a pop-up window pop up in his background. Wang Yifan requests to be connected to you. And ride the face, isn't it? Jiang Lin frowned and clicked agree. And in the next second, a rather creamy-looking man appeared in the cell phone screen. Alright, the connection is connected. Now let's get the person in question. Miss Jiayi, on the mic with her best friend, Li Shui. Please don't worry, everyone. I've already contacted the legal services and will definitely seek justice for the 2 young ladies. Wang Yifan in the picture smiled gently, his words filled with a powerful confidence. And the following pop-ups were also very uniform. All in unison were praising Wang Yifan and belittling Jiang Lin. A stomp can be used to great effect. Justice? Oh, you guys really have the face to mention the word justice. As things developed to this point, Jiang Lin also lost his patience and directly mocked without mercy. At this moment, Chen Jiayi and Li Shui's voices sounded at the same time. Jiang Lin, who are you to break up with me? Jiang Lin, you still haven't paid for my cell phone. Jiang Lin decisively chose to filter a bit of Li Shui's dog barking, then sent out a soul-torturing question to Chen Jiayi. I can't accept it when you wear a wedding dress to go stargazing, and you don't listen to me. So is there a problem with me choosing to break up? By the way, don't moralize me. It's my right, just like it's your right to hide your wedding dress from me. This sentence was said in a watertight manner. Chen Jiayi froze for a moment, and for a moment, she was a little unsure of how to open her mouth. It was Li Shui, on the contrary, who licked her big piggy face like a fly and came up with a good time. People Jiayi is doing it for the sake of her youth. Can't you understand? Why is it that other people's boyfriends can understand, but not you? Pust. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was happy and decisively countered. Then there are people who die at the age of 20. Why don't you go die? You're so ungrateful. Li Shui angrily scolded. The bottom of the pop-up screen is also like to find the rhythm of the general follow brush up, under the head of the male. Really unqualified. Do you know respect for other girls? Jiang Lin ignored the pop-ups and continued to ask Chen Jiayi out loud. You said I cheated on you. May I ask where is your proof? Rumor mongering without proof is legally liable. Evidence? I'm the proof. The fans who attended my backup party that day are the proof. Here, I can vouch for my character. We did see you, Jiang Lin, with our own eyes, smooching with 2 twin sisters in the hotel, walking into the elevator together. Without waiting for Chen Jiayi to speak, Wang Yifan stepped forward with a sharp tone, not giving the other party any chance to reverse the situation. Oh, is that proof? That I also saw you and a group of female fans making out in the hotel, eating and going up to the 9th floor suite together. So can I suspect you of mobbing and opening YG Pops? After saying that, John Lin didn't forget to add one more sentence. Oh yeah, I have proof too. The surveillance and the staff at the hotel that day are evidence. When these words came out, Wang Yifan on the opposite side of the screen was confused. Chen Jiai and Li Shui were both confused. Wasn't the hotel surveillance broken that day? However, they quickly reacted and were certain that John Lin was committing fraud. It must be a scam. The hotel said the surveillance was broken. And you guys still say the surveillance captured it? You can't even match the confessions. And you're still out to swindle them? Once they thought of this, the bottom of Wang Yifan's few people became even stronger. Oh, empty talk is no proof. Wang Yifan, walk the walk and stand upright. If you have the ability to put out the so-called surveillance, that's Zhang Lin, you don't know what's good for you. Even if you're scum yourself, you're still pouring dirty water on other people's fan. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. Zhang Lin, I didn't expect you to be such a person. When you did something ugly yourself and saw that you couldn't hide it, you brought the rhythm to others. Being with you is the decision I regret the most. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the words of the trio were like a wind vane, immediately allowing those spammers to find a vent, only to see that the pop-up screen was instantly flooded with all kinds of abusive texts. Some people even threatened to offer a heavy bounty for John Lin's address to reel him offline. Faced with this kind of naked threat, John Lin naturally did not wimp out. At the moment, all this was just a momentum he created. When he saw those vicious comments underneath the clarification video, he already had no desire to prove his innocence, because this group of guys would not listen to his explanation at all. Double standard very much. We all have the same mouth, but unfortunately, people just don't believe you. So what can you do? I can't take out the surveillance for now, but I can satisfy you if you want it to be real. John Lin looked at the pop-up screen and the corner of his mouth inadvertently hooked up a hint of mockery. He then published the address of this villa of his directly on the air and threatened that he wanted everyone to come true him. Rampant. Too rampant. The spammers in the live broadcast room where they have received this kind of aggravation, one by one clamored to leave now. Let John Lin stay well at home, where do not go. As for those XXN is to cease him to take out the monitoring of this sentence began to slam. Can't get the surveillance? That means there's no evidence. Rumor mongering is a legal responsibility. Only a mouth to say. To evidence one cannot get out. Really get off your head. You're still talking tough at this point. Don't run away, you dead scum. I live in the capital. Take a taxi to reel you now. Sisters, rush with me. The address can't be a fake, can it? He's a man with such a low floor. It's not impossible to send a fake address. Alright, the address is real. I ran away and I'm a dog. You didn't come and you're dogs. That's it. I won't tell you anything else. And I welcome you all as my guests. John Lin had completely lost his patience, and after pulling a final wave of hate, he went off the air at light speed. The screen fell into a black screen, and Wang Yifan's site exited the link. But John Lin's line about not being able to take out surveillance for a while, they could remember it clearly. See, Jiai, this guy is just bluffing. Wang Yifan grinned as he wrapped his arms around Chen Jiai, a winning look on his face. Li Shui was a bit jealous and could only sourly strategize on the side to try to get the other party's attention. Fan, the tempo is so big right now. Why don't we just publicly declare war on the scum? Wouldn't the heat still go up a notch in that case? When Wang Yifan heard this, he immediately brightened up. Yuki, this idea can work. Speaking up for the victims and declaring war on the scum might even get the attention of the authorities and make me out to be a messenger of justice. Just do it. I'll have the studio tweet about it. After getting off the air, John Lin took out his cell phone at the first opportunity and dialed out 3 calls in succession. Hello? Pops, someone is rumoring that I'm a scumbag, and they're cyber raping me. What? I'm a scumbag? Are you kidding me? I'm obviously so deep in love. If you want to say so, I'm depressed. Now people want to come to my suburban villa to kill me. Do you care about it? Anyway, do not care about the extinction is also your old Zhang family's back. At that time to see how you give grandpa and grandpa to explain it. John Lin finished speaking extremely fast and hung up without waiting for the other party to continue speaking. Snap. And then the second one. Hello? Grandpa. I'm being cyber raped. If you don't believe me, just Google my name. Believe it now? Thank you, Grandpa. Snap. The last call was to John Hao. Crooked? Cousin. Remember what we talked about during the day? Well, yeah. There's been a change of plans. You're going to have to work a little harder tonight. I'll send a message to my old man in a few minutes and try to get those old guys to approve you tomorrow. Well, the evidence is the surveillance. I'll have the manager of the Misty Prince River Hotel send it to you later. Well, good luck with the highs. Snap. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin let out a long breath as if he was relieved. Tilting his head, his gaze then rested on the extravagantly luxurious crystal chandelier. Not knowing what he was thinking, after a moment, an icy cold light flashed up under his eyes. Oh, Wang Yifan, Chen Jia, Li Shui, and you keyboard warriors, enjoy the last dawn before the storm. Meanwhile, over the outskirts of the capital, the roar of propellers rotating at high speed shattered the quiet of the midnight. Several military helicopter gunships flew past the sky at a very high speed. Many night owls living in the suburbs were attracted by this sudden noise, and one by one, they went to the window to check out, wanting to see what was going on. On the ground, heavily armed police surrounded the villa. Any passing vehicles and pedestrians will be stopped and inspected. This includes people who come offline to the real Jianglin. Inside a black Cadillac, Lin Tong was spouting off to her boyfriend, Li Tao, about some guy he had nothing to do with. Honey, how do you think there are such scum in this world? It's obvious that he cheated first, not to mention that he blamed the other little girl for attending the concert in her wedding dress. Is a wedding dress really that important? Being so petty to his girlfriend? No wonder he can only live in the suburbs. Ha, I guess that Jiang Lin will be like this in his life. I am most displeased with this kind of scum. When we arrive in a while, husband, you must fix him well. In the face of the chattering Lin Tong on the passenger side, the boyfriend beside him, Li Tao, did not say a word, but instead looked ahead with a heavy gaze and a tightly locked brow. Husband, Li Tao, didn't you hear me? Lin Tong thought that the other party was ignoring her and rolled her eyes to get angry. Just then, the car stopped at the intersection with a sharp brake and several heavily armed officers appeared at the window. Get out of the car. Routine inspection, the chief of police ordered with a serious face, and although Lin Tong and Li Tao in the car were dumbfounded, they could only obediently get out of the car to be inspected in the face of the black hole of the gun. Comrade policeman, we're both good law-abiding citizens. You see, the car door opened and Li Tao stepped out of the driver's side with a packet of huazi on his face with a smile on his face. Yeah, we're all good law-abiding citizens. Lin Tong chimed in. Well, ID, driver's license. The sheriff didn't care what they had to say, and with a stern face began the usual ID check, while a couple of officers on the sidelines searched the trunk and the interior of the car. In the face of this business-like attitude, Li Tao's hand holding huazi froze in midair. Documents. One of the officers saw that he did not move for a long time, so he raised the muzzle of the gun in his hand. The threat was very obvious. Be good. Right away, ha. The man smiled sarcastically, put the wazoo back in his pants pocket, and reached down to pull out his credentials. The sheriff took the documents and double-checked them, and when he realized there was no problem, the expression on his face eased a bit, but he mentioned it in passing. Where are you guys going to drive to? Lin Tong and Li Tao subconsciously glanced at each other. You can't say it's going to real people, can you? After a short silence, it was Li Tao who gave an answer. The eldest member of the family passed away and went back home overnight to mourn. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. The sheriff nodded, and was about to release him. Suddenly, the officer's voice rang out from the trunk of the car. Sheriff, there's a baseball bat and a throwing stick in the trunk. Click, click, click. The sound of guns being loaded rang out in unison. The sheriff's gaze sank, and his tone carried a bit of playfulness. The custom of mourning in your old home is quite unique. No, it's something we keep in the car for protection. After all, it's dark when we pass through the countryside at night with few people. Li Tao squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying and explained. So do you guys recognize this guy? The sheriff said, pulling a picture of the youth out of his arms. They both instantly recognized the person in the photo. The very person he's going to be real with tonight. Jiang Lin. A bold idea appeared in their minds. Could it be that the other party has already been investigated by the police, being wanted all over the city? Without waiting for Li Tao to speak, Lin Tong immediately spoke with an excited face. Recognize. Isn't this man that scum Jiang Lin? Comrade police, are you guys looking for him now? I knew that this kind of scum would be brought to justice sooner or later. Thank goodness. The officials finally can't stand to see what he's doing. What? The sheriff cocked his head and looked at the heaving woman in front of him, his face becoming more and more odd. Noticing the sheriff's expression, Li Tao's heart thumped and he hastily reached out and patted Lin Tong, signaling the other party to shut up. Li Tao, what are you filming me for? Feeling the difference in her arm, not only did Lin Tong not react, she instead twisted her head and questioned. Li Tao was speechless. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. The sheriff hugged his arms with interest. The surrounding officers heard the sound and all came in unison to surround the two. The atmosphere gradually got a little weird. Lin Tong finally realized at this point that something was wrong. Sheriff, you are. Nothing, just inviting you back to the station for a cup of tea. The sheriff smiled and waved. Cuff them all. As soon as the words fell, 2 pairs of bright handcuffs were put on the hands of Lin Tong and Li Tao. And all this happened in a flash of lightning. So much so that Lin Tong froze for a long time before coming back to her senses. Cuffed yourself? No. Sheriff, did you misunderstand something? There's no misunderstanding. It's all hard evidence. Take it away. No way. I haven't broken any laws. You can't arrest me. You're breaking the law. I'm going to sue you. Lin Tong was still trying to struggle. Sue me? Wait until you get out. The sheriff smiled indifferently, not paying much attention, turned around and got into the police car without looking back. Joking aside, the cabinet has given a deadly order to fully protect the personal safety of the young man in the photo and not to spare any existence that might pose a threat to him. If something really goes wrong, he, along with his boss, probably won't be able to get away with a single one of them. No way. You cannot go against the will of women. It's against the law. Lin Tong wanted to threaten the other party with an uppercut, only to be gagged by a piece of cloth before she could finish her sentence. Be honest. You are now suspected of attempted murder, and if you continue to resist we will have the right to use coercion on you. The officer pulled out the pepper spray with a cold face, the warning in his words obvious. Boom! The officer's words were suddenly like thunder from the 9 heavens, draped over the 2 men's ears. Lin Tong and Li Tao were both dumbfounded. Attempted murder? That's a 10-year start for this offense. I've obviously done nothing, and I haven't offended any big shot. Nope. There seems to be one. Thinking of this, a youth's face appeared in both of their minds at the same time. Could it be him? Inspector? Deputy Chief? At this instant, Li Fei felt as if his brain had been hammered hard, hammering him for a moment. Jesus Christ! How did the inspectors get here so fast? The scariest thing was that he hadn't heard even a whisper before that. 1 foot knew that the cabinet had set up an inspectorate, and the next foot the inspectorate was reckless in the face. What does that tell you? It showed that the other party had come prepared this time, wanting to kill them Peak June by surprise. Which of the showbiz shit can stand up to scrutiny? It's just that the involvement is so deep that the cabinet has been turning a blind eye. Thinking of this, Li Fei began to frantically run his brain to find a way to break the situation. He was not willing to open up a way for himself. His life had just reached a high point. How could he let it come to an end? Mr. Li? Why don't you say anything? Is there something difficult to say? It's fine. Speak up. The inspection team and Director Zhao will definitely do it for you. Probably guessing what the other party had in mind, Jiang Hao reminded him that it was not too big a deal to look at the heat. Me. Li Fei's face was bitter, and his entire body was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten Ali give. Can you say that? If you say it, you'll immediately get a pair of silver bracelets. So leaders, I'd like to make a phone call. Is that okay? Hesitating for a moment, Li Fei decided to immediately ask for help from the umbrella behind himself before he was caught by the inspection team. As for whether it would work, he couldn't say, but it was his last hope. Okay, fight it. Jiang Hao seemed to have seen through what the other party was thinking and directly and generously agreed. Are you kidding? Moving backstage? Let's see if your backstage dares to care about you. Director Zhao took it all in, a faintly imperceptible flash of disappointment on his face. Previously, he still thought that this Li Fei was a character, starting from nothing and sitting at the top of the entertainment giant in China. It turned out to be an incredibly stupid 2B in the end. If your umbrella was useful in this situation, he would have done it a long time ago. The knife is hanging from your neck, and you only think of making a hasty last-minute effort? It's too late. As expected, after Li Fei took out his cell phone and dialed a certain number, the opposite side sounded a tone of switched off almost at the same time. At this moment, Li Fei really panicked. In a panic, he did something even more stupid. That would be to ask Jiang how to borrow a cell phone. It was Director Zhao and Jiang Hao's turn to be confused. No dude, you're an undercover agent sent by the organization, right? You're trying to screw your umbrella to death. Out of humanitarian concern, Jiang Hao generously lent his cell phone to Li Fei. Li Fei even said thank you rather politely. Soon, the phone was connected and a hoarse male voice came from it. Hello? Which one? Hearing the familiar voice, Li Fei almost cried out in excitement. Li Hall. It's me. It's me. I'm Fei. The next second, there was silence on the other side of the phone. Maybe the other party was really pissed off. Through the cell phone, Li Fei could actually clearly hear the heavy breathing coming from inside. So he asked tentatively, Li Hall, are you okay? After half a dozen moments, probably because the other person had slowed down, the hoarse voice came through the phone again. Hey, I'm fine. What is it now? The present situation. Li Fei silently looked at Jiang Hao and Bureau Zhao in front of him and replied with 4 words. Barbecue up. Li Hall. Never mind. Zhao Dongshan is on your side, right? Give him the phone. Zhao Dongshan? Bureau Cho? Li Fei repeated under his breath. The phone left a hum on the other side of the line and then stopped talking. and Director Zhao, who was standing aside and listening sideways, had a stiff expression when he heard the name coming out of the other party's mouth. You who? Director Zhao. It looks like people are looking for you by name. Zhang Hao opened his mouth with a meaningful expression. Yes, Zhao Dongshan is the full name of Director Zhao. Director Zhou, your call. Li Fei gulped and carefully offered his cell phone. Zhao Dongshan took the call and turned on the recording at the first time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hello? I'm Zhao Dongshan. Well, I know you, Zhou. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Dongshan's face changed drastically. Director Li? Seeing Zhao Dongshan so emotional, Zhang Hao couldn't help but cast a puzzled gaze. What's going on? Bureau Zhao. Which big shot is it? Zhao Dongshan didn't pay any attention to the other party, but instead bitterly said yes to the other end of the phone. Seeing this scene, Li Fei's high-hanging heart finally fell. I guess I didn't spend those hundreds of millions of dollars every year for nothing. At this time, Zhao Dongshan should have gotten the instructions from the other party and turned the speakerphone on in his cell phone. That hoarse male voice also reached Zhang Hao's ears for the first time. Xiao Jiang, why don't we forget about it this time? And go back and I'll talk to your father to see if I can get you a director position or something in the police department? How? Zhang Hao's first reaction upon hearing this was not heartfelt, but rampant. Too damn rampant. He was never expecting that the other party would dare to openly bribe himself in front of so many people in the cabinet inspectorate. What is this if not rampant? Possibly in consideration of his scruples. The caller didn't forget to add, don't worry, your cousin there, I will personally bring people to make amends. Don't have too much psychological pressure. Young people have to learn a lot of things, but don't be stubborn. The voice on the phone was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. This included Wang Yifan. Only a glimmer of hope once again lit up in his originally bleak gaze. If Era Fengjun was saved by the top, then could he himself, the cash cow, be saved as well? After all, he could generate an astronomical amount of revenue for the company every year, no matter how bad he was. He didn't believe that the Lord at the top would be willing to give up this money tree of his. The truth, however, was that it was all just his personal fantasy. In Director Li's plan, there was no such thing as bailing out Wang Yifan. If you really calculate according to the cause and effect relationship, times Fengjun is only a joint responsibility. But Wang Yifan is different. He is directly offended by Jiang Lin. Even if he lead director of the official position is higher, the relationship network is deeper. But also do not dare to openly in Jiang Lin against. The only thing that can be done is to sell face, to see the other side to take it or not. Zhang Hao stood in place and pondered for a long time before finally sighing helplessly. Director Li, forgive me for not being able to agree to your request. This time I was entrusted by my cousin Jiang Lin. The eyes of the cabinet and the whole cabinet are staring at our inspection team. If it's just a lot of thunder but little rain, I'm afraid I won't have the face to go back and face them. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I can understand that young people are high-minded. But you are not a direct line of the Zhang family after all. I mean, why have one more enemy when you can have one more friend? Director Li's hoarse voice gradually had a hint of threat in it. Just then, a wild voice rang out at the gate. What kind of a thing are you? Also worthy of being our Zhang family's enemy? The crowd was startled by the sudden sound, not because of the size of the voice, but because of its content. Help! Someone here asked what a hall pass is. Zhang Hao turned his head with a face full of surprise when he heard the voice. Rub, cousin. When Zhao Dongshan, who was next to him, heard this address, his body shook violently and he hurriedly turned around to look. One could only see a handsome-faced, well-built young man slowly walking under the escort of an old man and many bodyguards. Is this the legendary crown prince of the Zhang family? Zhao Dongshan's eyes widened in shock. Surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Lin walked in front of Zhao Dongshan with a gloomy face. In a flash, the entire first-floor hall fell silent. All eyes are focused on the mysterious big young man, quietly waiting for the other party's next move. As for Zhao Dongshan, this was definitely the most tense and exciting moment in his many years as an official. This person in front of me is the only direct lineage of the Zhang family in this generation. Powerful, rich, and the crown prince of the capital. All the aura of the existence of one. Crushing himself, the director, was a matter of words for the other party. Even when facing his boss's boss, Zhao Dongshan had never been this nervous. Cold sweat gradually soaked the corners of his coat at the thought. No way. It's necessary to clear the air with Director Li. Just as Zhao Dongshan had just made a certain determination, Jiang Lin spoke. Capital City Police Department, Emily Jianguo, right? The man on the other side of the phone was silent for a split second after hearing those words, replaced by a voice with a distinctly curt tone. Jiang Xiao. Is me this matter is my problem? I give you an apology. You adults do not count the small man over. Era Fengjun you casually dispose of. I think we'll not interject a word again. You see this can? At those words, Jiang Lin smiled. Put, how dare I count the faults of your hallowed director Li? How could our Jiang family dare to be enemies with you, right? When these words came out, the voice on the other side of the phone visibly trembled, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the crowd would have thought that this so-called director Li was on the verge of crying out. No, 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 Jiang Shao. This is a misunderstanding. I'm old and confused. That's why I'm babbling here. You give me a chance. I have an appointment with the hospital brain department this afternoon. I'll definitely come to your door to make amends first thing in the morning. Okay, go and take a good look at the brain. Not enough money can find me. Give you reimbursement. In addition, to make amends will not be necessary. After all, you are dementia. To save people say I bully the old thing. Oh yes, when consciously point to vacate the position, reserved for the young people who can be capable of. Don't force me to drive you. Jiang Lin took the cell phone and spoke with a cloudy face. Be well, Mr. Jiang. I understand. The voice on the other side of the phone was clearly lost for a few moments. Snap. As the phone hung up, Jiang Lin looked up and glanced around the room, asking in the calmest of tones, anyone else have any opinions? It can be raised. The hall fell into dead silence. Aside from the inspection team represented by Jiang Hao, everyone subconsciously lowered their heads, their gazes not daring to look directly at the Jiang Shao in front of them who had a heavenly background. Just kidding. Any comments? Can't you see that the director is apologizing his ass off? How dare they have a problem with that? Seeing that everyone was silent, Jiang Lin simply walked over to Wang Yifan himself. At this time, the other party's eyes were stagnant, like a dead dog collapsed on the ground, hands because of too much force, wrists were handcuffs strangled by a trail of blood marks. Yoo-hoo, isn't this a big star? How did you end up in such a sorry state? Do you want me to help you call on your fans to storm the capital city police? Jiang Lin squatted down and said with a smile. Hearing the voice, Wang Yifan's gaze gradually regained some of its vigor, and when he saw the face of the man in front of him, his expression froze and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Jiang Lin no. Jiang Shao. It's all because of Chen Jiayi and Li Shui. It's all because of their two bitches. It's the two of them who wanted to cyber rape you. It has nothing to do with me. What is Jiang Shao or not Jiang Shao? I still prefer to see you delivering justice on the internet. Jiang Lin smiled and patted the other party's face, only to realize that he had stained his hand with white powder, and immediately felt bad about the whole thing. How come the powder on your face is thicker than the putty on the walls of my house? Me. What am I? If you're a gangster, you have to stand up straight when you're beaten. Don't you know that? No. Good to know. Someone, slap the putty off his face for me. This young man is allergic. Jiang Lin took the wet wipes that Fu Bo handed him and got up, instructing the bodyguard behind him. Yes, Jiang Shao. The team of bodyguards swarmed Wang Yifan to the ground after receiving the order to hum him to death and began to take turns rewarding him with a big mouth to eat. Jiang Shao, don't I'm wrong snap, pop, snap, snap. The mournful screams intertwined with the slaps, as if a symphony of hell echoed in the center of the hall. Li Fei's face was pale as he closed his eyes, fearing that it would be his turn next. Zhao Dongshan silently watched the scene and didn't dare to say or ask. He could only gulp. It's illegal to lynch someone like that. You should arrest them yourself. But he doesn't want to be the second Wang Yifan. With the passage of time, Wang Yifan originally delicate face more than one after another slap marks. The entire head because of swelling shaped like a pig's head. Cheeks at the skin seeped out of the silk blood, and finally coalesced into a droplet of blood slipped between the neck. Woeful and miserable appearance where there is still like the stage tens of thousands of people admire the big star? Seeing that Wang Yifan had already been beaten unconscious, Jiang Lin then waved his hand and called for a halt, allowing a few officers to carry him to the police car. After doing this, he didn't even forget to make a flirtatious remark. It's good to be young and fall asleep. TSK. Li Fei was closing his eyes, not covering his ears, and naturally heard this seemingly unintentional flirtation. Demon. This is definitely a demon. I can't just sit back and wait. My great life has just begun. Without realizing it, his fists had clenched tightly. After sending Wang Yifan away, Jiang Lin's attention naturally focused on Li Fei. Oh, this is Mr. Li, right? The next second after the words fell, amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, Li Fei bent his knees and knelt straight down. Puff. Jiang Lin froze, the words on his lips stuck in his throat for a moment, not knowing how to say them. He just opened his mouth. What's with the kneeling? Kneeling down. Li Fei kowtowed deeply. Jiang Shao, I have an old man and a young man you pop. Without waiting for the other party to finish his plea for mercy, Jiang Lin flung his hand and interrupted him with a slap. Okay, that's enough for today. Leave the begging for mercy to the police, comrades. I'm tired of hearing it. After doing this, Zhang Lin clapped his hands as if nothing had happened and turned to leave with an indifferent expression. Jiang Hao and Zhao Dongshan exchanged glances and prepared to step forward to control Li Fei. It was at this point that the situation broke out. Li Fei's face was full of resentment as he fished out a dagger from his sleeve and stormed towards Zhang Lin's back. Since you won't let me live a good life, I'll drag you along with me. Cousin. Jiang Shao. Jiang Hao and Zhao Dongshan were shocked and rushed up. Aha! Zhang Lin twisted his head in confusion, only to feel a flash of cold light in front of him, immediately followed by a muffled sound. A figure was lifted off the ground. Bang! Bang! The figure flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Several of the little sisters hiding under the front desk only felt their heads go black, and the next second they were smashed. A wail resounded in the hall. It all happened so suddenly. After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, the crowd's gazes quickly gathered on the old man in a tang suit beside Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin stiffly twisted his head to look at the amiable old man beside him. Uncle Fu, your old man still knows martial arts? He saw the other side of the fist will be Li Fei blasted away, and the presence of the closest to the Fu Bo. Honestly, this moment he was really shocked to the real. When I was a kid, didn't Fubuki even get so tired of going over a wall that he gasped for air? Now is this still Fuberbenberg? Who knows? Uncle Fu just flicked the corner of his coat lightly and said in a leisurely tone, Young master, I just usually love to play Tai Chi and dance in the square. Why would I say I know martial arts? If you want to blame it, you can only blame the young people nowadays for being too impetuous and not knowing how to cherish their own bodies. You see, the old man, I just lightly touched him, and as a result, he flew out like a balloon a long way away. He collapses when touched. This is a sign of deficiency in the body. Young master, you can't follow his example. Zhang Lin, Sigma, degree. Crowd equals? The current Zhang Lin wanted to ask loudly, what kind of square dance is your old man dancing? What kind of Taijiquan do you practice? If you can, let me learn it too. However, in order to maintain his Zhang family's great young man's high and cold compulsion and persona, he still held back his curiosity and did not continue to open his mouth to pursue the question. After a short silence, the crowd's attention returned to Li Fei. Everyone wanted to know what would happen to this Mr. Li who dared to murder the Zhang family's youngest son in the end, and the party Li Fei, at this time has long been in a coma, which is still Fu Bo collected some force, or now he is alive or dead or hard to say. How is this handled, cousin? Jiang Hao walked over and asked for Zhang Lin's opinion. What to do with it? Just as Zhang Lin was pondering this question, someone made a choice for him. Jiang Shao. Those things on the internet were all done by Wang Yifan and Li Fei. It really has nothing to do with me. Don't believe you, check. If I've done anything to harm Mr. Jiang, I'll be struck by 5 thunders in heaven. Zhang Lin took in the reactions of these people and was vaguely touched in his heart. As it happens, no one is comfortable with the threat of death. How many parents, how many children are these people? But this is not an excuse for him to be a mother of God. Isn't it bad enough to think about what he's been through these past few days? Aren't you the child of your parents? Isn't he the heart of his family? The reason why he dared to face all of this without fear was not because of how high and intelligent he was, nor was it because of his identity as a traveler, but because he had an extremely powerful family standing behind him. Suppose he was just an ordinary man like all the others here, a common laborer, a farmer's boy. Then, he is the one who is here today begging for mercy. Good casting technique is also a strength. Fate has determined his status as a victor today. Tidying up his emotions, Zhang Lin quickly walked towards the front desk and returned with a bottle of mineral water. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Zhang Lin unscrewed the cap and poured as much mineral water as he could from the bottle onto Li Fei's head. After the stimulation of cold water washing his hair, Li Fei also gradually turned from unconsciousness to wake up. I, Zhang Lin, never wrong a good person, nor will I spare a bad person. But I don't know if you've heard the saying that no snowflake is innocent when an avalanche comes. Zhang Lin scanned the hall and casually smashed the mineral water bottle into Li Fei's face. Snap. Not very damaging. Extremely insulting. Li Fei also came back to his senses at this time and looked at Uncle Fu with incredulity written all over his gaze. Why are you this, you old man, so strong? Sorry brothers, a relative passed away in the family. Mourning today, cut off the shift for a day. For the sake of your health, please don't drink alcohol. Why are you this, you old man, so strong? Fu Bo did not answer Li Fei. In his mind the other party had long been sentenced to death, and did not deserve to waste his words at all. Big? There's a bigger one yet. Zhang Lin picked up the dagger on the ground and played with it on his fingertips, his eyes looking at Li Fei's right hand from time to time. It was your right hand that held the knife just now, wasn't it? Hearing this, Li Fei almost subconsciously retracted his right hand. Hiding? It's useless to hide. Zhang Lin smiled coldly, and the dagger in his hand chopped down steeply with a cracking sound. Ah, there was a flash of bloodlight, accompanied by Li Fei's pig-killing screams. A neatly sliced severed hand fell to the ground, and through the steady stream of blood, the crowd could still faintly see a bit of white stubble exposed in the flesh. With a glance from Zhao Dongshan, a police officer immediately stepped forward to gag Li Fei. The screams came to an abrupt end, but looking at Li Fei's grim expression, one could tell how much pain he was currently enduring. Uncle Fu slightly glanced sideways and looked at Jiang Lin with some surprise in his gaze, but it was more of a relief. Young master has grown up. Jiang Lin naturally felt Fu Bo's gaze, surprised he can understand. But this wipe of comfort really makes him sweat. Murphy is the predecessor of the two small. Fu Bo also look forward to the day he can grow into a unique ruthless? After gently wiping away the blood on the dagger, Jiang Lin turned his gaze to Jiang Hao, who was in a dazed state not far away. Vice Team Leader Jiang, the rest of the matter will be handed over to you. The internal problems of Times Peak June are still very serious. I think most of the employees here are definitely informed. Informed not to report but also join in that as an accomplice. I hope that you can be rigorous investigations, with the weapons of the law to try these criminals, and return all the victims to a fair. Jiang Hao nodded stiffly after hearing Jiang Lin's voice, but that didn't affect him in the slightest from being in shock and unable to extricate himself. When did my cousin become so cruel? The man who was afraid to watch a chicken being killed when he was a child now dares to cut off someone's hands and feet with his own hands? It looks like it's not the first time it's been done. By looking at the smooth breaks, Jiang Lin didn't care what the other party thought. Under the gazes of the crowd, he handed the dagger in his hand to Zhao Dongshan. Director Zhao, I'm also troubling you. Understood. Jiang Shao. Zhao Dongshan received the dagger very politely, and his afterglow swept viciously at Li Fei, who was still struggling and rolling on the ground. Don't forget to yell at me when you need to testify. Leaving these words behind, Jiang Lin turned around and led the crowd towards the main entrance. When he walked to the door, he didn't forget to turn back to Jiang Hao and instructed him, if you encounter any obstruction on the way to the investigation, well, I said if, then report my name. This matter will never end well. Jiang Lin, say so. Jiang Hao nodded silently, keeping what the other party said in his heart. His own cousin had been so supportive, and he certainly couldn't let him down. After Jiang Lin and the others left, Jiang Hao naturally became the center of attention in the room. Facing a pair of pleading gazes, Jiang Hao waved his big hand. Take them all away from me. The inspection team opens a full investigation against Times Peak Culture Limited with immediate effect. When these words came out, I don't know how many people's faces were scared white, but there were also some people whose faces showed the fluke of having survived the robbery. An investigation is an investigation, and in the unlikely event that it's an accomplice and co-conspirator charge, it's better than Jiang Lin giving them all a raid at the drop of a hat, right? This was something that Jiang Lin had naturally taken into consideration, although he was confident in his family's strength. But there's too much trouble to follow up, including the families of these people and whatnot. You can't kill them all, can you? After all, today's China is a society governed by the rule of law. If he really slaughtered the entire era Fengjun with a single order, then his own family would definitely be pushed into the limelight, and the rest of the two major families who were secretly eyeing the situation would not be able to avoid using some small means to stomp down the Zhang family. His biggest dependence now is the Zhang family behind him, and with the Zhang family gone, everything he has is gone. That's why it was the wisest choice to let Jiang Hao handle this matter. Jiang Hao represents the cabinet represents the crown, and the crown represents the law. All beings are equal before the law. As long as the law was on his side, no matter how big things got, it wouldn't affect the Zhang family half as much. As Wang Yifan's hardcore fan, Chen Jiayi definitely knew about the existence of Era Peak. That was the entertainment giant of China, the big capital that Wang Yifan had backed. As for being seized, she surely didn't believe it. Her own fan only went to the headquarters building in the morning. How could it be seized? Even if it had been seized, she should have gotten the news herself. So, she immediately started to dislike the snow leopard. You are too beautiful. Netizen mode. Can you people talk? Rumor mongering is legally responsible. My fan only went to the Times building in the morning. How could it be seized? I think you're just like those people, Shueshue said. You're all water armies hired by Jiang Lin. Snow leopard, you are too beautiful. True story. Absolutely no rumors. Ha! Chen Jiayi almost couldn't help but laugh out loud when she looked at the pop-up screen posted by that netizen. You should talk with evidence. Okay? Rumor mongering should also be realistic. Do you know what kind of existence Era Peak June is? The entertainment giant of China, half of the entertainment industry in the capital. You said you'd seize it? Can you go back and talk to your employer Jiang Lin? Next time make a draft of the rumor. Don't make some jokes and make people laugh. After saying that, Chen Jiayi immediately asked the house manager to invite that snow leopard you are too beautiful netizen out. In her mind, A large company of the level of Times Peak would not be shaken by any means, let alone seized. Wang Yifan, on the other hand, was the god of her heart, a unique being in the world. Right now, as long as he stomped Zhang Lin to death ruthlessly, Fan Fan would be impressed with himself, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to be converted in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Jiayi's heart grew more and more agitated, and she hurriedly continued to spit up Zhang Lin in front of the screen. Sisters, you are unaware how hateful this Zhang Lin person is. I, Chen Jiayi, am not ungrateful either, although it's only right that he bought me a gift. After all, I'm his girlfriend, but I'll still remember his goodness in my heart. And what happened? He's going to break up with me just because I wore my wedding dress to the Fan Fan concert? Families, we have an unexpected guest here. Aren't you curious about what Zhang Lin looks like? The one knocking on the door right now is, if anything critical happens, sisters must call the police. Li Shui whispered something into the camera, then tiptoed over to the door, her plump palms squeezing the doorknob, trembling a bit due to her weakness. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were all pumped up, fearing that they would miss the real appearance of this scumbag. This included by Luo Shui, who was squatting in the live broadcast. Zhang Lin won't really bring someone to retaliate, will he? On the soft pink bed, Bai Luoshue's lips were lightly biting, and a pair of beautiful eyes were tightly staring at the live broadcast screen. Recently, the heat about Zhang Lin on the internet was getting higher and higher, and after learning about Zhang Lin's true identity, Bai Luoshue also surprisingly joined the lineup of melon eaters. Although she had heard all about what Zhang Lin had done at school and felt in her heart that the other party was a deeply affectionate man, but with all this aura of being a rich young man and a rich young woman, there are not a few reversals. She was just trying to find out if this capital city young man was a deep-hearted young man or not, as she knew him to be. Or maybe those are just illusions and the actual other person is a scumbag and a dude just like the internet says. The contrast between the crown prince of the capital and the word lickdog is just too great. But I still hope that you don't become the scum that the internet says you are. Bai Luoshui looked at her cell phone and muttered to herself. Live feed. The gate finally opened, and the first thing that caught his eye was a handsome young man in casual clothes. Next was an old man in a tunic and a man with glasses in a suit. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room lit up after seeing Zhang Lin's appearance and launched pop-ups. Whoa, is this Zhang Lin? It looks so handsome. Sure enough, the scumbag looks all handsome, also no wonder so many little girls are cheated. But in my place is different. That is not cheated. I am willing. Upstairs is excessive. You have to figure out that the one in front of you is the prince of the capital rumored on the internet. If the other party's identity is true, then you don't even have a chance to be cheated. How can it be? Li Shui and the girls have confirmed that what a bullshit prince. It's just a good-looking little white boy. So awesome. You grow up better too. My mother was nicknamed Little Yang Guifei by her old family. What are you? But it's not a tank, is it? Don't insult Princess Yang, okay? Beauty is not defined. In the Tang dynasty, fatness was considered beautiful, and I weigh 270 pounds. So in the Tang dynasty, you'd all have to kneel on the ground and call me my mother. Goddamn mother of God. I, Zhao Ritian, will charge first. 666. In the comments section, the wind suddenly changed. Li Shui actually also want to follow the shouting of a few beauty is not defined, but in the way of the immediate things to deal with. So she gave up. Zhang Lin, what are you doing here? In the face of the other party's questioning, Zhang Lin was just about to speak. Who knew that Li Shui suddenly sat on her but on the ground, her screams almost piercing the eardrums of the crowd. Jiayi, call the police. Zhang Lin is going to commit a home invasion. Zhang Lin crowd? Arguing live streamers. Although most of the people in the broadcast room were on Li Shui and the girls' side, but this wave of operation right now really made them speechless. You can't even pretend like this. He didn't even move and you start screaming. Do you think we're blind? We're trying to help you, but you can't treat us like 2B, can you? Li Shui didn't even realize how much roadkill she had corrupted with this wave of operation. In her eyes, she belongs to the disadvantaged. As long as she shouts fast, then the reason is on her side. This stunt she does not know how many times she has applied, and it is tried and true. But this time she was facing a team of gold medal lawyers and court staff. Zhang Lin noticed the raised cell phone the moment the other party opened the door, so he didn't act rashly. However, the other party has touched the porcelain to this point, but also tolerate the anger is also more or less somewhat sorry for his identity. He was only seen smiling and taking a step back before speaking. Yo, isn't this very Li Shui? Why are you living in Wang Yifan's private villa? In other words, your brother will not be able to look at you even if he has no taste, right? How can this go down? Cough cough. When he said the word tiger and wolf at the back, Zhang Lin subconsciously stopped his mouth and summarized after a second of silence. It's kinda heavy-handed, huh? As the words fell, Li Shui's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. What Li Shui is most proud of is her 200 pounds of weight and appearance. Just like the live broadcast said, in the Tang dynasty, she is at least a princess level. Right now, Zhang Lin directly took Wang Yifan's lack of character and heavy taste to slam herself. How could she possibly endure it? Only to see Li Shui get up from the ground in a single bound. Her cell phone disliking her opponent's face. You loser. Scum. How dare you talk about my mother? Look at what you look like. You're not even worthy of my brother's shoes, and you still have the nerve to say that. Look everyone. This is the stinking scum Zhang Lin. To look like this and still dare to bash others. I don't know where he gets his self-confidence. Ha, Puxin man. After a mouthful, Zhang Lin frowned and backed away a bit, as he was afraid that Li Shui's saliva in front of him would splash on his face. This guy's mouth stinks. What if his saliva is corrosive? Oh, you know you're far away? Also, will the noble temperament of this princess be desecrated by a loser like you? Li Shui noticed Zhang Lin's small movements. The corner of her mouth hooked and she immediately opened her mouth to sneer. Because the other party was moving as far away from himself at this moment as the boys he encountered in his usual shopping. Confident as she was, she naturally didn't feel that people were disliking her, but that they were in awe of her beauty. Finally, Bai Jia couldn't help himself, and Eric directly vomited out all the breakfast he had eaten in the morning. Vom. The scene bunged everyone whole. The pop-ups in the livestream went wild. Fogweed. Is this being scolded for throwing up? This Nima brother's mental capacity is not good. This is scolded to vomit? Outrageous. For God's sake. I've had an eye-opening day. The first time I've seen someone get called a vomit. Zhang Lin had no choice but to take a few more steps back and had someone buy mineral water for Bai Jia to rinse his mouth. After easing up for a while, Bai Jia's face finally looked better, though it was still a bit pale. At this time, Li Shui nonchalantly stood aside and made snide remarks. Look at your human-like dress. I did not expect to be said a few words to vomit. And I'm not talking about you really pathetic Hearing this, the anger in Bai Jia's heart burned to the top of his head. Shit, I'm a gold medal lawyer. You can make me vomit? It's obviously because you're ugly and your mouth has bad breath. Why don't you have any sense of humor as a human being? Thanks for the gifts. Brothers, I could keep getting more and more until I die. So without further ado, on to the next chapter. Yes, open a beauty face to deceive others even if, do not put themselves also deceived their own look what they do not know? Don't you realize that you look as if you don't quite fit the popular aesthetic? Zhang Lin covered the corners of his mouth and laughed lightly. Put. At this remark, a group of court staff behind them could not hold back their laughter. Because of the work they were engaged in, they could not help but deal with all kinds of bulls, horses and snakes. But the woman in front of them, who was confident to the extreme, was the first time they had ever seen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was actually such a brazen person in this world. What a little knife-law ass opening. You. Li Shui reached out and pointed at the crowd. Her lips kept wriggling but she couldn't say a word in half a day. Seeing that Li Shui did not return to the house for half a day, Chen Jiayi also walked out. Zhang Lin, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. The other side is crowded. Chen Jiayi's heart is inevitably a little weak. Speaking voice is broken. What are we doing here? Zhang Lin first pointed at himself with a strange face, then pointed at the uniformed court crowd behind him, and finally issued a soul-torturing question. What do you think we're here for? Come to buy you dinner? The accused? After saying that, Bai Jia used his momentum to take a step forward. Hello, Miss Chen Jiayi, Miss Li Shui. The two of you are now suspected of maliciously misappropriating other people's property, defamation and rumor, and many other crimes, and have caused serious psychological trauma and life disturbances to my client, Mr. Zhang Lin. My client, Mr. Zhang Lin, has formally initiated a lawsuit against the two of you in the Supreme Court of the capital today, and this is the court's summons. As the words fell, Bai Jia handed a white A4 paper-size summons stamped with the official seal of the court to the other party. Chen Jiayi received the court summons in a muddle, her small face as white as a sheet of white paper. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You people must be hired actors. You directed this all yourself, didn't you? Aha! Suddenly, Li Shui hissed and rushed over, snatching the summons from Chen Jiayi's hand and tearing it into pieces. The court staff in the back saw the scene and said in their hearts, good guts. Not fooling around? No rumors? Not stepping on me? Oh, wait till you get in there and step on the sewing machine. Zhang Lin, how can you be so heartless? Suddenly, Chen Jiayi spoke. Everyone except Li Shui's face froze. At this time they only had one common thought: shameless. Too shameless. But Zhang Lin came to be interested. He only looked at the cell phone camera on the side, and then looked at the former lover in front of him, and then softly said, Jiayi, where does this come from? This familiar tone almost made Chen Jiayi mistakenly think that she had returned to before she broke up with the other party. That's how Jiang Lin was at that time, speaking softly for fear of being mean. It seems that there is still a chance for things to turn around. Maybe if he showed a little weakness and admitted his mistake, the other party would forgive him. Chen Jiayi comforted herself like this in her heart. However, before her words of showing weakness even left her mouth, Jiang Lin's next words nearly broke her defense. That being said, how can you have the nerve to say I'm desperate when you've been played as a broken shoe by someone else? The one who is desperate should be your brother Wang Yifan, right? Not coming out to back you up even at this hour? But I see him this justice messenger also a half a catty goods. I Jiang Lin no longer good will not let their own women aggrieved. And then look at your brother. Look at you tsk, put up his pants and do not recognize people ha ha ha. Jiang Lin's unrelenting mocking voice echoed in Chen Jiayi's ears. Chen Jiayi reddened her face and choked for half a day before squeezing out a sentence. You wait, when my fan comes back, he will definitely find me the best lawyer and hit you hard in the face. Who knows? Jiang Lin who heard this laughed even more happily. Put. Ha 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 fuck. Did you guys hear what she said? She's still thinking about her family's brother right now. Ha 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 ha. An odd look appeared on everyone's faces as they heard this. Chen Jiayi took all of this in, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. What is Jiang Lin laughing at? Fan is a superstar. How dare he? Thanks again for the gifts, brothers. Keep adding more. Writing a bit slower since this chapter is going to be longer, no offense. Probably guessing what Chen Jiayi had in mind. Jiang Lin tightened his smile and tried to look serious. I know this fact may be cruel to you, but I'm still going to tell you that it's impossible for Wang Yifan to get you a lawyer. For what? Chen Jiayi murmured. Because poof. Your family fan is busy drinking tea at the police station right now. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lin once again didn't hold back his laughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Lin, you're spreading rumors. You're talking nonsense. How could my brother be anyway? It must be you who's talking nonsense. Without proof. Beware of me suing you for slander. Li Shui was like a cat that had its tail stepped on and rushed over with her body exploding. Looking at the more than 200 pounds of humanoid tank in front of him, Bai Jie and the others turned pale and subconsciously dodged to the side. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, just raised his eyebrows and looked like he was watching a good show. In the next second, Ferber struck, only to see him stretching out a pale palm, and in the twinkling of an eye, he lifted the 200 pounds of Li Shui as if she was carrying a chicken, with his feet dangling in the air, coupled with the gravity generated by that terrifying weight. Soon, Li Shui felt suffocated. Ho ho! Seeing that the other party was still able to make a sound, Fu Bo's iron-clamped palms slightly exerted force, and Li Shui's legs flopped helplessly twice before she fainted with a blank stare. Bang! The large body crashed to the ground with a muffled thud, and Fu Bo clapped his hands like nothing, his cloudy gaze revealing a hint of dislike. Young master, be quiet. The crowd erupted into a chorus of cold breaths. Chen Jiayi was terrified, shivering and trying to take out her cell phone to call the police, but Jiang Lin snatched it in advance. Oh, what do you want to do? Call the police? Jiang Lin said with a teasing face as he held his cell phone. Now! Chen Jiayi completely panicked. Her eyes looked around until she found the live cell phone that fell to the ground not far away. Secretly summoning up courage, Chen Jiayi slowly got up under the gazes of the crowd, her eyes red, and with a few moments of crying, she opened her mouth. Jiang Lin, I know. This is all my fault. I apologize to you. You forgive me, okay? We get back together. In the future I will listen to you and not make a scene, okay? Jiang Lin gave the other party a meaningful look before strolling over to that live cell phone. Good. Then you first return those 2 rings to me, and then tell me clearly why you slandered me as well as the matter of you and Wang Yifan and the others having a group P in the hotel. And when this young man is happy to hear it, it's not impossible for him to let you off the hook with great mercy. After saying that, Jiang Lin picked up the live-streaming cell phone and aimed the camera at Chen Jiayi. Say it. Chen Jiayi was shaken and looked at Jiang Lin with a face full of incredulity. You spied on me? Hearing this, Jiang Lin immediately swept the pop-ups in the live broadcast room with his afterglow. And sure enough, there was a lot of bickering going on in there. It's solid. Your Jiayi sisters have already slept with Wang Yifan, and it's a multi-P. How do you talk? Which ear heard the actual hammer? Oh, the little fairy boy only knows how to yo-yo, right? Still mouth hard tsk. Look at your Jiayi sisters are panicked into what kind of it? Just like what people Jiang Lin said. Cheat us on the line. You don't cheat yourself too down head man. Any more rumors and I'll cyberbomb you. Come on. XXN broke the defense so scary. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Lin sighed in a serious tone. Hey, if you want people to not know, don't do it unless you do it. You know? Chen Jiayi looked at the camera. Also know that he was in the other side of the set. Immediately broke the defense to change the words. You nonsense. I'm not. Fan and I are innocent. I'm going to sue you. You're making up rumors and slandering me. At that moment, Jia stepped forward. This defendant, please remain calm. In light of the way the two of you have behaved on the internet, my client has contacted the police in advance to initiate criminal proceedings against the two of you. And if the two of you have any objections, you can appeal again when the results of the trial come down. Gee, to be clear, if you want to sue me, wait until you get out. Jiang Lin was afraid that Chen Jiayi wouldn't understand, so he patiently explained once again. Once these words came out, Chen Jiayi completely collapsed. No, I don't want to go to jail. I want to see Van. Fan will find a way. Let me see him. Okay. Meet you. Jiang Lin couldn't bear to see a woman cry, and since the other party had made such a request, wouldn't it seem inhumane for him not to fulfill it? After closing the live cell phone broadcast, Jiang Lin waved his hand in order to several bodyguards. Come, take this Ms. Chen away and send her inside to step on the sewing machine with Wang Yifan. Yes, young master. Several bodyguards led the order and went forward to drag Chen Jiayi stiffly into the car. Jiang Lin, you can't do this to me. You clearly said you would never hurt me, to always spoil me. Chen Jiayi hissed and struggled. Jiang Lin was distracted by what he heard and waved his hand. Gag her, knock her out if you can't, and don't let her bark anyway. It's making my head hurt to hear it. The people led the order to act quickly, and in a short while, Chen Jiayi's voice disappeared into the car. On the sidelines, Jia and the court staff eye to eye, nose to nose, all look as if they are oblivious to the appearance. It's a situation where it's only best to pretend you didn't see it. That's right, bring the dead fat bitch along. Originally I wanted to let them languish for a few more days. Since they don't even want to feel good themselves, then this young man will satisfy them. Jiang Lin commanded the bodyguards to lift Li Shui up into the trunk before getting into the car. Uncle Fu, Capital City Police Department. Fubuki nodded. Young master, sit tight. With a roar from the engine, the convoy pulled out of the neighborhood. Brothers wake up and continue to start crunching yards. The crowd had just arrived at the Capital City Police Station when the director, Zhao Dongshan, rushed out jogging all the way. Seeing this, Jiang Lin opened the car door and walked down. Jiang Xiao, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Nothing, just came to see if Wang Yifan has woken up. Wake up, you come. I'll go wake him up. Zhao Dongshan welcomed the crowd into the police station with a fawning face. A few bodyguards carried the languidly awakening Li Shui and Chen Jiayi right behind them. The capital as the imperial capital. The subordinate police station is naturally magnificent, probably because there is too much space inside. The crowd went all the way around for more than 10 minutes before stopping outside the door of an interrogation room. Jiang Xiao, Wang Yifan is inside. Wait a moment, ha. Zhao Dongshan smiled at Jiang Lin, turned around and took the bucket of water handed by the police officer next to him, then walked into the interrogation without looking back. Wow. Not long after, a splashing sound rang out in the interrogation room, followed by Wang Yifan's pig-killing wail. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Shui and Chen Jiayi almost simultaneously winced as bone-chilling coldness instantly surged to the top of their heads. If their mouths weren't stuffed with cloth, I'm afraid they would have cried out by now. Jiang Lin looked back at the two girls and only twisted his head back in satisfaction after seeing the look of fear in their eyes. It seems that these two guys still know that they are afraid. No, that fear is good. Crunch. The door to the interrogation room opened and Zhao Dongshan poked his head out with a fawning face. Jiang Xiao is ready. Please go inside. Jiang Lin responded in a nonchalant manner, then led the crowd into the interrogation room. Inside the dimly lit interrogation room, a lone wooden table sat in the middle of the room. There was a table lamp on top of the wooden table, and Jiang Lin turned on the switch with his own familiarity, and the incandescent glow instantly illuminated a small half of the room. Zhao Dongshan was very good at serving a chair at this moment. Jiang Xiao, you sit. Jiang Lin nodded and sat down. After doing so, Zhao Dongshan carefully stood back aside and waited for the other party's next command. Chen Jiayi and Li Shui took it all in, and their pupils couldn't help but tremble violently. Jiang Xiao? When did Jiang Lin become Jiang Xiao? The constable in front of me is not too solicitous, is he? What they don't know is that the so-called police officer in front of them is the hand of the Capital City Police Department. Where's Wang Yifan? Why haven't I seen anyone? At this time, Jiang Lin inquired. Interrogation room equipment is complete. An iron fence will be a large room is divided into two. Hanging on the wall of a few strange props, exudes a faint chill, is the only thing that did not see the interrogated Wang Yifan's trail. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongshan slapped his head and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiao. It's because I'm old and confused. I've even forgotten about this. After saying that, Zhao Dongshan hurriedly commanded the police officers to walk into the iron bars. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, The constable pulled out a key and inserted it into a small hole in the wall that resembled a lock hole. Click! The crisp sound of the door opening turned out to have something inside it. A man with a bloated face was then brought out of the small room by 2 officers. Seeing the visitor, Li Shui and Chen Jiai immediately widened their eyes. The fact that the other man was beaten like a pig's head didn't stop the duo from recognizing him. Wang Yifan. Zhang Lin watched the scene with interest. It wasn't until Wang Yifan was secured in the interrogation seat that he slowly opened his mouth. Open your eyes and see who I've brought to play with you. The icy voice echoed in the large interrogation room. When Wang Yifan heard the voice, he tried to make an effort to open his eyes, but because his face was so swollen, even if he tried, his eyes could only open a slit. Seeing his muddled appearance, Zhang Lin's interest was suddenly reduced by most, and he turned his gaze to the Chen Jiai duo on the side. Let them both talk. As the words fell, the cloth in Chen Jiai's and Li Shui's mouths were ripped out at the same time. Chen Jiai and Li Shui also hastened to take a big breath of fresh air. The feeling of suffocation was so unbearable that they never wanted to experience it again in their lives if they could. Zhang Lin wasn't in a hurry either. Holding his arms up and glancing around at the two of them, he began to close his eyes. The people around them also tacitly shut their mouths. For a while, the entire interrogation room was quiet, and apart from the occasional gasps of air, there was only the sound of the crowd's own heartbeats. An invisible pressure fell on Chen Jiai and Li Shui's heads, and was magnifying infinitely. It's like being asked to be a parent when you were a kid. You keep your head down and don't say anything. The teacher looks at you and doesn't say anything, and no one says anything, but inside you're suffering all the time. About 5 minutes or so passed. Li Shui could no longer withstand the psychological pressure, and with a thud, her knees hit the tiles with a solid thud. Jiang Xiao, I'm wrong. I have eyes and I don't know what's going on. You let me go, okay? Please don't let me go to jail. I can give you anything, including. Zhang Lin frowned and directly kicked Li Shui to the ground. What about including Nima? Are you begging for mercy or feeding me shit? You can give me anything. When did I say I wanted it? Can you not come out to vandalize others? Blanche, lock me in and go be bitter lovers with Wang Yifan. Zhang Lin's wave of angry roars were 3 in a row, scaring the face of Chen Jiai, who was on the side. White. Li Shui's eyes were even more empty, frozen in place at a loss for words. Is it true that I'm not attractive at all? Aren't those boys afraid to confess to me because they are shy? Why are you so unpopular with Zhang Lin? Before she could finish pondering these doubts, several officers approached her. One man, one arm, stiffened her up inside the bars. When Wang Yifan saw Li Shui being sent in through the gap between his eyelids, he shuddered, and then immediately began to shout insanely and strangely. You stay back. You pig gonzo. Get away from me. Ha ha ha. I am the Monkey King. Eat my old son's stick. This commotion naturally attracted Zhang Lin's attention. That's crazy? The sight of Zhao Dongshan scared quickly came over to explain. Zhang less. This is not our whole crazy. I also do not know how to bring back after he has been in a coma. Just now after waking up is like this. Seeing this frightened look on the other party, Zhang Lin grinned. Not blaming you. I just think madness is a bit too cheap. Well, get him checked out at the hospital then, if he's really mad. Speaking of this, Zhang Lin's expression chilled as he made a neck-wiping motion. Zhao Dongshan understood and quickly nodded his head and responded. No problem Jiang Xiao. Guarantee to make it beautiful for you. This scene was clearly seen by Chen Jiai, especially that neck-wiping gesture. Almost scared the hell out of her. Why is Zhang Lin so vicious now? He wasn't like this before. The current Zhang Lin was no different from the demons of hell in her eyes. Thinking back to the old days of the other side of that gentle smile, that unfailing hush care, it's really hard to connect with this cold-blooded Jiang Xiao in front of me. However, it was her own little life that she was most overly worried about at the moment. It's better to be judged by the law than to die without a word. Thinking of this, Chen Jiai gathered her courage and opened her mouth with a face full of repentance. Zhang Lin no Jiang Xiao. Although I don't know how terrifying the forces behind you are, and perhaps I've never known you, but I have to admit that I was wrong. I did participate in those rumors and slanders on the internet during this period of time, and I'm willing to be judged by the law. Please give me a chance to reform myself. After saying that, Chen Jiai deeply lowered her lofty head. Zhang Lin took it all in and was silent for a moment before spitting out a single word. Good, there will be a trial, but as for giving the other side a chance to reform, oh, he gives. I just don't know if the predecessor gives. And all he could do was send the other man to meet his predecessor. More. Since Chen Jiai had accepted the reality, Zhang Lin didn't bother to continue wasting his words with the other party, and the rest was the job of the court staff. Ms. Chen Jiai, since the subpoena has been torn up, I'll verbally remind you. The forestry prosecutor general walked out at this time and said with a straight face to Chen Jiai, please go to the Supreme Court of the capital city with Miss Li Shui on the 28th. That is, the day after tomorrow, before 8 o'clock in the morning to participate in the trial, and at that time, please prepare your defense lawyers and so on in advance. In addition, before the court date, the two of you shall not leave the jurisdiction of the capital city for any reason or excuse, or else our court will cooperate with the police to pursue the two of you in accordance with the law. Forestry finished more than a dozen cautions in one breath before stopping. On the contrary, Chen Jiai, originally painted with light makeup on her small face, has long been white. Tears drip 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 fall non-stop. If she did not know that it is useless to cry, now she would have collapsed on the ground bawling. I know, but I have school to go to. What do I do? Woo woo. When the voice with the crying tone came out, many people in the room were moved, but there were more sighs. If she had turned around earlier she wouldn't have ended up like this. Jiang Lin turned around indifferently, his gaze resolute but with a bit of coldness. Come out to mix. Sooner or later is to return. As for what to do, that's your business. They planted the cause. They bear the fruit. No one else to blame. After saying that, Jiang Lin left the interrogation room with the crowd. Right now, it's just a matter of patiently waiting for the trial and subsequent verdict. After all, there is still a process to go through. In no time, only the three Chen Jiai and a police officer responsible for guarding the large interrogation room remained. Chen Jiai was still crying in a small voice in the same place. Her tears had unknowingly wet a large portion of her lapel. Get me out of here. I'm going to get a lawyer. When Li Shui saw Jiang Lin leave, she immediately reverted back to her original brutal appearance. The police officer ignored Li Shui and instead looked at the crying pearly Chen Jiai in front of her with a sigh of emotion. If I had known, why did I bother? You messed with no one but Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao. Chen Jiai listened to the other party's emotional voice, and her mouth ghostly followed suit. Right. Jiang Shao. The police officer nodded and turned his gaze back to sweep over the duo of Wang Yifan and Li Shui on the opposite side of the iron bars, letting out an exclamation. That's Mr. Jiang. Hearing this, Chen Jiai was completely unable to sit still. Now she was like a drummer, being recklessly played by Jiang Lin in the palm of his hand, but he didn't even know the other party's half of the details. At this rate it's only a matter of time before you go in and step on a sewing machine yourself. She couldn't just sit around and wait for it to happen. She still had a few years of college left to spend. She still had decades of great life ahead of her. For the sake of all this, she, Chen Jiai, was going to put up a fight. Anyway, Jiang Lin's meaning was already laid out here, and he could go find a defense lawyer himself, then get the best lawyer and win the case. Even if we lose, how bad can it be? It's just a case of losing and going to jail. At least you won't have any regrets. Thinking of this, Chen Jiai excitedly ran to the police officer and pleaded urgently. Big brother, can you tell me exactly what Jiang Lin's identity is or what background he is so that I can also find a lawyer? Don't worry. If we can be safe and sound, we will definitely thank you. Right, big brother? If we win the lawsuit, we will definitely thank you properly. See, next to me is the Chinese entertainment superstar Wang Yifan. He has money. Lots of money. Li Shui also reacted at this time and didn't continue to spill her guts. Instead she followed Chen Jiai and concurred. Even Wang Yifan, who had already fallen into a state of insanity, nodded his head twice, muttering under his breath. Yeah, I've got money, I've got a lot of money, I'm a superstar. Looking at the survivalist trio in front of him, the police officer gave a helpless bitter smile before shaking his head. It seems that you guys aren't local to the capital. No need for thanks or anything, after all there's no way you guys are going to win. When these words came out, the two women's hearts instantly turned half cold, but Chen Jiai was not dead set on it and still continued to pursue the question. Big brother, why is it impossible for us to win? Tell us the reason too, or we won't be happy. Reason? Put. Although the police officer sympathized with Chen Jiai, he still couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing this. Ever heard of what the three great families of the imperial capital are? Know who the head of the three great families is again? You know which last name is the worst to mess with in the imperial city? 3 questions in a row directly dried Chen Jiai out. Which one? Jiang. Boom. This word was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the trio's minds, and Chen Jiai only felt her brain fall into blankness for a moment, followed by a burst of buzzing. The Jiang family is actually so terrifying? But why haven't they heard of it? For a while, countless questions were born in the bottom of Chen Jiai and Li Shui's hearts, and the police officer had long guessed what was in the hearts of the two of them, so he simply opened his mouth directly to explain. Since Chen Jiai had accepted the reality, Jiang Lin didn't bother to continue wasting his words with the other party, and the rest was the job of the court staff. Ms. Chen Jiai, since the subpoena has been torn up, I'll verbally remind you. The forestry prosecutor general walked out at this time and said with a straight face to Chen Jiai, please go to the Supreme Court of the capital city with Miss Li Shui on the 28th. That is, the day after tomorrow, before 8 o'clock in the morning to participate in the trial, and at that time, Please prepare your defense lawyers and so on in advance. In addition, before the court date, the two of you shall not leave the jurisdiction of the capital city for any reason or excuse, or else our court will cooperate with the police to pursue the two of you in accordance with the law. Forestry finished more than a dozen cautions in one breath before stopping. On the contrary, Chen Jiai, originally painted with light makeup on her small face, has long been white. Tears drip 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 fall non-stop. If she did not know that it is useless to cry, now she would have collapsed on the ground bawling. I know, but I have school to go to. What do I do? Woo woo. When the voice with the crying tone came out, many people in the room were moved, but there were more sighs. If she had turned around earlier she wouldn't have ended up like this. Jiang Lin turned around indifferently, his gaze resolute but with a bit of coldness. Come out to mix. Sooner or later is to return. As for what to do, that's your business. Oneself planted the cause, oneself to bear the fruit, no one else to blame. After saying that, Jiang Lin left the interrogation room with the crowd. Right now, it's just a matter of patiently waiting for the trial and subsequent verdict. After all, there is still a process to go through. In no time, only the three Chen Jiai and a police officer responsible for guarding the large interrogation room remained. Chen Jiai was still crying in a small voice in the same place. Her tears had unknowingly wet a large portion of her lapel. Get me out of here. I'm going to get a lawyer. When Li Shui saw Jiang Lin leave, she immediately reverted back to her original brutal appearance. The police officer ignored Li Shui and instead looked at the crying pearly Chen Jiai in front of her with a sigh of emotion. If I had known, why did I bother? You messed with no one but Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao. Chen Jiai listened to the other party's emotional voice, and her mouth ghostly followed suit. Right, Jiang Shao. The police officer nodded and turned his gaze back to sweep over the duo of Wang Yifan and Li Shui on the opposite side of the iron bars, letting out an exclamation. That's Mr. Jiang. Hearing this, Chen Jiai was completely unable to sit still. Now she was like a drummer, being recklessly played by Jiang Lin in the palm of his hand, but he didn't even know the other party's half of the details. I'm pretty sure that almost 40% of those legislators in the Chinese cabinet, as well as high-ranking military and political officials, are members of the Jiang family. In the country of China, the Jiang family is that existence that only covers the sky. You tell me, what are you fighting with? You know the number 2 in China now, right? It's rumored that he's Jiang Shao's real father. What? Chen Jiai couldn't believe her ears. As if a thunderbolt from a clear sky hit her head, and as if she was poured a basin of cool water from head to toe, her whole body was numb. Li Shui was even more surprised, staring wide-eyed in horror, standing motionless in the bars like a wooden chicken. Obviously, the volume of the Jiang family as well as Jiang Lin was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The police officer changed his expression to look like a country bumpkin and spoke with contempt. I really don't know how you guys dare. I know that these are only the tip of the iceberg of the big Jiang family. You actually want to fight with others. TSK really, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Chen Jiai and Li Shui fell into silence at the same time after hearing this. Yeah, such a scary family. How can they beat them? The other guy could easily crush himself with one finger. And now you're going to take them to court. Isn't that just toying? Playing with them? Maybe they were never worried about losing the case, and now they're doing all this just to watch them slowly fall apart in despair. Thinking of this, Chen Jiai seemed to have been drained of all her strength. Her body softened and leaned helplessly against the corner. Everything is finalized. The room fell into a long silence, a dark cloud of gloom unconsciously enveloping the entire interrogation room. The emotions of remorse and despair and helplessness spread silently in the large room, and it was as if a huge mountain had been pressed on the hearts of the people, and they were unable to breathe. The constable felt the room was too depressing and wanted to go outside to get some air, so he explained to Chen Jiai, girl, when you go out in a while, if you can't find your way, ask the police officer next door. This friend of yours is the one Jiang Shao locked in. I don't dare to open the door for her. Well, that's it. Good luck to you. With that said, the officer walked quickly out of the interrogation room. Now, only Chen Jiai, Li Shui, and Wang Yifan were left in the room. The air was once again dead silent. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Jiai suddenly raised her head and looked hard at Wang Yifan. If not the man in front of her, she would not have ended up in this situation. Not to mention that she would not have broken up with Jiang Lin, and she is now the young lady of the Jiang family who was high up in the world. And what traffic stars are all dog shit in her eyes. His own good life was cut short by him. Wang Yifan, I hate you. Are you still not a man? Crazy at this time? Wanting to get it over with, right? When Wang Yifan heard the voice, he subconsciously raised his head and happened to meet Chen Jiai's resentful gaze. The yellowish liquid ran down the legs of his pants. Almost instantly, he was pissed. Seeing Wang Yifan crying, Chen Jiai immediately had the feeling of a fist hitting cotton, but there was nothing she could do about it. Anger that made her chest rise and fall, with nowhere to vent. Chen Jia could only turn her gaze to Li Shui. Who knows? Li Shui also exploded at this time. Chen Jia, why didn't you stay with Jiang Lin properly in the first place? You slut. You have a boyfriend and you're still thinking about other men. It's because you were unfaithful to love in the first place that we are now in this situation. You're a slut. Why are you dragging me down? You Biaozi, why don't you go to hell? Chen Jia was dumbfounded by the other party's such a volley of head-splitting insults. She hadn't said anything yet, so how dare Li Shui say her own first? Wasn't the other party the one who instigated the breakup between himself and Jiang Lin? How does she have a face? Thinking of this, Chen Jia immediately disliked back nonchalantly. Li Shui, you're the one who's the cheapest Biao. When I was with Jiang Lin, it was clearly you, picking on him all day long, thinking he's bad at this and that. You're to blame for the breakup. If you hadn't been blowing in my ear, how could I have gone to the concert in my wedding dress? And the diamond ring? I don't know which brazen bitch who took someone else's diamond ring for herself and ended up aggressively rumoring about them. You're to blame for all of this. That's why you're now locked up with this madman. Don't you get it? If it wasn't for the fact that you're ugly and can accentuate my beauty, do you think I would make friends with someone like you? And you? Not only don't you realize you're ugly, but you spend all day baring your big teeth and licking your better-than face thinking that all the men in the world are all over you. Have you forgotten? When you told me that Jiang Lin was secretly showing you favor, you wouldn't have thought that Jiang Lin really looked at you, right? In fact, he just wanted you to say a few good words in front of me. Stupid. If it wasn't for dragging my blessing, you wouldn't have met such an outstanding boy like Jiang Lin in your life. Spitting out all the grievances in her heart in one breath, Chen Jia instantly felt much more comfortable. You. Li Shui's face reddened with anger, her hands shivering as she pointed at Chen Jia, half a day without squeezing out a complete sentence. Seeing this, Chen Jia smiled. Ha! A punk who can't even speak clearly, and you still presume to be a princess? With this be-like of yours, people would dislike you even if you went to a KTV to become a princess. After saying that, Chen Jia turned around and walked out of the interrogation room. Clunk! The gate closed heavily. Only Wang Yifan and Li Shui were left in the entire room. Chen Jia's words just now could be described as word for word, causing Li Shui to not even slow down from her agitation right now. It's no longer a debunking. Instead, it's murder and death. Ho Chen Jia, this bitch must be envious of me. Tang Dynasty fat is beautiful. I put in the ancient times at least a princess. I'm not ugly. I'm the most beautiful woman. She's lying. Jiang Lin obviously likes me. Li Shui's hoarse voice rang through the room. It quickly caught Wang Yifan's attention. Oh, fat pig. Oh, kill the New Year's pig. What? Li Shui violently twisted her head, her face grimacing. What did you say? Say it again. Wang Yifan was stunned, sucked in a mouthful of saliva and started to retreat, muttering, Mom, save me. There is an ugly monster that eats people. I'm afraid. His words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The self-confidence in Li Shui's heart for many years began to completely collapse and shatter in this instant. Even a crazy person is disgusted and afraid of her appearance, then she really needs to start reflecting on herself. Why? Am I really ugly? But I'm obviously so good. Leaving the police station, Jiang Lin stretched slightly tiredly. Oh, this shit is finally settled. At this time, Bai Jia, who was on the side, smiled and stepped forward to remind, Elder Brother Jiang, you're not done with this matter yet. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Huh? Why? Think about it. Wang Yifan, this matter. You have to testify in court then, right? Aha. You are also one of the main victims of the seizure of Era Peak June. Will you have to testify in court when the time comes? Aha. And Chen Jia and Li Shui, as the plaintiffs, you naturally have to be there, right? Aren't you still planning to punish the cyber violators? Anyway, the cyber police and the inspection team have already begun to act. By then, whether you catch 1,000 or 10,000, you'll have to participate in it. White Jade broke off his fingers and listed them all. This, Jiang Lin clammed up. No wonder so many people hate lawsuits when they turn out to be such a hassle. But I'm about to start school. I don't have time for this shit every day. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin only felt his scalp tingle, and after grabbing down a few hairs with his hands, he finally couldn't help but send a query to Bai Jia. Elder Brother Bai, what should I do then? Should I not let the courtside hold an online session? The corners of Bai Jia's mouth twitched, almost thinking he hadn't heard. What the hell? Online sessions? Elder Brother Jiang, this online trial thing is too novel, not quite suitable for us. Why don't we do this? I'll act as your client with full authority so that you don't have to appear in court. How's that? How is that a good idea? It's decided. You'll represent me fully. Jiang Lin was rather shy and polite, and then immediately finalized the plan, fearing that the other party would back out. This flip-flopping speed could make Bai Jia look silly. After freezing for a long time, he stiffly squeezed out a sentence, that, elder brother Jiang is really a man of nature ha. Elder brother Bai is too kind. John Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled back. With the matter settled, the crowd dispersed and went home to mom. In the car, John Lin thought before and after, finally decided to open the cell phone browser to search for the words in the full power of attorney. It couldn't be helped that both he and his predecessor were half legally illiterate, especially after crossing over. The legal rules of this world were a complete blank to him. Even if the two worlds are not too different in general, I'm afraid that there are some differences in the details. Discretionary agent is a sensitive word. What if you are set up? Although it was unlikely that Bai Jia would do this, defense was not an option. Soon, John Lin found the answer. Plenipotentiary, the broadest concept in legal proceedings, equivalent to the party's own representative may exercise the right to change, withdraw the claim, etc. Seeing this, John Lin silently closed his cell phone, and with it, his gaze went out the window, muttering under his breath, for the sake of cousin and schoolgirl White, I still hope you won't make any tricks, or I'll have a hard time doing it. At this moment, Fu Bo, who was in charge of driving in the front row, seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke out. Right, young master, tomorrow is the family head's birthday. Won't you go back to take a look? John Lin's expression froze when he heard the voice. What? The old man's birthday? How am I not impressed? Blanche, I wouldn't even know Pop's birthday, would I? Thinking of this, John Lin couldn't wait to give himself a big BB pocket. No, it's for the predecessor. Other people's sons are looking forward to the stars and the moon, in order to look forward to the father to become a dragon. To their own here is good. There is a real dragon father. They actually do not know how to cherish? Shit, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Uncle Fu, go home, give my father a grand banquet. John Lin waved his hand. Ha, what did you say about doing it in style, young master? Fubuki nearly slammed on the footbrake in shock. It must be a banquet. John Lin was filled with puzzlement, not knowing why the other party could still ask such a strange question when he was already a handful of years old. Who knows? Fubuki reacted even more after hearing this. Never let it be. Young master, the head of the family has repeatedly emphasized that everything should be kept simple. If you go back and spread the word to him, I'm afraid you won't be spared a lecture. The corners of John Lin's mouth twitched, and his heart was in a quandary. Leaving the police station, John Lin stretched slightly tiredly. Oh, this shit is finally settled. At this time, Bai Jia, who was on the side, smiled and stepped forward to remind, elder brother Jiang, you're not done with this matter yet. John Lin raised an eyebrow. Huh? Why? Think about it. Wang Yi fund this matter. You have to testify in court then, right? Aha. You are also one of the main victims of the seizure of Arapique June. Will you have to testify in court when the time comes? Aha. And Chen Jiayi and Li Shui, as the plaintiffs, you naturally have to be there, right? Aren't you still planning to punish the cyber violators? Anyway, the cyber police and the inspection team have already begun to act. By then, whether you catch 1,000 or 10,000, you'll have to participate in it. White Jade broke off his fingers and listed them all. John Lin clammed up. No wonder so many people hate lawsuits when they turn out to be such a hassle. But I'm about to start school. I don't have time for this shit every day. Thinking of this, John Lin only felt his scalp tingle, and after grabbing down a few hairs with his hands, he finally couldn't help but send a query to Bai Jia. Elder brother Bai, what should I do then? Should I not let the courtside hold an online session? The corners of Bai Jia's mouth twitched, almost thinking he hadn't heard. What the hell? Online sessions? Elder brother Jiang, this online trial thing is too novel, not quite suitable for us. Why don't we do this? I'll act as your client with full authority so that you don't have to appear in court. How's that? How is that a good idea? It's decided. You'll represent me fully. John Lin was rather shy and polite, and then immediately finalized the plan, fearing that the other party would back out. This flip-flopping speed could make Bai Jia look silly. After freezing for a long time, he stiffly squeezed out a sentence, that, elder brother Jiang is really a man of nature ha. Elder brother Bai is too kind. John Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled back. With the matter settled, the crowd dispersed and went home to mom. In the car, John Lin thought before and after, finally decided to open the cell phone browser to search for the words in the full power of attorney. After a long time, John Lin noticed that Fu Bo's expression had changed. It's all clear. It's all bright and clear. Uncle Fu, did you think? Young master, I thought of her. The two men spoke out almost simultaneously. Uncle Fu, you first. In order to save time, John Lin hurriedly signaled the other party to give his insight. Fubuki nodded, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Old man, I think that if young master you bring a girlfriend back to show to the head of the family, it's actually more real than any gift. Well, it's better to go back with a grandchild. That's even better. When that came out, it instantly dry-fired Jiang Lin's CPU. Girlfriend? Grandchildren? At this point he wanted to yell at Fubuki. Grandpa, I don't have a girlfriend anymore. The ex-girlfriend is about to go in and step on the sewing machine. Where am I going to turn you into a grandson? However, honoring the elderly and loving the young is a Chinese virtue, so Jiang Lin naturally had to say something euphemistic. Uncle Fu, that, you are not unaware of my situation. We are the imperial city is known as the deep love of the man. Do not get married, will not touch other girls, were to hold out grandchildren to my father. Besides, I have no girlfriend at all now. Our ex-girlfriend was also sent in. Where I go to find a girlfriend to bring back? I can't rent a shared girlfriend, right? Shared girlfriend? What's a shared girlfriend? Ferber, apparently not yet thoroughly acclimatized to the times, was quite interested in this novel term. It's me paying her to be my girlfriend. Crunch! Suddenly, the vehicle stopped on the side of the road with a sharp brake. Before Jiang Lin could react to what had happened, Uncle Fu's serious old face turned around. Young master, PC is against the law. If the head of the family finds out, I'm afraid you'll be the next one to go in and step on the sewing machine. Faced with Uncle Fu's serious tone, Jiang Lin cried and laughed a little. He knew that the other party was misunderstanding, but people are doing it for their own good, fearing that he'll go down a crooked path. What else could Jiang Lin say? One could only patiently explain. Uncle Fu, why you old misunderstanding? This shared girlfriend is not a street girl. It is a profession similar to an actor. It can be said that just play the role of a girlfriend, this one role. There will not be any evil and dirty illegal transactions. You can rest assured. Except, of course, for the upcharge. But that was something he wouldn't say out loud, or else he would probably have to explain himself for half a day again. That'll do. Uncle Fu wasn't too old-fashioned and quickly understood Jiang Lin's meaning. The Maybach refired and started and drove onto the main road. The atmosphere in the car grew quiet. Uncle Fu also didn't continue to bring up the matter of his birthday again, because he felt that Jiang Lin had grown up and needed to decide many things on his own, and that frequent help and guidance would only make him an unsupportable bucket. Jiang Lin looked at the scenery outside the window as his mind continued to think about what to give as a gift. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Someone sent him a message. Ever since the Netstorm incident, Jiang Lin had changed to a new WeChat, and this new Microsoft Press hasn't added many people yet. Jiang Lin was curious as to who was sending him a message at this time. Cousin? Or maybe it's Jay White? With doubts, Jiang Lin quickly opened his cell phone WeChat. A note for the falling white snow chat window into the eyes. Jiang Lin froze for a moment, but quickly reacted again. This seems to be schoolgirl White's WeChat? Tap on the chat box and inside is an invitation message. Jiang Lin, are you free tonight? My best friend asked me out to dinner. My brother doesn't trust me. I want you to accompany us. Family, a little gift walk, then the author can build a group for you. Eating? Don't feel comfortable? Let yourself be accompanied? At this moment, Jiang Lin felt like Bai Jia's abacus beads were popping into his face. It's the imperial capital. It's a safe place. If you're not sure, you can go without. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin was about to type a few perfunctory sentences, but before the message was sent, his movements suddenly froze, because Bai Luo Shui sent another message. Right. My brother said tomorrow is Uncle's birthday, so let me prepare some gifts, but I don't know what Uncle likes. Why don't you help me out? Seeing this, Jiang Lin froze. How did Bai Jia know about his dad's birthday? Did his cousin tell him? But none of that matters. What matters is, cousin and Bai Jia were setting themselves up with Bai Luo Shui. How can a relationship be a child's play? Twisted melon is not sweet, although it quenches the thirst. Cough. At the mention of quenching his thirst, Jiang Lin's mind couldn't help but conjure up a pair of white jade legs as well as Bai Luo Shui's cool and absolutely beautiful face. Take away Li Shui and Chen Jia, the two guys who want to step on the sewing machine. It seems like Bai Da Shui is the only girl I know, right? She's going to give a gift anyway, or should I just let her play down the match with herself? But just tell her to be my girlfriend for a day. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Jiang Lin weighed the situation in his mind, but decided to delete the original edited content, and then retyped. No problem. I have a favor to discuss with Ms. White. After sending this message, Jiang Lin only felt a tremor run through his body. It's so exciting. It was as if he had already associated it with Bai Luo Shui's shocked expression at night. I'll protect you for dinner and go home. And you'll be my date for a day. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with it at all. At that moment, the phone vibrated again. Jiang Lin opened his cell phone and saw that it was indeed Bai Luo Shui's reply. Aha, as long as it's within my power to do so. As much as I can? I'm sure it's within my power. I'd say this girl is quite innocent. Well, good lie. Having finalized his idea, Jiang Lin hurriedly greeted Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, go home and change. I'm going out to dinner with someone tonight. Okay, young master. On the other hand, the White House. After sending Jian Lin the time for the location of tonight's gathering, Bai Luo Shui went to the closet and started picking out clothes. A gingham and low skirt of various styles was neatly arranged on the bed. These are in her collection, but because of her personality, she rarely goes out in low dresses, because in Bai Luo Shui's eyes, only the checkered skirt appeared to be more low-key and unobtrusive. Which one is the best one to wear? Bai Luo Shui was in a tangle as she looked at the dazzling format dresses in front of her. Why don't we ask Jiang Lin? The thought popped into her head, startling herself. No way. No way. I've only met him a few times. We don't even know each other well. That would make me look frivolous. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if people thought I was hinting at something to him? A teenage girl's heart is like that, full of complications and kinks. Not to mention the aloof Bai Luo Shui. But she definitely didn't expect Jiang Lin's request to be even more frivolous tonight. Saw the brothers' gifts, plus more. Evening. Jiang Lin changed into his private customized casual clothes and arrived at the underground garage together with Fu Bo. Young master, which car are you going to drive tonight? Uncle Fu followed along and inquired with a smile. The large underground garage covers an area of about 4,000 square feet, and there are more than 100 parking spaces alone. The variety of luxury cars inside is even more dazzling. Whether it is Mercedes-Benz BMW, or Rolls-Royce Sambo, only you haven't heard of it, there is nothing it doesn't have. There were even many cars inside that even Jiang Lin himself couldn't remember the names of. After all, he receives a few for his birthday every year, so he might as well memorize a couple of words. Uncle Fu, this is the one. After some careful selection, Jiang Lin stopped in front of an Aston Martin 1-77. If he remembered correctly, this car was the first car he bought at full price when he was 18. Well, since I had just finished my license at that time, I was just in time for the launch of this car, so I bought it by hand. I think it cost $47 million at the time, right? It's a shame that his allowance has been sitting in the garage eating dust. Okay, young master, I'll go and open it out for you. Fubuki was also somewhat impressed with the car and volunteered to help. No, Uncle Fu, I'll just drive alone tonight. Otherwise the license is putting on rust. Jiang Lin finished and added another sentence. You don't want me to spend a month taking a lonely test, do you? Fubuki briefly thought about it, but in the end did not do anything to stop it. Young people, driving a luxury car with one hand is one of the talents. He understands. Aha, okay. But young master, you have to remember to drive slower. Although these luxury cars look beautiful, in fact, each one of them are not strong, Lu. By the time the car breaks down, it will break down. But you can't hurt the young master. Not waiting for Fubuki to finish his rant, Jiang Lin had already gotten into the car and flew off with a kick of the gas pedal. As he watched the headlights grow blurry in the swirling dust and fog, Fubuki's heart grew restless. A short while later, a Maybach followed him out of the garage. The suburban road traffic was small. Jiang Lin kicked the gas, and it didn't take long to enter the city. Aha! Just a few kilometers? Looking at the navigation, Jiang Lin realized that the rendezvous point, Cheetah Plaza, was nearby. It was before the evening rush hour started, so he fueled up again. Inside a Maybach in the rear, Fubo controlled the steering wheel while wiping the cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Spare a handful of years, he had seen countless big waves, but when faced with the speed of this Aston Martin, he still could not hold back a foul mouth. Blanche, young master, is this car equipped with a rocket engine? How come it's so fast? On the other side, Cheetah Plaza, Bai Luo Shui had already received her good girlfriend Qin Mengyao, a sweet-looking little loli. In order to wait for Jiang Lin, she and Qin Mengyao bought a cup of milk tea each before finding a seat on the side of the road to rest. Just after taking her seat, Qin Mengyao blinked her cute almond eyes and came forward. Luo Shui, who are we waiting for? Waiting for, a boy. Bai Luo Shui looked a bit stumped. Before getting Jiang Lin's permission, she wouldn't dare to just blow the other party's identity out of the water, even if it was in the face of her best bestie. After learning that the other party was waiting for a boy, Qin Mengyao looked shocked, followed by aggravation. Ha, boys? It's over, Yuki, you've changed. You don't belong to me alone anymore. Ooh-hoo. Yeah, it's not what you think, it's just that my brother is afraid that it's not safe for the two of us to be out at night, specially asked him to come and accompany us. Bai Luo Shui hurriedly explained, afraid that the other party would misunderstand. Really? Qin Mengyao froze. 1,000 times over. Bai Luo Shui patted her chest in assurance. Looking at the other party's towering career line, Qin Mengyao's small mouth deflated. So it's a bodyguard, that's good, but Luo Shui you all day long in the end ate something, Hear how to grow so big quickly, give me a touch. With that, Qin Mengyao stretched out those small white hands. Bai Luo Shui let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly dodged. This cry really attracted the attention of many hungry wolves around the area. An iceberg beauty and a sweet loli. A man's ultimate dream. Probably noticing the gazes of the people around her, Qin Mangyao then resentfully withdrew her small hand. Bai Luoxue saw this and was also angry. Yao Yao, if you do this again, I'll get angry. Ah, this is outside. Let those who have bad intentions notice. What about the two of us girls? Qin Mangyao wasn't a girl who didn't know what was going on, and after the other party said so, she immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Only seeing her head lowered, her small hand gently tugged on by Luoshue's arm and shook it twice. Yuki, don't be mad, I've got some good news for you. What's the good news? The good news is that hey, Qin Mangyao smiled wryly and intentionally sold out. We'll be alumni soon. Ha! Bai Luoxue hadn't reacted at first, but on second thought the other party was this year's high school candidate. You got into Mordor University too? Yeah, compliment me. Qin Mangyao lifted her head, a small look of pride on her face. Mordor University is one of the top institutions in China, on a par with Beijing University and Tsinghua University. If the college entrance examination is to cross a one-wood bridge, then entering Mordor University is like climbing a pyramid, and only those who end up standing at the tip of the tower can succeed. When the other party got into Mordor University, Bai Luoxue was naturally happy, because you'll have company at school later yourself. Yo-yo is awesome. What do you want to eat? Tonight school sister treats you. Luoxue, why are you still leaning on your old age? I'm not old. By the way, the boy who came tonight is your senior. Ha, isn't he a bodyguard? The two of them chatted with each other, and their cups of milk tea gradually reached the bottom. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine in the distance, followed by a cool supercar that entered everyone's line of sight. Thanks for all the gifts. One more chapter. Good night. Crunch. With a sharp scraping sound from the brake pads, the supercar came to a steady stop on the side of the road. Although sports cars are not rare in the Imperial City, most of the passers-by were seeing this Aston Martin for the first time, so it was inevitable that they stopped. At the same time, there were those who knew what they were doing who recognized the car. Isn't this the Aston Martin 1-77 which is limited to 77 units worldwide? I can't imagine we have one in the capital. I don't understand what limited or 77. Old brother, you say a price. Let me die. 47 million. Crap. Fogweed. Me Nima? Sure enough, there are things you weren't born with that you'll never have in your life. Hey, I'll just keep hitting my screws. Amidst the crowd's gasps, the car door slowly opened and down stepped Jiang Lin, who was dressed in casual clothes. As expected, the moment Jiang Lin appeared, a gasp of surprise erupted from the onlookers once again. Wow, what a young boy. And which family's young master is this? Young master, look at me. Young master, look at me. Concubine is here. Authentication complete. One Richie Rich. Young master, take the concubine back. Concubine is good at bearing babies. Being young, handsome, and rich is practically my entire fantasy of Prince Charming. Too rich, right? $47 million car. I hit the screws to eat and drink almost 600 years to afford it? Everyone step back. I'm afraid I'll rub the paint, and then I'll have wasted my life. Faced with the various licks and exclamations from the onlookers, Jiang Lin was a bit flustered for a moment, but it was more of a feeling. This sports car may be just a toy to him, but to most ordinary people it's an astronomical amount of money that they can't even look up to after a lifetime of hard work. The difference between man and man is really bigger than man and dog. Maybe this is reality, the reality that people actually live in. Retracting his thoughts, Jiang Lin's gaze began to search for something purposefully until he saw two figures on the seats not far away. At this moment, Bai Luoxue was also looking at him. Luoxue, look at this little brother. So handsome. Qin Mangyao on the side made a nymphomaniacal mistake. Not long after, Jiang Lin walked over. Whoa, Luoxue, look, little brother is coming towards us. Belavette. Good evening, schoolgirl White. Jiang Lin walked up to the two with a faint smile. Good evening, Jiang Xiao. Bai Luoxue got up and greeted politely. Qin Mangyao froze. You two know each other? Aha! Looking at the fresh-faced sweet girl next to him, Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. She's my best friend. Qin Mangyao. Bai Luoxue held her forehead and said rather helplessly. Why is Yo-Yo a nymphomaniac now? How embarrassing. Hello little brother. Qin Mangyao greeted herself familiarly, her beautiful eyes staring at Jiang Lin's handsome face, constantly gulping. Hello. Jiang Lin was hairy from this gaze, and at the same time his heart was curious. Where did Bai Luoxue find such a lively and cheerful bosom friend? Wouldn't they have personality issues? Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Seeing Jiang Lin standing frozen in place, Qin Mangyao crooked her hair and sent out a soulful question. Jiang Lin obviously didn't expect the other party to actually open his mouth and ask this kind of question, but it wasn't really private, so he simply told the other party. No. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Qin Mengyao brightened up and immediately pursued. It just so happens that my family also agrees that I should fall in love. Why don't I wrap you up? How about you be my gigolo? What? Zhang Lin suspected that he had heard wrongly and said with wide eyes full of incredulity. Bai Luoxue said a bad word in her heart and hurriedly covered her good girlfriend's small mouth. Okay, Yo-Yo, stop it. But how could Qin Mengyao give up on this? Even if her mouth was covered, she still wanted to express her determination to adopt the other party. Aha, I'm rich. I'm a little rich. I'll buy you 3 more of those Aston Martins if you'll just be my little bitch. Aha. Zhang Lin. Sigma, degree. How presumptuous. Bai Luoxue blushed and hurriedly threw an apologetic look at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin, my best friend just finished the college entrance exam. She's under a lot of stress and loves to talk nonsense. Don't worry about it. Aha, I don't have a bad woman ruining my marriage. Aha. As a man, Zhang Lin was still generous, only to see him casually waving his hand. It's okay, it's understandable. Back in the day I was also stressed out after my high school entrance exams, and I often babbled about how I didn't do well. Normal. Seeing that Zhang Lin didn't take it to heart, Bai Luoxue was relieved. Glancing again at her flamboyant best friend, she still had the good sense to warn her. Yao, if you make a scene watch out, I'll tell my uncle and aunt. When these words came out, Qin Mengyao immediately quieted down. The hands don't flutter and the eyes don't wander. Humph. Bai Luoxue let out a petulant grunt and let go of her hand. Qin Mengyao immediately begged for mercy. Luo sister, you don't get angry, don't tell my parents. It's up to you. Good drop. Zhang Lin couldn't help but let out a light laugh as he watched the 2 girls playfully playing around. You 2 really complement each other's character. One thing leads to another. Big schoolgirl Bai. After saying that, Bai Luoxue's face turned even redder, but Qin Mengyao still had that same big grin. A little farce later, the 3 of them entered the Cheetah Commercial Plaza. Let's go. I've recently discovered a particularly delicious Western restaurant. It's said to be the property of Linli, the queen of business in the capital. You 2 are in for a treat this time. Qin Mengyao walked in the forefront with a mysterious face, and when she said the name Linli, her eyes burst out with little stars of adoration. Zhang Lin thought he had misheard and couldn't help but inquire out loud. Which Linli are you talking about? At those words, Bai Luoxue also looked at Qin Mengyao with an odd expression on her face. Of course it's the eldest princess of the plutocratic Lin family, the current president of the Lin Group, and the queen of business, Linli. Qin Mengyao looked back with an incredulous face. It was as if she was saying it again. No, you guys don't even know Linli's great name? And Auntie Linli is also my most admired idol. The woman is a woman of honor. The contemporary Hua Mulan is talking about her. Whispering a secret, I was even hugged by Auntie Linli when I was little. She even said I was pretty and wanted me to be her daughter-in-law. Qin Mengyao said with a face full of bragging. That's right, it's showing off. China's richest woman, plutocrat princess, strong woman, countless aura of existence in one, hugged her, and threatened to make her his daughter-in-law. Ask anyone else who can do it. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Lin, who was on the side, had long been petrified in place. Thank you all for the gifts. Ooh, touched. If he's right, is this Linli supposed to be your mom? And your own mom idolizes this little girl? It's outrageous. Seeing Zhang Linyi's entire body frozen there, Qin Mengyao smiled wryly. Shocked, aren't you? Were you shocked? While I'm not in love, you still have a chance otherwise. I might have to become Auntie Lin's daughter-in-law later. Bai Luoxue covered her small mouth and couldn't help but let out a light laugh, while her gaze also looked at Zhang Lin, following Qin Mengyao's tone and said, puffing, Zhang Lin, aren't you shocked? Zhang Lin nodded numbly, shocked, very shocked, my CPU is burning. Okay, don't exaggerate so much. I'm a bit embarrassed. Here it is. This is the restaurant in front. A flash of redness flashed across Qin Mengyao's sweet little face, but it quickly returned to normal. At the same time, an ancient colorful palace also entered the crowd sight. Palace on a plaque, written on the top of the powerful 3 big words, Mo Lianju. Wow, it's so pretty, and the name is so meaningful. Bai Luoxue couldn't help but sigh. Right, when I first came here I thought this was some Netflix hit. Qin Mengyao proudly raised her little head. This name, at first glance it is opened for the literati. Very meaningful. Yes, it's very meaningful. Zhang Lin saw that the atmosphere was all the way here and followed suit with a couple of compliments. But to be honest, Mo Lianju's decoration is really luxurious. The whole almost one-to-one replica of the ancient palace. And the material is also extremely luxurious. What precious sandalwood top spices are, that is the same quite a lot. Right at this moment, an extremely discordant voice rang out behind the trio. Hey, Bunny, you're in my way. Zhang Lin frowned and turned around. only to see a thieving-looking middle-aged man who was so close to writing the word loot on his face was pointing at himself and cursing. What are you looking at? That's you. If you can't afford it, stay away. Can you afford to pay for delaying me? Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao were both startled by the landlubber-like hooligan aura of the visitor, and subconsciously leaned towards Zhang Lin's side. Seeing this, the man's expression changed, and a chrysanthemum bloomed on his lewd, ugly face. Goo, there are two little beauties here. Have you had dinner yet? I wanna go in and eat some together? By the way, I introduce myself. I am the Times Peak June's vice president of Wang Ma, is also a very professional talent scout. The two little beauty temperament and appearance is simply a superstar seedling. Why don't we add a WeChat? Go back to learn more about it. Don't worry, our company's strength is China Entertainment. Wait, Toad. Finally, Zhang Lin couldn't listen anymore and took the initiative to interrupt the other party. Wang Ma thought he did not hear clearly. Subconsciously out of the voice inquired, you kid just tube me? Shout what? Toad. You what you? What a racket. Zhang Lin frowned and stepped forward, raising his hand and slapping it hard with a big BB pocket. Snap. Crisp slaps rang out. The people around them were confused. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao were confused. Wang Ma cracked, touching his still hot cheeks. He had an extremely surreal feeling. He himself was actually slapped by a big biker? Or slapped by a youngster in plain sight? I'd say the other guy was being paranoid, but he'd already revealed his identity. How dare he? How fucking dare he? A wave of unprecedented humiliation surged to his brain, and Wang Ma almost subconsciously swung his fist to try to beat the field back. But how could a middle-aged man whose body had been emptied by drink be a match for Zhang Lin, who was in the prime of his youth? Ha! How dare you fight back with a weak face? Zhang Lin's face showed a teasing color. A twist of his body shape then nimbly dodged the opponent's punch, and then raised his hand and another big BB went straight to Wang Ma's face. Snap! This time, the sound of the slap was even louder than the first time. Even many of the diners in the restaurant who were having their meals heard the commotion, and one by one, the eaters gathered around, ready to properly watch this duel between real men. Bai Luoxue took 2 steps back in fear, while Qin Mengyao curled up in the other person's arms and took out her cell phone to prepare to call the police. Wang Ma was a bit dazed by the slap, and he fell straight to the ground with an unsteady hand. Zhang Lin saw the situation and stepped on his opponent's chest, his tone cold and full of playfulness. And I'm in your way? And the vice president of Zenith Peak June? Ha! I thought I'd come out of nowhere, but it's just a little yakuza? You kid, wait. I'll find someone to kill you sooner or later. Even after being stepped on, Wang Ma's mouth remained hard. Hearing this, Zhang Lin felt as if he had heard the funniest joke under the sky and didn't hold back his laughter then. Get me killed? Your Mr. Li doesn't even dare to say this. Have you eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? Dare to talk to me like this? Oh yeah, maybe you don't know what happened to your Mr. Li after he messed with me. Hey, by the way, have you ever been married to Li Fei? Although the same day birth can't satisfy you guys. But, speaking of this, Zhang Lin smiled coldly, and a regal cold light instantly erupted from his eyes. It's okay to die on the same day. Hiss. Hearing this undisguised threat from Zhang Lin, the people around them sucked in a breath of cool air. That's crazy. Is that something that can be said directly? Some of the people who knew better had already left the group of eaters because they knew that anyone who could say that in public was either crazy or someone who could actually do it. Both of them they can't afford to mess with. It's better to hide away first so as not to draw fire. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao, who were on the side, subconsciously glanced at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Is this guy always this tough? Wang Ma, who was lying on the ground, was very complicated inside at the moment. Fighting can't be done. Spelling background to see the other side of this look seems to be completely not false to their own. Moreover, their own vice president is not a few days when the head is not this morning coincidentally still in the field on business. I'm afraid I have now begun to accept the investigation of the inspection team. To say that all of this is the fault of the one called Jiang is not right. Suddenly, Wang Ma remembered something. Just now the other party seemed to say something about what would happen to his own Mr. Li after messing with him, and that you can let yourself die on the same day? An extremely absurd idea gradually appeared in Wang Ma's mind. This man in front of me is not the legendary Zhang Xiao, is he? Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Wasn't he a brute just now? Now he's dumb? Zhang Lin saw Wang Ma's dumbfounded expression and thought he was scared silly, so he increased the force in his foot. The pressure at his chest surged, and Wang Ma immediately felt the discomfort of his breath being obstructed. Wait, have a fart. Zhang Lin's face was full of impatience as he removed his foot from his opponent's chest and then kicked violently at his stomach. Bang! A muffled sound accompanied Wang Ma's miserable scream at the same time. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao was scared. A moment actually some cannot tell who in the end is the villain. Obviously the other side to find fault how now looks with Zhang Lin find each other stubble-like. I say, don't hit me. I can't stand it. In order to avoid the pain of flesh and blood, Wang Ma decisively chose to beg for forgiveness. He knew that today he was considered to have kicked a hard board. How nice to save each other time earlier. Zhang Lin patted his clothes and turned his gaze to the Bailuoshua duo behind him. You two go in first in order. Feel free to order whatever you want. Today Mr. Wang is buying the bill. After saying that, Zhang Lin kicked Wang Ma on the ground again with his foot, signaling the other party to speak. Yeah, my treat. Everyone eat and drink well. Don't be polite. Wang Ma squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying and concurred. Qin Mengyao was naturally very happy to have someone treating her. After all, the price of the meals at the Emolian residence was still a little expensive. Then, the little woman here would like to thank Senior Zhang Lin and Mr. Wang first. Qin Mengyao nodded with a smile and turned around, pulling Bailuoshua with her before walking into the Emolian residence. After watching the two women walk into the restaurant, Zhang Lin's face clouded over at a speed visible to the naked eye, changing his face so fast that it was like turning over a book. And Wang Ma also heard Qin Mengyao's phrase Senior Zhang Lin. Immediately, he despaired. Damn, it really hit. Mr. Wang, it seems that I, Jiang, and you, Era Peak Jun, have had a really great destiny. What seemed like a snide remark came out of Zhang Lin's mouth but was incredibly cold. From breakups, internet violence, Wang Yifan's declaration of war, Li Fei's assassination, to today's inexplicable provocation over a meal. It can be said that everywhere the words Times Crest are absent, but everywhere they are associated with Times Crest. His Zhang Lin's head wasn't made of dough, even if a fly flew in front of him every day. It should be annoying, right? The temperature in the air plummeted. All the pressure is given to Wang Ma. Jiang Xiao. This time it was an accident. I was just in a bad mood, so I made a mistake. Sorry. I don't care if you're in a good mood or not. Zhang Lin rather elegantly straightened out his coat. And at this time, Uncle Fu also walked over from a short distance away. A pair of tiger eyes deadlocked on Wang Ma. All I know is that I'm not in a good mood right now. As the words fell, Fu Bo violently raised his foot and stomped on Wang Ma's right hand. Click. The sound of bone cracking was clear to the ears. The air once again resounded with Wang Ma's pig-killing howls. Seeing that the situation is not right, the few remaining people around the melon eaters do not dare to stay any longer. One by one timidly turned to leave. The next second beside the eyes of this harsh Zhang Xiao to be stared at. Taking advantage of Wang Ma rolling all over the ground, Fu Bo took the initiative to ask for instructions. Young master, how should we handle this? Should we hand it over to the police station or should we just say directly? Send him to be reunited with Li Fei. Zhang Lin indifferently left behind a sentence and was about to turn around and enter the restaurant. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise suddenly rang out from behind the duo. Zhang Xiao? Hearing the voice, Zhang Lin turned back in confusion, only to realize that it turned out to be an old acquaintance, manager of the Prince River Hotel in Mountain City. Hey, Zhang Xiao is still really you are? What a coincidence not. The hotel manager was already sure of the other party's identity after seeing Zhang Lin's proper face and hurriedly went forward to shake hands and greet him. Seeing an old acquaintance, Zhang Lin naturally didn't have much of a young master's demeanor and immediately inquired curiously. Aren't you working as a manager at Prince River in Mountain City? Why did you run to the capital? On a business trip? At the mention of this, the hotel manager immediately came into the spirit, busy and excited to open his mouth. This is still dragging Jiang Xiao your blessing I originally came to the capital as a witness on the chairman's order. But guess what? After the chairman learned that I saved all the surveillance data for you, he praised me a lot. This is not. The Times Peak June soon collapsed. The group is ready to enter the entertainment industry. So I was appointed to talk to the Times Peak June's Vice President Wang Ma acquisition matters, eh? Why does the one lying on the ground look so much like that guy Wang Ma? Aha! Zhang Lin looked at Wang Ma, who was still struggling and crying on the ground, without a trace, and his face was a little embarrassed, but he quickly covered it up. Truth be told, this guy is indeed Wang Ma. Ha! The hotel manager was dumbfounded. The guy on the ground, struggling and rolling around like a dead dog, is the vice president of Times Peak? You're going down pretty fast, aren't you? At this moment, Zhang Lin seemed to have thought of something, and with the speed of light, he changed into a gentle smile and said softly to Wang Ma, since it is to talk about business early to say it. If you had said that you were going to give us Era Fongjun for free, you wouldn't have to go through all this, would you, Mr. Wang? Zhang Hu is never fighting and killing. It's about a humane way of life. Well, so what? Come to give people. Give our friend Mr. Wang to bandage up. See how careless now all fall fracture. With that, Zhang Lin greeted the doorkeeper of the Emolian residence. As for what Wang Ma had to say, naturally, it was directly skipped over by him. Not a moment later, Wang Ma's fracture parts were medical personnel to do a simple treatment. Also, regardless of the other side with or without consent, John Lin directly let people racked into the restaurant room. The beautiful name, talk about business, do not eat how to do? Uncle Fu looked at John Lin's busy back and a flash of color flashed in his eyes. It seems the young master has grown up and knows how to think of the family. Although the hotel manager is not clear about what happened before, but his own young master's temperament he still knows. After all, the last time the other party with outsiders to show this kind of demeanor is still drugged. It's not good anyway. Good night, brothers. Verification day 3, debut burst of more. If you have the means, you can send a free gift. I'm so happy to have everyone's support. Thanks. In the booth, Bai Luo Shui and Qin Mengyao had already ordered their dishes, so the rest depended on what John Lin wanted to eat. Is Senior Luo Shuejian this domineering on a regular basis? Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat quiet, Qin Mengyao couldn't help but ask about the doubts in her heart. She who had always thought that John Lin belonged to the milk dog gigolo until just now realized that she was wrong. Terribly wrong. The other side is not a milk dog. It's a wolf. I thought I'd like to keep her, but now I'm afraid I'm not very good at it. Bai Luoshua obviously didn't expect the other party to ask this question either, and after thinking for a long time, she gave a more pertinent answer. I don't know about dominant or anything, but he's known to be deep in the school and good at sports. After all, he's the one who can run 20 laps of the playground in one breath. It was Qin Menyao's turn to be confused. Deep love? Good sports? It's so complicated. At that moment, the door to the booth was opened. John Lin walked in with a warm smile. Big schoolgirl by Ms. Qin. We might need to add 2 more pairs of chopsticks today. In the next second, Wang Ma, whose right hand was tied up as a mummy, slowly walked in with the help of several people. A close second was the hotel manager. No, it's fine. Jiang Shao's business is more important. Bai Luo Shui quickly waved her hand. Aha, yeah, let's all eat together. Qin Mengyao also changed her normal appearance to a sweet and well-behaved one. Seeing that both sisters were fine with it, John Lin directly waved his hand. Alright, waiter, serve all the dishes in this restaurant to this young man. Yes, Jiang Shao. The waiter answered and rushed out to order the back room. Qin Mengyao's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. John Lin, the food here is very expensive. All on once less hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just one meal is not so extravagant, right? Hundreds of thousands? John Lin casually found a seat and sat down, crossed his legs and said uncaringly, this is also called expensive? Isn't this expensive? This rich woman ahem. This girl, even if she is worth tens of millions of dollars, wouldn't dare to eat hundreds of thousands of dollars in just one meal. Okay. Qin Mengyao was a bit indignant, feeling that the other party was really too wasteful like this. Worth $10 million? I thought you said you could buy 3 of my cars? It was John Lin's turn to be confused. Right. Aston Martin is only a few $1,000,000 apiece, so there's no pressure to buy 3 of them at all, right? Qin Mengyao had a face that took it for granted. Who said anything about my multi-million-dollar one? John Lin was dumbfounded. Ha, isn't it millions? Hardly is it $10 million? Qin Mengyao's expression was a bit surprised. This was something she hadn't thought about at all. The corner of John Lin's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Would it be traumatizing to just say that your car is a $47 million 1-77? At this point, the hotel manager decided to show off because he happened to see the Aston Martin when he came in and he knows cars. Jiang Shao, you guys should be talking about the 1-77 parked on the side of the road, which is limited to 77 units worldwide, right? Hearing the voice, John Lin raised an eyebrow and his gaze whirled to the other party. What? You know cars too? Shit. I said who was so generous that a 4700W worth of global limited edition Aston is parked on the side of the road like this. So it's your Jiang Shao, that's no wonder. The hotel manager's expression was extremely rich, and the crowd almost saw 4 kinds of looks from his face: shock, horror, open-mindedness and emotion. This guy is really a master of expression management. John Lin thought this in his heart. What? 47 million? That expensive? 2 surprised female voices sounded almost simultaneously. Qin Mengyao's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her pretty face. At this moment she only felt as if her brain had short-circuited. 47 million, her total value is barely enough to reach the threshold of 40 million. And this is still her pocket money saved from childhood to adulthood. I can't believe it's not enough to buy a car. Trench. Simply trenchant. Bai Luoshui didn't react as violently as Qin Mengyao because she knew Jiang Lin's identity beforehand. But the astronomical figure did hit her worldview. She had always thought that she only knew that Jiang Lin's identity is very honorable. Is the imperial capital Jiang family's crown prince? And very rich, but this is just a vague concept. In the end, how honorable and how much money in her heart is still somewhat ambiguous. Until now, She finally understood what it meant to be a man who stepped on scepters and mountains of gold. Seeing the two women's dumbfounded looks, Zhang Lin couldn't help but reach out and shake his hand in front of the two. Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a little old car. There's no need to get so excited. Qin Mangyao returned to her senses, a flash of redness flashing across her small face. Just now he actually dared to threaten to adopt each other to death. Young Jiang is really straightforward. It's amazing that a sky-high luxury car is a little piece of shit in your eyes. Bai Luoxue let out a bitter smile, no longer able to use words to describe her mood at this moment. Complicated? Worried? Or maybe it's fear. Bai Luoxue didn't care about money and fame, and her own family didn't lack money. In the face of Zhang Lin's kind of top big young man who was separated from her by I don't know how many classes, her first reaction wasn't to stick to it, but subconsciously fearful, wanting to stay away, because she was afraid, by accident, of offending the other side. That would be a devastating blow to yourself and to your family. It is often said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Seeing the fear on Bai Luoxue's face, Zhang Lin smiled gently and spoke in his most sincere tone. Actually, there's no need for you guys to shout Jiang Shao in one breath or call me Zhang Lin. Anyway, after this meal today, we'll all be friends. Friends? Bai Luoxue was in a trance for a moment. Her gaze shifted upward and met Zhang Lin's crystal clear eyes. What? You two won't still disagree, right? You're the only two friends of the opposite sex I have right now. Do you know what it means to be close to the water and get the moon first? Zhang Lin couldn't help but snicker. Pust. Bai Luoxue covered her small mouth and giggled, rolling her eyes without any good reason. Who wants to be near the water first? You're so beautiful. Haha, narcissistic. Qin Mengyao's small face was embarrassed and she put on a disgusted expression. In the midst of the playfulness, the sense of disconnection that had arisen in the crowd earlier also completely disappeared without a trace under Zhang Lin's joking remark. Before long, a succession of waiters came to the private room with dishes. A plate of exquisite dishes emitting a tantalizing scent was brought onto the table, causing the crowd to gulp even more. It wasn't until the last dish, Buddha jumping wall, was served on the huge revolving table that Zhang Lin redirected his gaze to Wang Ma, who was not far away with a pale face. Mr. Wang, you're the guest. You move your chopsticks first. Don't be polite. Today this young man is the host. Eat openly. When these words came out, the people at the table focused their attention on Wang Ma. Hurry up and eat. Hurry up and eat. My lady is starving. Qin Mangyao shouted frantically in her heart. Wang Ma looked at his right hand that was wrapped into a mummy. His expression was a bit numb. A moment later, he bitterly opened his mouth. Jiang Shao, I'm not hungry, you guys eat ha. Zhang Lin sniffed and immediately slapped his head. Oops, look at my memory. I forgot all about Mr. Wang's hand injury. So what, waiter? Come and give Mr. Wang a taste of the feeding service. Yes, Jiang Shao. The waiter on the side got the order and acted quickly, and with nimble hands and feet, he picked up a piece of dompa pork and stuffed it into Wang Ma's mouth. Jiang Shao, really don't need to. I'm really not hungry. Wang Ma is on the verge of crying. Nothing to offer is not treacherous. Can he not know? Today a rice here cannot be eaten by himself. Snap. Finally, under Wang Ma's pushback, the piece of dompa pork still fell to the ground. Zhang Lin's face changed and his palm slammed the table. Snap. Wang Ma, I think you're just refusing to drink until you're punished. Wang Ma was startled by this momentum and quickly changed his words. I'll eat. I eat. I'm hungry. Don't be angry, Mr. Jiang. Only now did Zhang Lin's face ease a little. The waiter also refed a piece of meat to Wang Ma's mouth. Yum, yum, yum. A few sentences popped out of Wang Ma's mouth vaguely, and flattery was written all over his lewd old face. Zhang Lin didn't bother with the other party, and his gaze turned to Bai Luoxue and the others. Everyone, taste it and see if it's as delicious as Mengyao said. Oh yeah, action. Qin Mengyao couldn't wait. The moment Zhang Lin's words fell, she reached out her chopsticks and caught a big duck leg. As for the other party's Mengyao, she automatically skipped it. Bai Luoxue stretched out her chopsticks to clip a piece of bamboo shoots into her mouth, her shell teeth lightly biting, and instantly her eyes lit up. So delicious. Zhang Lin had been tired all day. His stomach had long been hungry, and after a few chopsticks, the plate of Buddha jumping wall in front of him was mostly dazzled by him. The hotel manager was dumbfounded as he watched the crowd wolf down their food, thinking, this isn't right, is it? Why are they eating? The main thing is that one is not here to eat. One is here to talk about acquisitions. Noticing the hotel manager's odd face, Zhang Lin took the initiative to speak out and remind him, let's eat first and take care of the rest after dinner. Okay, Jiang Shao. When his own young master had given the word, the hotel manager naturally had nothing to say, so he joined the army of dry rice. 3 shifts out. One more chapter to follow. Not the shit yellow button. Feel free to turn the page. Time to eat and drink and get down to business. At this time, John Lin made a look at the hotel manager, and the other party, being a smart person, immediately reacted. A stack of paper contracts appeared abruptly on the dining room table. Wang Ma, who was still enjoying the waiter's feeding service, froze with it. Jiang Xiao this is. John Lin smiled and waved his hand to dismiss the waiter who was pinching the food. Mr. Wang, do you think we should talk about business now that we've eaten? After saying that, John Lin pushed the contract on the desktop towards Wang Ma. Transfer of Era Peak Culture Limited Equity Acquisition Agreement. Wang Ma's eyebrows jumped as his face gradually dawned. It turned out to be to talk to himself about the acquisition scared him. Originally, he himself came here this time to talk about the acquisition plan with Lin's group, now directly talk to the other party's crown prince also good. Thinking of this, Wang Ma's old face immediately bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Acquisition that does want to talk about is not sure Lin's Zhang Yang ready to open what price it. As the words fell, the gazes of the crowd gathered on Zhang Lin in unison. Even Qin Mangyao put down her chopsticks, wanting to see how this Jiang Xiao talked about business. Zhang Lin tapped his fingers on the desktop and did not reply, appearing to think for a long time before slowly extending a finger. 100 million? Wang Ma's face was a bit ugly. Jiang Xiao, you also know the heritage of our company. If it is not out of this mess, the market value of at least 10 billion you this. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Zhang Lin interrupted with a voice. No, I mean, one life. Snap. The sound of chopsticks hitting the ground rang out. The faces of all the people changed. Arrogant. So arrogant. Can you even say such a sensitive word as one life on the table? Wang Ma still thought that he had heard wrongly. His lips wriggled twice, and he didn't say anything for half a day. Seeing this, Zhang Lin got up and left his seat, walking over to Wang Ma's ear and bending his head to whisper. You don't think what I just said outside was a joke, do you? The devil-like voice echoed in his ears, and Wang Ma then snapped to attention. Earlier when he was outside he seemed to have vaguely heard Zhang Lin say something about sending himself to be reunited with Li Fei. At that time, because of the severe pain caused by the fracture of the palm, he thought he had misheard him and got half a day to really? The three emotions of fear, shock and anger instantly spread in his heart. Wang Ma only felt his eyes darken and nearly fainted. But coincidentally, Zhang Lin held him up. And Mr. Wang, first do not faint and you did not sign the handprint before. I cannot guarantee your personal safety. May not be a sleepover is a lifetime. Zhang Lin's voice carried a bit of mockery, and his threatening intent was even more undisguised. I'm the chopper. He's the fish. Speaking of the current Zhang Lin, Wang Ma furiously stretched out a finger and pointed at Zhang Lin and trembled. I can't do it if you can't make the call? Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow and smiled, turning to get up once again, wandering between the tables and chairs. This time his tone was no longer as cold as before, but rampant and endless. Ha ha ha, can't make a decision, can you? Mr. Wang, don't take yourself too seriously. I don't know if you've heard the saying, when money stands up and speaks all truth is silent. When power stands up and speaks, even money, back off. You don't really think I wouldn't dare do something to you, do you? A flash of light blossomed in Zhang Lin's eyes, and the aura that originally belonged to the youngest member of his Zhang family completely erupted at this moment. Wang Ma's expression stagnated, and the gleam in his eyes was gradually replaced by fear. At this moment, he was truly afraid. To be able to say such words in public proved that the other party could really take his own little life. Jiang Xiao, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. I'm willing to transfer Era Peak June to your company for free. I just begged Xiao Zhang to be magnanimous and leave me alive. Reacting to this, Wang Ma hurriedly stood up from his seat, and then fell to his knees with a thud. Zhang Lin gave the other party a satisfied look, then signaled the hotel manager to finish handling the remaining matters. The hotel manager instantly understood and began to organize the contract in an organized manner. Remember, it was never me, Zhang Lin, who wanted to do anything to you Era Peak June. It was you, Era Peak June, who challenged my bottom line 3 times, and that's why you've ended up in this situation. Zhang Lin's cold voice echoed in the private room, and Wang Ma kowtowed in fear. Young Jiang is right. It's all our fault. It's all our fault. After dealing with this, Zhang Lin turned his gaze to the 2 girls, Bai Luo Xue, who were already scared silly. This meal wasn't very pleasant. Luo Shui, Meng Yao, go, I'll take you guys shopping as compensation. Bai Luo Xue and Qin Mangyao subconsciously glanced at each other and silently nodded their heads. Good. A few people left the restaurant and strolled down the pedestrian street where people came and went. The evening breeze lifts the hair of a beautiful woman. Achoo! Zhang Lin rubbed his nose and looked helplessly at Bai Luo Xue beside him. Senior White, your hair is in my nose. Well, Bai Luo Xue's little face swished red to her neck. By the way, Zhang Lin, I have a question I don't know if I should ask. At this time, Qin Mengyao suddenly spoke out. asking about the doubts that were deeply hidden in her heart. Then don't ask, haha. Jiang Lin grinned. You the man. Qin Mangyao puffed up her lovely cheeks in anger, and then murmured in a small voice like a deflated puffer fish, I just want to ask you if you're that Zhang Deshao that's been making a lot of noise on the internet recently. Jiang Lin was stunned. It wasn't you who realized it? However, he also saw that this sweet little loli was mostly stupid from the senior high school exams and had not yet slowed down, exuding a kind of clear stupidity all over her body. After all, who in their right mind would make such an outrageous request for adoption right off the bat? So he spoke frankly, yes, it's me. Why? Ha? Is it really you? Qin Mangyao stopped violently, her eyes widening in surprise, shock written all over her small face. It must be me. Is it possible that there is a second Zhang family in this huge capital? Jiang Lin asked back with an odd expression, as if he was saying, who else could it be if not me? Is it you? Qin Mangyao was speechless, and then turned her gaze to her good girlfriend Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue nodded silently, confirming the authenticity of Jiang Lin's identity from the side. Doesn't that mean my idol, Auntie Linley? Is it your mom? Qin Mangyao broke up her fingers with a dumbfounded look on her face, and it was obvious that she was already trying very hard to sort out the relationships and logic. Aha! Jiang Lin nodded without much worry as his eyes began to wander over the stores on the street. Soon his attention was drawn to a Hermes boutique down the road. Girls do not like bags? Or they buy a car bag to give these two girls after all. Take the hand short of their own good to mention that unreasonable request is not? Saying yes, Jiang Lin immediately suggested, come on, let's go check out the bag. This sudden offer really caught the two women off guard. Ha, but I just bought a new bag Lakshu, do you want to see it? I'll give you one. Qin Mangyao looked at Bai Luoxue with a droll face, as if she was fighting for the other party's opinion. I don't carry a backpack. Bai Luoxue cried and laughed a little, but Jiang Lin didn't care about any of this, only to see him walk straight into the specialty store, and the sharp-eyed clerk immediately greeted him. Hello sir, are you looking for a bag for a loved one? We happen to have a few new models that just arrived in the store. Jiang Lin, are you buying a bag for Auntie? But Auntie never buys Hermes. Jiang Lin, you slow down. Not waiting for the clerk to finish the basic words of sales, the two silhouettes walked into the store successively. It was none other than Bai Luoxue and Qin Mangyao. Looking at this large and small group of two stunning beauties, the clerk rubbed his eyes in disbelief and squeezed out a sentence only after half a day. Your lover, sir, is quite a man. Jiang Lin. Ignoring the clerk, Jiang Lin curiously looked at Qin Mangyao. How do you know my mom doesn't buy Hermes bags? This sentence was sort of asked to the bottom of Qin Mangyao's heart, only to see her take out a gold glittering lipstick, full of pride, and said, I'm a big fan of Auntie Linley. See this lipstick? It's Auntie Linley's model. Jiang Lin dumbstruck looking at the lipstick. The whole person are clam. This lipstick he recognizes. Guerlain limited edition gold diamond lipstick. Worth 35W. Mom does have it exactly the same. He had never imagined that his mom would have such a loyal fan even though she hadn't started her career. Faithful and even more knowledgeable than yourself about your old mom? How does this make him a great filial son? Do not dare to. I is not the time to dwell on these. There is a request. First, do the right thing. Ahem, you know my mom pretty well. I think my mom will be happy to know she has a diehard fan like you. Jiang Lin put up an awkward and unobtrusive smile, wanting to end the topic quickly, but Qin Mangyao wasn't going to end it. That Jiang Lin, I'd like to ask you for something. Do you think it's okay? Qin Mangyao blinked her pretty eyes, her tone a little pitiful. Jiang Lin scanned the price tag of the bag in front of him with his gaze while saying nonchalantly, well, go ahead. You can introduce me to my aunt? I want to pick her brain and learn how to be a business queen. Qin Mangyao cautiously voiced out, a lovely look full of pleading, paired with the wobbly double ponytail. It really made people's hearts grow fonder. Even the other men who were in the store with their lovers and sweethearts picking out bags couldn't look away. Hey, this little girl is so cute. I wish I had a daughter like that. Come on, see what bag you like? Uncle will give you one. Uncle, don't kill me. You'll have a daughter later too? Everyone looks at each other. Everything is in the air. The clerk next to him wanted to interject, but he opened his mouth and froze half the time, not knowing how to speak. Jiang Lin heard the commotion and looked up and coldly swept his eyes at the middle-aged man who threatened to buy Qin Mangyao a bag. 5 words were faintly spat out from his mouth. If you don't have money, don't pretend. The air instantly froze for a second at these words. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mangyao exchanged glances, both casting a pitying look towards the middle-aged man. Bang! You kid! How dare you talk so wildly at such a young age? Saying I don't have money? Good. I'm going to compete with you today to see who's richer. The middle-aged man pushed away his mistress in his arms and instantly pulled out several bank cards from his wallet and slammed them onto the counter. Then shouted angrily at the clerk on the side, capital verification. Jiang Lin teasingly looked at the middle-aged man. The look was as if he was looking at a clown. He didn't say much. He just silently reached out and pointed at one of the cheapest bags in the room. The clerk instantly understood and hurriedly went forward to take down this bag. Sir, this bag is the most cost-effective one in our store. Your vision is really great. The middle-aged man did not hold back, directly laughed out loud. Boy, this bag is the cheapest in the store. You buy one is not enough for these two little girls to share it? Why don't you kneel down and call out to your father, and I'll mercifully lend you a few tens of thousands of dollars, and you can buy one for each of them. This statement quickly caused many customers in the store to mock. Put, this kid, I thought it was a big deal, but this is the only thing he bought for half a day? I can't understand what kind of capital he has to dare to say that other people's old brothers don't have money. Laugh me to death. These two little girls are being cheated, right? Take two girls shopping and buy the cheapest bag? Put, can you stop embarrassing us men? If I were him, I'm embarrassed to enter the store. Go to spell you to buy two cottage to fool these little girls, even if. Now pretend also pretend to the store. I guess he regretted it when he walked in the door and thought, wow, why are the prices here so expensive? It's not at all as affordable as the one on top of spell yum yum. Ha ha ha, stop it. I'm cracking up. At that moment, John Lin finally spoke. Who said I was buying this? I mean, pack everything but this. Understand? After saying that, John Lin threw out a black gold card in a domineering manner. Swipe. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The author of 3 or 4 shifts can't do it. Please, please, please. If you keep the book, it will get cold. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. If you want to keep it, you can keep it after 10 days. The retention of these 10 days is really important. Important. Please guys, swipe. John Lin's emotionless voice echoed in the air. Wow. Everyone was shocked. What's this guy talking about? All but this one? You know, while a Hermes boutique doesn't stock too much inventory, most rely on pre-orders. But to buy all the existing styles of bags directly in one breath, that would be at least $10 million. Because the price of these bags fluctuates from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the bag that is the treasure of the town store alone is $1 million. What kind of handout is it to splurge millions on a bag? Just as everyone was still pondering this philosophical question, the middle-aged man who had threatened to check the capital earlier spoke. Only now. His face was obviously uglier than before. Hasn't swiped his card yet. Who knows if he has enough balance on his card? Who wouldn't just yell? I could also throw a card out and say I'll buy the store. Would you believe me? Maybe when it's time to swipe the card, it'll come up with a statement that the card doesn't have enough balance? With the middle-aged man's words, the crowd present came to a realization. Yeah, all the guy did was yell swipe. Whether or not it brushes out or not is still another matter. But there were also sharp-eyed people who stared at the black card slightly out of breath. John Lin didn't want to fight with these guys and waved his hand full of impatience. Go swipe your card and pack it up for me and send it back. The clerk froze, followed by a face full of unbelieving ecstasy. Is it true what you said, Mr. First? At that moment, a middle-aged woman with extremely well-maintained skin came out from the back, and 2 words written on her brightly shining badge were enough to represent her identity: store manager. What happened, King? The store manager was about to inquire about the situation when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the black gold card that John Lin had thrown out. Suddenly, she shuddered and her whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. The black and gold card of the Lin Group? The clerk didn't know what was going on, so he had to tell the story of what happened. So, this gentleman is the holder of this black and gold card and is going to be purchasing the store's bags in bulk, correct? The store manager reconfirmed. Yes, store manager. The clerk replied with a serious face. Yes. After confirming it, a sincere smile surged on the store manager's face and turned his gaze to John Lin. Hello, this gentleman. I'm the store manager of this store. I'm very sorry for delaying you for such a long time. We'll handle the card swiping process for you here. Well, as soon as possible, John Lin said with an expressionless face. Soon, the staff of the store was busy, packing, bagging. After all, the first time to come to such a large single business, even if they can not eat meat, but also can have a mouthful of soup. The store manager was even more attentive because her commission was in the millions for this order alone. Dear Mr. Jiang, a total of 216 individual items, totaling 27,933,000, charging you 27 million. After swiping it, the store manager respectfully handed the black and gold card back to John Lin. John Lin nodded and turned his head to turn his gaze to the others in the store who were already dumbfounded. Tell them to put down the bag they're holding. After all, I've already bought it, and I'm afraid they won't be able to afford to pay for it if they break it. Okay, Mr. Jiang. After the store manager respectfully answered, he walked straight to the middle-aged man from earlier and gave an order to expel the guests. Everyone, This store will only serve Mr. Jiang today, so if you have nothing else to do, please leave. Shit, leave? Obviously we're customers too. And the way you're doing it now is just shoplifting. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. The middle-aged man was the first to pop out and said in an extremely roguish tone. Jiang Lin gaining power and pretending to be a bully was the last thing he wanted to see, not to mention driving himself out the door in disgrace. So how could he still be a man in front of his little lover in the future? Today, even if he relied on this, there was no way he would let anyone kick him out. Right. How do you store big bully customers? We're consumers too. The customer is God. Understand? It's all about first come, first served. This kid's just got a little money, isn't he? You're just going to kick us out? Isn't that too unreasonable? Some of the sensible customers had already left, but there were 3 or 2 others who felt they had lost face and were ready to argue a few points. The store manager looked at the crowd and shook his head helplessly. It's not that I'm a big shopkeeper. It's mainly because this young Jiang is holding the black gold card of the Lin Group. The black and gold card of the Lin Group? That's when some of them finally reacted. Is it that legendary black gold card of Lin's group with a limit of $10 billion and a limited number of 3 worldwide? But didn't that black gold card only send out 2, 1 in the hands of the Lin family princess and 1 in the river rub? The man said this and stepped back 2 or 3 steps in fear, his face first turning blue and white, then red, and only squeezing out a sentence after half a day. The youngest member of the Jiang family? Boom! This sentence was like a thunderbolt that shocked everyone. The middle-aged man who had jumped the most earlier also didn't say anything. At this moment, his mood was like riding a roller coaster, because he offended the Jiang family's youngest. We all brush to this. May as well give the humble author point for love power. Well, 3 is not too much. 1 is not too little is everyone's heart. P.S. The little author who received the thought will definitely try to update. Add more. Explosive more. Let everyone have a good time. The Jiang family in the capital. These 4 words were a golden signboard in the entire high society of China, representing absolute power that could not be shaken. The Lin family, on the other hand, represents money. Inexhaustible money. It was these 2 behemoth families that actually made a decision that shocked the world 20 years ago, to join forces. That's right, the union. And not long after, a year later, the birth of a baby boy shook the entire capital. Everyone knows that the Jiang family's crown prince was born, but no one has ever seen what this child with a golden spoon looks like or even his name. The Jiang family has done a high degree of secrecy. For a moment, these few remaining customers in the store didn't know how to describe their feelings at the moment. If you want to say you're excited, you're really excited. After all, the probability of bumping into Jiang Lin can be said to be the same as winning the lottery. But what if you want to say happy? They're not so happy because they just offended each other. On the contrary, Jiang Lin walked up to the middle-aged man with a bland face, and spoke in a playful tone without losing a few points of mockery. It's only when you have money that you call yourself a customer. Do you have money? The middle-aged man actually wanted to say that he was rich and had a lot of money, but on second thought his own money was not even counted in the eyes of the other party. Not to mention the fact that the other party held the black and gold card of the Lin Group, and was also the youngest member of the Jiang family. In the end, he bowed his condescending head to reality. I don't have any money. You are the customer. Jiang Xiao. Well, not bad. Pretty aware. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction and reached out a hand to gently pat the other party's shoulder. Since you don't have any money, you're not customers. Please leave. You can come back to rub the air conditioning when this young man is gone. Jiang Lin's words could be described as pulling the mockery full circle. A brightly dressed customer, at this point in his eyes, is to rub the air conditioning. What else can the others do? Since Jiang Lin had given the word, then naturally, they should get lost immediately. If they're late, the Jiang family will be in a bad mood, and there'll be plenty of ways to get rid of them. In no time at all, only Jiang Lin, the 3 of them, and a group of staff members were left in the large specialty store. At this time, Qin Mengyao finally interjected. Jiang Lin, you were so mean just now. I was just saying that I'd get a bag for me. What's wrong? Are you jealous? After carefully surveying the stupid little girl in front of him, and after confirming that the other party really didn't understand, Jiang Lin slowly opened his mouth. Just now, that person was obviously unintentional, and everyone else is helping to open up a yellow accent. It's just that you can't hear it. Let's just say that the woman he had his arm around, heavily made up, dressed up, and not too old, was obviously a kept mistress. This kind of person says he'll buy you a bag. Do you think he'll have good intentions? Never believe that there are more good guys than bad guys in the world. Understand? Jiang Lin was like a big brother, patiently telling the 2 girls about the cruel rules of the real world. When Bai Luoxue heard this, a flash of color flashed in her beautiful eyes, and a few more points of trust appeared in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Lin. Oh, I see. Qin Mengyao had an expression of sudden realization. What? It's hard to believe that when people say they'll buy you a bag, you're really stupid enough to let them buy it for you? Jiang Lin stifled a laugh. How can that be? I'm a rich woman. Do you know what it means to be a rich woman in gold, eh? How can I let a man buy me something? Qin Mengyao put on a very serious expression and retorted out. And my mom told me a long time ago that if a man tries to spend money on you, you should never accept it because the person is either craving your body or your money. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was dumbfounded. Does that seem to make a little bit of sense? So yeah, I only spend money on men. I never let men spend money on me. This is a means of self-preservation that I specifically countered out. Oh, Qin Mengyao proudly waved her small fists, her two cute dimples almost adorable hearts. Jiang Lin sad face RO, picking his nose. Schoolmarm white, is this BFF of yours always this smart? Well, obviously it was pretty normal before the entrance exams. Bai Luoxue subconsciously pinched the folds of her skirt with a pair of small hands, her expression embarrassed and somewhat shy. The store manager suddenly came at this time and respectfully asked Jiang Lin, young Mr. Jiang, do you think it's convenient to leave an address? We can deliver these bags directly to your door. Addresses? Keep them both. These bags are for them. Jiang Lin pointed at Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao. The store manager instantly realized, and hurriedly voiced, the two younger sisters are really lucky. I'm envious of them. Ha? Send us? Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Thanks to 17 of my friends for sending me small gifts and generating electricity for love. An extra chapter is offered. Brothers 20 for the love of power generation plus one more. No cap. Ha? Send us? Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Yeah, what else am I supposed to do with these bags? Jiang Lin said with some amusement. Who knew that Bai Luoxue reacted extraordinarily violently after hearing this? No way. No way. I can't take these bags. I have no merit. Right. I don't want it either. Qin Mengyao also stubbornly tilted her head and stood on the same side as Bai Luoxue. It's just a small gift. We're friends now. Don't mention it. Jiang Lin cried and laughed a little. How come he hadn't realized earlier that these two girls were so stubborn? In other words, can any girl resist the temptation offered by a big bag? However, Bai Luoxue's two girls remained unmoved, and any time Jiang Lin spoke of flowers, they all had a look of rejection on their faces. Geez, you guys just take it. It just so happens that I have something I want to discuss with you that I might need your help with. How about this as payment for my asking for your help? Jiang Lin really had no choice but to speak his mind openly and honestly. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao opened her small mouth in shock with an exaggerated expression. So you really do have another agenda. What mom said was really right. A man who spends money on you is either craving for your money or your body. You're already so rich, so it's craving for our bodies. Whoa, shue run. Jiang Lin is craving our bodies. After saying that, Qin Mengyao pulled Bai Luoxue's small hand without looking back and ran outside. Hey wait, don't go yet. I haven't said what favor I'm doing. How can you be sure that I'm craving your bodies ahem? Not to mention that this young man is not that kind of person at all. Seeing that Bai Luoxue was about to be pulled away, Jiang Lin couldn't care less and stopped the two first. Alright, Yao. I believe Jiang Lin isn't this kind of person. He treats his feelings seriously. Bai Luoxue pulled Qin Mengyao with a helpless face, her small hand gently knocking on the other party's jinsho, and then turned to Jiang Lin and spoke with a straight face. But help is help. We can't have these bags. It's only right for friends to help each other. No need for payment. Seeing that the other party was so determined, Jiang Lin had no choice but to agree for the time being. Okay, then these bags should be sent to Villa number 88 in the outskirts of the capital first. This latter comment was made to the store manager. The big deal about these bags is that they'll be piled up at home for now and slowly delivered at some point in the future when the opportunity arises. The things Jiang Lin bought, as long as there were no quality problems or fake goods, even if they were lost, he wouldn't back out and return them. Okay, Jiang Shao. The store manager responded in a clouded voice, and his gaze towards Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao instantly changed. These two girls can actually refuse Jiang's gift without changing their faces. It's not easy. Ask yourself. She couldn't do it anyway. The bag hadn't been delivered, so Jiang Lin naturally wouldn't stay in the store much longer. Within a short time, the three of them appeared on a snack street. Since we don't want the bag, we can always eat something, right? Look, want something to eat? My treat. Jiang Lin opened his mouth with a smile, and to prevent the two girls from refusing, he didn't forget to add a sentence. It's not too much to ask for a treat between friends, right? If you guys have to help me save even this amount of money, then aren't we being too reluctant to be friends? Bai Luoxue contemplated and felt that the other party had a point, so she nodded her head. Okay, then I'll be responsible for buying you guys drinks. Then I'll buy dessert fruit. Qin Mengyao happily stated. Soon, John Lin had chosen a barbecue restaurant down the street, and since a few people had already eaten around, their stomachs couldn't fit, so just order a grilled fish and a couple skewers of calamari chicken wings. Not long after, Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao also came back holding milk tea and fruits. Several people had just taken their seats when Qin Mengyao couldn't wait to serve a watermelon and pushed it to the center of the table. Taste it, chilled watermelon. Yes, John Lin was naturally nonchalant, directly sticking a piece of watermelon with his fork and stuffing it into his mouth. Qin Mengyao cupped her little meaty face, her eyes staring straight at John Lin and spoke. I can't imagine that the crown prince of the Jiang family in the capital would also eat roadside stalls. It's quite grounded, eh? What do you mean? What am I supposed to eat? Sunlight for photosynthesis? John Lin slurred under his breath. Put, puff. This sentence, truthfully, made Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao laugh. No one would have expected that the legendary prince of the Jiang family in front of him was not only grounded, but also so humorous. John Lin looked at the two laughing beauty girls in front of him and felt the need to speak up and explain that he wasn't a funny man. Hey, you two don't laugh. In a moment the hala is going to flow out. In fact, I'm usually very low-key. If you don't believe me, you can ask schoolgirl White. She's in the same school as me. I don't believe it. You and your ex-girlfriend split a hand this thing. In the internet made a big fuss. My cousin who just turned 5 years old all know. And said you low-key? Oh yeah, I've also been accepted into Magic City University. Mr. Jiang. Qin Mengyao spat out her fragrant tongue and rolled her eyes at John Lin. The words I don't believe it were almost written on her face. Alright, Mengyao. Don't make fun of others, John Lin. You haven't seen it yet. Even though young Master John usually has a cold face, he still has a lot of humor cells in his bones. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more active, Bai Luoxue also changed her usual high-cool demeanor and joked with Qin Mengyao. The more things were described, the darker they became. So John Lin immediately decided to end this awful topic. So he turned his gaze to Bai Luoxue and turned his words around. By the way, Miss White, isn't it my father's birthday tomorrow? I have a favor to ask you. Bai Luoxue, who had just taken a sip of milk tea, stalled in her movements and quizzically cocked her head to inquire. What favor? Qin Mengyao also came over at the sound, her face full of curiosity and incomprehension. Is there anything John Lin can't do? If he can't do it, can Laksha help? It was finally time to introduce the topic, but John Lin suddenly realized that he was kinda excited. If he directly said that he would let Bai Luoxue pretend to be his girlfriend, then would this little girl Qin Mengyao get up again and pull her and run away? Why don't you say it yourself? Euphemistically? After a short silence, John Lin spoke the words he had organized in his mind. Schoolgirl White, I would like to invite you guys to join me for my father's birthday. That Qin schoolgirl doesn't want to find my mom to learn the way of business. Well, tomorrow I'll arrange it for you. How's that? After saying that, John Lin's gaze began to involuntarily observe the changes on the two women's faces. Soon, he realized that Qin Mengyao's expression was becoming wonderful at a speed visible to the naked eye. Really? Is it really possible for me to meet with Auntie Linley? You're not lying to me, are you? Qin Mengyao asked 3 questions in a row, her small face slightly reddening from overexcitement. Aha! A gentleman's word is his bond. John Lin narrowed his eyes and swore an assurance. After fixing Qin Mengyao, this quirky little girl, then Bai Luoxue would be much easier to talk to. As expected, it didn't take long for Bai Luoxue to voice her opinion. It just so happens that I'm also planning to prepare a gift for my uncle, then let's get together tomorrow morning. But why did you invite us to my uncle's birthday to say it was a favor? Yeah, what kind of favor is this? It's only logical that we should be the ones thanking you too. Qin Mengyao immediately reacted when she heard Bai Luoxue's words. That's going to John's house, the first family of the imperial capital. She could wake up smiling in her dreams when someone invites her to go. Not to mention meeting my idol, Auntie Linley. Who's doing who a favor? Anyway, John Lin let out a helpless, bitter laugh in the shadows unseen by the duo. No wonder these two girls can be admitted to Mordor University. This one is not good to fool. He knew that if he continued to hide it, it would only backfire and completely shatter the trust that had just been built between them. So, John Lin showed his cards. Alright, I'll show my cards. I actually want schoolgirl White to cooperate with me in a scene. Acting? Bai Luoxue frowned her pretty willow eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. What's the play? It wouldn't be for my Luoxue to play your girlfriend and go home to meet your parents, would it? Qin Mengyao boldly guessed. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoxue whitened her eyes at her good girlfriend without any good reason. Yo, don't you talk nonsense. Ahem. A flash of embarrassment flashed across John Lin's face and he scratched his head. Schoolmate Qin is really smart. I do intend to make schoolgirl White my girlfriend for a day, of course. It's acting. Acting, ha. Really let me pretend to be your girlfriend? Bai Luoshue's face swished red, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. I'd become a prophet? Qin Mengyao pointed at herself in confusion with an expression of disbelief. Seeing that the duo didn't make any overreactions, Jiang Lin was relieved as if he was relieved. There's drama. Hey, mainly because my grandfather's age is also old. His old man would like to hope that I will find a girlfriend soon, so that the old Jiang family will have a successor to the old generation's mind we cannot understand? Although my dad doesn't say it on his lips, I also know that even if I buy the most expensive gift in the world, it can't be worth it to bring a girlfriend back to make him happy. It's not like I'm deep in the internet storm because of my breakup with Chun Chiayi, so hey. Speaking of this, Jiang Lin helplessly let out a sigh. Those clear eyes became tired at this moment, even with an extra touch of vicissitude that shouldn't belong to his age. Bai Luoxue took in this scene in her eyes, and her heart had long since moved. She hadn't heard many rumors about Jiang Lin at school, and she hadn't even missed a few of Chen Jiayi's live broadcasts. This glamorous appearance of the Jiang family's great young man, only the students in the Magic City University know how deeply he is in love, and only she, Bai Luoxue, knows that the original infatuation of one person will really be used as a stepping stone by another person to be stepped on the soles of the feet ruthlessly. Obviously he is the one who has been hurt. Why is he being verbally abused by countless people instead? How could Chen Jiayi stand in the sunlight, on the moral high ground, and inflict pain on the boy who loved her so much? At this moment, Qin Mengyao reached out her small hand and tugged on Bai Luoxue's coat corner. Lock Shu. Okay, I'll do this favor. Bai Luoxue suddenly spoke out, her beautiful eyes like waves revealing determination, stubbornness written all over her small face of an iceberg that wouldn't melt. At those words, Qin Mengyao let out a nervous sigh of relief, a sweet smile blooming on her stunning face. It's a good thing you agreed. Otherwise I was going to put myself on top to be Jiang Lin's girlfriend for a day. When she finished speaking, she didn't stop encouraging and cheering towards Jiang Lin. Go for it, Jiang Lin. Your filial piety deserves to be recognized. Plus if you need to punch that what's her name Chen Jiayi online in the face, just talk to this rich woman. This rich woman can be imperial and sweet and has money. As the words fell, Jiang Lin completely stayed in place, his eyes staring blankly at the two stunningly beautiful young ladies in front of him, unable to say half a word for a moment. To be honest, Jiang Lin was really touched. He didn't expect Bai Luoxue to answer his request so crisply, even if it might have some reputational impact on it. What's more, he didn't expect that Qin Mengyao, this dopey, nerdy little girl, would support himself at this time. Isn't this a million times better than Chen Jiayi and Li Shui? No, Chen Jiayi and Li Shui didn't deserve to be compared to the two of them. Jiang Lin? Are you stupid? Say something. Seeing Jiang Lin's frozen look, Qin Mengyao couldn't help but reach out her small hand and wave it in front of her eyes. The sweet voice of the young girl echoed in his ears, and only then did Jiang Lin gradually recover his thoughts. Thanks, Jiang Lin said sincerely. They're all friends. Don't be polite. Come and have some watermelon. Qin Mengyao very heartily forked up a piece of watermelon and then shoved it into Jiang Lin's mouth. Yao Yao is right. Friends help each other. Don't be polite. Bai Luoxue smiled, smiling like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. So shockingly beautiful. Jiang Lin nodded heavily, his teeth constantly chewing the watermelon in his mouth. For some reason he felt as if today's watermelon was sweeter than any watermelon he had ever had before, countless times sweeter. At the same time he made up his mind. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao were two friends that he, Jiang Lin, would cover. Even if the god of heaven were to come and bully them, they would still have to take off a layer of skin from him before they could do so. All three of them ate this meal happily, while Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao also learned about another side of Jiang Lin. It turned out that the prince of the Jiang family wasn't the kind of facepalm monster that they had thought in their minds. Jiang Lin also managed to pull in the relationship with the duo with his humor. Afterward, Bai Luoxue, accompanied by Jiang Lin and Qin Mengyao, purchased a set of literary treasures for Jiang's father, because Jiang Lin said that it was quite good to let his old father practice writing. After all, when he was a child, he was also forced to write and post every day. As the saying goes, sooner or later you have to pay back. Not letting his old father experience a handful of his own childhood pain. He is still a son? Although Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao were speechless at this statement, they still did as they were told, because people of the older generation do like to write with brushes, especially people like Father Jiang, who is always in a high position. Practicing writing can instead allow him to cultivate his feelings and quieten his mind and body. After this was done, it was getting late. Qin Mengyao called out to her family's full-time driver and brought Bai Luoxue home with her. Jiang Lin drove himself, but before he left, he asked Uncle Fu to follow Qin Mengyao and the girls, just in case there were any accidents. End of chapter. When he returned home, Jiang Lin found a group of young nannies staring at a group of Hermes bags all over the floor. The average age of these nannies is not very old. They are all female high school seniors in their 20s from prestigious schools, specializing in high-end housekeeping for the wealthy. It's normal to like bags. After all, they're highly educated people you've hired, so you can't treat them badly. So John Lin walked up and casually grabbed a few bags and handed them to the nannies. This young man is happy today, so consider these as welfare for you. Wow! Long live the young master! Long live the young master! Young master is the best. In the midst of the screams, John Lin silently returned to his room on the second floor before pulling out his cell phone and turning on Douyin. As expected, the Hot 100 has been turned upside down compared to yesterday. The inspection team blitzed Time Fongjun and found that it has a number of problems such as tax evasion, malicious incitement of public opinion, etc. The chairman of the board, Li Fei, suspected of committing suicide to fear of crime, and its artist Wang Yifan broke out of the speculative powder scandal. The wedding dress-chasing star incident is reversed. John Lin's identity was exposed and the female lead duo in question received a court summons. Chen Jai surprised John Lin's real face in the live broadcast. Hillcrest PD deputy chief under investigation for alleged bribery. I can't believe these media outlets are moving pretty fast. John Lin shook his head with a smile and casually clicked into the comment section of that. Chen Jai's real face was shockingly seen in John Lin's live broadcast. In the next second, the netizens' comments came into view. Riding a pig to watch the sunset. I watched that live broadcast in the afternoon. John Lin is really handsome, but I don't know why he can't take a screenshot. I hit the glue first, don't say screenshot. I even recorded the screen is now a mosaic. I suspect a hacker has invaded my home computer. Just because you're so beautiful, pure do man. I just want to say that no more handsome than my brother. Watermelon pumpkin winter melon. From that live broadcast in the afternoon, we can see that John Lin's background is far more terrifying than we thought. The fall of Era Peak June and the cabinet's outburst is definitely not a coincidence. I am Sun Xiaochuan, but the fact is, Wang Yifan really broke out in the powder speculation scandal. Chen Jiayi and Li Shui are also sitting in the defendant's position, and Times Fengjuan's tax evasion is also on the table. So I dare ask all of you if you still want to pretend to be crazy now? For the love of charging warriors, support upstairs. The sailors and XXNs should stop washing. All evil will face justice. Seeing this, John Lin couldn't help but give a nod to the netizen who said, "My name is Sun Xiaochuan." Looks like there are some understanding people on the internet after all. Returning to his personal homepage, John Lin edited a text and placed it on top of his personal works. I am very sorry for occupying public resources for so long. I, John Lin, have submitted the relevant evidence of Wang Yifan's gathering of YG Chaos case to the judicial authorities today. In addition, due to the fact that Chen Jiayi and Li Shui, two people, have recently released a large number of defamatory and rumor-mongering false news about me on the internet, and have caused a serious impact on my basic life, I have initiated a lawsuit to the Supreme Court of the capital, and the trial will be held 2 days from now. This video has just been posted and has attracted countless views. Most people had sensibly chosen to stand on John Lin's side this time. However, there were a few diehard fans of Wang Yifan who felt from start to finish that their brother could do no wrong, and their words were heated and highly insulting. Sisters, this John Lin's background is terrifying. It must be because he used underhanded tactics. That's why Fan was unjustly imprisoned. We have to unite. Rob the prison. Oh, the Jiang family's youngest in the capital, right? So what if he's powerful and rich? This is online. If I scold you, you have to take it. I advise you to hurry up and release my brother from my house, or we, the fans, will show you what the power of the internet is all about. This world is so unfair. My brother works so hard, but he still can't beat the dude born with a golden spoon. Shady. 10,000 people write in blood. Investigate the Jiang family in the capital thoroughly. Looking at the comment section, these XXNs who dared to say anything for Wang Yifan, John Lin revealed a mocking smile. A thorough investigation of the Jiang family in the capital? These people really have the guts to say anything. No matter how many ants there are, they are just ants. Not to mention a group of ants that have completely lost their moral bottom line and 3 views in their hearts. Do you really think a crowd can bite an elephant? Rampant. Scolding as much as you want. When you scold comfortable, naturally there are comrades responsible for net action to invite you to drink tea. Turning off his cell phone, John Lin decided to relax. Let's start with an open-air hot spring, then take a sauna and finally watch a movie and go to bed. Thinking this, John Lin got up and walked out of the room. Sister Chang, I'm going to the backyard garden to take a dip in the hot spring, so bring me 2 bottles of champagne. Yes, young master. Around the corner of the stairs came a pleasant female voice. On the other hand, the XXNs on the internet continue to be a force to be reckoned with, and are almost on the verge of blowing up the complaint and whistleblower phone lines of all the major departments. But whenever it comes to the prosecution of John Lin and the Jiang family, The major departments are unified requirements, the real name report. Already by the annoyance and shame to the head of the XXN were still care about these, one by one to reveal their identity information and address, just to sanction that with their enemy Zhang family. It was all over the city overnight. China's net action team is emerging from the darkness. Thanks to 24HH and more than 10 other Big Brother's hypnosis charm and flowers to power me to add more. I'll add more. Whoa, early morning. A phone call woke Jiang Lin from his sleep. Which one? Elder brother Jiang Jiang. It's me. Bye Jia. Oh, elder brother bye. What's the matter? Jiang Lin sat up from his bed and looked at the wall clock. It was only just 8 o'clock. Wang Yifan is dead. Bai Jia's low voice came from the other end of the phone. Dead? Jiang Lin's spirit was shaken and he hurriedly asked after him. How did he die? Bai Jia sniffed and was silent for a moment, as if it was a bit difficult to say something. Being fucked by Li Xueno. I should say being forced by Li Xue to have sudden death on the way to having sex. Ha? Fog weed. Jiang Lin's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock. Hearing such explosive news so early in the morning made his brain, which was still a bit tired, instantly sleepy. Is Wang Yifan dead at Li Xue's hand? This news is pretty bombastic across the bombing world alright. This has to be how hungry a Wang Yifan was beaten, not like a human being. How can she go down cough ah. Wait a minute, you let me run through my thoughts. Where were the two of them kept after I left yesterday? Interrogation room. And is there surveillance in the interrogation room? There's just a little bit of spice. Pust. Hearing this, Jiang Lin almost didn't spit out the barbecue he ate last night. I'm not looking at the surveillance, I don't have that fetish either. What I mean is that since there's surveillance, there's evidence. What to do. This kind of small thing don't come to ask me what I mean. Understand? White old brother. I understand. Elder brother Jiang. That yesterday Luo Shue's matter trouble you. I also see that it's not safe for them two girls to go out at night. So that's why. Bai Jia's voice on the other end of the phone was a little broken. And he didn't know if it was because he was weak or the signal was bad. It was also after hearing this that Jiang Lin came to a realization. So this is the main event. Ha ha ha, old brother Bai is polite. Schoolgirl Bai and I are also friends. It's not much of a big deal. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. Elder brother Jiang. I'll go run over to the court. Okay. The phone hung up, and Jiang Lin re-looked at the time. 8 o'clock and 7. More than an hour from the time he had agreed with Bai Luoxue and the girls. Never mind. No sleep. Let's get this bombshell message out first. I can't wait to see these XXN dogfights. Soon after, Jiang Lin synchronized an update on Weibo and Douyin. I'm sorry to tell you diehard fans of Wang Yifan that your brother was brutally murdered by Li Xue at the police station last night. Yes, the murderer was your good sister Li Xue, who stretched out her claws on your beloved brother in the dead of night. The scene was said to be horrific. This message has just been sent out, immediately harmonized by the microblogging, and even the background also sent a station short. Said this message is suspected of bloody violence and YG obscene pornography, violating the microblogging posting rules? What the hell? Why didn't they harmonize when those XXN scolded me before? I post a piece of news and you're treating me differently, aren't you? It's still really in the toilet. Jiang Lin frowned as he turned off his cell phone and began to dress and wash. He has already calculated in his heart. A moment back to the ancestral home must be a good sue on his mother. Too double standard. It's disgusting. Simply can't no day. But the message on the Duo still managed to get published, and it was quickly liked and commented on. Only compared to yesterday, the comments section is much more harmonious. Almost no vicious and abusive comments. Clear color is all the people who eat melon. That's when someone started to wonder, where are Wang Yifan's diehard fans? Weekdays of self-brother news rushed faster than anyone else. How today one by one are disappeared. Pinch. Capital City. Temporary office of the China Net Action Group. A dozen or so panelists are gathered together whispering about something. Last night was exhausting. Why are we having another meeting early this morning? Hush, keep your voice down. I heard that the titular team leader from above is coming to check on the progress of work today. You mustn't look like you haven't woken up. The titular team leader? Which great Buddha is this? The young master of the Jiang family's collateral lineage. The deputy head of the next-door inspection team, Jiang Hao. His misty grass. Snap. Hey, Lao Su. What are you doing? Why can't you slap yourself? Keep yourself awake. Soon, the door to the office opened, and Jiang Hao, wearing an executive jacket, walked straight up to the main seat accompanied by a middle-aged man. Team leader Jiang, you sit here. The middle-aged man with a respectful attitude was the deputy leader of this net action team, Wu Zhouxiong. Good. Jiang Hao nodded, and then he began to expressionlessly survey the 10 or so members of the action team who were seated. This is a relatively common means of establishing authority, the purpose of which is to make everyone understand that you, the leader, is not the kind of lord to be messed with. What's masculine? What's not? What's right and what's wrong is up to you. Only if you make someone feel that you are not nice to talk to, will he honestly do things for you. It's the same thing with a new official. Time passed by. An invisible pressure gradually spread in the not-so-large conference room. Finally, Jiang Hao spoke. Comrades, I won't say anything polite. Let's get straight to the point. The purpose of this meeting is to implement the cabinet's relevant guidance on carrying out the net action. In addition, I am now mainly responsible for the relevant work of the Entertainment Culture Construction Inspection Team, so there are many things about the net action that still need to be heard in your reports. So Vice Leader Zhou, you should start first. Good. Zhou Xiong, as the deputy head of the group, was naturally the number one person responsible for reporting on the progress of the work carried out. Since the cabinet set up the special working group on net cleaning operations, our group has actively sought coordination with the relevant departments and, through a variety of practical methods such as net scattering and targeting, has succeeded in obtaining specific information on 3,649 people suspected of cyber violence, with the main example of the case being the recent wedding dress chasing incident that has been making the rounds on the internet. In addition, our group has urgently contacted the police around the world in the early hours of last night to summon these cyberbullies, and now more than 2,000 of those involved have gone to the police station to turn themselves in. Since its establishment, our group has always kept in mind the spirit of the cabinet meeting, and adhering to the operational concept of catching all the mosquitoes and flies. After discussing with the police around the world, we have decided to arrest the rest of the suspects who have refused to turn themselves in. The arrest is expected to be over by 8 o'clock tonight, and the absconders we will pursue online according to the law. Zhou Xiang's thick and powerful voice echoed throughout the conference room. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. Good work, everyone. I know that the workload of this mission may be heavy, but I still hope that all comrades can always stick to their posts and not slack off. Not indiscriminately, because this is not only an honorable task given to us by the cabinet, but also the expectations and hopes that countless victims have placed in our net action team. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at us. Comrades, share in the joy. Together. Thank you to Frying Gang Grandmaster, Big Fireplace, Depression Convenience Store, and 15 other brothers for the gifts. The author went out for the night and just got home. Debut for all of you Unlimited Blasts. This chapter was reviewed and changed until now. Jiang Hao's side was in a tight meeting, and Zhang Lin's side had already washed up. Since he was returning to his ancestral home, Zhang Lin chose to let Uncle Fu drive a more low-key and introverted Rolls-Royce Cullinan this time. Well, low profile compared to the other cars in the garage. After about half an hour, the car drove into an extremely high-end villa estate. Of course, this wasn't the Zhang family's ancestral mansion, but rather Zhang Lin and Bai Luoshue's meeting place for the two of them, Qin Mengyao's home. Welcome. The car had just stopped when Zhang Lin heard a familiar voice. Turning his head to look, it was none other than the sly-faced Qin Mengyao. Ha ha, with young Master Zhang's visit, my humble abode is simply brimming with splendor. Today's Qin Mengyao is still a sweet girl wear. A light pink brooch embellished in a white shirt. Collar and chest are covered with thin lavender lace, under a pink white-bottomed checkered skirt, wearing exquisite small leather shoes, giving a feeling of youthful sweetness. Don't be poor, by the way. Where's schoolgirl White? Zhang Lin looked at the time, which was just 9:30, and inquired about Bai Luoshue's whereabouts. Humph. Qin Mengyao adorably puffed up her fragrant cheeks and shouted at the gate behind her. Luo Shui, your boyfriend is here to pick you up. Ha! A girl exclaimed from inside the room. In the next second, a beautiful figure walked out from the room. Hiss. Seeing the visitor, Zhang Lin's eyes widened and he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. It's too beautiful, isn't it? Only to see Bai Luoshue wearing a light blue long skirt embroidered with stars of purple petals, waist tied with a light purple ribbon, will be the slender waist show. The upper body is draped with a milky white silver silk gauze, a few tassels embellished with them, the cool and dynamic intermingling, so that her whole person is like a snow lotus on the ice mountain, general, noble and gorgeous. Zhang Lin really had the illusion for a moment that it was as if he was no longer facing a mortal woman at this time, but rather a fairy above the 9 heavens, stepping on the auspicious clouds and falling down to earth. Good morning, Lin. Noticing the other party's expression, a blush gradually surged on Bai Luoshue's stunningly beautiful face. Aha, good morning. Returning to his senses, Zhang Lin nodded with a calm face. His Zhang family's great young man's high and cold composure and persona must not fall off. It is important to remember the saying that boiling goats and warmongers always come in behind dogs. Luo Shui and I already had breakfast. Oh, do you want some? At this time, Qin Mengyao spoke out and inquired. Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment. He did manage to forget to eat breakfast in the morning, but he thought that there was not enough time, in case his old man had to have a meeting again. What should he do if he pounced on it? So he directly rejected the other party's good intentions. No, I'm not hungry. That schoolgirl White, do you two have anything left to finish? Finish it up so we can get going. Nope, let's go. Luoxue shook her head and reached out to take Qin Mangyao's arm and sat in the back seat. Jiang Lin could only sit on the passenger side when he saw this, and the deputy uncle started to start the car, when a small hand from the back seat reached up and poked Jiang Lin. Hey, Jiang Lin, is my family's manor big? Aha! Jiang Lin swept his eyes at this high-grade villa manor in front of him, estimating in his heart that it covered an area of about hundreds of acres, and all kinds of facilities were available, and finally said from the bottom of his heart, big, hee, that's not true. It cost over $1 billion before and after. Qin Mangyao proudly raised her little head when she heard Jiang Lin's comment. If the Jiang family's youngest said it's big, then it must be big. Unbeknownst to her, the Jiang family's ancestral home, which they were about to visit on this trip, would refresh her perception of the concept of big. The Jiang family's ancestral home, located in the heart of the capital, covers thousands of acres of land and is adjacent to the highest power center of China's cabinet, the Forbidden City. If you look down from a high altitude, you will find that the entire Jiang family ancestral mansion is like a piece of palace garden, mysterious garden palace complex. Opulent, magnificent atmosphere. Extravagant and spectacular. Countless people can associate with the modifier is not enough to describe its magnificence. In this inch of gold in the first ring of the capital, even that one pillar auction for $1 billion of the palace of the King Gong, compared to it are a lot less. This was the heritage of the first family in the imperial capital, a myth created through the efforts of countless generations of Jiang family members. This Jiang Lin, this is your family's ancestral home? Cullinan had just stopped, and Qin Mangyao was startled by the heavily guarded and brilliant gate in front of her. Where is this ancestral home? Ah, this is clearly the palace. Okay. At that moment, two loaded soldiers approached. Aha! Jiang Lin nodded, then turned his gaze to the two soldiers. Hello, please identify yourself. The soldier opened his mouth coldly, like an emotionless machine. Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin reported his name and then handed over his ID card. The soldier took the ID card and checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he and his companion looked at each other in shock. Rub, the great young master? Can we go in now? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows in question. Young master, please. The soldiers reacted quickly and hurriedly removed the barricade to let the car through. Cullinan restarted and drove slowly into the ancestral home, and by Luoxue and Qin Mangyao in the car had long been shocked beyond words by the scene just now. Soldiers? Soldiers with loaded guns? There were actually soldiers standing guard at the Jiang family's gates. Jiang Lin noticed the expressions of the two women through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile lightly as he patiently explained. You can't underestimate this ancestral home. Most of the Jiang clan members living here are in important positions and continue to shine in different sectors of China. If the security measures aren't done properly and are infiltrated by enemy agents, it's estimated that the cabinet will lose a third of its people overnight. Hiss. When these words came out, the two women both sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Lin's meaning they understood. In front of them, this ancestral mansion comparable to the imperial palace resides inside close to one-third of the senior cabinet of the state of China. Other departments and local officials are still ignored. Is this the horrible power of a century-old family? Without waiting for them to think more, Uncle Fu parked the car steadily outside a magnificent compound. Young master, the family head and the others are inside. You guys go in first. I'll park the car. Good. Jiang Lin nodded and got out of the car. Then the two of them and Bai Luoxue went up and pushed the door. Crunch! The mahogany gate opened and a half-joking voice came from the courtyard. Guess who's arrived again? Everyone? In this instant, Bai Luoxue could feel her heart beating out of her chest. Qin Mangyao was also very nervous. This was the Jiang family's ancestral home, and any person she ran into could be a big shot in today's officialdom in China. Her family had also been in business for generations, so she held a great deal of respect for officialdom. Don't panic. Follow me. Jiang Lin whispered a comforting word, then raised his head and strutted into the courtyard. The entire courtyard was large, with a garden-style design, with a stream and a bamboo forest, and not far away there were a few men chatting in a gazebo. Jiang Lin's arrival naturally attracted their attention. After a brief moment of surprise on the part of the men, a voice was raised. Yo, isn't this our Jiang family's youngest master? Ha ha ha, come out quickly. Family head, Jiang Lin is back. Jiang Bai, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, saw the visitor and his eyes lit up. Jiang Lin is back? Come and let uncle take a look. How long has it been since you've seen me? You've grown so tall. TSK, 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 these are your girlfriends, aren't they? You're quite tall now. Wait. Uncle cousin. Seeing his own cousin's uncle talking more and more outrageously, Jiang Lin hurriedly spoke out to stop the other party, then pointed at the two women beside him and introduced them. This one is called by Luoxue, only a ham my girlfriend. That one is called Qin Mengyao, Luoxue's BFF. And I'm just an ordinary friend. Hello uncle. Hello uncle. Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao politely greeted in unison. Oh I see. Jiang Bai revealed an expression of dawning realization, then laughed. Ha ha, how are you guys? Uncle, I'm a little old and confused. Just said something, you don't worry about it. It's the first time I've met you, and I didn't prepare any gifts. How about not just sending you guys a program? Ha? What? Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao spoke out in unison, not getting the other's meaning. Even Jiang Lin was a bit confused. What was this cousin of his up to? Seeing the trio's confused looks, Jiang Baiyan hurriedly took out a contract from the briefcase he was carrying. I don't recognize this white girl, but I know the Qin girl, the little princess of the Qin family in the capital. Right? Right. Qin Mengyao muttered. Ha ha ha, I knew it. A few days ago your father even specially found me for a drink, just to ask for this $10 billion project in Jiangnan province. I didn't even give it to him. But well, it's different now. Since Jiang Lin brought his girlfriend back for us to meet, how can we as elders not show our appreciation? It just so happens that you're Bayato's best friend and Jiang Lin's friend, so this project will be given to your Qin family. But I have an ugly word to say up front. When the time comes, talk to your father. No matter how much your Qin family earns, you have to share half of the profits to you two little girls, just as a red packet from Uncle Me to you. How about it? As the words fell, Qin Mengyao was subconsciously about to reject it, but Jiang Lin suddenly reached out and took the contract, then shoved it into Qin Mengyao's arms. It's a token of our cousin's appreciation. Don't mention it. Take it. Now Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao were even more confused. Who's giving away a $10 billion project contract as a gift? This is outrageous. Jiang Lin, why didn't you tell me when you kid came back? Suddenly, Jiang Lin felt that he had been slapped on the head. Looking back, it turned out to be his eldest uncle Jiang Sheng. Ha ha, long time no see. Uncle. Jiang Lin greeted him smilingly, while Jiang Sheng's attention was on the two Bai Luoxue girls. Is this the girlfriend you kid brought back? TCH not I say you kid. In the past shouted you bring. You dead or alive do not bring. Why now a fucking bring back too? Are you trying to piss us off? Jiang Lin's face was embarrassed, and he hurriedly explained. Cough cough. No, uncle, you misunderstood. This is my girlfriend, Bai Luoxue. That one is just an ordinary friend called Qin Mengyao. Hello uncle. When Bai Luoxue saw the visitor, she felt very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. At this time, Qin Mengyao inquired curiously. Uncle, you are not that Iron Blood Ministry Yangtze. Jiang Shun. Jiang Bai reminded from the side. You guys, you're the one who talks too much. Jiang Sheng pointed at the other party and cursed with a laugh. Ha ha, Xiao Jianglin brought his girlfriend back. I as a cousin uncle can show it. You as a great uncle mustn't show it? Jiang Bai looked at the fun and held up his arms, as if to say, you are not so poor that you can't even give a gift, right? Yeah, you guys, you still think I can't afford a gift, don't you? Jiang Sheng rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and looked like he was going to have a good theory with the other party. Okay, Uncle Cousin, Uncle Big, you two just stop arguing. Jiang Lin acted as a peacemaker with a helpless face. He was really worried for the sake of these elders in his family. Bai Luoxue looked at her good girlfriend and came forward to inquire in a whisper. Which Iron Blood Minister is this, uncle? Qin Mengyao was incredulous. No, Luo Shui, have you forgotten? This uncle is the guest of that criminal investigation program we especially loved to watch when we were young. The iron-blooded minister of the Ministry of Public Security of China. Jiang Sheng. Ha, it's really him? Bai Luoxue's eyes widened, her stunningly beautiful little face covered in shock. No wonder she looked so familiar from the beginning. She remembered that it was her favorite criminal investigation program when she was a child. And this Iron Blood Minister was her idol at that time, punishing the evil and apprehending the criminals to solve a lot of shocking China's big cases. Minister of Public Security of the People's Republic of China, China's divine detective police god of war. How can such a legendary figure be standing in front of him, strangling another cousin? For a moment, Bai Luoxue felt that this world is really dreamy, or that the family style of the Zheng family is the contrast. Humph. You old boy, you've drifted since you became the governor of Jiangnan province, haven't you? Don't yell at me to dispatch a panel of experts for you the next time you have a tough case. Jiang Sheng straightened his clothes and threatened without a good mood. Hey, brother Xing, I can't. Don't do this. We've always fought outside the house, but we've always made peace inside. Why do you have to do this? Being strangled dead. Jiang Baiwan and not soften cannot. In the end, The other party official position is still higher than their own level. Seek a peace. Not knocking mixed. Humph. Zhang Shang snorted coldly and ignored the other party, then placed his gaze on by Luo Xue. Luo Xue, right? Since Jiang Lin has brought you back to see us old guys, then I'll show it too. But uncle, I'm not as rich as that old thing. While I still have a freshly seized Seaview villa there, I'll give it to you before it's ready for foreclosure. With that, Zhang Shang reached out and patted Jiang Lin's shoulder. You brat. Be good to the other girl. Don't think that just because you're the young master of the Jiang family that you can be capricious. If I find out that you're bullying people, I'll be the first to beat you up. Hey, uncle, where are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person. I can be deeply affectionate. Jiang Lin smiled bitterly in defense, but what he received was a cold snort from the other party. Girl, uncle, I still have things to do. You guys take your time to play. If this kid Jiang Lin bullies you, just tell me. I'll help you clean him up. When facing by Luo Xue, Zhang Shang's attitude was relatively much gentler. Completely one mold and two sizes from the iron-blooded minister on TV. Well, thank you, uncle. By Luo Xue's red face, her voice as thin as a mosquito. When Zhang Shang left, Qin Mengyao suddenly reached out and touched by Luo Xue's shoulder. What's wrong? Yo. Ooh, I envy you so much, Luo Xue. This, on the other hand, Jiang Lin intended to look for his dear old father after he had finished with those elders of the clan. After all, this time I came back to see his old man, so I can't give up on it. Uncle cousin, have you seen my father? Jiang Bai was suddenly asked. His brain was confused for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Yeah, I forgot. You are here to wish the family head a happy birthday, right? Quickly, they are in the hall inside. A moment later, the family head still have to go to meet with foreign guests. Quickly, go late to be careful to pounce on the empty. Oh, okay. Jiang Lin learned the news and hurriedly turned back to call the two Bai Luo Xue girls. Hurry, follow me. Although Bai Luo Xue and Qin Mengyao didn't know why the other party was suddenly in such a hurry, they quickly followed out of their instinctive trust in Jiang Lin. It's a debut. Folks, don't feed the book. The author starts with 3 shifts and keeps popping. Thanks. A mansion in the easternmost part of the garden. In the hall, Linli was arranging Jiang Tang's attire on his body. Lao Jiang, do you think our son still remembers your birthday? That brat. It's good enough that he can remember his own birthday, but he still remembers mine. My Jiang family's ancestral tomb is really smoking. When it came to his own son, Jiang Tang really hated his teeth, especially since he knew literally everything about the other guy's shit at school. What uneducated as a licking dog by the net violence are all kinds of a bunch. To summarize, it's in 2 words, fucked. The only good news I've heard is that the other guy went to a summer job on his own, and then, before he was even happy for 2 days, the bastard took the money from the summer job and went to buy someone else a wedding dress to continue to be a lickspittle. Isn't this slapping his Jiang Tang's face? Slapping his Jiang family's face? There were even times when he wondered if he had fucking hugged the wrong son when he was in the hospital. The old man is a kingpin. How can the son give birth to a bear? No, it's too much to call him a bear. I'd say he's a coward. Thinking of this, Jiang Tang couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It's a bad luck for the family. Linli took in this scene with a smile on his lips. This guy is also sighing every day. My son just hasn't suffered emotionally yet. That's why he's so childish. In the end, it's not because you locked him up in this compound every day when he was a kid that he developed such an inferiority complex. Aren't you going to meet with a foreign guest? Why don't you get out of here? Saying that your son can't remember your birthday, but your body is still waiting here honestly, with one pair of eyes glancing outward. Hey, cut the crap. Jiang Tang was helpless, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip, his eyes still staring at the door. Linli bristled and went to the study alone. Soon, Jiang Tang rubbed his eyes, because he saw a familiar figure. Pops, happy birthday. It wasn't until Jiang Lin's bright voice reached his ears that Jiang Tang dared to believe that this bastard boy of his family had really come back to wish himself a birthday. Putting down the sizable bag in his hand, Jiang Lin continued to speak. It's not thanks to Pop's righteousness that I brought my girlfriend back. Hello uncle. Hello uncle. Bai Luo Xue and Qin Mengyao said in unison. This asshole brought his girlfriend back? Hearing the voice, Jiang Tang's face gradually became a little odd. Didn't you just break up? You got a new girlfriend so fast? Then he looked at the well-behaved faces of the 2 girls, Bai Luo Xue and Qin Mengyao. Jiang Tang's face turned darker and darker. Seeing that his beloved old dad was hesitant to speak, Jiang Lin immediately realized that the other party had misunderstood, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Wait, old dad, this Bai Luo Xue is my girlfriend. That girl called Qin Mengyao is Luo Xue's best friend and my mom's true fan, so I sought to bring to let my mom meet this little fan of hers as well. Hearing this, Jiang Tang's face eased slightly. So that's how it is, Luo Xue and Mengyao, right? Quickly sit down. Your auntie Linli is in the study. Come out right away. Good. Thank you, uncle. Qin Mangyao smiled sweetly and just wanted to take her seat, but Jiang Lin stopped her. Come on. I'll take you to my mom first. Oh, good. Although she was puzzled, she didn't say anything. Anyway, the purpose of her trip was to meet her idol, Auntie Linley. Lok Shu, sit here for a moment. Jiang Lin cast an apologetic look towards Bai Luoxua before leaving. Well then, it's fine. I'm here to talk with my uncle. Bai Luoxua nodded her head very knowingly, then handed Jiang Tang the complete set of literary treasures she was carrying in her hand. Uncle, this is my birthday present for you. I wish you happiness every day and all the best. Ha ha ha. Rather, I'm letting you little girl break the bank. Jiang Tang smiled brightly and took the set of literary treasures and surveyed them. Not bad. This gift is very much to my liking. Those old guys haven't lived as long as you, little girl. This clerical treasure is the really practical and good treasure for us people. I don't know how many times better than those what fancy stones and decorations. Uncle is joking. It's all a small token of appreciation from the late generation. Bai Luoxua smiled warmly, and the nervousness in her heart that she had just begun gradually eliminated quite a bit. She could know that this uncle in front of her was the number 2 person in the cabinet of China, Vice Premier Jiang Tang, an existence that could truly sway the future trend of the entire country of China by himself, and the top pillar of the Jiang family today. However, after just a few sentences of conversation, she could kind of tell that although the Mr. Prime Minister in front of her had always been an unsmiling, perennially stern-faced figure on the TV news, but in reality it's still very amiable and not as hard to talk to as I thought it would be. Instead, it gives you a sense of kinship with your elders. Thinking about this, Bai Luoxua couldn't help but feel emotional. It turns out that the legendary Jiang family of the imperial capital is really different from the other big families. There is no system that is harsh to the extreme, and there is no hooking up. All people are peaceful, and work hard for the family, and don't put up any kind of superiority once they need people. The last point in particular was evident from the time she and Qin Mangyao entered the Jiang family until now. On the other hand, Jiang Lin brought Qin Mangyao into a spacious room decorated in a very ancient style. The room was filled with shelves of books, large and small, like a small library. Cornered by the window there are a lot of flower pots, which grows a variety of valuable plants. There are butterfly orchids, paulownia, green swan roan calla lilies, etc. It looks like it should be the mother of the river species. Jiang Lin brought Qin Mangyao all the way around and finally saw the familiar figure by a desk. Mom! Qin Mangyao hurriedly widened her eyes, a small star twinkling in her beautiful eyes. Hearing the call, Linley subconsciously raised her head, and when she saw that it was her own son, her expression changed to joy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Son, you're really back? Son, you're really back? Ha! Mom, look at you. I can't fake my way back here. Not bad. There's something to be said for that. I can't believe you remembered to come back to see us on your dad's birthday. Well, that's the way it should be. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Linley noticed a cute-looking girl standing behind Jiang Lin. This girl is. Hello auntie. My name is Qin Mangyao. I'm Jiang Lin's friend. It's very nice to meet you. This time, before Jiang Lin could open his mouth, Qin Mangyao took the lead in introducing herself impatiently. Jiang Lin looked at the other party's starry-eyed infatuation, and kindly added, not only that, she's also your number 1 diehard fan, and even her lipstick is the same as the one you use. Yikes. Really? Auntie, I never really thought I'd have little fans at my age. Linley with a surprised face went up and pulled Qin Mangyao's small hand. The bottom of her eyes was unable to hide the joy, and after surveying the other party, she couldn't help but sigh. It's so nice. This girl is really good. This stance makes Jiang Lin vaguely feel that mom is showing herself a daughter-in-law. Right? Jiang Lin, something doesn't feel right. Let's look again. Fruity. After hearing this sincere compliment, Qin Mengyao's little face swished red. Shyly lowering her head, her hands began to uneasily knead the corners of her clothes, her eyes subconsciously looking towards the tips of her shoes. Mengyao, right? Don't be shy. Since you're Jiang Lin's good friend, treat this place as your own home. Don't be formal. Come on. Auntie gave you a little gift. It should be said not to say. Jiang Lin's mother Linley, although already almost 40 years old, but the skin maintenance is really good. Even if the face does not add any cosmetic modification, is also a proper beauty. Temperament is not to speak of. As the business queen of China, she has long practiced a powerful aura that is not angry and is as cold as ice. That's why she's able to maneuver her way through the bloody mall. It was precisely this point that deeply attracted Qin Mangyao, making her motivated from a young age to become a business queen and strong woman like Linley. Come on, Mangyao, try the string of bracelets. It was hard for Auntie to get a shot at it. Linley pulled Qin Mangyao to the desk and took out a string of imperial green bracelets that exuded depth and nobility around its circumference from the drawer and put them on its wrist. Me, Qin Mangyao felt the cool texture coming from her wrist and looked down. Her eyes were nearly blinded fast. Isn't this the string of Imperial Ice Fae that was auctioned for $3.6 billion at Christie's the year before last? Linley sniffed, a look of surprise on his face. Looks like you know quite a bit. Mangyao, how is it? Is it pretty? Auntie will give it to you if you like it. Upon hearing that such an expensive bracelet was going to be sent to her, Qin Mangyao almost subconsciously rejected it. No. Auntie, your kindness is appreciated, just that I'm really Jiang Lin's ordinary friend. Oops. I know. Auntie, like this bracelet there are a dozen strings of it. Just to see you this girl's first glance. Auntie feel rare. So only special to send you a small gift. Me. Qin Mangyao was on the verge of tears. Suddenly being treated so warmly by her idol was causing her to be terrified inwardly. Especially since the bracelet was worth 10 of hers combined. And the other party had a dozen of them and spoke with a tone of voice as if they had a dozen toys and didn't care. Qin Mangyao only wanted to say one thing at this moment: I am a fake rich woman. Auntie Linley is the real rich woman. Wow. Cough mom. Mangyao. You guys take your time chatting, huh? I'm going to go out to check on Dad. Jiang Lin stood by awkwardly, feeling like a third party, so he decided decisively. Leave the space for them. Go find Dad by yourself. Well then, go. Linley responded without looking back, then took out another pigeon egg that was almost blinding, and shoved it into Qin Mangyao's hands. Come on, Mangyao, let's ignore him and take a look at this diamond. It's called the Heart of the Ocean. Auntie, you are really too kind. I can't have that. In fact, you hugged me when I was little. Do you remember? Let me think about it. Don't tell me. It seems to be a bit familiar. Let Auntie guess. When I was a kid, did I say I wanted you to be my daughter-in-law? Yes. Auntie, it's me. I tell you, I adore you. You're like a benchmark for women in this new era. Jiang Lin, I'm just getting off the bus, so I'm updating now. Leaving the study, recalling his mom's doting eyes on Qin Mangyao, Jiang Lin immediately felt a sense of abandonment. Do you think you're leading the wolves into the house? Forget it. Go see Dad. Jiang Lin tiptoed to the hall, and just as he pushed open a crack in the door, he heard his old father and Bai Luoshui talking about themselves. White girl, what do you think of our family's Jiang Lin boy? Jiang Lin is very nice, affectionate, handsome, and his heart isn't bad. The main thing is that he doesn't have that kind of bad habits of a dude. Very trustworthy. Hearing Bai Luoshui's evaluation of himself, Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The white schoolgirl is still very discerning, actually able to deeply explore so many of our advantages well. It is not comprehensive enough. There are still a lot of uncharted. That's when the old father spoke up. Deep love? I remember what a popular term you youngsters are using right now is something like dog licking, right? Jiang Lin was stunned. When did Pops learn such a novel word? It's quite trendy, haha. I've heard about what Jiang Lin did in school this year, and if I'm not wrong, Jiang Lin doesn't call that deep love. Jiang Lin, in your young people's parlance it should be called licking. Clunk. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open. Jiang Lin's figure then appeared in front of the duo. Wait a minute. Don't believe the rumors. I'm not a lickspill. This sudden scene gave Jiang Tang a whole lot of confusion, and Bai Luoshua was also confused. What's up, man? You got ears on the walls. Ha! Jiang Lin also knew that his move was a bit hasty, but he had to do it for the sake of his reputation. Pops, let me restate that. First, I'm not a licking dog. Second, Jiang Lin is not a dog licker. Secondly, about that ex of mine, she and I have long since made a clean break, so don't mention it again. Hearing these words, Jiang Tang not only didn't resent them, but was somewhat surprised. Ha, is my son Jiang Lin flabbergasted? Okay, since you've come to this point, let me ask you, how have you handled all the gossip on the internet during this period of time? Upon hearing his old man's inquisitive voice, Jiang Lin was first slightly stunned, and his gaze couldn't help but look at Bai Luoshua. Noticing his movements, Jiang Tang gave a cold snort in mid-sentence. Since the white girl is your girlfriend, she has the right to know. Besides, I'm very satisfied with this girl. In the future, the Jiang family will be her home. I'll make the call on this, so speak up. Jiang Lin, what's this? We've got a new member of the Jiang family? So I bring two people back and you and mom pick one of them to be a family member, and I'm the only one left as an outsider? Bai Luoshua blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Maybe the other party will really be a member of the Jiang family in the future. Throwing away these unrealistic ideas, Jiang Lin's face slumped and began to speak eloquently. The matter of the netstorm. I've already let cousin Jiang how to comprehensively clear the times peak June. If there is no times peak June in the back to push the waves, I believe that only relying on the Wang Yifun's own energy absolutely can't do to casually around the hot search list. As for Wang Yifun, I have already handed over the complete monitoring evidence in my hands to the officials. I think that the law will return justice to me. In addition, for my ex and her BFF, I have also contacted a team of lawyers for legal proceedings. As for Netstorm, since the cabinet has issued the relevant documents, then naturally there is a specialized action team to take action. I am lightweight and I can't manage that wide. This thing will be over by tomorrow or 2 days at the latest anyway. Aha. Jiang Tang nodded and didn't express his own opinion at first, but closed his eyes and contemplated for a while. Pops, what do you think? Jiang Lin saw that the other party was hesitant to speak, and tentatively inquired out loud. Bai Luoxue also silently sweated for Jiang Lin in her heart at this time. Even she could guess that Jiang father was most likely testing Jiang Lin, and the result of the test would probably directly decide whether Jiang Lin would be entrusted with a heavy responsibility in the future, or continue to be slowly cultivated. As for the abandonment, that's not possible. After all, Jiang Lin's only direct line heir's identity is there. Even worse, can only be slowly cultivated. After a long time, Jiang Tang slowly opened his eyes, and there was satisfaction and emotion in his gaze toward Jiang Lin. Not bad, compared to the once you are really good. At least you have learned to use power and law as a weapon to protect yourself, rather than every day stuffed in the room as a loser. But do not be proud. You have to learn a lot more. Well, in fact, you can try to test public. The cabinet prime minister's office is still missing a machine secretary. Just can come over to assist me a little. Okay, I'll see what happens then. Jiang Lin nodded and gave an ambiguous answer. Seeing the other party's lack of interest, Jiang Tang didn't continue to say anything and looked at the time at his wrist. It was not early, so he decided to leave first. Well, I still have to receive a foreign guest, so I won't chat with you two youngsters. White girl, I'll leave first. You guys remember to stay here for a meal later. Jiang Tang got up and straightened his coat, picked up a briefcase on the table and walked out quickly. Okay, bye uncle. Bai Luoxue waved her hand. Wait, Pops. Suddenly, Jiang Lin shouted out to stop the other party. What's wrong again, you brat? Jiang Tang turned his head without a good look, signaling him to fart if he had one. I remembered that there's a complaint I haven't filed yet. The article I posted on Twitter today was harmonized, yet the abusive messages posted by those cyberstormers were not harmonized. They engage in double standard. There's something shady going on. Jiang Lin hadn't forgotten the bird gas he suffered in the morning. By what right was it okay for XXN to curse his ancestors on the internet, but it was against the rules for him to post a news? Is that all? Just watch and fix it yourself. Jiang Tang frowned, then turned around and walked away without looking back. Looking at his old father's back, Jiang Lin laughed with a spirited smile. Okay, thank you for your sword, Pops. In the distance, Jiang Tang, who heard this, stumbled and almost fell. But at the moment he was in a good mood, perhaps because of Jiang Lin's sudden change of heart, or perhaps the other party remembered to come back to wish himself a happy birthday or to bring his girlfriend back to give himself a slap in the face as a father. All in all, he was relieved. Hey, this brat, don't feed the book. Wow, stay up all night for more. Jiang Lin, how come I haven't seen anyone else come to say goodbye on Uncle's birthday? When Jiang father's back completely disappeared from sight, Bai Luoxue suddenly ghosted in. Logically, a figure like the other party who almost asked for the pinnacle of power should have a lot of people wanting to flatter them, not to mention that at a time like a birthday, there was a ready-made reason to give gifts. At those words, Jiang Lin just smiled. If you knew which outsiders other than you and Qin Mengyao have entered the Jiang family's ancestral mansion as guests in the past 10 years, you wouldn't have asked such a ridiculous question. Who else? Bai Luoxue subconsciously blinked her eyes. Jiang Lin revealed a meaningful expression, pointed to the top of his head, and slowly spat out 2 words under his breath. Number 1. What? Bai Luoxue naturally understands who the number 1 refers to in the other party's mouth, but that is the current hand of the cabinet of the state of China, the premier who really holds the fate of the country in his hands. The terror of the Jiang family had once again refreshed her 3 views, so it's not that no one is giving gifts to Jiang's father, but that they can't get in line. Well, don't make a fuss. You'll naturally get used to it after more experience. Jiang Lin actually had one more thing he was hiding that he hadn't said, and that was that the current number 1 of China had been a student taught by his grandfather. This relationship, when looking at the entire imperial capital, almost no one knew about it except for only a few direct line executives of the Jiang family. Yes, Jiang Lin, where did you buy this stool in your house? How come it still has a faint fragrance? And the modeling is also retro. Suddenly, Bai Luoxue's words turned around and asked about the origin of the chair behind her. However, it wasn't her fault. The main reason was that this chair was too comfortable to sit in, just like a massage chair, and it also emitted a faint aroma that refreshed people's mind. She also wanted to buy one for her own father. Chairs? You can just take a couple of these if you like and go. I have more than enough at my house to sit on anyway. Jiang Lin waved his hand graciously. That's not good, you might as well tell me where I bought them. I'll go home and buy 2 later. Although I'm not as rich as Yao Yao and you, I still have no problem buying chairs. Bai Luoxue spoke confidently. This, Zhang Lin looked at the other side of that confident look into a tangle. In the end, to tell the truth, it encased the blow to the girl what to do. After all, it's the first time I've seen the white schoolgirl show such a confident demeanor. What's wrong? You don't know where you bought it either, do you? Not mainly this chair, it's out of print. Out of print? What does that mean? Bai Luoxue asked dully. Zhang Lin explained with some tears and laughter. The main reason is that this batch of chairs is out of print. Do you see the small protrusion at the back of the chair? That's specialized in stimulating the body's acupuncture points, which is why you'll feel like you're sitting in a massage chair when you sit on it. It's that little protrusion that you saw off. And the wood chips that just fall off are almost triple digits, believe it or not. Ha? 3 digits for all the sawdust? Bai Luoxue was dumbfounded. What kind of wood shavings are these? They've caught up with the price of gold. Zhang Lin spread his hands, helplessly opened this chair but with 1,000 years of age of the best Wangwali made out. Now the market price are sold by the gram. Leaving aside the value of the wood itself, this chair have a history of several hundred years. This is an antique, not outside the sale of those broken chairs. Ah, antiques? Is this chair I'm sitting in an antique? Bai Luoxue's eyes widened, her heart shocked beyond words. Well then, this chair should be older than your wife's grandfather. By the way, not only the chair, this ancestral home of a brick and tile can be said to be antiques. See next to the few broken bottles did not. Seems to be called what the blue and white porcelain. If you like it you can move some back to the collection. Anyway, decorations only, the family is still a lot of it. Zhang Lin scratched his head and said with a somewhat odd expression. No, not really. Yeah. Where's Meng Yao? Bai Luoxue, after learning of the preciousness of these objects in the ancestral home, even the movement of the hands have become extra careful, for fear of an inattention, touching and breaking something, because she can't afford to pay for it, and she can't afford to pay for it even if she sells the Bai family. Student Qin, should be learning the secrets of becoming the next generation of business queens from my mom, right? By the way, is she really suitable for business with her stupid face? As soon as Zhang Lin's words fell, Qin Mengyao and Lin Li's figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Zhang Lin, how dare you call me stupid? Zhang Lin said in his heart that it was bad. It was really a nasty thing to say that Cao Cao had arrived. Bai Luoxue saw Lin Li beside Qin Mengyao and hurriedly got up to greet her. Good day, Auntie Lin. Lin Li naturally learned about Bai Luoxue's identity from Qin Mengyao's mouth, so his expression wasn't surprised. Instead, he went up with a gentle face and said, Luoxue, Mengyao has already told me. Don't be courteous when you're here in the Jiang family, treat it like your own home. Zhang Lin, this brat is really, bring you two to play at home also did not tell me in advance. Make me have not had time to prepare some gifts for you guys to. This box to put away. Auntie for you to randomly pick some small jewelry. With that, Lin Li shoved the exquisite box in his hands into Bai Luoxue's hands. Feeling the heavy weight of the box, Bai Luoxue's expression flustered. Auntie Lin, alright, what's yours and mine? These are just trinkets, they're not worth much. Keep them. Zhang Lin stared blankly at the emerald egg surface set on top of that box. Isn't this the jewelry box that Mom bought for $10 million? Can you fit worthless trinkets in there? He doesn't believe it anyway. Just as Zhang Lin let his thoughts fly, he suddenly felt a small hand poke his back. Looking back, it was none other than Qin Mengyao who had touched behind him at some point. Hey, you're actually bad-mouthing me behind my back. Qin Mengyao smiled wryly, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Shit. How come this bitch doesn't make any noise when she walks? Although Zhang Lin was a bit weak, he didn't intend to run. This is the Jiang family. His turf, can he still let the other side overturn the sky? Thinking of this, Zhang Lin's face straightened and he spoke with vigor. What? This young man can say whatever he wants to say. Do you still have any opinions, Student Qin? Seeing Zhang Lin's attitude change so quickly, Qin Mengyao didn't dare to squeak at once. In the next second, a figure quickly came from a short distance away, and the well-maintained jade hand steadily and accurately grabbed Zhang Lin's ear. Don't panic. You can boldly turn the page, the back is not shit yellow button. Feeling the familiar force at his earlobe, Zhang Lin's face changed, and as expected, the next second his mom's voice came out from behind him. You kid, you want to rebel? I'm still here. Compared to Zhang Lin's change of face, Zhang Ma Lin Li's flip-flopping was faster. 1 second she's a gentle and sensible aunt, the next she's a strong woman who exudes a lingering aura. Wait. Ouch. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so mad. Zhang Lin ate the pain and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Humph. Lin Li grunted and loosened his fingers. You kid go play wherever it's cool. I'm taking Luoxue and Mengyao girls shopping. Next time I find you bullying Mengyao girls, don't blame me for being righteous. After the threat, Linley winded up pulling by Luoshua's two daughters into a stretch Lincoln at the entrance. With a roar from the car's engine, that Lincoln quickly disappeared from Jiang Lin's sight. He was left alone in the wind. At that moment, Fubo's figure gradually appeared not far away. Young master, are you hungry? I've already asked the kitchen to make a midday meal. Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm not hungry. What? Young master has learned to be jealous too? Fubuki laughed out loud. That's not true. Jiang Lin pulled out his cell phone and opened Douyin. And only after realizing that XXN's figure was almost missing from the comments section did that long-frowned brow completely stretch out. I was just thinking that since Cousin and Bai Jie and the others are moving so quickly, shouldn't we be looking for something to do as well? What the young master means is, check. I want full information on Weibo President Wang Gao within half an hour. Jiang Lin's gaze was cold, and his voice didn't carry the slightest bit of emotion. Yes, young master. Fubo answered and was just about to leave when he suddenly turned back and took out a car key from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Lin. By the way, young master, Madam has bought you a new sports car. It's in the underground garage. Do you want to go and take a look? Well, go check it out. Jiang Lin agreed without even thinking. He still preferred the unknown feeling of opening a blind box to the joy of getting a gift. What car is it this time? About 10 minutes passed. Underground garage. Jiang Lin stared blankly at the huge black curtain in front of him with a somewhat puzzled expression. What's going on? So secretive. There are a lot of people in the garage. On both sides of the curtain stood more than 20 men and women with excited expressions. Among them there is no lack of blonde hair and blue-eyed foreign girls. They are all Douyin on the million amount of car bloggers, perennial to filming and explaining a variety of luxury cars as a job. At this moment, their gazes were all uniformly gathered on this Jiang family's great young man in front of them. Their expressions of indescribable excitement and envy, because they're here today to witness the launch of a top-of-the-line supercar. And the owner of the supercar is also the legendary crown prince of the Jiang family. If it wasn't for the bodyguards staring around them, they probably would have pulled out their cell phones and recorded Jiang Lin into the footage. Jiang family's great young man's positive face photo. This alone can make them directly read to the sky. Honorable young master Jiang Lin, may I open the curtain now? A foreign man in a suit came forward and respectfully said in a skillful Chinese language. Aha! Jiang Lin faintly spat out a word without any expression. Yes. The foreign man smiled politely and, in a short while, matters were ready. The two blondes stepped forward with cat-like steps and invited. Young Master Jiang, please come with us. Oh, Jiang Lin was still as shy as gold, but the two ladies couldn't care less and continued to smile. The other party is the only heir of the imperial Jiang family and the plutocrat Lin Lia sitting on the supreme power and countless wealth. In their country too, only the prince can be compared to it. It is such a big man, not to mention only one word at a time. Even if the other party wants to beat himself, he still have to be honestly pouting his ass to be beaten? In case they hit a relationship, maybe they can still achieve wealth freedom early and go on a life high. Isn't that more likely than winning the lottery? Jiang Lin didn't know what they were thinking. His attention was all on the supercar under the curtain. It's not gonna be another Lumbo or something, is it? Jiang Lin spat this in his heart. The two ladies flanked Jiang Lin and walked to the huge black screen, during which they didn't forget to rub the other's arm with their proud human ferociousness. It was a pity that Jiang Lin didn't catch on. Young Master Jiang Lin, welcome to the honorable Bugatti ownership. Please pull down the curtain. The foreign man smiled. The surrounding people were all pumped up at this moment, their eyes staring at the black screen, afraid of missing every single detail of this top supercar. Seeing is earning. Aha! Jiang Lin nodded, then pulled down the curtain with one hand. A supercar with a ghostly black body and a gorgeous aura appeared in front of the crowd. A fierce scream erupted from the room. Oh my god. Oh, shit. Crap. Bugatti's blackout? Oh my god. I've come to the right place today. I've actually come across the world's limited edition of one divine car. I'm too damn envious. This is worth 12.6 billion sports car. How do I feel? Jiang lets that gaze with look at toys like. Jiang Shao. Look at me. I want to get acquainted with you. What's with the trolling? I'm not sure, but I'd say it takes courage to fish for Jiang Shao. Quiet. Please keep quiet. If you disturb young Master Jiang, I will have the right to remove you all. At this moment, several large and thick bodyguards rushed up and surrounded Jiang Lin in the innermost part. No harm done, as long as the cell phone doesn't catch me. Jiang Lin reached out and touched the body, and the thick texture caused a flash of amazement to cross his eyes. The world is limited to one, right? Not bad. Tomorrow call someone to ship it to Magic City for me, so that I don't have to put it in the garage and eat dust every day. Yes, young master, the bodyguard said respectfully. Family members, come to some for the love of power. Wow. The author 5 o'clock shift until now. It's not easy. Oh. So what? You guys are the bloggers on Douyo who came to take pictures for fodder, right? Happy to mention the car. Jiang Lin's mood, naturally needless to say, has long exceeded the excitement of removing the blind box, and even the tone of the crowd are much more affable. Yes, young Jiang, we're all supercar bloggers around this part of the capital. Can you see if you can let us take a few shots? Yes, Jiang Xiao, this is a global limited edition of one top-class sports car. We do not take a few shots now for fear that we will never see it again. Yes, young Jiang, just let us take a few shots. Young Jiang, please. I've dreamed of leaving a picture that belongs to the voice of the night. The crowd was talking, and their fawning faces were on full display at this moment. There is no way. In front of this car's name is too loud. The world's limited to one. Bugatti's 110th anniversary of the masterpiece, but also all the Bugatti models and the pinnacle of the work of the automobile industry's top work. The value of the world's most expensive supercars. Look at a glance can be felt in the smoke of the printing machine of the God car. Even let these car bloggers now casually take 2 photos of the car thrown to the internet. It is estimated that less than a day's time, it will be a hot mess. Who will be willing to give up such a good opportunity to make money? After all, it wasn't like everyone was Jiang Lin and wasn't poor. They still have to eat. Listening to the unstinting boasting of the people around him, Jiang Lin shook his head helplessly. I did not realize that these whole day dress bright blogger v mouth is quite smooth. No wonder so many people pursue fame and fortune. The feeling of being pursued by others, begging is indeed quite cool. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin waved his hand in a good mood. Shoot it, but you only have 5 minutes. This young man is rather in a hurry. Also, be careful not to shoot me. At those words, the crowd rejoiced. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. Thank you for the rice bowl rewarded by Jiang Xiao. In the future, whoever dares to say anything wrong about Jiang Xiao, I'll be the first to get angry with him. Yeah. Jiang Xiao is awesome. After a round of bragging, these bloggers and vloggers, like zombies seeing fresh flesh and blood, swarmed to the Bugatti sound of night and began to click and take crazy pictures. They only have 5 minutes, and time is running out. Looking at everyone with such fervor, Jiang Lin also became interested. Is this thing really that good? Why don't you take a picture of it yourself? Didn't those XXN say they were not as good as they wanted to be in reality? Then let them see how unsatisfactory it is. So what? You guys wait first. This young man also take a picture of shivering voice. Jiang Lin pulled out his cell phone and said to the crowd. The crowd's photo-taking movement stalled at the words, and their hearts instantly tensed. No way. Even Mr. Jiang wants to steal their food? Snappy. This young man wants to document a life of misery. Seeing these blogger V's freeze in place without moving, Jiang Lin frowned and urged. It was then that the crowd came to their senses. They take pictures in order to suck traffic, have a mouth to feed. But people take pictures of Jiang Xiao is not the same. People Jiang Xiao that fucking called record the good life. Can lack of traffic money of this 3 melons and 2 jujube? But why did the other person say to record a miserable life? Is it bitter? If it's still bitter then nothing in the world is sweet. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to delay and hurriedly dispersed to the 2 sides, fearing that going slow would disturb Jiang Lin's pleasure. Soon, the only thing left in the center of the huge venue was this sharp-looking but elegant top-class supercar, whose perfectly streamlined body exuded a thrilling beauty at all times under the makeshift lighting stage. Jiang Lin opened his cell phone camera and casually snapped 2 shots ready to finish. Suddenly, someone among the bloggers on both sides of the aisle made a suggestion. Young Jiang, why don't we take a group photo? Right. Young Jiang, you and Voice of Darkness stand in front. We'll just be the backdrop. You don't have to worry. Jiang Xiao, we're all multi-million blogger Vs here. Being a backdrop will definitely not bring down the B game of you and the voice of the night. Jiang Lin, give us a second chance to be little brothers. Jiang Lin smiled coldly. You guys, you're asking for quite a lot. The crowd immediately didn't dare to squeak when these words came out. Although they were millionaire bloggers of major platforms and big netizens who made money day in and day out in the eyes of ordinary people, they were nothing in front of this one in front of them. If it were any other family's great young man, they could just shake their hands and leave. And in the end, they would just be targeted and suppressed. But messing with Jiang Lin is not the same. People just need a word. They can arbitrarily block them. The typical bowl is smashed for you. Just as the crowd was feeling anxious, Jiang Lin's words changed. Since you guys want to be a backdrop, this young man is not incapable of fulfilling you. At those words, the crowd lit up. There is drama. Jiang Xiao, you say, how about letting me be the backdrop? Even if it's up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, I'm willing to give it a try. Jiang Xiao, don't say anything. I'll be your hardcore fan from now on. Wherever you say to hit, I'll hit. Jiang Lin waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then spoke immediately afterward. Enough with the expressions of loyalty. I've heard enough. Now I just need you guys to do one thing for me. And it's a very simple one. No risk kind of thing. and you can choose for yourselves whether to do it or not. As the words fell, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, all of them with confused expressions. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Family, I'm in a car now. I'll keep updating later. So let's talk about one thing. Don't raise the book. Okay, recently in Wuhan, Chang, I'll be fine when I get home today? After a brief moment of confusion, a blogger was soon the first to make a choice. Shit. Fuck it. Anyway, with the Jiang family behind us, what are we afraid of? Jiang Xiao. I'll do it. A male blogger with a slightly chubby build and a nose topped with heavy eyeglass frames raised his hand. John Lin looked at the blogger with an odd expression and laughed. I haven't even said what I'm going to do. And you just agreed? I believe that Jiang Xiao won't let us accomplish things that are beyond our capabilities. Not to mention, there's the Jiang family behind us. So what are we afraid of? The chubby blogger was full of seriousness. Okay. John Lin nodded in recognition of the other party's statement. Since you said that, I'll give you a chance to take a picture with this car later. Really? The chubby blogger was a little incredulous at first. Then he immediately smiled. Thank you Jiang Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The rest of the people saw this scene, their teeth gnashing with envy, while also secretly regretting it. Why did he let this guy get there first? Damn it, why didn't I just be more decisive? Originally, we were all on the same starting line, with only a few body shots, and then we each competed for the standard of editing and copywriting to divide up the traffic. Now it's good. You even got a group photo. All of a sudden I don't know how many grades we are pulled down. Damn, it's so hateful. Jiang Xiao, I'll do it too. Look at the group photo. That's when another tall blogger stepped forward with a slightly squirmy expression. The other party was too purposeful, making Jiang Lin feel very upset. It's like you're negotiating with someone else. What this young man has said will not be repeated a second time. Arrest him for me. Jiang Lin pointed at the tall, thin blogger and coldly scolded him. The bodyguards on the sidelines quickly gathered around at the sound of the noise and combined their efforts to control the blogger. Jiang Xiao, you this I said dua. The sudden turn of events scared the tall and thin blogger silly. He didn't understand where he had offended the other party, not to mention the fact that there was something wrong with what he had said. Put. Jiang Lin looked at the other party condescendingly, the corner of his mouth hanging up in mockery. Do what? This bowl of rice is my reward for you to eat. If I reward, you eat. If I don't, you starve. Understand? Got it. The tall, skinny blogger nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. Well, just understand. Jiang Lin retracted his gaze and pointed at the outside of the garage. Get him out of this young man's house. Yes, young master. Soon, silence returned to the underground garage. Jiang Lin looked at the so-called big netizens in front of him and couldn't help but look cold. Now listen to me. My matter is very simple. I just need you to use your millions of accounts to expose the black information about Weibo on all major platforms, as well as the personal scandal of their old boss Wang Gao. Got it? You guys don't have to be psychologically burdened. As long as you do what I say, I guarantee that you won't be blocked and you'll get to eat a huge wave of traffic. As for blackmail and gossip, I will provide you with that. Make your own choices now. After saying that, Jiang Lin took out his car keys and played with them. Gulp. The crowd subconsciously gulped, their expressions becoming very bitter. If Jiang Lin's status and position weren't so terrifying, they might have all swarmed to hang and hammer him. Brother, you want to see what you're talking about? That is the microblogging on China's largest social networking platform, sitting on the giant of billions of traffic. Now you're actually letting us a few small netizens to start a tour of other people's platforms? Is this really an idea that a human being can come up with? If you want us to die, just say so. Jiang Xiao, are you preparing for Weibo to follow in the footsteps of Time's Peak? The chubby blogger who had been the first to cry dry earlier had stepped forward again at the moment, but his expression was now much more shocked compared to before. This period of time online, that hot news he paid attention to, so that his deepest impression is the most impressive, is the era of Fengjun by the inspection team to fully investigate. The old general manager Li Fei afraid of committing suicide. Its artist Wang Yifan died in prison in vain, and it all had to do with one person, and that was this Jiang family's youngest master in front of him, Jiang Lin. What he can basically confirm at this point is, the young master in front of him is likely planning to step on a Chinese entertainment giant before stepping on a Chinese entertainment giant and then step on an internet social giant along the way. Although this all sounds crazy, if the manipulator behind the scenes is this young master Jiang, that's not so hard. It's mostly just a matter of whether the other person wants it or not. Who knew that Jiang Lin just smiled disdainfully after hearing the other party's words? Put. Let Twitter follow in the footsteps of Time's Peak? That's not so bad. This young man is just a little disgusted with the double standard behavior of Weibo, turning a blind eye, and is ready to knock it down a bit. Of course, If the administrator of Weibo insists on going against this young man, then this young man wouldn't mind having one more internet social platform under the Lin Group. At this point, Jiang Lin paused. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys one thing. There is no longer a Time Summit company in China. Or you can call it Lin's time? The words fell. The crowd sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Lin's era? So soon? It was only yesterday that the news of Time's Feng Jun being investigated was revealed. And today it's been renamed and become a subsidiary of Lin's group? What kind of crush is this? Like this magnitude of the giant. Others are warm water to boil a frog. A little disintegration you Jiang Dishao a word directly blitzkrieg to others swallowed? I didn't even spit out a bone. Shock and awe. At this moment everyone had only these two words in their minds, shock. Jiang Lin took in the crowd's reactions and smiled as he took out his cell phone and displayed his Douyin interface. See, my Douyin originally did not have a fan. After this shit a direct rise to more than 50 million fans. Of course, this is a large part of the black powder. But will you care? Black and red is also red. No? Still on the bus. We'll keep updating. Guys, don't feed the book. Wow. Thank you for the gifts and power generation. Come on. Click on the power generation before you go. The trial begins. The reading of the indictment began with defense attorney Jay White for the plaintiff's side. Wait for the indictment to be read. The judge banged his gavel and turned his attention to the duo of Chen Jiayi on the defense table. Defendant, please read the reply. A reply? Chen Jiayi on the defendant's seat. Her face stiffened. She did not even have a lawyer. Where to come to the defense? Moreover, he ran for a whole day yesterday just to run to the major law firms, and he didn't have time to write it. But it had come to this, and she had no choice but to be honest. I don't have an answer. As the words fell, Li Shue's face changed, and she immediately asked, what were you doing all day yesterday? Even if you didn't get a lawyer, you didn't even write a defense? Chen Jiayi was already harboring a bellyful of fire towards Li Shue, and after hearing this vitriol-filled questioning voice, she was instantly on fire. What qualifications do you, a murderer, have to talk about me? At the very least, I've been busy running around for a day. But what about you? You've been locked up in the police station and you're still not honest. You actually put Wang Yifan. Silence. The presiding judge banged his gavel and spoke gravely. Since the defense has not prepared a reply brief, we move to the evidentiary phase below. Evidentiary phase. Bai Jia listed all of the chat records from when Jiang Lin and Chen Jiayi mentioned their breakup, the purchase records of the 2 diamond rings, the back row surveillance of the concert, and the live replay and comments made by Chen Jiayi and Li Shue on the internet in recent days. Presiding judge, my client attended the Wang Yifan concert with the defendant duo on the 19th, during which my client purchased 2 diamond rings with a total value of 376W. Here are the purchase records and invoices. This document, which is surveillance from the back row of the recital that day, clearly records that the defendant, Li Shue, picked up the diamond ring purchased by my client and placed it on her own in Chen Jiayi's hands. This chat log is evidence of my client's breakup and demand for the return of the diamond ring from defendant Chan Chiayi due to emotional discord. From the beginning to the end, my client did not express any gift idea to the defendant duo regarding these 2 diamond rings, after which the defendant duo not only ignored my client's request for restitution, but also gave these 2 diamond rings to the popular celebrity Wang Yifan. Therefore, we believe that the defendants, Chen Jiayi and Li Shue, have allegedly committed the crime of infringing on another person's property and refusing to make restitution. With every piece of evidence that Bai Jia handed over to the bailiff, Chen Jiayi and Li Shue's faces would turn 1 point paler. They didn't expect the other side to be so well prepared, enough so that they don't even have a chance to argue. After doing this, Bai Jia took out another USB flash drive from the evidence bag. This USB flash drive records all the evidence that the defendants, Chen Jiayi and Li Shue, together spread rumors on the internet and defamed and slandered my client through live broadcasting. The bailiff took the flash drive and handed it to the trial judge. At that point, the presiding judge spoke. Plaintiff, this court will play the information in the flash drive in court. Do you need to apply for a recusal? This move was made to prevent the parties from being psychologically re-victimized. So the court allowed the parties to apply for recusal when the video file type of evidence was played. But Jiang Lin wasn't going to avoid it. Now that the dust was about to settle, he couldn't wait to see more of Chen Jiayi and Li Shue's increasingly desperate looks. It was the only thing that could give him a soothing to the point of euphoria. Presiding judge, I don't have to recuse myself. Jiang Lin's cold voice echoed in the large courtroom, causing Chen Jiayi and Li Shue to shiver. It was too cold. Was this still Jiang Lin? Why would a person's transformation be so great? Why would Jiang Lin's personality change so drastically in one day, transforming from the obedient licking dog to a demon in hell? Countless questions arose from the bottom of their hearts, but they knew that there would be no one to give them answers. The presiding judge nodded gravely after hearing Jiang Lin's answer. Good. So now play the contents of the evidence flash drive. Soon, the judge inserted the USB drive into the computer, and Li Shui's big piggy face appeared on the big screen. Families, who understands? My best friend got into a relationship with a downhead guy and ended up being slagged in green and threatened not to wear her wedding dress to a concert. Today we are going to use the weapon of the internet to expose him. Give all the sisters a thunderbolt. Everyone shout with me, scum Jiang Lin shall not die. What Jiang family? I've never heard of it. Which ravine appointed itself? Right? Jiang Lin is the most disgusting boy I've ever seen. Not only cheating on his wife but also finding a grand reason to break up with her. Totally no comparison with my fan. As the images played frame by frame on the big screen, some people noticed that the temperature in the courtroom seemed to have gotten a little colder. Looking back, the faces of the people in the gallery had at some point completely blackened into pots and pans. The presiding judge said in his heart that it was not good, but since it had already begun to broadcast, and it was still a live broadcast of the whole network, it certainly could not be interrupted. Otherwise would it not be lifting a stone and stoning his own feet in public? Right now he can only hope that the sentencing in a few moments will be fair to these big shots. On the contrary, Jiang Lin's expression was quite calm. Although he didn't know exactly how many times Chen Jiayi and the girls had opened live broadcasts during this period, the content of each live broadcast was definitely the same. That is, all kinds of insults and rumors about themselves. He had long been surprised by this. After all, that's what XXN is all about. At the defendant's table, Chen Jiayi and Li Shui sat in their seats with pale faces, because of excessive nervousness, in order to cause their bodies to be trembling slightly. Jiayi, are we done? I'm so scared I'm still regretting it. I even accidentally killed someone. What should I do? I really didn't mean it. Li Shui's palms clenched into fists, clenched white, her emotions teetering on the edge of breaking ground. Hearing the other party address herself as Jiayi again, Chen Jiayi's heart was as sick to the core as if she had eaten shit. If it wasn't for this greasy-faced, fat pig-like woman beside her, would she have broken up with Jiang Lin? Would she have ended up in this situation? What's even more disgusting is the other side's mouth, cursing when something goes wrong, and shouting Jiayi one bite at a time when she's helpless and scared. Do you really think she, Chen Jiayi, is a fool? Thinking of this, Chen Jiayi coldly turned her head, not even looking at Li Shui. Unbeknownst to her, this move caused Li Shui to become infuriated and directly cursed. Chen Jiayi, you stinking bitch, what are you pretending? When my old lady dies, you'll have to take the fall just the same. Bang! Silence. The presiding judge looked at Li Shui with an unpleasant face and said in a stern voice, with so many big names watching in, he couldn't let an accused person trample on the prestige. Moreover, disrupting court discipline is itself a violation of the law. It could be a fluke, or a desire to make a good impression on the judge, which would lessen his sentence. After hearing the reprimand of the presiding judge, Li Shui really quieted down, did not cry or make a scene, quietly sitting in place, as if a wooden man. Jiang Lin took it all in, and the corner of his mouth unnaturally curved up in an arc. Ha! Childish. End of chapter. The trial continues. The images are still playing on the big screen. The main content of the screen was the live video of Chen Jiayi and Li Shui from the previous 2 days, and it covered almost all the evidence of the two insulting and slandering Jiang Lin. The whole file is more than 10 GB, and it can't be played for a while. Seeing this, not to mention the courtroom crowd, even the netizens in the live broadcast couldn't help but begin to sympathize with Jiang Lin. These two women are so hateful. Damn. I want to cut someone with a knife. How can you be such a bitch? At first I was in the mood to eat melons and thought Jiang Lin was really hateful, but now it's reversed to take a look at the original. Most hateful are these two. A thief shouting at a thief is a long way to go. It's really hard for me to get over it without dragging it out for peanuts. Poor Jiang Lin just parted ways and ended up with an undeserved disaster. Heartache for Jiang Xiao for a second. Presiding judge, we have new material to add. Suddenly, Bai Jia coldly came with a cry, attracting everyone's attention. The presiding judge and the judge beside him looked at each other, then nodded. Okay, plaintiff, go ahead and add. With permission. Bai Jia unhurriedly took out a silver-white USB drive from the evidence bag. Presiding judge, this USB flash drive is a surveillance video from the Prince River International Hotel in Mountain City, which records. Wait. Bai Jia was just halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by Chen Jiayi's sudden outburst. The presiding judge frowned and cast his eyes up, the gavel in his hand making a crisp, ear-shattering sound. Bang! Defendant, please pay attention to the courtroom discipline. This is not the questioning stage yet. Please keep quiet or I will admonish both of you in court. Chen Jiayi ignored the words of the presiding judge and got up to look at the plaintiff's seat on her own, begging bitterly under her breath. Please, Jiang Lin, don't. Not again. I'm really wrong. I know I'm wrong. Forgive me once, okay? Give me a chance. I'll definitely change my ways. In the past, It was all my fault. I was sorry. I failed you, but now I've realized my mistake. Please be generous and let me live. She's really scared now, afraid that Baijia will come up with some more shocking physical evidence. I'm already out of the running on my own 2 counts of defamation and trespassing on another person's property, so if I get a couple more, I guess I'll just have to get out again for the rest of my life or the next. She didn't want her youth to be declared over just as it had begun, and she didn't want to spend all of the rest of her life in a cold steel window. On the side, Li Shui's lips quirked twice, looking like she wanted to follow Chen Jiayi's example of begging for a few words. Presiding judge, I will not accept any form of mediation, and I would also ask you to maintain courtroom discipline instead of sitting around and fidgeting. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and spoke in an unkind tone. This sentence can be said to be said without ceremony. Almost naked warning. If you, the presiding judge, cannot even bluff a defendant, even the courtroom discipline is not maintained well, you still trial in it? When the presiding judge heard this, his face suddenly turned red, and the gavel in his hand trembled slightly in mid-air, hesitating to fall. He was in a very unhappy mood right now, not only because Chen Jiayi and Li Shui, the 2 defendants, had provoked His Majesty 3 times, but also because Jiang Lin would actually warn himself in front of so many people and countless netizens. Completely disrespectful. He is at least the president of the Capital High Court, the hall of the vice-provincial leaders. Only this case is extremely special. Only to act as the presiding judge. After so many years in his career, this was the first time he had been wronged in this way. Bang! The gavel slammed down so hard that it shook everyone's spirits. The Inquisitor was just about to lose his temper when his afterglow realized that several pairs of gloomy gazes were staring at him dead in the face, and the direction of that gaze clearly came from the gallery. The courage that the presiding judge had just mustered shriveled up completely at that moment. Forget it. One step back and the sky's the limit. He comforted himself with this in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the rapidly changing expression on his face at the moment had been live-streamed in its entirety by his cameraman brother, and it amused countless netizens who ate it. But I'm laughing my ass off. Did you guys notice the judge's expression? I've watched the Sichuan opera's face change not as fast as his. Ha 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 ha. Forgive me for not holding back my laughter. The presiding judge should be thinking at this point, baby's heart is bitter. Baby is so aggrieved. Ha ha ha. Delight me. The majestic Inquisitor has finally lowered his lofty head in the face of absolute power. Zhang Xiao should now be thinking in his heart, what's wrong with you, kid? Not convinced? You have the guts to look at the gallery on the side of those who are talking after. The big man in the gallery, little man. Bull of you? It's me who underestimated Zhang Xiao. I admit my mistake. If I hadn't looked at that post sign in front of the judge, I would have damn near thought that it was Zhang Xiao who was judging the judge. I'm really convinced by this wave of operation. Dare I ask Li Shui and Chen Jiayi how complicated their feelings are at this moment? A lawsuit by themselves. The judge was actually judged by the plaintiff? Ha ha ha, don't say it. Chen Jiayi is quite smart. Knowing that it's useless to put in a good word for the judge, she turned to Zhang Xiao to beg for mercy. Presiding judge, are you polite? Just when the netizens of the live broadcast were still laughing at this scene, the presiding judge finally spoke. To prevent visual fatigue, the author is here to play a little game with you. Guess if there's a shit yellow button at the back? Deduct 1 if you do. Deduct 2 if you don't. Winner gets 3 rewards for generating love? Bang! Defendant. In view of the fact that the 2 of you have repeatedly violated discipline in the courtroom, this presiding judge hereby admonishes the 2 of you in the courtroom and orders you to make immediate corrections and not to repeat the offense. If you repeat the offense, this court will have the right to impose the relevant penalties on you. Do you understand? The Inquisitor's voice was as low as an active volcano, swimming on the verge of eruption. Seeing this, the 2 of them, Li Shui and Chen Jiayi, did not dare to continue with their head irons, and each of them hung their heads in response. I understand, Inquisitor. Understood. At this, the presiding judge's face eased a little. Plaintiffs, please proceed. Okay, presiding judge. Baijia will be silver white USB flash drive handed over to the bailiff beside the hands, which continues to open the mouth to state, this USB flash drive saved the evening of the 19th Mountain City Prince River International Hotel, 9th floor presidential suite, as well as the restaurant's surveillance video. As the words fell, Chen Jiayi and Li Shui's faces instantly turned pale, their expressions extremely unbelievable. How can that be? Wasn't the hotel surveillance broken? Baijia noticed the facial expressions of the 2 and slowly said with a meaningful smile on his face, I think in order to protect the privacy of the defendant, this video should not be shown in court. Don't you think so, defendant? After saying that, Chen Jiayi and Li Shui actually nodded their heads in succession. We plead guilty. We plead guilty. Don't play it out, please. The presiding judge nodded and tapped the gavel. Okay, is there anything else the plaintiffs would like to add? Our side has nothing more to add. Presiding judge, Bai Jia said confidently with his head held high. Okay, next, let's call the defense on cross-examination. The presiding judge turned his gaze once again to the defense table. Chen Jiayi and Li Shui were both slightly stunned when they heard this. A deposition? What kind of questioning? Looking at the two women with a look of being confused to the core, Bai Jia kindly reminded them. It's whether your side has a challenge to the evidence we've presented or wants to argue it. Argumentative challenge. Chen Jiayi repeated under her breath. Then her face fell. How can she question this when it's hard evidence? Not to mention arguing. She herself couldn't find any words to refute it right now, and only wanted to beg for Jiang Lin's forgiveness and fight for leniency. I question. Suddenly, Li Shui, who was on the side, spoke up. Jiang Lin frowned and cast a puzzled look. This fat bitch was just confessing to her crime. What's she up to now? Is she addicted to playing tricks every day? Okay, let's ask the defense to state its views. The inquisitor's flat and unadorned voice rang out, and you could tell that he was a little bored right now. Any struggle of Li Shui's was just a last fluke before dying in his eyes. You want to retract your confession? Oh, ridiculous. Li Shui fixed her mind and a flash of viciousness flashed across her face. Right now it seems impossible not to pull out his surefire way to win 100 battles. Thinking of this, Li Shui immediately assumed a posture of weakness and said in that familiar and brutal tone, I think that the evidence of the plaintiff's side is all forged. I demand that the plaintiff's side prove the veracity of their evidence. She had already thought about it. As long as Jiang Lin came up with a new round of evidence, she would immediately continue to question the authenticity of the new evidence, the condom plus the barbarian, and then label herself as a vulnerable person. But her absolute means of doing no harm. As long as she keeps going on and on, Jiang Lin can't do anything about it. After all, the court and the police have to look at the evidence to arrest someone, right? This she knows. Li Shui's voice had just fallen, and the entire room was silent. Everyone's expression changed. It was a complex expression of skepticism mixed with inability to hold back a smile. But Jiang Lin couldn't hold back a single one and burst out laughing, and the presiding judge looked at the gallery with some desire to speak. The pop-up areas in the major live broadcasts were even more directly blown up by these remarks. No way? Can people really be shameless to this extent? Against all odds. Truly an anticlimactic player. Your Excellency's move of battle heaven and earth with your mouth is truly awesome. If this statement of hers is useful, then even Holmes would have to go back crying if he came here. Ahahaha. Explosive speeches are quite explosive across the explosive world. I've seen ignorant people, but I haven't seen people who treat ignorance as capital A. This bitch's expression how to feel and she won the same? Ha 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 ha. Look at the Inquisitor's face darkening. The Inquisitor experienced two milestones in his life at the same time today. The first, being tried in court, and the second to a bull. And the most outrageous thing is that it fucking collided together. Ha 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 fuck. The statement on the network, the trial judge does not know. He now only know. Today this case is very likely to become his life's biggest stain. As if it wasn't so many people watching in right now. As if it wasn't being broadcast live by major media outlets. He might actually be unable to resist rushing to the defense table, then picking up Li Shui and rewarding her with a couple of big pussy pockets, followed by a hard questioning. Are you a douchebag? Do you really think you can say anything in court? Are you pretending to be crazy? Or are you treating me like an asshole? I'll put up with it. Trying to adjust his mind, the presiding judge took a deep breath while banging the gavel. Defendant, please be careful with your wording. Challenges and arguments are not made with just a mouthful of words. This is a court of law and everything is based on evidence. Li Shui's face changed greatly. Evidence? Why do you need evidence? She, Li Shui, never spoke without evidence. It's not fair. I refuse to speak, and I'm going to do it in this silent way. Well, don't open your mouth if you refuse to speak. The presiding judge announced at once with a bang of his gavel. The court is now adjourned. The deliberation phase will be conducted by the members of the full court. Bang! Working on 3 shifts even if I'm on a bus. Begging for swag woo-woo. Thank you all. The adjournment for deliberations represents the winding down of this trial. Originally, the defense still has a round of debate, but Li Shui's speech is really too shocking. The presiding judge simply jumped out of the session. He was afraid that if he debated for a while longer, he would somehow add a few new stains to his life. Anyway, the other defendant himself said he refused to speak, so let's not open our mouths and just wait for him to come and shoot. During the recess, Jiang Lin was escorted by a group of bodyguards back to the mediation room to rest. At this moment, Zhao Dongshan suddenly greeted him with a smile on his face and said in a flattering tone, Jiang Shao, haven't seen you in a few days, you still look great. Jiang Lin gave the other party an expressionless look and coldly spat out 4 words. Something to talk about. Hot-faced a cold ass made Zhao Dongshan's expression slightly stiff, but since he was an old fox, how could he not have a set of expression management tricks of his own? Soon, Zhao Dongshan's face expressions changed again, and in a short while it returned to the original fawning and smiling face, and his tone was even more fervent. Jiang Shao's straight talk. I really admire it, but about Li Shui's case now need to ask for your opinion? Jiang Lin took the tea handed to him by the bodyguard and took a light sip, then looked straight at Zhao Dongshan with a somewhat puzzled expression. What do I need to be consulted about? My opinion is to send her a peanut. Understand? I can repeat myself if I don't understand. Zhao Dongshan didn't have the guts to let the other party continue repeating himself, so he hurriedly wiped his sweat and nodded his head in response. Understood. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Well, this young man will rest for a while, so if there's nothing else, you can go out and stay there. Jiang Lin closed his eyes and leaned back on the recliner to start faking a nap, and at the same time, gave Zhao Dongshan an eviction order. Okay, Jiang Shao, you take your time to rest. I'll call out to you when the judgment is read out later. Zhao Dongshan bowed and retreated all the way to the back of the door, and the security guard saw this and thoughtfully came forward to lock the door in case there were still bystanders coming in to disturb Jiang Lin. Leaving the mediation room, Zhao Dongshan gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After this outburst just now, he had the illusion that the current Jiang Lin was going to have an even stronger aura than the previous 2 days. In particular, that kind of majesty and temperament unique to the superior had gradually emerged from the other party at this time. Worthy of the Jiang family's crown prince was born with a superior buff, growing up only in one night. Not only did Zhao Dongshan think this in his heart, but his mouth kept exhorting himself. Who can only befriend, not feud? Remember to always befriend. Do it all. He just remembered that the opinion he came to Jiang Lin for this time was not actually the sentencing criteria for the Li Shui duo. Rather, it's the murder that Li Shui is carrying. His original idea was that Li Shui's murder of Wang Yifan had become a fact anyway, and the evidence was overwhelming. In order to save public resources and time, it would be better to directly adjudicate the matter in court. But this trial was ultimately Jiang Daoshao's main battlefield, and he had to be consulted on any ideas he had. But since Jiang Lin expressed his opinion of sending the other party to eat peanuts, then this is a good thing to talk about, which is tantamount to tacit agreement. Thinking of this, Zhao Dongshan walked into the panel deliberation room with a pile of information. An hour later, the presiding judge declared the adjournment closed and the trial resumed. Jiang Lin returned to the plaintiff's seat under the escort of a group of bodyguards. Only, at this time, there was one more person on the plaintiff's seat, that is, Zhao Dongshan, who had filed a criminal complaint against Li Shui on behalf of the capital city police department. Seeing such an additional director Zhao beside him, Jiang Lin not only didn't feel surprised, but also flirted with him with interest. Director Zhao, this is the spectator's seat, is tired of sitting. Change to the plaintiff's seat to experience some awe? Ha ha ha. Jiang Shao really knows how to joke. Official duties, please forgive me. Facing countless cameras, Zhao Dongshan naturally wouldn't lose his temper like he did in private, or else when the trial was over, he, the director, wouldn't be poked and prodded in the backbone? The head of the capital city police department is actually nodding his head to a youth in court? Who'll trust the police then? What do they think of them? They'll be dogs. Bang! Ahem! Silence. Suddenly, the presiding judge banged his gavel to maintain order on the floor. Court will now resume and the defendant, Li Shui, will be brought into the courtroom. Because it is a felon, Li Shui does not have much personal freedom. Even adjournment can only be taken to a designated place for custody, and the whole process is escorted by bailiffs. Now she was once again brought to court, as if she had been told some bad news. Her face was as ugly as a piece of white paper, and she even had to rely on the bailiffs around her to help her walk. In the defendant's seat, Chen Jiayi looked up at Li Shui, her lips hemmed and hawed twice, wanting to say something, but then stifled it. Bang! The presiding judge banged his gavel again at this point and questioned Li Shui. Defendant Li Shui, this court has just received a copy of the criminal complaint from the capital city police, which includes all the physical evidence in the case of your murder of Wang Yifan. In view of the fact that the evidence in this case is conclusive and the facts are clear, in order to economize on public resources, this court hereby decides to impose a consolidated sentence on you. Do you have any objections? The words of the presiding judge fell. Li Shui gritted her teeth and trembled her voice half a day before she squeezed out a sentence. I don't serve. I refuse to answer. You guys do this is. Bang! Don't open your mouth if you refuse to answer. The presiding judge frowned and chided. He couldn't understand where the hell this bitch learned these crooked tricks and refused to answer. Silent protest? Wouldn't it be stupid not to speak up in court? Who is to blame when the other judge wants to grant you leniency and you don't even give him a chance? Of course, he certainly didn't think of giving the other side leniency. He just despised this kind of self-righteous and ignorant behavior. Soon, the presiding judge took out the verdict and read it in a neutral manner. The Supreme Court of the capital city's hearing on the case of the wedding dress chaser and the murder case of Li Shui in prison has come to an end. As decided by the panel members' deliberations, the Supreme Court's verification, and the relevant explanations of judicial procedures, the verdict is as follows. All rise, please. The words fell, and all rose in response. The defendant, Li Shui, is guilty of intentional homicide, defamation, appropriation of other people's property, mobbing and lewdness, and damaging other people's honor, and is sentenced to death, deprivation of political rights, and confiscation of all personal property. Defendant Chen Jiai, guilty of defamation, appropriation of other people's property, mobbing and lewdness, and damaging other people's reputation, is sentenced to 17 years and 8 months in prison and a fine of 50,000 yuan. Sentencing is complete. Sit down. As the presiding judge's sentence came to an end, everyone sat down in response, and the expressions of the people in the gallery finally soothed a few points at this moment, which didn't make the presiding judge happy. It's finally done. At this point, Li Shui, who had been refusing to speak, suddenly began to break down and cry, her voice shrill and hoarse, her expression hideous as a severe ghost. I'm not convinced. I plead no contest. I demand a resentencing. It's not fair. You cannot sentence me to death. You can't take away my life. Good morning, family. I'm so sleepy. Li Shui's sudden collapse simultaneously shattered the last line of defense in Chen Jiai's heart. Although her sentence was much lighter compared to Li Shui and she would not directly lose her life, but when she thought about the fact that she was about to face a full 17 years of prison life, she felt that her life had completely lost its light and her future were dark. She'll be almost 40 when she regains her freedom. How does that make her acceptable? Me, I don't accept it either. It's not fair. Presiding judge, I want to appeal. Bang! The presiding judge slammed the gavel and said with a serious expression, this court is a fair and impartial public trial. All processes and sentencing standards are in line with the relevant laws of the state of China. In addition, there are also cabinet members listening to the jury. This judgment is equivalent to the final judgment according to the legal effect of this court has the right to reject the appeal of the two of you and declare the immediate execution. Bang! I declare the trial closed. As the presiding judge announced the end of the trial, the dust had settled. Chen Jiai and Li Shui were forcibly dragged away by bailiffs amidst a chorus of cries. Zhang Lin stood on the plaintiff's seat with his hands in the air, gently raising his head, his gaze relieved, his mouth containing a smile if anything. It's finally over. Nearly 10 million netizens in the live streaming rooms of the major media platforms completely boiled over at this moment. Crap! One eats peanuts and the other stomps on a 17-year-old sewing machine. That's a good enough verdict. Ha ha ha, great joy. All I can say is great joy. After chasing the progress of events for so long, why is there still an inexplicable sense of emptiness in my heart when it suddenly ends? Jiang Shao NB. The first person to punish XXN in contemporary times is none other than Jiang Shao. This is the end of the wedding dress chase. The end is 3 dead, 1 in for 17 years of stepping on a sewing machine. Although it feels like Jiang Shao might be suspected of using his own power. But this ending is so damn cool. Jiang Shao, my role model. The hearing ended and the members of the gallery began to leave the courtroom in an orderly manner. At this time, Bai Jia walked up to Zhang Lin and softly inquired, Elder brother Jiang, do you want to go to the back to see Chen Jiai and Li Shui? Zhang Lin didn't even think about it and agreed, go and take a look. After all, we know each other well, how can we not send them off? Ha ha ha, I knew it. You must want to see the two of them now too. On the other hand, in the supervision room, Li Shui and Chen Jiai were simultaneously put on bright silver bracelets and collapsed on the floor in a sorry state. Howling. The bailiff in charge of the guards shook his head and took out the judgment, handing it over to the two to sign. Here's the judgment. If there are no objections, you may sign it. It was this comment that caused the duo, who were in the midst of an emotional breakdown, to explode again. Who says I have no objections? I don't dispute it. I want to appeal. You can't execute me like this for no reason. I'm not signing. I demand a new trial. I may have made a mistake, but you can't just ruin my life. I want to see Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin will definitely forgive me. Zhang Lin had just reached the doorway when he heard the duo hissing frantically in the room, so he smiled and stepped in, and in a rather bashful tone snapped, who told you I'd forgive? Hearing the voice, Chen Jiai and Li Shui turned their heads to look almost at the same time. When they realized that the person coming was none other than Zhang Lin, it was as if they had grabbed a straw to save their lives, and they immediately began to cry in pain and beg for mercy. Zhang Lin, please forgive me. I'm willing to pay any price. Just please don't let me die. I really don't want to die. I beg you. Let me live. Okay. Li Shui wiped her nose and wiped her tears, her eyes revealing the desire for life everywhere. Only when death really came did she realize what it meant to regret, what it meant to be afraid, what it meant to know better. Jiang Lin coldly glanced at the other party. His heart was indescribably painful. Want to live. Want to live. Want to live. Please give me a chance. I'm willing to go to jail. I'm willing to pay for what I've done, just please let me live, okay? Please. Hearing Jiang Lin speak, Li Shui thought that the other party had gone soft, so she hurriedly exerted all her strength to plead with the other party to give her a chance to live. Pust. Looking at Li Shui, who was as humble as a dog in front of him, Jiang Lin didn't hold back his laughter. When she herself was targeted by her in the past, why didn't she think this day would come? It's just a matter of blame. In China, we are all about courtesy, and I haven't seen you let me go once in a long time. Do you think I can spare you today? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and issued a soul torture question. Li Shui knew that she was at a disadvantage and didn't dare to answer at all. She could only kowtow and beg for forgiveness one after another. Let me go. Please, please, Mr. Jiang, let me go. Up to this point, Jiang Lin didn't bother to reason with the other party, and directly threw his hand and threw the judgment in front of her. Sign it. Li Shui looked at the verdict in front of her, which symbolized the countdown of her life, and with a hard heart, the idea of tearing it up emerged once again. Jiang Lin could see what was in the other party's mind. The corner of his mouth revealed an imperceptible smile, and he spoke faintly. Tear it up. Tear it up. The big deal is that I'll have the court rewrite a copy of it later on, and then I'll find someone to sign it for you. Jiang Lin Yu. Li Shui's eyes widened, not expecting the other party to dare to say it so blatantly. No longer paying attention to the other party, Jiang Lin turned his gaze to Chen Jiayi. Chen Jiayi hurriedly made a plea for mercy, but was stopped. Just don't cry. At least you won't be eating peanuts. Well, you can't tell if you're crying. Jiang Lin tilted his head and softly threatened. Of course, he meant that the other guy wouldn't eat peanuts, but that didn't mean that no other accidents could happen besides peanuts. Depression is also known to kill people. Hearing Jiang Lin's threat, Chen Jiayi immediately stopped crying. She could tell the difference between the death penalty and 17 years. After 17 years, she might come out with a new lease on life, but the death penalty will have to wait until next spring, when the grave springs to life. Chen Jiayi didn't want to, and she couldn't. This was a human being's instinctive fear of death out of fear of death, as well as reverence for life and death. Seeing that both girls had stopped crying, Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Waving his hand in farewell, he said, I wish you two a bright future, and in your next life you'll be destined to see each other again. No, never again. After saying that, Jiang Lin left the room under the despairing gazes of the two women. After finishing this, Jiang Lin realized that his grandfather as well as his eldest uncle and the others had long since left. I guess there are a lot of things yet to be dealt with on their own as well. A sea of people outside the court was packed with countless onlookers, and a number of people were even shouting his name. Jiang Lin NB. Jiangshao is mighty. Great victory. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for eradicating evil tumors from society. Jiangshao. God. He. Elder brother Zhang's reputation among the masses is quite high. To the side, Jie teased with a laugh. Jiang Lin reached out and patted the other party's shoulder with a serious expression and said, Elder brother Bai is joking. All this is still thanks to you. The efficiency of a gold medal lawyer is really different. Harm. You're welcome. This is all what I should do. Besides, if it wasn't for your Jiangshao's great name being here, this case probably wouldn't have been as good as imagined. White Jay said matter-of-factly. Jiang Lin also understands that this is the truth. Now those little fairies on the network, with a sentence you now, do not know how many wrongful convictions out. The most unacceptable thing is that, obviously, the facts are in front of us. Right and wrong are already clear. People can actually rely on this legendary disease. A punch to overturn the scales of the law? Let the victim come out and apologize. And let the abuser bail out and get into school. It's the most anticlimactic. But luckily, he was Jiang Lin. Not only do they possess absolute power, but they also possess the determination to crush all demons and monsters. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Jiang Lin asked Uncle Fu to drive himself back to the suburban villa. As for why not go back to the ancestral home? That was because these elders of his own were very busy. Similar to the second uncle Jiang Jiangwo, the first time after learning about the results of the trial, he drove back to the military region, and did not even have the time to greet Jiang Lin, for which, Jiang Lin surely understood and would take the time to thank them one by one in the future. Just after returning to his suburban villa, Jiang Lin received separate congratulatory calls from Bai Luoshui and Qin Mengyao. The content is simple. Congrats to him for winning the case. Jiang Lin said Rebulk. To this, although he had expected he would win. After making the call, Jiang Lin flipped open the calendar and looked at it. realizing that there weren't many days until school started. His own one, the voice of darkness, had presumably begun shipping to Mordor as well. Seeing this, he thought he should speed up his hammering action on Twitter. Can't let that little thing get in the way of his good college life. Driving a sports car around campus, living in a villa and picking up girls, spreading money at the drop of a hat, nothing to do with Versailles. It's fucking called college life. At that thought, John Lin hurriedly made a call to Uncle Fu. Hello, Uncle Fu? Young master, what are your orders? Remember to inform those bloggers, don't forget the business of the night, and I'm about to start school, so we need to make this quick right now. Understand? Don't worry, young master. I will definitely arrange to understand. The book's first volume, Wedding Dress Chasing Stars to this end. Thank you for all the way to accompany. In fact, quite reluctant to give up. This period of time I have been accustomed to the rhythm of the three. It is estimated that the future will continue to maintain. Thank you for the love. Let's let the next volume, the campus chapter see? Thanks to the big brothers who appreciated the gifts. The campus chapter will continue to uphold the original intention of the book, to make you all feel happy, so that you can find a trace of happiness in the dull and tasteless life. Written in a purely cool style, those who forgot to turn in their brains can continue to do so again, remembering that a little one has a birthday today. Ice Cold would like to wish you a happy birthday. Updates are coming. In addition, the female lead is not necessarily by the Washu do not guess law. Ask for gifts. Families who get it. Night falls and the lights come on. The lights of 10,000 houses brightened the sky. A round of bright moon hung in the starry sky. Silver light sprinkled over the earth, and a little bit of the prosperous street scene in the distance irradiated into the youth's eyes. 7:57. John Lin raised his head to look at the wall clock on top of the wall and turned to continue casting his gaze out the window. 3 minutes to go. The night traffic in the capital. Colorful neon lights all the time exudes the smell of money. 8 o'clock sharp. Capital time. More than 24 million car bloggers, simultaneously vocalized in major social media, opened a group to Weibo, angrily denouncing its ugly face of double standard. This is certainly another good show for those netizens who have just finished their wedding dress chasing melons and are left feeling unfulfilled. Hot searches are airborne as expected, and the inside of the comment section is crowded with admiring netizens from all over the world. Fogweed. Fogweed. The internet has been really unsettled lately. What's this whole thing about? 666. Open group microblogging. These 24 bloggers are also quite courageous, huh? The first time I saw the netroots dare to stiffen the platform. Wedding dress chasing stars out of the extra? Oh, it turns out to be the opening of the group microblogging caused me to be excited for nothing. Wait a minute. Have you guys noticed that the black supercar in that video these bloggers posted today? Why the hell does it look so familiar to me? You don't say. Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Isn't this the fucking Bugatti Black Knight voice of Zhang Xiao? Hiss. At the same time, countless netizens' retweets and aids also caught the attention of Weibo officials. Starwave Group, microblogging president's office. After finishing the day's work, Wang Gao was preparing for a beautiful private soup. Who knew that just as he pushed open the door, he bumped into Xiao Mei, the secretary who was walking on his way. Mr. Wang, it's not good. Someone suddenly brought a rhythm online, blasting our Weibo official double standard. And now it's all rushed to the hot search. Xiao Mei finished the whole sentence in one breath. Her chest began to rise and fall violently due to the lack of oxygen. Looking at the briefcase in Wang Mao's hand, her face flashed another flash of fortune. Fortunately, he ran over it the first time he learned the news. Otherwise this Buddhist Mr. Wang might have gotten off work. Wang Gao quietly listened to the other party's description, and then raised his eyebrows. You don't need to come to me for this small matter, do you? You've also followed me for so many years. You still can't suppress a hot search? Hearing this, Xiao Mei knew that her own Mr. Wang had been gullible, so she added those little tidbits of information she had just learned to the other party. Mr. Wang, I'm afraid the hot search this time is not that well pressed according to the gossip I know. The mastermind behind this bombardment of our microblogs is most likely that Zhang Lin, Zhang Dishao, who was making a lot of noise on the internet some time ago. What? Wang Gao's eyes widened with disbelief. When did our microblogging mess with this grandpa? Buzz. Suddenly, Xiao Mei's cell phone vibrated, and when she opened it, it was a message from the operations department. Sister Mei, look at the Douyin hot search. Zhang Dishao has come out to support those car bloggers. The gossip was right. Turning off her cell phone, Mei gulped and carefully looked at Wang Gao. Mr. Wang, do you want to take a look at the Douyin hot search? Okay, let's see. When Wang Gao saw this expression on the other party's face, he actually had a prediction in his heart. As expected, open the jitterbug. The first of the hot search list above is clearly written, following the wedding dress chasing star event. Zhang Xiao once again shot. The sword refers to the microblogging double standard behavior. Clicking in, it was a post that Jiang Lin had made on Douyin. In it, there are a lot of screenshots as well as text describing how Weibo condoned XXN's abusive attacks on him, and how it blocked an ordinary news post of his by positioning it as a violation of the rules. At this moment Wang Gao was completely numb. He understands some of the unspoken rules of this social media platform of his own home, although it is occasionally some double standard, but the vast majority of users are mostly women. Even if someone expresses dissatisfaction and opinions, it is unlikely to get their support, and will soon sink into the sea and be suppressed by some of the other stars of the lace news. But today is not the same. Self-audit actually skewed the others. Zhang Young master to double standard. Isn't this a big fucking flood? Thinking of this, Wang Gao did not leave work, and quickly turned back to his office and opened his computer, while instructing Xiao Mei on the side, hurry up, help me check Jiang Xiao's contact information. This situation must have us contacting him first, or else I'm afraid it'll be too late when he comes to contact us. Speaking of this, Wang Gao couldn't help but shiver. He saw the news this morning, and he watched the whole trial. Regarding Jiang Lin's identity, he could already be 100% certain that this was the legendary one, the crown prince of the Jiang family. If this matter was not handled properly, it was likely that their microblogs would have to face pressure from both the Chinese officials and the Lin's plutocrats. By then, it will be too late to say anything, and you'll be lucky to survive with a broken arm. Or maybe you'll be replaced by a giant in the same industry. Beyond that he couldn't think. He couldn't think. Right now, this Jiang Xiao must be contacted first. Mr. Wang, wait a moment, I'll go check young Zhang's contact information. Secretary Xiao Mei also knew the seriousness of the matter, and after leaving such a sentence, she walked out of the president's office quickly without turning her head. Waiting for Xiao Mei to leave, Wang Gao silently lit up a huazi, and his gaze gradually became deeper and deeper. Hey, I hope this Jiang Xiao didn't have the idea of messing with Weibo, otherwise Twitter could really be in the crisis of the century. Sorry brothers, today and his girlfriend quarreled, affecting the code words author June has broken up. Now all heart code words, you can rest assured that you will be able to catch up. Thanks for the gifts brothers. On the other hand, the suburban villa. Jiang Lin finished his post and was too lazy to keep scrolling through the comments, so he swiped the dance area ladies in Douyin. Should I say no? The white silk with the gymnastic uniform is really eye-catching. No wonder some of the top 1 big brothers would rather eat instant noodles than listen to the female anchor whining to come up with a sentence, Wu Ji brother. At this time, Jiang Lin casually clicked into a pole dancing live room. The female anchor inside has an extremely hot body. That is, the beauty face is opened a bit exaggerated. The chin is almost catching up with the cone. System message, give me a knife. Entering the broadcast room, probably because the anchor had only just started broadcasting. There were only a few old drivers in the room who were quietly enjoying the art. Noticing the arrival of the newcomers, they immediately and enthusiastically launched a welcome pop-up. I'm not alone in my ways. Welcome new brothers. You like that too, don't you? Why does this ID give me a feeling of both strangeness and familiarity? Me too. At this time, the female anchor also saw that there was a newcomer in the live room through the background message, so she subconsciously welcomed him. Welcome to give me a cut of joy to enter. Halfway through her sentence, she realized that it was a poor guy with a 0 gift rating. Immediately, the anchor woman's face collapsed, and her words turned directly into, Che. So it's another white whoring monster. Jiang Lin? While it's true that he started out with the idea of white knighting to pass the time, it's your fault for saying it so directly. Don't I want to lose face? Probably guessing this scene in advance. An old man in the live broadcast room kindly reminded him. The main point is that the company's products and services are not only for the benefit of the customers, but also for the benefit of the customers. And the company's products and services are not only for the benefit of the customers, but also for the benefit of the customers. And the company's products and services are not only for the benefit of the customers, but also for the benefit of the customers. Others saw this and came to join in the fun. Brother, can you stand this? Let's just smash the ticket in her face and let her know what we're capable of. Right. Smash her arrogant head off with a sports car. That's right. Break her legs. Is there really such an operation? Ahem. That's not true. As long as you have the money, you can indeed do so. Do not look at the anchor surface quite proud. 2 days ago a big brother brushed 100 Porsche. Guess what? This bitch directly kneeling shouting father. Ha 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 ha. System message, Lonely Wind has been banned by the Housing Authority for 3,650 days. As soon as the system message came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly went silent, and Jiang Lin finished reading the gift level rules. It turns out that Douyin gift level is divided into 0-60 levels. The higher the level, it means that the account brushes out more gifts. The audience can improve their gift level by giving gifts to the anchor. The upper limit is 60 levels. Brush full almost 200 million jittery coins, that is 2000 W Chinese national currency. Looking again at the large 0-character badge next to his name, John Lin could finally understand why this female anchor would call himself a white whoring monster. His own number is crushing a penny of gifts. At that moment, the anchor woman suddenly spoke again. Even if you whore yourself out, you're still bringing up the tempo in the live room. So if there's a next time, don't blame me for just letting the room manager kick you out. Although he knew that the person in the other party's mouth who was carrying the tempo wasn't himself, John Lin still felt a sense of mockery if nothing else. It's true that as long as a person is poor, he's not a human being. And that's true everywhere. Thinking of this, John Lin silently tapped his phone and sent out a pop-up. Give me a cut, Lou, anchor. Isn't it a little impolite of you to talk like that? The anchor woman noticed the pop-up screen and said with a slight impatience, what do you care if my manners are impolite? Who do you think you are? Jiang Shao? White horse, still so much talk. Cannot stand you, get out. Give me a cut, Lou? The veteran drivers in the live broadcast room heard this sentence, and then looked at the ID give me a knife music. The sense of familiarity in their hearts is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, one person reacted, and quickly sent out a pop-up screen. Oh, shit. The anchor, you don't say. The more I look at this ID, the more familiar it looks. Isn't this ID Jiang Shao's? Once this pop-up screen came out, the entire live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Fuck. Crap. I said how there is a familiar and strange feeling. After half a day, strange because did not see this ID in this live room. Familiar because Jiang Shao is this ID. This is too exciting. Jiang Shao equals male plus love to watch female anchors. I also equals male plus love to watch female anchors. I see. I equals Jiang Shao. Ha ha ha. I didn't realize that my taste is the same as Jiang Shao's. Damn it. I'll have more capital to brag about in the future. Cowardly. Jiang Shao is coming? I'll take a look at his homepage to see if he's a copycat or the real thing. The anchor woman naturally noticed the pop-ups, but she was still more willing to believe that she had bought a lottery ticket and won the first prize compared to the fact that the legendary Jiang Shao would descend on her small live room. You're kidding. That's Jiang Shao. What kind of existence is Jiang Shao? Would he come to see her? A small anchor? Unless the sun comes out of the west and the cell learns to go up a tree. Otherwise, it's a pipe dream. At that thought, she didn't hesitate to open her mouth in mockery. Even if you imitate the ID of Jiang Shao, you also imitate a little like at least charge some money. Brush down the gift level top a gift level 0 sign. Dare to pretend to be Jiang Shao. I'm really gonna laugh. As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the live broadcast room also reacted. That's right. How can Jiang Shao's gift level be 0? If you said that Jiang Shao had charged $20 million and dried up to level 60, they would believe it without hesitation. After all, people do have this ability. But if you're saying that Jiang Shao gift level is only 0, then that's a bit outrageous. Thinking about this, a lot of skepticism gradually came out in the live room. As much as I hate to admit it, I think the anchor does have a point. Okay, brother, can you teach me how to change the name? Why can't I change it here? Is there any special symbol? The heart of the pretender. All people have. You cheat the anchor woman even if, but you cheat the brothers will be too much. Ow. Seeing this, John Lin knocked a sentence rather helplessly. Give me a knife music, originally intended to use the identity of ordinary netizens and you get along did not expect. In exchange for estrangement, well, do not pretend. I am John Lin. I show my cards. However, not even 2 minutes after the pop-up was sent out, it drew a group of taunts from the water friends and female anchors in the live broadcast room. Brothers walk away with small gifts, continually updated. Ha ha ha, everyone heard it. This one gave me a knife music. Knife always, but also loaded, ha ha ha. To be honest, I live so long, but also the first time to see this kind of person. The female anchor's undisguised mocking voice echoed in the broadcast room. The group of water vendors at the bottom followed suit and started a pop-up. 666. Brother, I said you're fat. Why are you still panting? Bullshit. Dude, you've got the cheek of that devil's son from B Station. No. I want to record the screen. I want to record this explosive moment. Buddy, if you keep this up, be careful of being sent in to step on the sewing machine if Jiang Shao finds out. The last rumor monger's grave has not yet passed. Fear not. Brother, I support you. Today Jesus came, you are also Jiang Shao. Ha ha ha. Mentioning stepping on a sewing machine, John Lin really didn't hold back a laugh. These days the netizens are also really. They'd rather spend time bragging and farting here, but also don't want to spend time to take a look at their homepage more than once. After all, those videos and statements on your own homepage are still clearly out there and cannot be faked. There's still a fan base of almost 1 million and most of them are now black to black. Just as Jiang Lin was about to type again to prove himself. Finally, the water user in front of him who had gone to his homepage to spy on him came back. Brothers, lay off. The great news. This give me a knife music actually step horse is really Zhang Xiao. Once this pop-up screen came out, the entire live broadcast room fell into a momentary silence. Even the female anchor who was originally full of disdain froze in place. It wasn't long before Jiang Lin saw the other party pick up another cell phone from his side and start tapping furiously through the live feed, presumably looking through his homepage. Seeing this, Jiang Lin left the live broadcast room with satisfaction. As for proving yourself with swipes? Put. He, Jiang Lin, was rich, but not a philanthropist. Who do you think you are? You deserve it. Jiang Lin's front foot left the live broadcast room. The anchor woman's back foot snapped sound dropped the phone on the ground. At this time, those water friends who had gone to Jiang Lin's homepage also returned, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. If I'm not mistaken, the one who just gave me a knife. You're right, brother, I'm still in shock. Jiang Xiao, live Jiang Xiao, the real Jiang Xiao, bullseye class. I've actually met the real Jiang Xiao. What I said just now is pure nonsense. Jiang Xiao, you mustn't take it personally with me. Sob, 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 sob. Anchor this time really barbecue. Not only personally missed the freedom of wealth, but also the people Jiang Xiao taunted. Forgive me if I don't stop laughing. The female anchor looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room with a stupefied face, her mood completely dropping to the freezing point at this moment. What the hell was he doing just now? Mocking Jiang Xiao? He himself actually stepped on the horse and mocked Jiang Xiao. No way. Apologize. You have to apologize. Maybe if he coaxes the other party into doing something, he'll have enough pocket money to feed and clothe himself for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, she hurriedly clicked on the list of viewers. It's a pity that the idea of give me a knife is long gone. Boom! It's over. It's all over. The female anchor's face changed, as if a bolt from the blue had passed through her mind, and in the end, she couldn't help but cry out in pain directly. Jiang Xiao is checking his room. That's Mr. Jiang himself checking the room. I can't believe I didn't grasp it myself. What's the difference between that and picking up a $5 million lottery ticket on the side of the road and then throwing it in the trash? I can't believe I missed such a great opportunity. Gosh! Seeing that the goddess actually began to weep in pain, the water friends in the live broadcast room launched pop-ups to comfort her. Don't cry, baby, it's okay, I'll feed you. 666. I can't help but laugh even though it's a sad story. I'm sure it's a blessing and a destiny. Yo, masters come to see the rubbing? Okay, don't cry. Better try to rub the edge. I swiped a small heart to comfort your broken heart. At that moment, a less unharmonious pop-up suddenly popped up. Brothers, Jiang Xiao is spreading money in the next live room. Go see it. The pop-ups crossed the airwaves, and there was instant silence in the broadcast room as everyone went to join in the fun. The female anchor saw that the people in her live room ran away almost instantly, so she cried even more. She regrets it. She missed out on $1 billion. I will turn my grief into strength and keep fighting. Give me a knife. Give me a knife. Carnival X1. Looking at the gift notification that suddenly popped up in the background of the live broadcast, Su Tianqing's nightingale-like heavenly singing voice suddenly stalled, and rubbed her eyes. What the hell? Did you make a mistake? I'm not sure. Give me a knife. Give me a knife. Carnival X66. What? Su Tianqing was confused. If she remembered correctly, this carnival seemed to be the most expensive gift inside the Douyin, valued at a full 3,000 Chinese national currency. She's just a faceless music anchor, usually singing and playing piano when she's off work. It's not like those anchors in the dance section who show off to get a laugh from their big brothers. How is it possible for a tycoon to swipe a carnival for himself, and swipe so many at once? It's not a kid swiping on an adult's cell phone, is it? Apart from this, she really couldn't think of any other possibilities. After all, which big brother would like an anchor who didn't show his face? He even threw away a lot of money, swiped half a day's worth of gifts, and didn't even send a single pop-up. Thinking of this, Su switching hastily out of the voice to stop. That little friend, you do not brush again. Quickly let your mom and dad contact me. I background to you refund. This statement instantly amused the water friends in the live broadcast room. Laughing my ass off. Anchor, you look at the pop-ups. This is fucking Jiang Xiao in person. 666. I've only heard that playing games will make you younger. I didn't realize that swiping gifts will also make you younger. Jiang Xiao's wave of gifts has swiped at least 10 years of young life. Worry, anchor, you're going to be rich this time. I can't believe you've been rewarded by Mr. Jiang. Didn't you say you were still trying to make money for tuition? Now you don't have to do a part-time job. Just broadcast at ease. Yes, I'm sure. This is a blessing that no one can envy. Su Tianqing's expression froze slightly when she saw these pop-ups. Jiang Shao? Who is Jiang Shao? Although she was a famous anchor, she had to work a summer job during the day to earn tuition fees, and the little free time she occasionally squeezed out was spent on live broadcasts and singing at night, and she seldom went surfing on the internet, so she knew very little about the hot events that had happened recently. At this time, John Lin silently sent out a pop-up. Give me a cut lock. What, little friend? Don't get off the subject. Sing. It's so good. Why don't you sing? Give me a knife. Give me a knife. Carnival. Carnival. The entire 88 carnivals were swiped out together, immediately triggering Du Yin's full platform broadcast screen swipe. The God Ho Give Me a Knife music in a small sweet live room sent carnival. Everyone quickly come to watch it. The God Ho Give Me a Knife music in a small sweet live room sent carnival. Everyone quickly come to watch it. The God Ho Give Me a Knife music in a small sweet live room sent carnival. Everyone quickly come to watch it. For a while, the entire Douyin platform was abuzz, not just because of these 88 carnivals, but because the ID of this godly hero is actually fucking identical to Jiang Shao. Soon, Su Tianqing's live room, which originally only had a few hundred people, was flooded with tens of thousands of people in an instant. The pop-ups were even increasing at a crazy rate of a dozen per second. Crap, brothers, this is the real Jiang Shao. Cow's piracy. This live singing? What the fuck? First pay attention to a wave. Jiang Shao's taste is certainly not bad. Jiang Shao domineering. Mr. Jiang, you're awesome. What are you waiting for? Why don't you thank me? If Jiang Shao doesn't make a move, then it's a big hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'll really be sour. The pop-ups kept going crazy in the background. Where had Su Tianqing seen this kind of battle? But she saw John Lin's request to sing just now. Right. Singing. Without much hesitation, she instantly decided to sing one of her best and favorite songs, Love You, for the crowd. Thank you for giving me a gift from One Dagger Music. I don't have much talent, so I'll just perform a song for you all. Dedication. After saying that, the accompanying music sounded, and Su Tianqing's sweet voice appeared in the live broadcast. I close my eyes and breathe against your heartbeat. Heavenly music, like a kingfisher flicking water or a nightingale singing. Gradually, there were much fewer pop-ups, and everyone was immersed in the sweet, clean version of Love You. Just love you, love you, love you, love you, love you together anytime. The beautiful tune paired with the clear bite of the words, a picture scroll depicting youth, love and beauty slowly unfolded in everyone's mind. It should be said or not, Su Tianqing's singing talent is indeed extremely high. Even through the screen, just with the song, it resonates in the hearts of the audience. Shit, eyes in the sand. No wonder Jiang Shao was mesmerized. This anchor does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Ears pregnant, eyes nuked, eyes nuked. On the other side, John Lin was closing his eyes, fully immersed in the beautiful song. Suddenly, the song cuts out and the cell phone begins to vibrate with frequency. John Lin opened his eyes suspiciously and realized that it turned out to be someone on the phone. What a bummer. After cursing, the phone was connected and a rather careful man's voice came from the other side. Excuse me, is this John Lin? It's me. John Lin's emotionless voice rang out, causing the words of the man across from him to tremble. Jiang Shao. I'm the current president of microblogging Wang Gao. You can just call me Xiao Wang. That I'm not looking at a post you mistakenly blocked online by the audit some time ago, so I'm here specifically to apologize to you. The previous auditor has been ordered by us to investigate. In view of his negligence and double standard behavior, our company has already dismissed him. I am here to assure you that microblogging will definitely not show any double standard behavior in the future. Do you think you're satisfied with this treatment, Mr. Jiang? Wang Gao's voice was careful, afraid of upsetting the other party. Only after a long time did Zhang Lin faintly reply. Not bad. Then you see if you want any compensation or, tell me more. Snap. The phone hangs up. Zhang Lin re-entered the live room with the name Tiny Clear Sweet. It was just a pity that Su Tianqing's song had already finished. Seeing this, Zhang Lin couldn't help but curse again. If you don't call early, you don't call late. But if you don't call when I'm listening to a song, it's really bad luck. Thank you brothers for the small gift. Start today's first shift. The ladder is still coding do not rush. In the live broadcast room, Su Tianqing had just finished singing a song, and took advantage of the time to drink water to scan the pop-up screens. Almost all of the audience complimented her on how well she sang. Wow, the anchor sings beautifully. One more song. Ooh, this song reminds me of my first girlfriend that I never met. I've never met you before. Yeah, I don't have a first love right now. Isn't it just an unrequited love? 66,666. I didn't realize there was a girl who sang so well at Douyin. Me too. Suddenly I realized that the dance section is just like that. Just when Su Tianqing was still rejoicing over the positive comments from her water friends, a pop-up caught her attention. What the hell? Where's Mr. Jiang? Why is he gone? Did Jiang Xiao just give me a knife joy in that? Su Tianqing put down her glass of water and inquired out in doubt. The water friends in the live room were also very enthusiastic, and a pop-up screen with advice kept crossing. Right. The question is, how did Jiang Xiao run away? Could it be that Mr. Jiang is also a man who focuses on freshness? Anyway, it can't be that the anchor sings hard. Based on my personal feeling, the anchor this voice can completely participate in the talent show debut. Anchor, check if Jiang Xiao has sent you a private message. Seeing this, Su Tianqing stretched out her jade finger and tapped into her backstage private message, only to find that there wasn't that familiar ID, give me a slice of joy. So she whispered, "No, maybe Jiang Xiao didn't like the song I sang too much. After all, 100 people have 100 Hamlets in their hearts." Speaking of this, Su Tianqing's nose was a little sour. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that the day would come when tens of thousands of people would listen to her and praise her for her singing. And all of this is because of that mysterious tycoon Jiang Xiao, give me a knife Lu. As described by countless netizens, at the drop of a hat, he swiped 88 carnivals to draw traffic to himself, and the only request he made was to sing. This is not many times better than those top 1 big brothers who move in the dance area and offer to meet offline. Although she hadn't seen much of society's treachery, she wasn't stupid enough to know that there were a lot of female anchors in the dance district who would go out offline to sleep with their big brother on the first list. According to her face value, if she shows her face will certainly attract a lot of traffic, but she is not willing to. Her original intention to open the live broadcast is just do not want to let the dream become a regret. I hope to let more people hear her songs, rather than become a walking corpse who sells her body for money. Although this dream is getting farther and farther away from her because of many external factors, but one always has to have a heart that wants to follow a dream. Doesn't he? Thinking of this, she made an instant decision. Return all these gifts to that mysterious Jiang Xiao. If the other party didn't like her singing, how could she be so brazen as to accept these gifts? Besides, the value of these gifts is just too expensive. Just as Su Tianqing had just begun to act, searching up Jiang Lin's ID, a system message suddenly popped up in the live room. Give me a knife, give me a knife, give me a knife. At this moment, the water lovers were once again boiling. Jiang Xiao is back again. Welcome, everyone. Fuck, crap, Jiang Xiao is finished so soon? Sure enough, Jiang Xiao didn't leave because of the anchor's unpleasant singing voice. Jiang Xiao, evaluate the anchor's singing voice. Right. In the future, I can even go around bragging about how classy Jiang Xiao and I were back in the day when we listened to the girls sing. The water user's enthusiasm was quickly answered by Jiang Lin. Give me a knife music, just took a phone call. The song is not finished. The anchor want to not play a song? Give me a knife and I'll give you a Fiesta X6. Carnival's dazzling special effects are once again on the air. The water boys are numb. Big brother you this point of the song just brush a few Huazi also fucking too trench in it. At this time, Su Tianqing, who had just finished sending a private message to Jiang Lin, noticed the special effects in the live broadcast room, so he rushed over to the computer to check it out. In the next second, her face changed from dumbfounded to shocked then to surprised. Give me a cut Lu. You're back? Jiang Lin in front of the cell phone screen cocked his head, tapping his fingers lightly and sending out another pop-up. That's not important. What's important is that I think you sing beautifully. Want another song? 6 more carnivals then swiped out. Give me a knife and I'll give you a Fiesta X6. This say a word. Just brush 6 carnival stance belongs to Su Sweet Ching scared. She was so anxious that she hurriedly uttered. Don't brush it. Don't brush it. I'll sing now. Okay. There's one thing she didn't say. If you brush for a while longer and deduct 50% of the platform's commission, I can't afford to pay it back even if I work for 10 years. Jiang Lin, however, acted as if he could see through the other party's thoughts as a pop-up slowly floated by. Gimme a slice of joy. I heard from your water friends that you seem to be trying to enroll in a music academy and then the tuition wasn't enough, right? Give me a knife music. I cannot see the geniuses buried. These small gifts as I invested in your study. Later become a singer concert. Don't forget to send me a few tickets on it. Give me a knife. Give me a knife. Carnival X12. Seeing Jiang Lin's pop-up, Su Tianqing's pupils trembled and her sweet voice carried a slight inferiority complex. I can really? But I don't want to go into showbiz. Showbiz is too messed up. I just want to sing, not get fame and fortune by those dirty rules. When these words came out, the water friends in the live broadcast room were all happy. You've come to the right person. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts. And this is Jiang Xiao's old profession. Ha 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 ha. Does this girl never watch the news? Laughs me to death. You've come to the right person when you run into Jiang Xiao. The last showbiz giant that messed with him has now changed his name. But I should say the last top stream that messed with Jiang Xiao has cooled off. Of course, the corpse has cooled off. the words have come to this. Since none of you are going to make a move, then let Jiang Shao make a move. Watching the waterboys move around and come up with words like cool, corpse, whatever, Su Tianqing only felt a coldness in her back. This Jiang Shao wouldn't be some kind of very perverted dude, would he? So is the other guy giving himself a gift for the sake of? Thinking of this, Su Tianqing sucked in a mouthful of cold air and went off the air. At this time, Zhang Lin silently sent out a pop-up. It's okay, the rules of the entertainment industry don't work for you. I said, whoever doesn't let him come to me. Give me a knife and I'll give you a Fiesta X6. Second shift. Brothers, blame the group that the water with the sky to go. GA ate me. Make me just now finished updating. Go to the net, storm him dog head. Funny, save your life. Thanks for the gifts, big guys. The above was a joke, haha, don't take it seriously. I just want you all to come to the group and ask me to hurry up. Seeing that Zhang Lin had let this out, Su Tianqing was a bit hesitant, partly out of her own protection, and partly out of unwillingness to fulfill her dream. Can you only sing if you're in showbiz? Ugh. Su Suiqing tone a little lost. On second thought, there are still so many water friends in the live room. They cannot pass the sadness to them, so hastily out of the voice to change the topic. Phew, what the hell, I'd better get back to singing for everyone. The one that gave me a cut, Leia Jiang Shao. What do you want to hear? In the room, Zhang Lin looked at his cell phone and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Nice guy. Finally knows to let himself. The big brother of Chart 1. Order a song? Without much hesitation, Zhang Lin casually typed out a song title. Give me a knife, rose in the hand. Seeing the title of the song, Su Tianqing subconsciously sighed in relief. Luckily, this song she knew, and sang it okay. She was afraid that the other party suddenly came to a bit of bad taste, ordering some more niche, strange and weird songs. Soon, the accompaniment sounded and the gentle song entered the ears of the crowd once again. As the song entered his ears, Zhang Lin closed his eyes slightly and nodded in satisfaction. This girl's singing skills were indeed not bad, as long as she studied and coached a little. Becoming a generation of songstresses in the future was not impossible. Suddenly, he remembered something. Didn't Time Summit get bought out by its own family? When the time comes, won't we get this girl in and train her to be another top stream in the future? This will not only create a top streaming sign for her own company, but also fulfill her musical dreams. Wouldn't that be a double whammy? When the song ended, Zhang Lin casually swiped all of the 100,000 or so jitterbugs left in his backpack in one breath, and then left the live broadcasting room satisfied. Returning to his personal page, he suddenly noticed two extra special private messages in the background. One was a small, sweet one and the other was a woman with a sultry, revealing avatar. Zhang Lin froze for a moment, then chose to tap into the latter's chat box. What came to mind was an apologetic message with complex ingredients. Zhang Les, I'm really sorry. This thing happened today is very unexpected. I do not mean to mock you. Mainly I cannot believe that you this kind of day-to-day, successful and outstanding man will drive me to this small live room. I personally really admire you very much. So in the sight of someone pretending to be you will be so intense reaction. If you are willing to give my sister a chance, then why not add down my WeChat? My sister will definitely, I will not let you down. My V number. Since Douyin didn't have interconnections that could only send one private message, this anchor woman almost wrote a small essay of almost 200 words and sent it to Zhang Lin. I can see that she really wants to get on this thigh, but Zhang Lin wasn't an ingrate, so how could he still care about her? It's so boring, I thought, what the hell. Zhang Lin skimmed his mouth and directly blackened and deleted the other party. Then tap into Tiny Clear Sweet's private message. Unlike the last anchor woman, this is a thank you message. Give me a cut of music. Hello? Thank you for your recognition and support. I know my singing voice is still a lot far from being really good, but I'll keep trying. In addition, you have helped me a lot. I never imagined that I would sing to tens of thousands of people at the same time, so I cannot accept these gifts. If you are convenient to help apply for a minor refund, I can't afford it. Since Zhang Lin had clicked follow when he first entered the live broadcast room, there was no limit to the number of times Su Tianqing could send a message. Of course, the prerequisite was to switch back. Seeing this, Zhang Lin shook his head helplessly and tapped his phone to send over a private message. No need to pay back. I'm a venture capital boss. Just write me a song when you become a songstress in the future. After sending this message, Zhang Lin exited Douyin and dialed a number. Hello? Mom, are you in charge of the entertainment company Lin's Times? Ha? I'm not debuting, I'm just going to help someone else debut. When the time comes, I'll call Uncle Fu to send you the information. You just sign it. And when they debut after a few years of further study in the conservatory, they'll be hot. On the other hand, Su Suiqing took advantage of the fact that she finished her song and took a water break to search on Duonyang on how to close the Douyin gift entrance. Soon, she finds the answer and closes the portal for gift giving. Now she doesn't have to worry about a tycoon popping up out of nowhere to swipe the carnival. I can't help it. The platform has a really high commission. She doesn't want to owe anyone too much. She can't afford it. Meanwhile, Weibo officials released an announcement overnight that caused a buzz across the internet. The general content is very simple. That is Zhang Xiao. We were wrong. This is a matter of the people underneath messing around. We have fired the culprit. Give us another chance. I hope the netizens will monitor. Although this is a dumping routine that has been used by major stars in the entertainment industry, it does work. Soon, the announcement attracted countless retweets and hot debates among netizens. There were even a lot of people who had ate up Zhang Lin's Weibo account underneath the comments. Thus, Zhang Lin silently ran to the announcement and clicked on it to show his attitude. Unbeknownst to him, this small gesture made a group of microblogging executives, who were keeping a close eye on the developments, almost shout out in excitement. Zhang Xiao forgave. Finally, I can get off work. Good night, house guests. A little power generation and free swag. The author squints up and keeps on doing it. Read the title. Later chapters were reviewed and changed to not mention sensitive color words. Time passed and 3 days passed. Zhang Lin got up early today, washed up, put away the bank cards and car keys scattered on the table into his backpack, and then drove to the airport accompanied by Uncle Fu. Because, today is the day school starts. Although he didn't need this college degree to decide his future, he still had to get past his own father. After all, now those big families of the sun, which is not holding a bunch of diplomas and certificates out of the gold-plated, they can disdain, but the most basic university or to finish. Otherwise you must have the belt stir-fry. Just after arriving at the airport, Zhang Lin saw the two of them, Bai Luoxue and Qin Mengyao, who were wearing blue and pink checkered dresses, looking around at something on the side of the road. Apparently, it was a pre-arranged agreement for a few people to go to school together. The vehicle slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Zhang Lin rolled down the window and said, "Don't look. Get in. Be well." The two women got in and sat in the spacious back seat. Qin Mengyao poked Zhang Lin on the co-pilot with her small pink hand and curiously said, "I say Zhang Lin Zhang Dishao, just how many luxury cars do you have? How come every time I see you out and about you never drive the same car?" Zhang Lin heard this and broke his fingers to make a rough estimate. "Well, probably only about 200 or so?" Qin Mengyao momentarily speechless. "What do you mean only more than 200? This is very little." "Right, Zhang Lin, is Uncle Fu going to Magic City too? I've already bought your airfare. If Uncle Fu goes, have him report his identity information to me. I'll just buy it together." At this time, Bai Luoxue looked at Fu Bo on the driver's side and inquired out loud. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin frowned and turned his head around, and two pairs of white legs instantly came into his eyes. "Ahem, there's no need to buy. My mom is a shareholder of China Airlines, and has already arranged for a special plane. When the time comes we'll land in Magic City in an estimated 2 hours. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Lin said with a serious face, "You return those tickets." "Ha, that's okay." Bai Luoxue nodded helplessly and went through the refund procedure in the background of her cell phone. The vehicle continued to drive and soon entered the airport's internal passageway, and under 100 boredom, Zhang Lin took out his cell phone and started brushing Douyin. These days he was so focused on enjoying his life that he didn't even surf the internet much, and the heat about him on the internet slowly began to fade. But the legend of his Zhang Xiao would still circulate in the Jianghu from time to time. Half an hour later, a special plane slowly took off from the Imperial Capital International Airport. Magic City University. Outside the school gates were crowded, and everywhere you looked there were students with bags of all sizes. Today's weather is exceptionally hot. Blazing September. The hot sun scorching the earth. A pair of jeans with a white shirt Su Tianqing walked off the bus with her luggage, and the acceptance letter in her hand looked particularly dazzling. Letter of acceptance to the School of Music, Mordor University. Looking at the grandiose school gates not far away that were filled with people, Su Tianqing felt her brain go into a trance with a loud bang. It's all so surreal. Like a dream. One actually did become a freshman at the Magic City University School of Music, and all tuition and fees are waived and there is a living allowance? This kind of treatment was something she had never even dreamed of envisioning, but now, it was a fact? Thinking of this, her gratitude towards that mysterious Zhang Xiao became even stronger. If it wasn't for the other party, how could he have been spotted by Lin's Era's agent? How could he have signed into the Era's special training class as a student? It is also signed into the special training class. She was given the opportunity to come to the Magic City University Conservatory of Music for further study. Not only a few years of tuition free, but also get the company's living subsidies. If you want to open the live broadcast can also apply for the company to attract traffic, with so many benefits rolled into one, and no overbearing clauses. She, a girl who had grown up from an orphanage since she was a child, truly felt the warmth of home, especially the company's agent. Sister Lee, who affirmed the first sentence after adding her. Signing up with our Lin's era. Don't worry, no one in the entertainment industry would dare to subvert you. Don't ask why. Ask just because Lin Zaibatsu is our proprietor. The other person truly treated her as a sister and was willing to nurture her. Su Tianqing could feel it. This time, she had already made up her mind that she must study hard and accomplish herself, so that she couldn't let down Sister Lee and Jiang Shao's hard work. Jiang Shao, Sister Lee and the company wait for the day I succeed. I must repay you all properly. Su Tianqing's eyes, which were like autumn waves, flashed with a touch of determination, and then carried her luggage and walked quickly towards the school gate. At the same time, a foreign man with his arms around two youthful and beautiful female students appeared at the entrance of Mordor University in a big way. The foreign man, named Nick, is the Magic City University through the International Special Recruitment of Foreign Talents to China has been 2 years' time. During this time, he not only received perfect grades in all subjects without having to study, but he also received a substantial monthly material allowance. This life and treatment. In his hometown, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the emperor of the earth. Today is the first day of school. He naturally came to take a look at the quality of the new students. In case there is a beautiful schoolgirl, it is also convenient for him to make the first move. After all, his status as a friend of the Crooked Kingdom was very popular here. One more chapter first. Sleepy and in bad shape. This chapter was harmonized and revised back for Neck as it appears above. Very sorry guys. Acker's appearance attracted the attention of many students around him. Although China belongs to the multi-ethnic integration of the country does not have any discrimination, but due to the non-stop increase in negative reports about XX in recent years, many people also realize the seriousness of the problem of ethnically invasive people and have become resistant and rejecting of outsiders. It's like gall. I'll go. How come there's an internal cough at Mordor University too? I hope it doesn't turn into that school. And here I have to mention a famous school. Too damned arrogant. I can't believe I'm hugging two guys at the same time. Fuck. It looks like this guy is coming from a bad place. Under the murderous gazes of the many students, Acker smiled faintly, looking at his expression, quite enjoying this feeling. He loved the feeling of being in the limelight, as he had never experienced what it meant to be in the limelight where he came from. Only here could he be transformed into a higher being sought after by countless people. After all, you're one of the most popular meat and potatoes. With that in mind, Acker began to search for his target with reckless abandon, his cloudy eyes dribbling over one girl after another. Soon, he noticed a girl in a denim shirt and a mask, though the other person wore a mask and was wrapped up tightly, but the aura that surrounded her and that delicate back, enough to convince him that it was definitely a stunningly beautiful young woman. Why don't you two go into school first? I've got some errands to run. Acker spoke in broken Mandarin to the two girls in his arms. The two sisters glanced at each other, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. There's no way around it, and since becoming the Lady of Spades, there's nothing for them to regret. Even if the other party is now openly picking up girls, they wouldn't dare to say anything, because they were afraid of being abandoned by this foreign man in front of them. Then all the special treatment they had followed to enjoy would completely disappear. Anyway, the reputation has been stigmatized, so it's better to put up with a little more welfare first, so that you can lose as little as possible, and then find an honest person to take over the business later when it's not possible. With that in mind, the two nodded rather silently before breaking free from Acker's arms and walking into the school. Seeing that the two guys who were in the way had already left, Acker laughed and showed a friendly gentleman's smile to come in front of Su Tianqing and said softly, "Hello schoolgirl, let me introduce myself. I'm Acker, a junior international student from the Department of Financial Management. You have beautiful eyes. I love them. Can we make friends?" Hearing the voice, Su Tianqing's movement of filling out the enrollment form stalled. Then she raised her head in confusion, and as a result, after seeing the other party's appearance, her gaze turned cold and she continued to turn around to fill out the form. Ignore. Absolute ignorance. When the surrounding students saw this scene, they couldn't say how happy their hearts were. Ha ha ha, this guy, he doesn't really think everyone likes them, does he? It's a relief to see this guy get his ass handed to him. Soothing. Good job schoolgirl. I support you. I told you. How can this hypocritical guy get his hands on it again and again? No, it's finally hit the wall. Ha ha ha, guys look. This guy seems annoyed. What are you afraid of? This is the territory of China. As long as he dares to make a move. If he dares to make a move, we'll go up and hammer him into a pig. That's right. No problem. Just do it and be done with it. Acker felt Su Tianqing's cold attitude towards himself and his face was a bit hung up. He's been in China for 2 years. What kind of girls hasn't he hit on? What kind of beauty has he not seen? Even when facing the presidents of various universities, he had never been so coldly received. He himself was the meat and potatoes that all the major colleges were fighting over, the most dazzling existence. Why would the other party dare not give him face? At that thought, Acker's voice gradually turned low, and the trademark gentlemanly smile on his face tightened considerably. This schoolgirl, I think you might not have heard me just now. My name is Acker. I'm a foreign student. I really like your eyes and would like to make friends with you. After saying that, Acker didn't forget to send out a sincere invitation. Also, my father is an elder locally in my hometown, so if you like diamonds and gold, I can take you to my hometown on vacation. Finally, a student couldn't stand it anymore and scolded sternly. You guy, full of nonsense, you know how to cheat our Chinese girls, don't you have any sense of shame? Acker had been used to this situation for a long time, and in his eyes, the anger of these people was nothing more than that pathetic jealousy at work. So, he chose to ignore the murmurings of the crowd and continued to ask, "Schoolgirl, would you like to be my friend?" No. Su Tianqing finished filling out the enrollment form, got up and shook her head, relentlessly sending a warning to the other party. I'm in a hurry. I hope you'll stop this rude behavior. It's discrediting your country. Thanks. After that, she was ready to leave. But how could Acker let go of the duck in the mouth? Taking advantage of Su Tianqing's effort to turn around, Acker took a single stride to directly block her path. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, this is China. Su Tianqing frowned her pretty willow eyebrows, a pair of big watery eyes filled with caution, her tone a little displeased, and said. Those male students around them also gathered around when they saw this, and each of them rubbed their fists and warned with a hostile face. More, I warn you, if you make a move, don't blame me for getting my fist in your face. Damn, I've been wanting to move my muscles for a long time, and since you're giving me the chance today, I'm not going to be polite. The old man's great sword has long been hungry and thirsty. The numerical advantage didn't scare Acker off, but instead made him more and more arrogant. I'm also a student of this school. Are you guys not afraid of ending your college careers if you start a fight in front of the school? If you dare to make a move, I think my country will surely launch a protest, and then you will be the sinners of history, the breakers of friendship on both sides. Once these words came out, the originally aggressive crowd was instantly quenched. What the other side said is true. If one dares to take the lead, who exactly Mordor University protects is still not good. Most likely expulsion and grad school. When they thought of this, they felt as if they had punched cotton, and could not use their strength. Second shift. Seeing the sheepish look on the faces of the crowd, Nick knew that his words had worked. Thus, his attitude grew more and more arrogant. Ha ha ha, you don't have to put on this look. Soon, when my identity nationality approval comes down, I'll be a proper Chinese. We're compatriots. You're the golden dragon. I'm the black dragon. All of us are the children of China. These words made Su Tianqing loathe the black man in front of her to the extreme, and after coldly cursing shamelessly, she was ready to make a detour to leave. Wait, don't go yet, schoolgirl. Nick grinned and reached out to block the way, speaking with a lewd face. You have the best voice of any girl I've ever met, and I think you're pretty in person, too. Why don't you find a place to have dinner with me? Let's get to know each other and make friends. Maybe you'll be able to enjoy all kinds of welfare benefits with me in the future. All kinds of perks and benefits? It's fucking shameless. When the crowd heard this, their faces began to redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was an ordinary family of small people, with no money and no power, who couldn't afford to be tossed around, they would have had to rush up and give this dead nigger in front of them a good lesson. It turns out that Blue Star China has a policy specifically for international students. That's when a foreign student settles down in China and dates a local Chinese girl, not only settling down in China, but also allowing the other party to enjoy all sorts of superb benefits with him. Then the meaning of his words right now is clear. I want to pick you up. Want to enjoy the benefits with me? I'm sorry, I have a favorite. Su Tianqing gritted her teeth and spoke out coldly. Who knows? Upon hearing this, Nick laughed outright. No, 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 schoolgirl, you have to distinguish between like and love. Just like my other girlfriends, I am like to them, but I don't love them. But to you, I can say, I love you. Blanche, how fucking shameless, to say such a thing? I'll fucking kill you today. A cockney little guy in beanies cursed angrily and burst out of the crowd, slamming a hard throw straight into Nick's face. Fark! Nick ate the pain and covered his face as he took 2 steps back. At the same time, several security guards who had been quietly watching the situation unfold suddenly appeared and quickly took control of the cockney boy. Don't be impulsive. Young man, don't be impulsive. If the university finds out about this, your diploma will go down the drain. Yeah, calm down. Cockhead was pressed to the ground by the combined efforts of several people, struggling hard, cursing under his breath. Are you fucking traitors? Don't you fucking go to catch that black guy. Come to catch me? I don't want to go to this stupid school. The surrounding students also started to rage in a group. Well played. Lao Zi fucking did not expect that the Supreme Academy in his mind would actually be as pandering and black as that dangling hairy mountain. Don't read it. I'm going to complain. Complain. I'm with you, buddy. Have the guts to arrest us all together. That's right. Take us with you if you can. You're fucking security guards, not lackeys. What a fucking disgrace to the Chinese people. Su Tianqing also had the urge to tear the notice out of her hand at this moment. She didn't understand. Why is Mordor University like this? Don't the university leaders come out and take care of it? Knock it all the fuck off. At that moment, the head of security rushed out with a couple of paramedics and examined Nick's injuries before berating the crowd. Do you want to revolt? Do you want your diploma or not? Do you still want to study? Who do you think you are? Jiang Shao? You've gone rogue, haven't you? The words fell. Everyone lapsed into silence. Right. They're not Jiang Shao. What waves can they make? It's as easy for the school to screw them over as it is to crush an ant. As long as they are stuck with their diploma, their life and future will be completely knocked into the abyss. Not to mention other means. The thought of this cast a gloomy haze over the minds of the crowd. Hey, it would be great if Mr. Zhang could come. I don't know who, out of the crowd, suddenly said this. Soon after, those who had heard of Jiang Lin's deeds reacted. Isn't Chen Jiali Shui from their school? Isn't Jiang Lin also from their school? Only Jiang Lin now has an extra layer of Jiang Shao's identity. Fuck, the clowns are up. Jiang Shao is from their school. Almost instantly, countless pairs of eyes subconsciously looked toward the road not far away, hoping to see that familiar and domineering figure. Jiang Shao, come quickly, the school is in danger. What Jiang Shao? My father is the chief of an African tribe. Can he compare to me? Nick heard the crowd's discussion and snorted in disbelief. This statement quickly drew the contempt of countless people. Shit, this nigger doesn't go online? Doesn't even recognize Jiang Shao. 666. Sooner or later, this idiot will be killed by Jiang Shao. Light. Jiang Shao, please come back. Mordor University needs you to rectify the atmosphere. The Emperor's sky is above. The thick earth is the proof. I would like to use my 10 years of singleness to summon Jiang Shao to show up. Stormy sunny brother Mr. Righteous. Hearing these voices, Su Tianqing froze slightly. Jiang Shao is from Mordor University? It was normal for her to be a freshman and not know about it. But the older students had more or less heard about Jiang Lin's exploits, so much so that when the wedding dress star-chasing incident first began to ferment, the very few netizens who stood on Jiang Lin's side were almost exclusively current students at Mordor University. But I didn't realize that you Chinese are still so superstitious that you actually put your hopes on the so-called heaven? Nick mocked out with disdain on his face as he received a bandage from the paramedics. These words caused the expressions of the crowd to grow a little bitter. Just when everyone thought Nick was going to continue his rampage, a top-of-the-line sports car with horrible sound waves and a black body came speeding from a short distance away. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized the car and screamed out, "Misty Grass!" Jiang Shao's Black Knight voice? Nick's expression froze and he subconsciously looked to the sky. God is so good in China? Brother's whole little gift. The author does not sleep. Go continue to add 2 chapters, oh hey. Crunch! With a sharp scraping sound from the brake pads, the top-of-the-line supercar worth over $100 million was steadily parked on the side of the road. And behind it were 4 extended Buick business cars with more than 20 black-clad bodyguards wearing sunglasses sitting inside. At this moment, there were only Jiang Lin and Fu Bo on the Voice of Darkness. Because Bai Luoshui and Qin Mengyao were planning to share a villa to live off campus, they went to look at houses. Besides, there are only 2 seats in the car. Young master, we're here. While the school looks pretty busy outside, should we go in later? Fubuki looked out the car window at the crowd and kindly inquired. It's okay. No. Jiang Lin shook his head. Seeing this, Fubo could only respect the other party's wishes, picking up the intercom and ordering, "Get out of the car." Uncle Fu. A respectful voice came from the other end of the intercom. Immediately afterward, in the shocked gazes of everyone at the school entrance, for long version of the Buick opened the doors at the same time. From the car surged down a group of average height of 1 meter 9, strong body, waist bulging black shades bodyguards. Nick gulped and thought to himself, how did this bulging fanny pack inexplicably bring him a very powerful sense of bloodline suppression? It's not truth, is it? The students in front of the school started cheering. Young Jiang is here. Crouching damn. Light appeared. Jiang Shao. Evil still needs to be worn by evil, of course. Jiang Shao is a good man. Ooh-hoo. I'm going to be single for 10 fucking years, ooh-hoo. Mr. Righteousness, I will commit myself to you. Blanche, dead male copper, stay away from me. Su Sui Ching at this time has taken advantage of Nick does not pay attention to, quietly slipped to the edge of the crowd. To confirm the completion of their own safety, She only then a pair of beautiful eyes cast to that black sound of the night. Mouth murmured. Voice sweet and pleasant. Give a person a kind of clean, ethereal feeling. Jiang Shao didn't expect to meet him offline. With everyone watching, 2 bodyguards stepped forward to open the door of the voice of the night's car. And with that, an old man and a young man in the car appeared in everyone's eyes. Jiang Lin stepped out of the car with an indifferent face, his gaze scanning around the area, his eyebrows revealing some doubt. Why is everyone looking at themselves? And this gaze seems like you were a child watching Ultraman's appearance. Fu Bo noticed the gazes of the entire room and subconsciously shielded Jiang Lin at his side to prevent any accidents that might come at any time. Finally, that Cockney boy couldn't help but yell out, Jiang Shao save me. This motherfucking security guard may hey. The future of Magic City University needs you to save it. Shut up. The security guard gave a low chortle, his palm hard enough to cover the other man's mouth. The Cockney boy's eyes widened as he struggled, and several of the security guards were no slouches, and soon had him pinned down and subdued. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in the ears of the crowd. I didn't hear what this student just said. Can I trouble you to let go of him first? The security chief trembled and subconsciously looked back to find that Jiang Lin and a group of security guards had stood behind him at some point. Jiang Shao. Without waiting for the security chief to finish his explanation, Fubuki reached out and lifted the other man with one hand and threw him out. Bang! The 200 pounds of strong man smashed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust, scaring the surrounding students who couldn't help but back away. Even Nick was confused. What did he just see? An old man in his prime? Picked up a strong man with one hand? And threw him out? And fucking lose it all the way around? Jiang Lin swept his cold gaze over the remaining few security guards, scaring them with goosebumps. It's only 3,000 a month. They sure don't put up a fight. So several people hurriedly let go of the Cockney boys and scattered as if they were fleeing. Jiang Lin didn't bother with these dog legs, but instead continued to voice out his question to the Cockney boy. Classmate, what did you just say about winks and blacks? I didn't hear you. Regaining his freedom, the cockhead boy, not to mention how happy he was, hurriedly and excitedly hugged Jiang Lin's thighs, recounting how Nick had just stopped Su Tianqing from leaving, insulting the Chinese girls with his words, and a series of other behaviors. The more Jiang Lin listened, the darker his face became, especially when he heard that the school security guard was actually harboring this nigger. He immediately regretted it. Just now, I should have arrested those security guards and beat them up. It's a real loss to let them get away. After understanding the before and after of the incident, Jiang Lin patted the Cockney head boy's shoulder and comforted him. You're good. Although you're dressed up like a spiritual boy, you haven't disgraced our country of China in the end. Let's leave the next one to this young man. After saying that, Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to Nick, who was sitting in the middle of several medical staff. Having received Jiang Shao's praise, the Cockney-headed man couldn't be happier, and at this moment, he truly felt like he had stood up, like a rooster. It is proud of the world. Well, it fits his hair. You don't mess with me. I'm a student who was specially recruited to enjoy special help. Don't you want a diploma? Seeing Jiang Lin walking towards him with a frosty face, Nick hurriedly opened his mouth to warn. Put. Jiang Lin gave a mocking smile before speaking faintly. A graduation certificate? Ask the president of Mordor University. If I dare not want it, will he dare not issue it? Aha! You. Nick pointed at Jiang Lin, and after half a day of you in broken Mandarin, he couldn't squeeze out a complete sentence. You what you? Shut up. Jiang Lin let out a cold snort and turned his gaze to the surrounding paramedics who were bandaging the other party. Who told you to bandage him? Rip the gauze off for this young man. The medicine washed. As the words fell, the movements of those several medical personnel froze, looking up with a skeptical face, and inquiring out loud. Fellow student, we are the school nurse treating the sick. Help. Help what? Jiang Lin took an oppressive step forward, and the surrounding bodyguards surrounded him in unison. A pair of tiger eyes surveyed the crowd rather unkindly. No, nothing. The doctor in the lead gulped and hastily signaled with his eyes for the few people beside him to shut up. That's fine. The injured you need help with are there. Go on. Jiang Lin smiled with satisfaction and pointed at the Cockney boy not far away and opened his mouth. Be well. Not daring to delay, the doctor hurriedly packed up his medical kit and ran to the Cockney man with a couple of school nurses. This scene made everyone present feel a great joy like never before, so they all raised their voices to applaud. Young Jiang is awesome. I'll carry the flag for Mr. Jiang from now on. Jiang Shao, I love you. I want to give Jiang Shao a monkey. This guy owes a beating. Jiang Shao, fulfill our dreams for us. Ooh, it's a good thing we have Jiang Shao in our school, or else we'd be the next. Stop it. I'm ashamed to mention that school. What do you mean? Brother, tell your story. I entered that school last year. As a result of the girlfriend was soaked away. This is not. Tearful run to repeat. this year got into the Magic City University. 666. Old Iron Bull. So inspirational. You're a bit of a bully. I'm going to tell the school leaders in them. Nick couldn't bear to be so humiliated, so he raised his voice in protest. The usual style of the patch people. Just a pity it doesn't work here in Jianlin. You guys, go up there and rip the gauze off his face. And by the way, see red, joyful. And you guys, bring me a few bottles of boiling water over to the security room. They make tea every day. There must be some. Today this young man is going to wash this Hago's face. Jianlin casually instructed the bodyguard beside him. Yes, Jiang Shao. Several bodyguards led the way and began to move. Not a moment too soon. The school gates then resounded with the sound of killing hogs one after another. Oh, fark, even by a karma. Shatter. Onlookers on the side of the students were full of excitement at this scene. Some even took out their cell phones and began to record video to remember. What a relief. Raise your eyebrows. Same school as Jiang Shao. I'm proud. Jianlin looked at Nick with disdain and casually picked up an open water bottle and smashed it. Love to play dumb, don't you? Pretend. How dare you run in front of the school and bully girls? Fuck you. This young man will be here today to see who dares to step in and put in a good word for you. Jesus is here, and you're going to get your ass kicked today. Bang! With a muffled thud, the bottle of boiling water exploded in response. Boiling water pouring out, all kinds of liner fragments, glass residue scattered a face. At once, a heartbreaking wail rang out from the school entrance. I was already asleep, but unfortunately I was woken up by a big god certification from Big Brother Mo Xiao Xiao. Sitting up in a dying dream. 2 more angry chapters dedicated to you. Gentlemen, good night. A freebie would be nice. The author's dying of sudden death. Nick rolled on the ground in pain with a face full of blood. Jianlin smiled faintly and gazed at it, a satisfied expression finally appearing on his face. Hang this guy up and beat him up. And remember to throw him out afterward so he doesn't soil the school entrance. Yes, young master. Several bodyguards fist-pumped a bundle of rope and 4 baseball bats from the Buick, then walked quickly toward Nick. No, you guys can't do this. Do you know who my father is? If anything happens to me, you can't afford this. Nick struggled to move his body back, his face filled with despair and panic. Jianlin disdained it and coldly said, "Oh, it's coming from a big place. Well, I'm scared. So what? Me. Nick, numb. This fucking in the end who was afraid insulting people also do not bring such an insult. The bodyguard stepped forward and moved nimbly to tie Nick up with a rope, and in a short while, a human-shaped dumpling appeared in front of everyone. Jianlin took a baseball bat and waved it towards the crowd. Who wants to come and have a good time? I heard that this guy is pretty big, so hitting is earning. The onlooker students hesitated. Want to naturally want to, but they do not have Jianlin that horrible background. In case of failure to give this guy hit out of the matter, his own family will certainly not be able to eat. Cannot be for a moment of impulse and destroy their own families. Seeing the entanglement on the faces of the crowd, Jianlin waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, "Don't be afraid. If something happens in the fight, this young man will cover for you." The boys' expressions immediately changed at these words. Is that a good thing? This fucking again do not go up to hit 2 sticks. Is really sorry for people. Jiang Shao a piece of hard work. So soon the 4 baseball bats were being coaxed out of the crowd. Damn it, I'm here to crack you open today too. One of the boys spit in the palm of his hand, rubbed it together, and clutched the baseball bat with both hands in a death grip, aiming it at Nick's brain just as he was about to come up with a popping yarn. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from inside the school gates. What are you guys doing? A brawl? Don't stop yet. Jianlin frowned and followed the sound. A big-bellied, bald man was seen trotting up with a group of school leaders in polo shirts and suit pants. The bald man he recognized was the third in command of Mordor University, Vice President, Lu Jun. Seeing that the school leaders were here, the crowd that was still raging and planning to teach Nick a good lesson immediately fell into a riot, and baseball bats were casually thrown on the ground. The vice principal is here. It's over and done with. This dog loves to withhold his diploma, and today it's a lost cause. Get out of the way. Run late and the diploma will be gone. I'm just a spectator. But I'm a freshman. The students' fears are not unwarranted. As expected, after Lu Jun and the school leaders arrived, the first words spoken were, "Mobbing? Triads? Is it that you don't want your diploma?" After saying that, Lu Jun swept through the whole room with a serious face, and with that, his eyes also noticed the Nick on the ground who was bundled up into a dumpling with a face full of blood. Nick? Lu Jun's face was shocked, his expression somewhat incredulous. Didn't the head of security say that there was a vicious incident, a mob fight, going on in front of the school? How is Nick getting hit with this bee? What the hell kind of gang fight is this? This is clearly a one-sided group beating. Seeing this, Lu Jun could not care less about the image of his own vice principal. Hastily greeted the school leaders to come forward for Nick to untie. The look of concern. Do not know also thought it was his own father. Mr. Nick, how did you get hit like that? Where's the school nurse? Hurry up and call the school nurse. Nick, are you okay? I'll call 120 now. Just bear with me for a while. We'll make sure to arrange the best ward and surgical specialist for you. Damn! Who the hell is it? How could you hit him so hard? Look at what it's done to Nick's classmates. Lu Jun roared and got up. His eyes looked around fiercely, questioning the crowd about the murderer of the injured man. Tell me, who did this? Jian Lin wrapped his arms around himself and stood aside. Not saying anything, only his gaze grew colder and colder. The rest of the students silently lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Are you kidding? You want them to betray Jian Lin? Absolutely impossible. If it wasn't for the other side, how could they have seen such a great scene? If it wasn't for the other party, they would still be suffering from bullying from outsiders. Big deal. Fire the dozens of them together. I'll see you tomorrow on Hot Topic. Seeing that no one a single person took care of him, Lu Jun felt that His Majesty as the principal had suffered a serious provocation. The outsider talent that he had brought in with great difficulty was actually letting someone beat him up in front of the school? If this gets out, what will people think of him? What will they think of Mordor University? Thinking of this, Lu Jun roared hysterically. If you don't find the murderer for me today, no one can leave. I'm going to give all of you a punishment. Let this punishment become your stain. It will stay with you for the rest of your lives. P.S. This book was audited. Brothers, the update may be a little late. Good luck. Has been revised in front. Forgive me. Hear that? With Lu Jun's roar, many of the students present winced. This kind of bloodline suppression from teacher to student made them feel an unprecedented pressure. Just then, Nick finally came back to his senses and reached out his hand to point dolefully in Jian Lin's direction, the Chinese language in his mouth broken and slurred. He's tied to this land. Dad as wa. Aha! Lu Jun looked in the direction Nick was pointing, and realized that not far away was standing a handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament, and beside him there were a bunch of black-clothed bodyguards looking intently at him. The heart was in a state of panic. Actually, Lu Jun had noticed Jian Lin a long time ago. It was just that the other party didn't look as good as the other students in this formation, so he chose to ignore the other party. But now that Nick had identified each other, then he could only say what he had to say. Jian Lin noticed the other party's gaze toward him, and the corners of his mouth gradually hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Vice Chancellor, right? He'd like to see just how eroded the school's top management has become. Big deal is cleaning it. Just as he was thinking like this, Lu Jun and a group of school leaders also walked in front of him. Why does it look so familiar? Lu Jun squinted his eyes and whispered a sentence to himself before casting aside his thoughts to brighten his identity. Hello, I'm Lu Jun, the Vice Chancellor of Magic City University. Go ahead. Jian Lin confronted him with a calm face. Lu Jun was choked. Why did he have the feeling that the other party was interrogating a criminal? And this criminal was still himself? Outrageous. Outrageous. It's not easy to have this kind of aura at such a young age. Slightly calming his mind, Lu Jun's tone eased up a lot. To tell you the truth, the one lying on the ground is Nick, an international student from our school, and I just heard him say that. These bodyguards of yours caused him physical harm? Is that true? The main reason is that this incident is too bad, so our school has to investigate it carefully as well. These words were said very politely. Originally Lu Jun intended to directly question, you kid beat up our school students? But looking at Jian Lin's calm, self-contained and powerful appearance, he had some hidden weakness in his heart. This guy isn't another one of Mordor's dudes, is he? Even he hoped the other would deny it, because then the school can excuse themselves to take their time investigating and keep things down as far as Nick making it up to him a little more later and be done with it. It is important to know that in China, the worst people to mess with are these big clan young masters, because not only do they have explosive tempers, but the network of relationships behind them is even more interlocking. After the little one, the big one comes, and after the big one, the old one comes, and every now and then, a couple of old families pop up to disgust you. If you don't have a few solid backstage, you can't really play people. As for what cheap lord? Fuck Nima. Compared to his own little life, it must be his little life that counts. After all, these great young masters have revenge is real. Someone is real kill. Jian Lin looked at the fear in Lu Jun's eyes and admitted without a care in the world, my bodyguard did fight and I did. What? Does Principal Lu have an opinion? Gollum. As the words fell, no less than 10 gulping sounds rang out from the surrounding students. Don't ask why. Ask to be shocked. It's a shock. It's a shock. This Nima Jiangshao is really Jiangshao. Not only did he admit it outright, but he specifically added that he had typed it himself. This is the fear that the other side will not hold themselves accountable. Especially the last sentence. Any comments? Those who knew it was Lu Jun asking Zhang Lin. Those who didn't thought it was Zhang Lin interrogating Lu Jun. Feeling an adoring gaze, Zhang Lin reached out and patted Lu Jun in front of him, who had long been dumbfounded. You this principal when the genus is not very competent, their own students are bullied. How do they still look like a scared fool? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I'm also a student at Mordor University. Do you want to withhold my diploma? Or have a disciplinary action or something? What? Lu Jun's eyes glazed over with disbelief. The other side is actually a student at this school too? This fucking. What a coincidence, which big young masters in his own school he couldn't afford to mess with. After all this time, this kid has been bluffing? And he's actually been playing the grandson here for half a day? He is at least the vice president of a top university, which is reasonably considered a vice department level cadre. Except for the young masters of the great clans that stand at the top of the pyramid. Who dares to give or not to give him face? Thinking of this, Lu Jun's face darkened and his tone instantly became gloomy. Classmate, looks like you're quite reasonable? Since you're making things difficult for me, don't blame me for making things difficult for you too. Zhang Lin cocked his head and said with some amusement. Hard to do? Don't do it if it's hard to do. There's a line of people waiting for your vice principal's seat anyway. Pust. As soon as the words fell, several undisguised snickers rang out from the crowd. Even Su Tiancheng, who had been quietly observing the situation, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Jiang Shao's mouth is so poisonous. Is he trying to piss off the principal? Chapter 83 has been overhauled. I'm tired of going through the trial, listening to the snickers resounding from the crowd. Lu Jun's face was as gloomy as water as he coldly admonished Zhang Lin. Students, the most basic thing is to respect your teachers. Don't think that just because your family has a bit of money, you can be capricious. Otherwise, when you step into the society someday and mess with someone you shouldn't mess with, that's a big loss. Oh, Zhang Lin nodded thoughtfully, and Lu Jun thought that the other party had listened into his ears, so he continued to speak. So you should understand that when you do something wrong you have to take the consequences. Nick's classmates are the foreign high-end talents that our school focuses on cultivating, and you openly brutalize them in front of the school. Do you know how serious this will be to our school's reputation? If this gets out, what a storm of international public opinion it's going to create. You know? And Nick's classmates are honorable and his father is a highly respected chief. Did you do this with the friendship relationship between the two parties in mind? The more Lu Jun spoke, the more angry he became, and his tone gradually changed from the initial admonition to a one-sided accusation. Your irresponsible behavior will only drag your family down. You're just a loser. Who taught you to be so wild? You tell me? Who taught you to be so crazy? Damn it. I'm telling you. If anything happens to Nick's classmates this time, neither you nor your family will escape. Lu Jun had an overbearing look on his face, and the surrounding students hated his teeth. Damn these kind of people who don't ask questions about the causes and consequences and just convict. Similarly, a touch of disappointment flashed across Su Tianqing's face. She didn't expect that the vice principal would actually be this kind of pandering black villain. She regretted she shouldn't have come to Mordor University, and now she's dragging Jiang Shao down with her. Thinking of this, she squeezed out of the crowd and walked to Lu Jun. Her shell teeth gently opened and her tone was resolute. Principal Lu, this matter is because of me. It has nothing to do with other students. This is my acceptance letter. I am willing to withdraw from school to quell the anger of this foreign talent in your mouth. After saying that, Su Tianqing handed the admission notice in her hand to the other party. Lu Jun received the notice and subconsciously glanced at Nick despite being confused. That's when Nick spoke. Wait, Principal Lu, I want to talk to this schoolgirl alone. I think she might still have some misunderstanding about me. And then this, what's his name? Jiang Shao. I hope that the university will deal with it seriously, and I'll notify our embassy to focus on following up on the aftermath of this matter. When Lu Jun heard this, he immediately squeezed out an amiable smile on his face and agreed quickly. No problem. Nick's pattern is so big that even I, the principal, feel admired. What's that? This female student. You quickly go and solve the misunderstanding with Nick's classmates. And I think you still want to continue to study in our school, right? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lu Jun said while passing a glance towards Su Tianqing, signaling the other party to make good use of the opportunity. Who knows? Su Tianqing shook her head, her voice resolute. No, your school's behavior disgusts me. I can't afford it. You. Lu Jun's eyes glared and he was about to threaten, but he was pressed down by a hand. Turning his head to look, it was none other than Zhang Lin, who was full of playfulness. What are you doing, kid? Want to make a move against this principal? Lu Jun warned. At that moment, the surrounding students immediately perked up and looked over with an expectant face. Jiang Shao, Are you finally going to make a move? Jiang Xiao, show your power. Everywhere you go, not an inch of grass will be left untouched. Su Tianqing blinked her pretty eyes and looked curiously at Zhang Lin, as if she was wondering what the other party wanted. Could it be that he really dared to hit a college president? Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Lin shook his head and slowly spat out 5 words from his mouth. No, I'm not hitting you. Just as Lu Jun had just breathed a sigh of relief, Zhang Lin's next sentence instantly caused his face to change drastically. But I'll let someone else beat you, and I'll send you, the traitor, to eat peanuts. Fubuki, do it. Understood. Young master. Uncle Fu moved at the sound of his voice. A pair of old and powerful big hands directly attacked Lu Jun's face. Come not to react, only to hear a thud. A wretched figure then flew backwards. What? The vice-chancellor? How dare you? Several school leaders reacted quickly, but Zhang Lin's bodyguards reacted even more quickly. More than 20 burly men in suits touched their hands to their backsides almost at the same time. In the next second, more than 20 blackened gun muzzles were aimed at the crowd in unison. Crap! WOJ? Truth? Against all odds. A few gasps erupted from the crowd of students on the sidelines. Su Tianqing was also shocked by the scene. In guns? Or a handful of them. China is explicitly forbidden to privately own guns. At that moment, a large warm hand covered her eyes, and Zhang Lin's calm, emotionless voice came from beside her ears. Close your eyes when it's dark. What closed eyes? The moment Nick saw truth, his legs went limp. Not only the fear of hot weapons, but also a kind of absolute suppression from the bloodline. Then he saw the bodyguards turn their guns in unison and aim them at him. I'll buy it. Panicked, Nick subconsciously tried to turn and run. At this point, I don't know who said something. Don't let him get away, and don't let him die. Next, bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive shots rang out, and Nick only felt as if his 5 limbs had been slammed by something heavy, followed by pain that drilled into his heart to the core. Ah! Miserable howls echoed through the school's entrance. The students on the sidelines covered their eyes, not daring to look at this bloody scene. Lu Jun slowly raised his head from the ground, and when he saw the scene in front of him, the whole person almost fainted in fear. What did he see? Nick was in a pool of blood, spitting blood out of his mouth, and his legs were straightening up. Not bad. Worthy of being all retired special forces. All of you are recognized for your marksmanship by this young man. Zhang Lin didn't mince words as he complimented the bodyguard beside him. I don't want to talk about it, but it's a good shot. 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 I was going to keep Nick alive for a few more episodes, but the book being reviewed today made me realize the seriousness of the problem, so I'm going to hastily let it go down. The author is going to go in for tea if he doesn't. Please send me a small gift. The author risked drinking tea to write news for you, so it's not too much to ask for a small gift. Young Jiang, I remember. You're Zhang Lin. Suddenly, a school leader snapped his head. He said, how this youth in front of him looks a bit familiar. Isn't this the Zhang family's great young man who made a lot of noise on the internet some time ago? The rest of the school leaders also realized afterward at this point, their faces gradually changing from horror to incredulity. The internet rumor that the Zhang family's youngest son is actually a student at this school? When Vice Principal Lu Jun heard this, he had an even more ugly expression of having eaten shit, and couldn't stop his body from starting to tremble. Now that Nick is 80% sure he can't get away with it, this Jiang Xiao said to send himself to eat peanuts. That is really fucking to eat peanuts. Ah, ha. Zhang Lin let out a cold laugh, gently pushed Su Tianqing gently to the side, and said with undisguised mockery under his breath, you school leaders are also really interesting. I've been studying for a year in Mordor University, and quite a lot of students have heard of my deeds, but I didn't expect that. In the end, you leaders whose mouths pay attention to all the students' conditions on a daily basis don't know about it? Are you guys on a dry run? Chen Jiayi and Li Shui are also your students. Do you know where they are now? Your own students are going to eat guns. Do you all not know? A wave of soul torture directly gave Lu Jun all silly questions. He's concerned about the student body, but he's mostly concerned about the outsiders like Nick. Like ordinary students, there must be at least a few thousand in the school, tens of thousands of people where he paid attention to. And these ordinary students cannot help him to obtain any benefits who have nothing to pay attention to. However, he knows, now words certainly cannot say so, in front of the young Zhang's record he has heard of. The last time to provoke him in addition to one still in the grudging step on the sewing machine, other graveyard grass is estimated to be 8 feet high. Beg for mercy. Sell out. Right. It's just stupid to manage Nick now. Thinking of this, Lu Jun's tears flowed out, and regardless of the contemptuous gazes of the surrounding students, he directly began to wipe his tears and cried, Jiang Xiao, I have a bitter feeling in my heart. Oh, There's a problem. John Lin tilted his head with a slightly amused expression. He listened to too much suffering. So melodramatic or the first one? That is to say, you say this tears flow, do not enter the show business is indeed a bit of a pity. Aha! Seeing that the other party is still willing to take care of themselves, Lu Jun cried even more vigorously. A balding greasy uncle, with a beer belly paralyzed on the ground, aggrieved and wiping tears. It was so damn immediate that a number of students roared in their minds as they watched. Oh, old man's eyes. In fact, all this is not what I want to do. Why you say, we are all Chinese. Chinese people do not cheat Chinese people. If I didn't have to, I'd be courting a foreigner. Lu Jun first came to the wave of atmosphere rendering, and then a single walk Zhang national empathy finally ready to rely on a hand of dumping pot method to enter the main topic. Actually, blame it on. Stop. Just halfway through his words, he was mercilessly interrupted by Zhang Lin. Lu Jun's heart thumped. What's the situation? Is the other party not going to give himself a chance? Zhang Xiaoyu, I really have a grievance you. Okay. Zhang Lin impatiently waved his hand to interrupt, then pointed to the sky. This young man is dying of heat. If you have anything to say, you'd better leave it to the police to speak. Come on people, drag these leaders and their foreign fathers together to the car, and send them to the Magic City police station. Yes, young master. Several of the taller bodyguards led the way, stepping forward to drag the dying Nick and a group of school leaders into the Buick. At that moment, the police vehicle arrived just in time, and Faubert took out his papers and began to negotiate with him. After learning what happened in Zhang Lin's identity, the sheriff was also very quick to start blocking off the scene without saying a word, and had the officers drive the police car to bring those Buicks back to the police station first, because a police car can't hold that many people. Sheriff, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Zhang Lin greeted him from a short distance away. The sheriff naturally didn't dare to make things difficult for this prince, and quickly spoke with a smile. Be my guest. Be my guest. Only after receiving the sheriff's permission did Zhang Lin redirect his gaze to Su Tianqing beside him. You are good. No one will stop you from enrolling in school now. Go in. Su Tianqing looked at the handsome young man beside her, and her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of the other party covering his eyes with his hand earlier. Due to the mask, Zhang Lin naturally couldn't see the young girl's flushed cheeks, and could only look at the other party standing frozen in place, not saying a word, as if in a daze. Go on. Zhang Lin smiled warmly and didn't think much of it, assuming that the other party was frightened by the scene just now. Be well, thanks. Su Tianqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and after saying thank you, she turned around with her head down and ran towards the school gate. That's when the surrounding students reacted. The school leader and Nick were all taken care of by Zhang Xiao. Solve it so quickly? And it looks like that Nick is 80% G. Zhang Xiao is awesome. I won't even hold up the wall. I'll obey you from now on. I don't know who started it, but the hue and cry in front of the school was out of control. Zhang Xiao, bull, old me has opened my eyes today. From now on, Zhang Xiao will be my big brother, sweeping the darkness and eliminating the evil. We still have to look at me. Zhang Xiao, our Magic City University has finally produced a ruthless person. Young Jiang, please make sure to drive away these uninvited guests. Give me back my campus in the clear. Zhang Xiao, I want to give you GG. Zhang Lin turned his head and smiled gently. He was quite helpless to these enthusiastic classmates, so he could only promise. Don't worry, everyone. This matter is something that I think someone from the top will definitely give us an explanation. Well, that's it. It's weirdly hot. Go to your dorm room and blow the air conditioning. Okay. Zhang Xiao is awesome. Long live Zhang Xiao. This is the real young master of a great clan. Woohoo! Zhang Xiao, add a VX. Please make a friend mail sign. Zhang Xiao. Today another big change in the chapter. 83 and 86. Hey, mental state more and more poor. Please Shin. Nuclear big brother let go. Zhang Lin, accompanied by Uncle Fu, quickly finished the arrival formalities. Under the eager and excited gazes of countless students, the two of them walked through a wooded pathway and arrived in front of a brand new dormitory building. Stopping in his tracks, Zhang Lin twisted his head to look at Fu Bo. Uncle Fu, take a moment in the shade over here while I go and meet an old friend. Good. Young master, remember to contact me by phone anytime. Uncle Fu nodded, a smile flashing across his already kind face, like an old man on a morning walk in the park. Zhang Lin didn't think much of it and put on the mask and just walked into the dormitory. The old friend he was talking about was his only best friend and roommate in college, Li Tianqi. Why do you say the only best friend and roommate? Because they lived in the same dormitory for a whole year. They established a deep friendship comparable to that of a father and son. And this dormitory is a two-person dormitory. There was no one else in the dormitory but the two of them, so they were the one for each other. Moreover, as far as he knows, Li Tianqi's family is poor. is a high school student from the ravine. Usually eat, drink and wear very frugal. Even live in this two-person dormitory? Because of his excellent grades, the school cherished the talent, specifically for him to stay in the quota. Although Jiang Lin's predecessor was cool with pretending to be a pig in a poke, he usually picked up the other party for various reasons. And the other party didn't let the predecessor down, stepping up to the plate at every critical moment. So the friendship between the two, is comparable to that of a father and son. Hey, anyway, now that the identity has been exposed, it's only natural to pull a brother's hand. After all, this is my only good eldest son. Looking at the dormitory door not far away, Jiang Lin leisurely sighed. Li Tianqi in his heart is definitely a trusted brother. Not for anything else, just based on the predecessor as a licking dog in that period of time. The other party out of the words no less than 50 times. In the middle of the night with the pitifully small living expenses to bring wine back in their own drunkenness. In their own confusion and stupidity, the other party is willing to use harsh words to wake up their own. Based on this, the other side is definitely worthy of the word brother. This guy's on an old cell phone. I don't think he can watch the news. Walking to the door of the dormitory, Jiang Lin stopped and silently took off his mask, murmuring in a low voice. If you can't watch the news, you probably don't know who I am yet. How about blowing your own identity? See the surprised look on my son's face? In the dormitory across the hall, Li Tianqi reclined on a comfortable massage chair and took a sip of Qingming Longjing in a gold-plated water cup, then glanced at the time on his cell phone and wondered. It's noon. Why hasn't Lao Jiang come? He won't be living in the dormitory after he exposes his identity, right? Shit. Thanks to me treating him as a brother, he damn well doesn't even tell me when he's living outside. After saying that, Li Tianqi took out his brand new 8848 titanium cell phone and dialed out a number. Hello? Mr. Li? Is there a villa neighborhood for our family near Magic City University? Remember to save me a set if you have one. I'm planning to go out and live there. Snap. The phone hangs up. Li Tianqi casually threw his cell phone aside, and his entire body collapsed into the massage chair as if he had given up his breath. I thought I'd surprise old Jiang by pretending to be a pig, but I didn't realize that he's fucking pretending to be a pig too. Hey, it's really the way of heaven. The heavens have spared no one. Click. At that moment, a sound of a door lock opening rang out from the doorway. Li Tianqi twisted his head to look, only to see the door slowly pushed open and a familiar figure walked in. Jiang Lin had just walked into the dormitory and his entire body was confused, only to see that the original placement of bunk beds had somehow become two Simmons, two extra oversized curved screen monitors on the desk for no reason, two massage chairs next to each other. The ceiling of the ceiling LCD TV is particularly conspicuous corner also quietly placed as central air conditioning. Even the floor tiles have been replaced with Celadon style. If it wasn't for a familiar brain poking out of the massage chair, he really thought he was in the wrong dorm. Noticing the dumbfounded expression on Jiang Lin's face, Li Tianqi joked with a bad smile. Yo, Jiang Xiao, not seeing you for 2 months is like seeing you for 3 years. Hearing this address, Jiang Lin's face changed. You kids actually know my identity? Hearing this, Li Tianqi got up and walked over to Jiang Lin, helplessly skimming his lips. Che, I'm not a primitive. It's hard for me not to know when you make such a big commotion on the internet. By the way, how about checking out the dorm room that my brother got a designer to renovate specifically over the summer? Isn't it crooked regard? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Lin immediately blushed and reached up to probe Li Tianqi's forehead, his tone somewhat worried. You're not suffering from some incurable disease, are you? Why are you suddenly thinking of taking out a loan to renovate the dormitory? Speaking of this, Jiang Lin's face was shocked. You're damn not too lazy to buy a coffin, ready to die directly in the dormitory, in front of me in style, right? At those words, Li Tianqi's face turned darker and darker at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell? In a dead dormitory? Storming away? After hesitating, he sighed in mock helplessness. Okay, now that you've said that, then I'll show my cards too. I was going to spend time with you as a poor guy, but I didn't think I'd get a showdown from you. No more pretending. I'm actually rich too, although not as rich as you, but my father is the richest man in Magic City. I'll show my cards. Jiang Lin, my only best friend and roommate is actually pretending to be a pig in a poke? How could you let yourself be caught up in such an extraordinary event? Brothers, today 2 more. The book was audited. The first few chapters were changed, due to the hasty end of the plot. So on the back of the articulation also need to author reconceptualization embellishment helpless move. You forgive me. The author is too embarrassed to ask for gifts from everyone today. So just a thank you wave. Thank you brothers for your gifts and support. You kid is actually a rich kid too? Jiang Lin said in disbelief. Are you sure you're not lying to me? It's not because you're terminally ill and want to get it over with, is it? Li Tianqi was silent for a moment. In fact, he wanted to prove himself by pulling out a bunch of bills and flinging them in the other man's face. But this damn Jiang is the heir to a plutocracy. If you throw out a bunch of bills, the other guy might as well throw out a bunch of checks, then it will be you who gets slapped in the face. Thinking of this, he could only turn his words around and reveal Zhang Lin's scars. By the way, Lao Jiang, weren't you licking Li Jiayi quite vigorously before? Why are you suddenly willing to send her to jail? Doesn't it hurt? Have you come to your senses? Or was she taken over by someone? Hearing this, Zhang Lin's face stiffened. Then he turned around and sat on his butt on the soft cements before raising his head with a meaningful expression. Actually, being a lickspittle is also because I'm hiding my identity as a rich kid. Ha? Could it be that you're cool with pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, too, old Zhang? Hearing this, Li Tianqi immediately became interested and hurriedly asked after him. Well, yes, I love to play pig too. Helplessly, Zhang Lin could only admit it with a bitter smile. By the way, it's not him who loves to play pig and eat tiger. It should be his predecessor who loves to play pig and eat tiger. Looking at the son of the richest man in Magic City in front of him, Zhang Lin shook his head helplessly. This man can actually eat a year of steamed buns and squash to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger is really a tough guy. It's not a family, the ancients are true. Who knows? After hearing this, Li Tianqi actually burst out laughing happily. Ha ha ha, really? No wonder we chat so well. The original you also like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, you do not say. We really share the same odor. Ah, stinky? Zhang Lin scratched his head. Wasn't this description a bit impolite? Lao Jiang, you don't say. Originally I was going to hold back at school for a year, then suddenly expose my identity at the beginning of the school year to give you and the class a big surprise. Even, I can dream at night of that look of amazement on your faces. And fuck it, you're on the hot seat. And the young master of the Jiang family in the fucking capital. You don't know how good my face looked when I saw the hot search. I was thinking, how fucking outrageous is this for me? My roommate is the crown prince of the empire? Being a lickspittle in college? I thought I was enough of a pig in a poke, but I never thought in a million years. You're even more fucking anticlimactic than I am. Li Tianqi opened his mouth. Blah 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 half a day without stopping. Zhang Lin listened to the pain in the brain, got up and took out a cup of water to make a pot of tea. Wet a mouth before easing some. Lao Jiang. Originally I was thinking that after my buddy exposed his identity, pull your poor brother a hand, result I was never expected. Ah, so you went ashore a long time ago. I pulled a fucking loner. Pust. Hearing these words, Zhang Lin almost spat out the tea in his mouth when he couldn't hold back. You don't say. I also thought of pulling you a hand. The hell knows that you are actually pretending to be poor by selling misery. Hey, I'm not selling out. I call this a low profile. Now that we have a prince of the imperial capital like you, we are considered to be a strong team, and we will be able to walk across the Magic City in the future. Li Tianqi envisioned a great life ahead in his mind, as if the entire school had been trampled under their feet. That's fine, but I have something else to take care of right now. At this moment, Zhang Lin put down his teacup and his gaze gradually deepened. Seeing the other party's expression, Li Tianqi was a bit puzzled. What is it? Convenient to say to me not. Perhaps buddies can also help? Zhang Lin took a serious look at his good nemesis, and finally couldn't help but laugh. It's not a big deal. It's just that today, I suddenly realized that there might be some problems with the management of our school. Those foreign students are too rampant on weekdays, and the school leaders are too conniving and biased. On the other hand, the Magic City University Basketball Club, the president, Zhang Qiming, was crossing his legs and quietly listening to the report from his junior below. Mr. Zhang, our school seems to have a pretty tough guy. Today at the school gate, I saw him have his bodyguards shoot a foreign devil, and even the vice principal and other school leaders were taken away by the police for investigation. It's all over the school posters now. Should we? Saying this, the little brother cautiously raised his head, only to find Zhang Qiming's expression was wonderful. Mr. Chang, nice kill. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qiming suddenly slapped his thighs and shouted up. My little brother was confused. Shouldn't you be concerned about whether or not you're losing the limelight? You're the number one young man in Magic City. But Zhang lets that Zhang Lin to you the limelight are robbed. You do not. Hearing this, Zhang Qiming, who was originally full of smiles, suddenly darkened his face and looked straight at the little brother in front of him. What did you say? The little brother swallowed his saliva and whispered, your limelight has all been snatched away. And now the internet is saying that Zhang Lin is the number one young man in Magic City. Zhang Qiming obviously froze, then reacted, went up and kicked the little brother over, cursing on his mouth. Damn, why do I say you look more and more familiar? So you're a fictional brainless minion. I'm sick, aren't I? I'm fucking bored, my balls hurt, and I'll fuck whoever's pretending? Speaking of which, Jiang Qiming added a few more vicious kicks, followed by spitting. No wonder you can only be a messenger boy. Ha, I think you've just read too many novels. I'm warning you, anyone who dares to go out there and pick a fight with someone else, don't blame me for being merciless. Now widen your dog's eyes and see what it means to be the pattern of the #1 young man in Magic City. After saying that, Jiang Qiming pulled out his phone and made a call to his old dad, the municipal party secretary. Hello, Pops, I'm reporting that there may be spies and traitors in the leadership of Mordor University. Right. I suggest a strict investigation. It must be investigated strictly. Send an investigation team tomorrow? Good Lou. Don't worry Dad. Your political achievements have son I give you guard. All evil cannot escape the judgment of the law. Snap. The phone hangs up. Jiang Qiming turned his head to look contemptuously at his little brother who was already dumbfounded. Do you understand what is meant by pattern? Do you know what it means to be united? Hey, forget it. You'd better get lost. Don't tell anyone that you work for me as Jiang Qiming's little brother. I can't afford to lose face. As the top university in China, Mordor University naturally had quite a few international students, black plus white, amounting to nearly 100. And in the afternoon of the same day, these foreign students saw posts on campus forums that Nick had suffered a gunshot wound and died, and that the vice-chancellor and a host of other leaders had been taken away for questioning. The occurrence of this incident made them feel extremely uneasy and panic. At one point, dozens of letters of protest filled the principal's mailbox. Other students, upon learning of the news, went to leave comments under the forums, exclaiming that it was a big deal. Jiang Shao is awesome. Drive them away. Jiang Shao try harder. Drive them away. I hope after this incident, those guys know to behave themselves. It's hard. Some people have been on their knees so long they have slavery in their bones. I, Li Tingting, hereby swear that as long as Jiang Shao is able to drive out the foreigners, I will give my body to him. Fogweed. Classmate, you're popping me in the face with this math. Is there such a good thing? If Mr. Jiang doesn't kick me out, I'm willing to give my body to him. I'm willing to be a mistress. Misty grass. Girl reserve. I'm a guy. What's the point of being reserved? Love should be boldly said. 6. Early the next morning, as the sun rose, the older students began a pleasant morning 8, while the freshmen assembled on the playground for the last military training of their lives. More than 10 instructors stood in front of the freshman team with their hands on their heads, talking about the content and disciplinary requirements of this military training. Everyone was listening with rapt attention because they knew that only by listening and being disciplined would they be able to eat the least amount of bones in military training. At that moment, a contingent of about 100 people, black and white, appeared on the playground, pulling banners and shouting protest slogans. Nick is innocent. Please ask the school to severely punish the murderer Jiang Lin. Nick is innocent. Please ask the school to punish the murderer severely. Punish Jiang Lin severely. This sudden scene gave everyone a confused look. This is China. You're protesting here. Those instructors didn't know this would happen, and could only calm the new students while contacting the school administration to step in and handle the situation. After all, it's too bad of an impact. There are so many freshmen watching. What about the school's reputation? Soon the school leaders arrived and the playground gradually came alive, with all the freshmen eating out of the palm of their hands. A middle-aged man with a rather upper-class demeanor walked up to the protest line. Students, this is the country of China. Please obey the law and stop the protest march. No way, Mr. Principal. Nick's death was unjustified. And if the school administration doesn't give us a statement and punish the murderer severely, we will keep protesting. The lead student sternly refused, and those foreign students behind him followed in high spirits. Punish the culprit severely. Must be severely punished. School authorities, please give us justice. Seeing this, a complexity flashed across the principal's face, wanting to say something, but unable to do so. It's not that he doesn't want to check it out. It's mainly because that Jiang Shao from yesterday is too big. Can't you see that the vice principal has been arrested and is being investigated? Nick's body's cold, and the young master's still sleeping in his bed with nothing to worry about? At this time, he still rushed to send up the head. Not pure too then? Thinking of this, the principal sighed helplessly and decided to pacify the foreigners and put things down first. Students, I know your concerns, and I assure you that this matter will be investigated to the end by the school authorities, who will not wrongly blame a good person or let a bad person off the hook. It's just that the behavior you're protesting right now has already had a significant negative impact on the university, and the university has a lot of energy and manpower to divert in order to deal with those impacts. If you want the truth to come out as soon as possible, I think what you should be doing at this point is cooperating with the university, not adding to the university's investigation. Know what I mean? As the words fell, all those protesting students' faces changed, and then they were filled with realization. That makes sense. The principal took in the expressions of these people and couldn't help but coldly grunt in his heart. You're not going to fight me, are you? You can't die from a big pie. Drip. Suddenly, a horn sounded. Everyone moved their gazes in surprise, only to see a red flag slowly coming from the school gate surrounded by 3 Audi A6s. The principal subconsciously glanced at the license plate and was instantly shocked into a cold sweat. Isn't that a fucking city council license plate? Soon, the vehicle parked next to the playground. An extraordinary temperament of the youth was the first to walk out of the car. Behind it are several carrying a briefcase in an administrative jacket of the investigators. Chang Xiao? You this. The principal swallowed. Somewhat sheepishly, Zhang Qiming looked at the gang of foreign students holding up protest signs on the playground, and then at the middle-aged principal in front of him with a sardonic smile on his face, and his face instantly dawned on him. Oh Lu principal, there is nothing. This is not bored. I heard that the school leadership seems to love to lick the stinking feet of foreigners, so I will go along with your school leadership reported all over the place. You do not have to thank me. For the sake of the national righteousness, to serve the masses should be. Behind me these are the special task force that the city has specially deployed down here. Quickly say hello to them and get to know them. After saying that, those several investigators have come forward to shake hands with them, a smile on their faces to see the expression of a smile on the face of the principal of the Lu trembling with fear. Good day, Principal Lu. When we go to the bureau in a while, please be sure to cooperate with us. Right. What should be accounted for must be accounted for, but don't make it hard for us. Happy cooperation, Principal Lu? This outrageous scene stunned almost all the students present. What the hell? The city council's task force? Of course, there were also people who recognized Zhang Qiming's identity and exclaimed in the crowd. Misty grass. Isn't this the fucking Mr. Zhang from the city party secretary's family? Alumni too? That's true. This is the #1 young man in Magic City. 666. The university has sort of kicked the can down the road. This wave of Magic City University is going to be a big reshuffle. I guess it won't be 2 days before the school parachutes in a new principal. The surrounding students' murmurs entered their ears, and the sweat on the principal's forehead couldn't be stopped from flowing furiously. Today he had a vague feeling he was going to mail it. Unless this is a misunderstanding, our school has been in a fair and open handling of this matter. Absolutely no go any unlawful process. The principal squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears and explained to Zhang Qiming, well, it's out of my hands. You'd better talk to the investigation team if you have any grievances. Olden. Zhang Qiming laughed, and the investigators behind him began to move, preparing to control the group of school leaders first. Wait. At that moment, a voice rang out. Don't worry brothers, there's more to come. I'm still writing now, and this time I'll make up for it by guaranteeing the number of words in each chapter. Wait. The sound rang out and the investigators stopped moving. Zhang Qiming turned around suspiciously and saw 2 figures not far away slowly approaching this way. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes in the group of freshmen who were eating melon lit up at the same time. Jiang Lin? Jiang Xiao. Ha ha ha, the playground is quite lively today, ha ha. Jiang Lin and Li Tanqi walked side by side to the crowd, their gazes looking around and finally resting on the principal's tightly cuffed hands. Yo, only yesterday the vice principal went in, and today the head principal can't wait? Hearing this, the principal's face turned red and he gritted his teeth before squeezing out a sentence. Jiang Xiao, did you come this early in the morning just to mock me? Jiang Xiao? The surrounding students were in an uproar when they heard this title. Misty grass? Jiang Xiao Ben Xiao? This is going to be hilarious. Fluff. Cell phones at the ready. A historic scene is upon us, hanging in the air. I didn't expect that attending a military training program would result in 2 young men appearing on camera at the same time. I can't wait to see Jiang Xiao pull out the truth. Principal Danger. What would you say is the most impressive thing about these freshmen's first day at Magic City University? That's definitely Jiang Lin. Jiang Di Xiao. Some of them might not have recognized all of their roommates' names, but as long as someone mentioned the word Jiang Lin, they would definitely blurt out a sentence. Bull. This is the same tough guy who stomped on the school leader and carried Nick away in truth on the opening day of school. Who doesn't know that? Who doesn't know that? Jiang Xiao? Zhang Qiming's eyes narrowed slightly and came to be interested as his gaze began to gauge the legendary Zhang family's youngest in front of him. Sensing the gazes, Jiang Lin didn't continue to pay attention to the principal, but instead focused his attention on the scantily clad youth with an extraordinary demeanor in front of him. Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. My name is Zhang Qiming, a local of Magic City. Zhang Qiming also knew that it was a bit rude for him to just stare at people, so he reached out to greet them. As the saying goes, a handout is not a hand up, and since the other party hadn't shown any malice, Jiang Lin was naturally willing to get acquainted with the other party. Hello, Mr. Zhang, Emperor Jiang Lin. After saying that, he didn't forget to introduce the deadbeat beside him. This is Li Tianqi, my brother." As the words fell, Zhang Qiming looked at Li Tianqi suspiciously, with a slight uncertainty in his words. "This Li student seems a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi smiled and chimed in. "Young Zhang is really an honorable man who forgets many things. We did meet a few times." Hearing this, Zhang Qiming suddenly drifted off. "I remember. You're young Master Li from the richest man's family." "Yeah, it's me." Li Tianqi laughed. The principal next to him heard a few people talking and his eyes suddenly widened as big as eggs. The youngest son of the richest man in Li's family? Grass. What a coincidence. Did he run into all of them? At that moment, a fleet of luxury cars slowly drove up from the school gate, led by a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The principal subconsciously looked away. What? Isn't this the license plate of the richest man in the world? Speak of the devil. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, that fleet of luxury cars slowly pulled up next to the red flag caravan. One by one, a group of men in suits stepped out of the car. Among them, a man with a big back haircut who looked similar to Li Tianqi stood out, because he is Li Zhanpeng, the richest man in Magic City. Seeing the visitor, the freshman group once again erupted in shock. "I'm through. The richest man in Magic City is here? Look at the aura of the visitor. Didn't you hear? That little handsome guy next to Jiang Xiao is the son of the richest man, Misty Grass. I know that guy, so I have to honor him with the title of Shaoli." 666. Three young masters gathered together. This is preparing to lift Magic City University off the ground. Watch the show. Maybe the principal will change tomorrow. Yeah, watch the show. Maybe the principal will shoot tomorrow. Bull. Dad. Li Tianqi saw his old man and stepped forward to greet him. Aha. Li Zhanpeng nodded at his son. Then with a gloomy face, he walked to the principal and raised his hand to slap him. Snap. The air froze for a few moments as the clear, pleasant voice echoed in the center of the playground. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock, feeling their minds go blank and slowed down. Is Mr. Li so hot-tempered? Is he so hot-tempered that he can't say a word? Mr. Li, this is a misunderstanding. You listen to my explanation. Instead of complaining about the slap on the wrist, the principal put on a curt smile. Explain your ass. When Li Zhanpeng heard this, he was so angry that he slapped up 2 more times. Snap. Now the principal was really confused and slapped. The main thing is that this master is a big gold master. He still cannot offend not to anger the other party. Spend money to find someone to do themselves. Are possible. The money I donate every year is for you to train talents for my country of China. It's not for you to feed the dogs. You dumbass. Li Zhanpeng, while cursing once again, wildly fanned the principal forced pocket. Not long after, the principal's face was fanned into a pig's head. Wrong. Mr. Li, I really know I'm wrong. Don't fight. Don't fight. Humph. Also feel their palms in the hidden pain. Some cannot eat. Li Zhanpeng only cold snort to close his hand. Or according to his past character, today not to fan each other into brain bruises, are counted on each other's cerebral blood vessels are long and sturdy. Pops, is your hand okay? Do you need to get some medicine or something? At that moment, Li Tianqi came up with a concerned face and inquired. Humph. No harm done. Li Zhanpeng shook his head, then reached out his finger and poked the principal's forehead fiercely, threateningly. You eaten thing. When you go in to step on the sewing machine, I hire those prisoners every day to send you and Lu Jun to eat a big pussy bucket. You guys better sleep at night to give me the chrysanthemums to clamp a little tight. Or else, huh? Hearing these words, the principal only felt a chill in his rear fall and subconsciously clamped down tighter. Uncle Li, long time no see. Seeing that this richest gentleman had finally calmed down a bit, Zhang Qiming then stepped forward to greet him. Hearing the voice, Li Zhanpeng turned around and realized that it turned out to be the secretary's son. So he nodded his head smilingly and said, So it's little Mr. Zhang. I didn't expect that you and Canis Lupus are still classmates. Pops, this is Zhang Lin, my iron buddy. Li Zhanpeng was afraid that his old man had left his brother out in the cold, and hurriedly spoke out to introduce him. Hello Uncle Li. Zhang Lin smiled faintly and took the initiative to greet him. Li Zhanpeng turned his head and saw this familiar face in front of him. His expression was a little stunned, and after confirming the identity of the other party, he couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Crap. You're Jiang Xiao? All 3 chapters today are 2,000 words plus. As a way of compensating you brothers, begging for small gifts. Wow. Tomorrow's chapter, the imperial capital is coming. Uncle Li is out of line. Tianqi is my brother. What Jiang Xiao is not. Jiang Xiao is just a false name. Zhang Lin's demeanor was calm and comfortable, calm and gentle, like a warm spring breeze, so that people couldn't feel any sense of distance. Li Zhanpeng nodded, and a flash of amazement flashed in his gaze toward Zhang Lin. Worthy of being an heir cultivated by a top family, he exuded an aura of calmness and self-assurance between his hands and feet. He's a lot better than his own son, who only knows how to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. However, it was a skill for his son to be able to befriend the other party and still call him his brother. Thinking of this, Li Jianping was much more satisfied along with his gaze towards Li Tianqi. Your son is doing well. Ahem. That Uncle Li, Student Jiang. Student Li, if there is nothing else, I'll let the comrades from the investigation team take these guys away first? Zhang Qiming inquired out loud. Yeah. Li Jianping nodded. He came this time because of the heart is not angry. Want to find the principal to vent their anger. And now the forced pocket is also finished. The gas is also out. Should also cooperate with others to carry out their official duties. The protesting students on the sidelines were immediately displeased to see that the principal was about to be taken away. Wait. You can't take the principal. Who will do us justice when you take the principal away? Nick is innocent. We demand that the officials investigate the murderer severely. The vast protest group of nearly 100 people clamored around and began pushing and shoving and laying hands on the law enforcement officers as a way of airing their grievances. Jiang Lin and the others were surrounded by the bodyguards brought by Li Jianping. Zhang Qiming looked at the protesting students in front of him with their teeth and claws for a moment, and his scalp was a bit numb. Because these foreign students he also does not have the authority to deal with unless approved by the cabinet. Otherwise they are overstepping the bounds of law enforcement. The scene is at a standstill. Not far away from the military training team. A few young and energetic boys couldn't look away and got up to yell, "Tramp!" They all let the foreign devils step on their faces. Fuck them. Right. We can't let anything happen to Brother Jiang. Or else who on earth would dare to come and fix Magic City University? Right. Protect Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. The brothers have come to help you. Seeing that the crowd was stirring and more students were getting up and ready to fight, these instructors panicked and scolded the crowd. What are all doing? You want to rebel too? Sit down. All of you. You guys going up there right now would be mobbing. Not only will you not be able to help, you'll make things worse. When it's time to get into the station, waiting for mom and dad to pick you up, don't get carried away. We'll go up and pull the fight. You guys sit down. The instructor's authority worked, and the few voices leading the charge were quickly silenced as several instructors, led by the chief instructor in fire support, ran into the crowd to pull the plug. At this time, a black man recognized Jiang Lin's identity and hurriedly spoke out to encourage the people around him. This man is Jiang Lin. He's the murderer. Let's all go together. Don't let the murderer get away. For a moment everyone's attentions gathered on Jiang Lin. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Tianqi hurriedly persuaded the other party. Lao Jiang, you run first. We'll cover for you. You can't have an accident. You three go quickly. Uncle will cushion you. If anything happens to you, the sky will really fall. Li Jianping was flustered in his heart and quickly organized his bodyguards to fully protect Jiang Lin's trio, fearing that they would have an accident. In the crowd, Zhang Qiming blasted a foreign student in the face and then spat on his face. Run for the hills. Damn it. Fuck it. However, Jiang Lin, who was the center of attention in the room, only silently glanced at the time on his cell phone and then looked up and smiled at the crowd. Run? Why are we running? After saying that, he pointed his finger at the group of protesting foreign students. It's only right that they should run. As the words fell, the sound of rumbling propellers rang out from the sky. The crowd looked up to check, only to see 3 helicopter gunships coming in aggressively from the distance. Crap! When Li Tianqi saw this scene, he subconsciously burst out, turning back to Jiang Lin with a face full of incredulity. Old Jiang, you even fucking came with a helicopter gunship? The words caught everyone's attention. Even the protesting students stopped moving. Just kidding. If the other side really did come to the military helicopters, then what the hell are they going to do? What the hell are they going to protest for? They just run away and be done with it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin just smiled, his gaze glancing if anything in the direction of the school entrance, his mouth faintly spitting out 2 words. More than that. Soon, under everyone's horrified plus skeptical gazes, a lengthened red flag official car and a military big truck loaded with soldiers slowly drove into the school. The helicopter gunships hovered in mid-air, emitting a deafening roar. It's a disaster. Run! The protesting students said something bad in their hearts and hurriedly scattered in all directions. Run? Can you run away? Jiang Lin smiled teasingly, and a hint of coldness flashed through his clear gaze. The military truck stopped in place with a sharp brake, and the heavily armed soldiers quickly got out of the car, aiming a black hole of guns at the crowd. All hands on your heads. Shoot those who run away on the spot. A lieutenant colonel opened his co-pilot and grabbed a horn to sound a warning. Ropes were dropped from the helicopter gunships, and one of the special operations teams slid to the ground and quickly took over the entire situation. Bang! With a gunshot, all the protesting students froze in place. They knew that it was a gunshot warning that if they ran again the next shot might be on them. I surrender. Don't shoot! One of the foreign students turned around pleadingly and crouched honestly on the ground with his head in his hands. Someone took the lead, and the other students followed suit, silently crouching with their heads in their hands. This scene really made everyone look dumbfounded, especially those freshmen who participated in the military training. Each of them almost dropped their jaws in shock. I'm just here for a military training program, and I'm not supposed to be able to see this. Wait until a gang of heavily armed soldiers escorted the protesting students out of the school. That extended model red flag official car only slowly opened the door, walked down a line of well-dressed leadership. Long time no see, cousin. Jiang Hao brought the crowd to Jiang Lin in a spirited manner and took the initiative to greet him. Cousin, this is a promotion? Looking at this expression on the other party's face, Jiang Lin had already vaguely guessed something. Ha ha ha, thanks to you. The last job was done well enough to be transferred to the secretariat by the cabinet. Jiang Hao said this, the corner of his mouth hooked, and he came forward to whisper, now I'm the deputy director of the cabinet secretariat. Nice. Congratulations. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, feeling happy for the other party from the bottom of his heart. Although this cabinet secretariat is only a division-level unit, but the hands can hold real power. After all, people are directly under the cabinet and represent the cabinet. If there is any major incident in any place, then the downstream steering group will definitely be formed under the leadership of the secretariat. If I have to draw an analogy, it is equivalent to the cabinet's hand and eye, the ancient imperial envoys who are responsible for monitoring the whole country. Although the surrounding people didn't hear what Jiang Hao whispered, they heard the previous sentence. Secretariat, cabinet secretariat. This is a cabinet minister, a real handful of real power inside the imperial capital. All of a sudden, everyone's gaze toward Jiang Lin changed. Not only did this young master bring in helicopter gunships and troops, but he even alerted the cabinet in the imperial capital? Crap, that's fucking horrible. Old Jiang, you're too awesome. From now on, brother, I'll hang out with you. Li Tianqi patted Jiang Lin's shoulder and said in a sincere tone, Jiang Lin, okay, but let's finish the business first. Soon, Jiang Hao took out a bunch of documents and handed them to the members of the municipal task force. Hello, comrade, you must be local law enforcement officers? Here is the order issued by the cabinet, requiring the municipal party committee of the Magic City, the government departments to fully assist the Cabinet Intelligence Bureau to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the case of suspected espionage of the senior leadership of the University of Magic City, with immediate effect, ordering all the school leaders to be suspended to undergo an examination. And in addition, the new leadership of the school is estimated to be parachuted in this afternoon. The school authorities pay attention to do a good job of handing over the formalities. After saying that, Jiang Hao silently gave up a seat, and the country-faced man next to him stepped forward and pulled out his credentials. Cabinet Intelligence. Zhou Ming, please come with us. Looking at the bright red cabinet seal on the document, the principal collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained. The intelligence cabinet actually used the intelligence bureau. He is only a small principal, one and not be so exaggerated. Well, give it to him to take away, and if there's anything, go back and take your time. Jiang Hao looked at the principal's lifeless expression and said with a cold smile, by the way, what about those foreign students? What are you going to do with them, cousin? Seeing the crowd preparing to leave, Jiang Lin asked about the doubts in his mind. Jiang Hao scratched his head with a puzzled expression. What foreign students? Aren't these spies? Caught red-handed starting a riot, just about ready for a legal trial. Right, spy masters. Jiang Lin silently gave a thumbs up towards the other party. After all this, Jiang Hao took the lead to leave on the grounds of busy business. The municipal party committee task force saw the imperial leaders have left. How dare they stay longer? So they greeted Zhang Qiming and hurriedly drove a car to catch up. The cabinet ordered them to do their best to help. If they don't do it right, they'll be accused of negligence if they're sued. It's no joke. The helicopter gunship circled in midair for a while and then took off. Jiang Xiao, your third uncle is my teacher. If you need anything in Magic City in the future, you can contact me. This is what my teacher specially instructed me to do. The lieutenant colonel saw that the people were almost gone, and then he came up with this note. Jiang Lin took the note and looked at it. There was a string of phone numbers written on it. It should be the other parties. Good. Thank you, comrade lieutenant colonel. Ha ha, young Jiang is polite. That lieutenant colonel also finally showed a joyful expression on his face when he saw Jiang Lin accept the note. I've finally completed my teacher's assignment, so I won't have to get my ass kicked next time I see you. Then, young Jiang, we'll leave first. Aha! After the two of them said a brief goodbye, the military truck drove slowly and soon drove out of the school. The scene was soon left with only a group of dumbfounded military training freshmen and Li Jianping and the others. All the while, everyone's eyes were gathered on Jiang Lin at all times. It's so dreamy. It's really fantastic. Li Jianping took a deep breath and didn't plan to stay too long. Jiang Xiao, young Lord Zhang, when you have time, ask Tianqi to bring you to our home as guests. I still have a few things to take care of, so I'll leave first. When he finished speaking, he didn't forget to cast an affirmative glance towards his son Li Tianqi. You kid is indeed a bully. Better than my old man. I can't believe I've fallen into John's lap without realizing it. Ahem. Feeling the gaze from his old father, Li Tianqi smiled awkwardly and reached out to pat Jiang Lin's shoulder. Snickering. Old Jiang Yu, this guy is not enough, brother. Originally I was going to pretend this pussy, but the result is that you actually got the helicopter gunships. Jiang Lin helplessly spread his hands. It wasn't that he wanted to pretend. It was mainly because the situation was too urgent at that time. Hell, he didn't know that those protesting students actually dared to directly hit people. We can't suppress it without force. Besides, helicopter gunships are fast. Okay, next time you pretend to let you take the lead. Jiang Lin spread his hands and said in a salty manner. That's fine. Or Lao Jiang, you're enough of a brother. Li Tianqi was really like a childish temperament, and he couldn't stop thinking about that trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in his mind. At this time, Zhang Qiming suddenly spoke out. Since it's over, Student Jiang, Student Li, I'll leave now. If you two have the chance, you're welcome to play in the basketball club. I'm the current president. Okay, sure. Jiang Lin didn't reject the other party's invitation, instead showing great interest. Zhang Qiming, he had heard of this person a long time ago, the #1 young man in Mordor, the man of the hour on campus, and could be said to be the leader within the circle of young masters in Mordor. Well, just like he was in the Empire. After all, he was the son of a city Han's family. Even the son of the richest man like Li Tianqi was ahead behind him. It's good to make friends, realize that power is always greater than financial power, and that the only way to transcend power is by force, and it has to be absolute force. Coupled with the other party's decisive action to fix the school leader today, it also made Jiang Lin's impression of him rise quite a bit. At the very least, the man knows right from wrong. Even if Zhang Qiming didn't care about anything, Jiang Lin wouldn't feel anything, and he would make a move anyway. But if the other side licked the foreigners and helped them to fight against themselves, then Jiang Lin, the strong dragon, would absolutely have to suppress this ground snake. Luckily, the other party didn't disgrace the name of this magic city's #1 young man. Not only did they not sit back and do nothing, instead they took the initiative and helped Jiang Lin with a small favor. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin glanced at Zhang Qiming's fading figure and laughed. Our school is really full of talents. Li Tianqi grinned and said breathlessly. That's not true. Not only did a school get together the sons of a handful of people and the richest man in Mordor, even you, the crown prince of the empire, popped out. Tell me, what the hell are you doing running to Mordor for nothing? Doesn't Tsinghua and Beijing University smell good? Is it not good for you to be your crown prince over there and leave Mordor University for me and Zhang Qiming to have a real Manlo? Originally thought that after the exposure of identity will become 1,000 years old, 2 results did not expect to be the old 3. Ha! I in the end should be happy or sad it so many girls are still waiting for me it. Jiang Lin didn't pay attention to the other party's complaints and instead turned his gaze to the military training team. Go, take you to remember the joys of military training? WOJ. I don't recall that. You're going to say it's okay to look at an elementary school girl. Although Li Tianqi's mouth was very much in denial, his footsteps still consciously followed Jiang Lin. Because if you don't play hard to get at this point, when will you wait? The instructor in charge of military training saw that the storm had died down and intended to start organizing training. Even though all the school leaders have been taken away, the military training is still going on, isn't it? Unless it's raining or windy. However, the freshmen's minds were not on military training, and one by one, they watched Jiang Lin side with their heads held high for every move, afraid of missing half the details. This is a real top young man, even learning a little bit of their demeanor and mannerisms. You can go out and brag about it later. Jiang Xiao is like that. You guys are not convinced? As expected, after seeing Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi walking slowly towards the group, these freshmen could no longer hold back the excitement in their hearts and began to shout. Misty grass. Brother Jiang. Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao is here. Jiang Xiao is coming over. Sisters, look. Wow. Jiang Xiao really did notice me. Oh. Excuse me everyone. My husband is here to take me home. Please move over. Hey, can't rob you guys. I'll reluctantly take the little brother next to Jiang Xiao. Rob? That's the son of the richest family in Magic City. Li Xiao, what's wrong with you? But compared to Jiang Xiao, it's really embarrassing. Everyone make way. My boyfriend and husband are here. The instructors? Expedited dry chapter. The word count is less. Sorry everybody. Due to the audit of the big brother cough nick ending on a pass, the body hit 5 holes. bleeding to death and also storm hit. We understand it. Thanks to everyone for the swag. Ask for free swag from everyone he. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Li. You're here. The chief instructor came to the duo with a compensatory smile, his tone laced with a bit of caution. The arrival of the two great young men had truly terrified him. You know, these two gentlemen just sent a bunch of school leaders in front of everyone. Even the usually superior foreign students were not spared. It's not something they can afford to mess with. Zhang Lin could see the fear in the depths of the chief instructor's eyes, and with a helpless smile, he took the initiative to open his mouth to explain. Don't be nervous, instructor. I'm just here to see my friend. Nothing more. After saying that, Zhang Lin winked towards a certain young girl in the front row of the queue who wore a double ponytail, had a sweet and cute look, and had her eyes covered by a thick-brimmed hat. Qin Mangyao felt this gaze and subconsciously pulled the brim of her hat even lower. Under the reflection of the camouflage uniform, the young girl's face was gradually dyed with a layer of redness, and through the white skin, it appeared extraordinarily pink and tender, just like a juicy and crystal peach, so that people couldn't help but want to gently bite on it. The chief instructor knew it by heart. Be well, young Jiang, be my guest. The students who were close enough to hear what the two were talking about hurriedly followed Zhang Lin's gaze, and the fire of gossip blazed in the hearts of all of them. Zhang Xiao's friend, eh? Where is it? Where? Ooh, I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. If it's a boy it's best, if it's a girl it's not like I can't take it. Zhang Xiao seems to be looking at me. He is not like me. A moment when he confessed whether I say yes or no it directly say yes words will not seem I am too casual. Hey good Tangle the future of the child in the end to take what name it. What about Jiang Debao? Is your excellency serious about this brainstorming ability? I guess Jiang Xiao didn't even realize that he just slightly swept the crowd and somehow got an extra sun. But Jiang Xiao is really handsome. The freshman's murmurs were not too loud or too small, but they managed to reach Zhang Lin and Li Tianqi's ears just in time. Li Tianqi admitted that he was a bit sour. He was at least the son of the richest man in Magic City, the top rich second generation, alright. Why can't people focus their attention on him? He's much better than old Jiang. If you don't believe me, you can try. Thinking of this, Li Tianqi spoke sourly. Old Jiang, you used to say you only had one brother like me. Now why do you have a newborn friend? Honestly, is it a boy or a girl? Zhang Lin looked at the other party in surprise, his expression somewhat intriguing. Do you have a problem or do I have a problem? Do you think I would be idle and bored to come and see a big man? Hearing this, Li Tianqi's expression stiffened and he immediately jumped to his feet. Holy shit, you guys are not righteous. Damn. No wonder you stopped licking Chen Xie. After all, you've picked up a new schoolmate. So what does your elementary school girl look like? Point her out to me. I'll help you check her out. Zhang Lin rolled his eyes and ignored the other party. He just came to the podium and found a seat. Here he stood high and could see far. He could see the whole playground at a glance. It's a great bit of scenery. Come on, don't be so cheap, let me see it, so I don't end up as the Gotham Joker when I'm trying to get a girl. Li Tianqi quickly caught up and sat down next to Zhang Lin, changing his expression to one of bitter pleading. He's telling the truth. He does intend to have a sweet relationship. As for who to talk to, haven't met the right person yet. His idea is very simple. As long as the girl has a good character, kind, not excessively vain on the line. As for the looks of what to look at, the right eye on the good. As a super rich kid in the late stages of middle-age sickness, his view on love is just so pure. Even though his own conditions were already so superior, Li Tianqi still had one more concern. That is, he was afraid of colliding with Zhang Lin. In case the girl he's chasing is chasing Zhang Lin or Zhang Lin is chasing each other, he himself will not be transformed into a clown in place, and become the after-dinner talk of the students of Magic City University. He himself was bullish, but he certainly couldn't compare to Zhang Lin's bullishness. Even if it was a girl that Zhang Qiming liked, he dared to grab one. But Zhang Lin was different. Status is secondary. Just based on the relationship between the two of them cannot be guilty. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be deceived. Perhaps feeling that the other party had a point, Zhang Lin nodded his head and smiled. I'm still just an ordinary friend with the other person right now, but it's true that I can let you recognize a familiar face in a while. Maybe someday I'll want to fall in love again? That's good. That's good. It's still you, Lao Jiang, who is reasonable, kind and understanding, suave, jade tree-like. Li Tianqi happily hooked onto Zhang Lin's shoulder. Her mouth was full of praises, and Zhang Lin was strangely embarrassed to hear them. That's a hell of a thing to say. Seeing Zhang Lin and Li Tianqi sitting on the podium, the two of them were talking and laughing, looking like they were really just here to have a look. The group of instructors could finally organize the military training with peace of mind. In no time, the large team of freshmen was divided into more than 10 squads, led by their respective instructors to the already demarcated areas for training. The main content of the first day of military training is standing military posture. Mordor University is no exception. The sun rises, and the golden sunlight waves over the tender faces of the new students. On the plastic track, in the lawn, stood a straight figure. The instructor with his hands on his head scurried between the ranks, occasionally saying, "Still moving? Still moving? That's you." The morning breeze ruffled the hair at the temples of the female students and blew the loose corners of the male students' coats. At this moment, the back of the head of the students in the front row became the gateway for most students to explore another side of the fantasy world. 2.5 hours later, the sun climbed into the clouds and the temperature on the playground increased significantly. Students who are in military training have long been thirsty and sweating. Along with the main instructor's sentence, "Rest in place for 25 minutes, the crowd scattered like a wild horse out of control, drinking water and going to the restroom. Qin Mangyao wiped the crystalline beads of sweat on her lovely cheeks and looked up in the direction of the podium. "Zhang Lin and Li Tianqi are eating watermelons? When did you buy the watermelon?" Qin Mangyao rubbed her eyes and thought that she had blurred her eyes. At this time, a tall boy in camouflage uniforms walked over. In full view of the boys directly opened the door. "Students, can you add a contact?" The words fell and quickly drew the attention of the surrounding students. Love at first sight is very normal in college, especially during military training. The hormones can't be held back. We all understand. It's just that it's much more interesting to experience it firsthand than to hear it from someone else. Wow, this dude is quite discerning. All of a sudden, he's got his eyes on such a pretty girl. Grass, a kind of plant. I was actually torn between going up to add a contact when I was standing in the military position just now, but I didn't expect to be shortchanged by this guy. You guys are still fishing too much. Last night there was a god who announced the freshman school flower list in the campus forum. This is the new sweet school flower Qin Mangyao. Nani? Isn't it only our second day at school? How come the school beauty contest is over so soon? Hey, to ponytailed Lolita. Hey, nyet. The saliva disgusts me. Don't say yes to him. I don't want to just enter college and have my dreams crushed. Uhu. Listening to the surrounding students' discussion, Qin Mangyao pointed to herself in surprise. "You want to add my contact information?" "Aha." The boy nodded firmly, his gaze sincere, admiration written all over his face. He had actually noticed Qin Mangyao when he first arrived at the playground. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen a girl with such a cute and sweet look. Even in camouflage, you can't help but make your heart skip half a beat. Coupled with the other side of the meter 6 out of the head of the height, is simply fierce killer, as long as the boys cannot help but surge a strong desire to protect, for fear that the other side to be half hurt. So, he decided, take the initiative and strike first, whether it is successful or not. First give each other a deep impression, so compared to other boys, he even won in the starting line. The chances of later pursuit to the hand will also be much higher. Just when the boys were still fantasizing about the beautiful scene of walking around campus with each other hand in hand later, Qin Mangyao finally spoke. "So, I'm a lesbian. Do you mind?" As the words fell, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The boy even nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. What a coincidence! Such a sweet girl as a lily? At this point, the students watching around started to get up in arms, because they are about to witness the birth of an ugly emperor, only now it's a little short of fire. Brother, don't be afraid. Sensitize Lara with love. Maybe we'll be able to buy one, get one free, and embrace them left and right then? Fight it. Bike to motorcycle. Right. Love is all about the punch. I'm looking out for you. Brother. Cheer up. Charge. How can you talk about true love when you're a kid who can't even take this little test? If you don't rush, brother, I'll rush. Ha! Sure enough, inspired by the people around him, that boy, as if he was high on drugs, took a sharp step forward with red eyes and shouted, "Classmate, I don't mind. I will use true love. I'll straighten you out with my actions. Don't worry about me. I mind." Qin Mangyao blinked her cute almond eyes and said rather seriously. When that boy heard this, his mouth felt like it was stuck with old phlegm, and he couldn't utter a word for half a day. All ambitions were completely shattered at this moment, and the sweet love that had been fantasized had turned into a broken bubble. The boy stiffly retracted his foot, a few moments of embarrassment on his face as he gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Fine. He is overwhelmed with sadness at this moment. Why should he be allowed to lose so completely when he's so hard on his heart? That's not fair. On the other side, on the podium, Zhang Lin finished showing off a piece of watermelon and reached out to point in Qin Mangyao's direction. "See, that girl who was asked for contact information is my friend, named Qin Mangyao." Li Tianqi ignorantly nodded his head, and then looked over with a surprised face, and spoke in a very puzzled tone. "I understand everything you said, but people are asked to contact you. Why are you still indifferent, and still have the pleasure of putting up an introduction with me here?" Zhang Lin shook his head, picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite, then handed the watermelon rind to the other party and pretended to say, "You don't understand. Look at this melon. Why is it so sweet? Because it's red. It's naturally grown and ripe before it's picked." And then what? Li Tianqi scratched his head. "So let me ask you, if it had been picked while it was still raw, would you say it tasted sweet? Surely it's not sweet. It's a wonder if a raw egg can be sweet." Li Tianqi answered truthfully. Hearing this, Zhang Lin nodded his head in satisfaction and changed to a preachy tone. "The children can also teach feelings that this is a matter of water. Just like this melon. When it grows ripe, it will naturally be sweet. Also, I've learned one thing through this incident of Chen Jiayi wearing a wedding dress to a concert." "What sense?" Li Tianqi subconsciously pursued the question. Zhang Lin didn't answer the other party's query at first, but pointed at Qin Mangyao, who was walking quickly not far away, and lamented, "If a girl really likes you, she would come to you by herself in a wedding dress." As the words fell, Li Tianqi's face changed nonstop, and it was only after half a second that he revealed an expression of clarity. "Master Jiang, I've realized. Well, when you're enlightened, go get some more watermelon. You'll be entertaining guests." Zhang Lin got up and threw the watermelon rind into the garbage bag, then shoved the garbage bag into Li Tianqi's hand again. "Li Tianqi? Yo, isn't this Mr. Jian? Why are you sitting here chewing on a watermelon? Is he peeping at some elementary school girl?" Qin Mangyao rolled up her sleeves, revealing her pink arms, and with a sly expression on her face, she walked up to Zhang Lin and opened her mouth to snicker. Seeing this scene, countless voices of heartbreak resounded in the playground, especially the boy who had failed to ask for contact information earlier, and now just felt like Gotham City was calling to him. Thanks to Biggie Gangnam and the brothers for the gifts. Appreciated. It's true that pretty girls belong to rich brothers. Don't we boiling sheep have a day to shine? Dude, watch the language. It's you boiling goat. Don't bring the guys, okay? Case solved. The Joker ran into Mordor University. See, as long as you have money, looks and power, even a lesbian can't help but want to be near you. Jiang Shao, leave some soup for the brothers. The playground wailed incessantly, but it couldn't affect Zhang Lin talking and laughing with the beautiful woman on the podium. Sister Qin's charm is still the same. I didn't expect that the first day of military training would have charmed tons of male students. Qin Mengyao's small face reddened, stubbornly said, "Crooked, I'm a lesbian. Please describe me in terms of charming tons of female classmates." Zhang Lin was slightly stunned. When did this girl become a lesbian? Wasn't she talking about adopting herself a while ago? A girl can change her face like a book. Seeing the doubt on Zhang Lin's face, Qin Mengyao raised her head, revealing her white and tantalizing jade neck. But of course, she herself didn't notice these details. Humph, this rich woman has recently fallen in love with a beautiful, sweet-smelling lady, so she's a lesbian. After saying that, Qin Mengyao subconsciously looked at a certain corner of the playground, and in that corner there was a pair of water-shedding autumn eyes that were quietly looking at the podium. Oh no, to be precise, they were looking at Zhang Lin. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sent his blessing. Goodness, this girl really does do as she pleases, regardless of the eyes of outsiders. 2 words. Sprinkles. Here comes the watermelon. At that moment, Li Tianqi carried a whole watermelon that had been cut up and yelled as he came. Zhang Lin turned back to look at his nemesis and introduced Qin Mengyao. "This is my righteous son, Li Tianqi. See how thoughtful he is. He even brought us a watermelon specially." "Li Tianqi? Of course, this watermelon we can't eat for nothing. If you meet any good girls in the future, remember to help people pull the strings. This righteous son of mine wants to fall in love. The advantage is I'm not ugly. A little bit of money. It's as simple as that." It was only when he heard the latter part of this sentence that Li Tianqi silently put down the watermelon that was hanging high above Zhang Lin's head. "Humph, I can keep this brother for now." Put. Seeing the living treasure-like scene between the two, Qin Mengyao couldn't help but giggle and instantly agreed with her mouth full. Okay, when I finish picking out my girlfriend, I'll introduce an object to this youngly." "Ha? Girlfriend?" These words really gave Li Tianqi a dry hump. Such explosive words actually came out of the mouth of a little lowly with a delicate body? Seeing the confusion in his brother's eyes, Zhang Lin spoke out and explained. "This Qin Mengyao student is a lesbian. Oh, it means lily." It was then that Li Tianqi came to his senses. So it is. But it's a shame that such a pretty girl is a Yuri. Silently feeling sorry for Zhang Lin for a second, Li Tianqi reached out and patted the other party's shoulder. "Bro, if you want to find a date, let Qin find you one first. Buddy, I'm not in a hurry." "Ha? Are you looking for a girlfriend, Zhang Lin?" Qin Mengyao picked up a piece of watermelon and gently bit into it before tilting her head to inquire. Zhang Lin spread his hands and asked rhetorically, "If I want to find it, I guess I'm watching a movie with the girls now. But it's still your turn to put you two on hold and eat melon with me? Oh, also Qin Mengyao nodded thoughtfully. Beep. Suddenly, the chief instructor blew his whistle. Assemble. Hearing the whistle, Qin Mengyao's face turned white, and she hurriedly took a few bites of the watermelon and threw the rind into the garbage bag. I'll go first. Bye. Aha. Wait until Qin Mengyao left. Only then did Li Tianqi smash his mouth and somewhat sympathetically pat Jiang Lin's shoulder. Dude, you have a good eye. But unfortunately the luck is still a bit off. Look, isn't the girl at the head of the line in the corner square pretty? Crap, this side face is really stunning to me. Look, is she looking at me? Jiang Lin slapped the other party's head and said with a speechless face, do you know what is called the three major illusions of life? Which three? Li Tianqi returned to his senses and said in a daze, she likes me, cell phone vibration, and the fact that I can kill back. Li Tianqi, well, let's go. The sun will be dead in the middle of the day in a little while, so we'll see it in the evening. After saying that, Jiang Lin lifted up the watermelon and walked to the playground, shouting at the freshman team on the playground. A degree hot summer day, this Li Xiao invites everyone to eat watermelon. Well, there are not too many melons. Everyone pay attention to modesty. Ha. Li Tianqi, who was following along, brightened up when he heard these words, and hurriedly turned around with a sunny smile, adding, what a word. I'll have a truckload of chilled watermelons brought in later to feed everyone. The words fell. The whole playground was abuzz. Wow. Thank you Jiang Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Li. Moving China. Too sinful. Is this the kind of care that comes from a senior? No. Even if my cell phone is confiscated today, I'm going to give up my life to take it out and shoot a friend circle. First, the three great young men teamed up to straighten out the school, and then there was military training treats of watermelon. Magic City University. I didn't come to the wrong place. Wow. So cool. In the midst of the cheering, Li Tianqi felt himself floating a little bit. Isn't this the feeling he wanted by pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? But he could be allowed to experience it. Alright, Mr. Li, don't dawdle. I'll leave if you're frozen in place. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth ticked as he snickered. It's all about pretending. I'll give you that. Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi immediately came back to his senses and happily shouted, alright, Brother Jiang. Brothers point a little gift. Thank you. Since they had classes in the afternoon, the two of them skipped lunch and went back to the dormitory. Off-campus villa. Li Tianqi also let people arrange a good. Is his family industry under a certain villa district? From the Magic University straight line on a few kilometers, proper school district housing. And in order to make it easier for him to be inseparable from his good brother Jiang Lin, he also got two villas next to each other just to be roommates and then neighbors at the same time. Well, live-in housemates, out-of-school neighbors. After learning all of this, Jiang Lin didn't say anything. He knew that if he ran to mention the matter of money, he would definitely be decisively rejected by the other party, and might even cause Li Tianqi to develop to a sense of disconnection as a result. Just as Jiang Lin was thinking about it, pondering whether to send the other party a sports car or help him find a date, Li Tianqi suddenly slapped the computer keyboard and shouted, Misty Grass, Lao Jiang, Jiang Lin, come on, we may have the right personality, but not the right gender. Li Tianqi froze, obviously dumbfounded. After reacting, hastily stretched his neck to explain, no, I do not mean that. You quickly look at the school forum, which some people posted that to celebrate the successful conclusion of the Mordor University's Black Sweeping Accept action, the basketball club is planning to join forces with the dance club, the Chinese dress club, the gaming club, and other clubs to hold a fellowship party after the freshman military training debriefing performance, and it has now obtained the consent of the university? Rub it in? A new school leadership team parachuted in so quickly? Except for sweeps? That's a pretty apt description. Hearing these words, Jiang Lin was happy, opened his computer and entered the campus forum, and sure enough, the first top post was about carrying out a fellowship party. Isn't the basketball club that club of Zhang Qiming? Jiang Lin clicked the mouse and an invitation appeared at the top of the second page of the post. In view of the outstanding contribution made by Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi in this campaign to combat the black, this post hereby cordially invites the two students to attend the party as guests of honor, and the other for the whole school to launch a talent competition invitation. The participants will be able to get the organizers to provide a high amount of prize money. Seeing this, Jiang Lin fell silent. What's this? Obviously, this organizer must be Zhang Qiming. Lao Jiang. How so? Li Tianqi came up with an interested face and inquired. I could tell he didn't want to miss such an opportunity to express himself. This is no sorority party. It's almost as if it's a princess selection contest tailor-made for him. Of course he wasn't greedy. He just wanted to meet a girl who looked right, and wouldn't think of making a big deal out of it all. There are many ways to socialize in college. It doesn't have to be Jiang Lin couldn't figure out Zhang Qiming's purpose of starting the friendship party, and was just about to refuse, but once he saw Li Tianqi's expectant eyes, his heart softened again. Okay, it's not a bad thing to go check it out. It's just a breath of fresh air. Ha ha, old Jiang, you're still a brother. When the two of us come out at that time, we'll definitely make the whole audience scream. Li Tianqi, full of middle-agedness, wrapped his arm around Jiang Lin's shoulders and shook them vigorously. Jiang Lin didn't pay any attention to the other party and silently found the organizer's contact information at the bottom of the webpage, then took his cell phone and dialed it. It was fine to go, but this list of organizers had to have his name, Jiang Lin, in it. On the other hand, the basketball club room. In order to be able to better organize the club's activities, Zhang Qiming rented this room directly in the school's office building to use as a location for important meetings and events. This is an operation that other students might not have the money to do, but unlike him, he has the privilege. It's just a room, a word. However, in this room of less than 100 square feet, there were almost 24 key members of the basketball club gathered at this moment. They were all Zhang Qiming's followers without exception, and the little follower's family background was also more superior compared to ordinary students. They're all rich and famous. Young Zhang, worthy of being the son of the secretary's family, we're going to be rich this wave. Yeah, now that Jiang Lin is so hot online, let's invite him to make a front to start a live broadcast, and we'll be able to get our money back from the gift money alone. That's not the most important thing. What's important is that the activities organized by our Zhang Xiao, even if he's the crown prince of the capital, Jiang Lin has to show his face and come to participate. This wave has raised the level of our Magic City's second generation circle. It makes sense. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. And even if his background is horrible, he still has to behave obediently with his tail tucked between his legs when he comes to Mordor. Zhang Qiming crossed his legs and sat high on the main boss chair, listening to the flattering words of several juniors at the conference table. His brows frowned imperceptibly. How come he didn't realize that when he was the #1 young man in Magic City? Are all these minions around yourself so stupid? Well, at least we've all seen a little bit of the world. How can you still be blinded by this small fortune? He did have another purpose for taking the lead in organizing this party this time, but the purpose was definitely not what these guys were saying about making waves of money by borrowing Jiang Lin's fame and pulling up their own status pushes. Born in a family of high officials, Zhang Qiming understands better than anyone else that real status and compulsion can only be earned by oneself, and any glory that is manifested by borrowing someone else's halo is false, like a bubble that crumbles with a single shot. He had a different vision from these small rich and official second-generation people who were generally thugs, and his goal was never to make that little bit of money, to show himself as a saint in front of people, and to be pursued by countless people. His goal is only one, that is, to enter the officialdom, to take over his father's class or further, become a cabinet member, holding the power of the sky, so that their Zhang family can be like the three major families in the capital, overriding all the family power, enduring, prosperous. Yet a shortcut to realizing this ambitious goal of his is at hand. That would be Jiang Lin. Zhang Qiming had only one goal in organizing the fellowship party this time, and that was to show goodwill to Jiang Lin and add another stroke of ink to his university resume. When he stepped into the official world later, he could proudly say that he had co-organized and planned a celebration party with Jiang Lin during his university days, and the two of them had made a not-so-shallow relationship as a result. And this relationship will be the key to his future takeoff. Do people look at what events you organize? No. People are looking at who you are organizing the event with and who it has to do with. It's like when you graduate from college and go for an interview and you say how many awards you won and what officer positions you held during college. Did it work? The answer is yes. But not much. Completely as good as you come to a sentence. During the university was excellent student status to participate in the exchange symposium of the well-known entrepreneur Jack Ma. After the meeting, but also with each other cordial photo to commemorate. And then snap. Throw the photo in the interviewer's face. Guaranteed total confusion. That's the name of the man. The shadow of the tree. As for why Zhang Qiming wasn't willing to run directly to Jiang Lin to show his favor, that was because he didn't dare to guarantee that he could become the next Li Tianqi. In the end, he is still the first young master of the Magic City Circle, and to go to the capital prince as a little brother is not bad, but it makes it difficult for him to establish prestige in the Magic City second generation circle in the future. Everyone's gone to lick Ganglin. Does he have any more minions? Just as the crowd was talking, suddenly, a landline phone on the conference table rang. Zhang Qiming raised his eyes and swept. Immediately someone explained, Zhang Xiao, our post left the phone. Is this landline is not someone to consult? Aha! Zhang Qiming nodded and personally picked up the phone. Hello? Hello? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm Jiang Lin. Hearing this name, Jiang Qiming's pupils shrunk violently, and even his breathing tensed up a few points. Mr. Jiang, I'm Jiang Qiming, why is there something wrong? As the voice fell, the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, I heard that Jiang is preparing to organize a fellowship party, so I'm just here to ask if I can bring funds into the group. Hearing this, Jiang Qiming's expression loosened and he agreed readily. No problem. Our organizers are only the school and our basketball club right now. If students Jiang and Li want to join, everyone is naturally welcome. In addition, when the time comes, we will use the school's jitterbug number to open the whole live broadcast. Well, live earnings we split 40 to 40. The other 20% donated to charity. How? Could be. Jiang Lin didn't care about money in the first place. All he wanted was just a guarantee that would allow him to act as an insider. Since Jiang is so sincere, then let's completely make Magic City University's reputation famous with this cooperation. Jiang Lin's voice was clearly transmitted into Jiang Qiming's ears through the phone, which caused him to be stunned. How did it ring? As a result, Jiang Lin's next sentence caused everyone present to clam up. Li Tianqi and I will invest $10 million each, and this fellowship party will be held to the specifications of a star's performance for me. Rub? What's the game here? Jiang Qiming's brain buzzed, unable to figure out what the other party was playing at. But on second thought, maybe the other party was just trying to play hard to get? Anyway, it couldn't hurt his own interests, so he quickly agreed. Yes. Then as young Jiang said, young Jiang and young Li are truly magnificent. Dormitory 1916. The same dormitory where Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi were. Li Tianqi heavily slammed his water cup on the table, incredulity written all over his face. What did he just hear? $10 million? When the hell did he say he'd pay $10 million to go to a shitty sorority party? Although he is the son of the richest man in the Magic City, his pocket money is tightly controlled. Okay, $10 million really isn't a small amount for him. No, old Jiang, do you heckling think everyone is as rich as you? Opening your mouth to talk about $10 million. Hold it. Jiang Lin reached out to stop Li Tianqi's gushing, then edited a message on WeChat and sent it to my mom. Not long after that, Mom messaged back. Jiang Lin fixed his eyes on it, although it only had the word good on it. But he could no longer hide the joy on his face. Tianqi, buddy, I'm appointing you as the vice president of Lin's time. The sudden sentence scared Li Tianqi's hand that was serving tea to shake violently. What the fuck? You appointed me what? Jiang Lin smiled slightly and spat out 7 words from his mouth. Vice president of Lin's era. Li Tianqi? I become a vice president in the time it takes me to have a cup of tea? What he didn't know was that when Jiang Lin had just talked to Jiang Qiming on the phone, he had actually developed a bold idea. That would be to open the sorority party as a real talent contest. After the 2 events of chasing stars in wedding dresses and fixing the Magic City University, the hotspots in traffic that Jiang Lin himself carried could be said to have surpassed the vast majority of netizens. Now he just needs to use his own traffic and hotspots slightly and then open up this talent contest. Definitely could have brought up a couple of good star prospects. Then pack it with a Lin's Times culture. Isn't that a living cash cow? Although he, Jiang Lin, wasn't poor in money, he wouldn't feel that it was too much, especially taking his brother to make money. He enjoys the fun of it. Now please call me Mr. Jiang, the old boss of Lin's era. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth hooked and he patted Li Tianqi's shoulder in an old-fashioned manner. And you, my brother, you're now the vice president of Lin's era. Do a good job. It's not impossible to become the richest man in China in the future. Li Tianqi pointed at himself with an odd face. I am the richest man in China, then what are you? Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the aged world map on the wall of his dorm room. This map was the strategy map he used to use every day in the middle of the night when he was bragging with Li Tianqi, since it carried all sorts of wild ideas that the two of them had been having for a year. Li Tianqi tacitly kept it when he renovated his dormitory. And I'm the richest man in the world. Hiss. Hearing this, Li Tianqi subconsciously sucked in a cold breath. Good man. Why didn't I realize Lao Jiang was so ambitious before? Oh no. I think he said he wanted to dominate the world before him. Even the route of domination was simulated on this world map. But that's just nonsense from a bad mood and a drink. Now the other side is awake. Thinking about this, Li Tianqi still felt that it was more likely for him to become the richest man in China. Well, of course, a plutocratic family like Jiang Lin certainly can't be put out in the open as the richest. His family backed by a trillion business empire. Its several other industrial companies have stepped into the ranks of the 100 billion group. If the family assets piled up in his name, I am afraid that next year Forbes is going to be airborne in the history of the youngest world's richest man. So this stuff only counts as a personal asset. Thinking of this, Li Tianqi impatiently inquired. Old Jiang, that Lin's era is the original era Junfeng, right? Well then, yes, the entire company including its artists were all bought by the Lin Group as a package. Jiang Lin couldn't care less. What? Li Tianqi had a black question mark on his face. Grass, a plant. This is a Chinese entertainment giant. Behind the power of the big scary. My family do not dare to easily mess with them. Lin spent how much money to buy. Hearing this, Jiang Lin hesitated. Should I tell the truth or not? In case the truth will hit my good brother? What? Could it be an unimaginable string of numbers? Li Tianqi mysteriously came over. Aha! You're right. How many billions? Empty glove. The playground. After a morning of military posture and steering training, Qin Mengyao had long been starving with her chest pressed against her back. The already inconspicuous Wangzi steamed buns are now even more like an airfield waiting to be airborne. Flat scary. Accompanied by the occasional rumbling in his stomach, the chief instructor on the podium finally blew the whistle of liberation. Beep. Everyone, dismiss in place and go to the cafeteria for dinner. At this moment, the command from the instructor's mouth became the most melodious sound in the world. Countless students clapped their hands and took steps to rush to the cafeteria. The soul of dry rice has been ignited. The vast camouflage army. Quite a god blocking to kill God. Buddha blocking to kill Buddha's momentum. Qin Mengyao's small face turned white and she struggled to move her short legs, which prevented her from being squeezed to the end by the crowd. At that moment, a beautiful shadow flashed by and pulled her small hand, tugging it outside the group. Qin Mengyao's eyes lit up when she saw the visitor. Luo Shui? Aha! I bought dinner as soon as I got out of class. And I was afraid you wouldn't get enough to eat, so I even bought 3 servings. Bai Luoxue carrying a large bag of rice shook, a snow-white long skirt as if an angel descended to earth. Misty grass, white schoolgirl. Hi, schoolgirl white. Whoa, the legendary iceberg schoolgirl? Hey, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm afraid the food will be snatched up today, I'd definitely go up there and ask for WeChat. Pull back. Just you? Good noon. Schoolgirl white. Soon enough, some of the surrounding students discovered Bai Luoxue's presence, but unable to resist the hunger in their stomachs, they shouted and ran away without a trace. Anyway, this kind of beauty was an existence they couldn't touch. Instead of having fantasies, it was better to eat honestly. In response, Bai Luoxue was much more relaxed in turn. At least you won't be surrounded by people asking for WeChat. Wait, Lok Shu. Bai Luoxue was just about to take Qin Mengyao to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria where there were fewer people, when she heard the other party suddenly shout, then let go of her hand and ran towards the end of the crowd. In her line of sight, Qin Mengyao ran straight to a girl in loose camouflage clothing before stopping. Then, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he took the other party's hand and walked back with a smile on his face. Luo Shui, let me introduce you. This is a new friend I've just met, called Su Tiancheng. 10 minutes later, 3rd floor of the cafeteria. An unassuming table for 4 drew the attention of the surrounding students, because this table for 4 people are sitting 3 different colors, but all look absolutely beautiful and beautiful girl, and 2 of them were already recognized by most of the students. It's the veteran iceberg school beauty Bai Luoxue and the new sweet school beauty Qin Mengyao. Brothers, go to sleep. I'm not in the right state today. I have to ride the bus tomorrow. I'll write here first. Sleepy. Thanks for the gifts. Good night. Blanche, am I blind? Isn't this schoolgirl Bai and schoolgirl Qin? Brothers, we're so lucky. We can actually bump into 2 school beauties at a meal. Does this mean we have a peach blossom in our destiny? Alright, stop barking. Didn't anyone notice that young lady opposite schoolmistress Bai and schoolmistress Qin? Just by looking at the back I think it's a big beauty. Is a mere backdrop that godly? Wait, I'll go get a drink and spy on my brothers in the meantime. Go and return quickly. Help a couple of brothers out. Okay, brothers wait. My old grandson will go and come back. A boy, encouraged by a few brothers at his table, resolutely got up, then walked to the drink machine next to Bai Luoshue's table as if nothing had happened. After buying a bottle of canned Coke, the boy turned around again in a cloudy manner, and when he repassed Bai Luoshue's table, his eyes swept steadily and accurately at Su Tianqing's pretty face. Next, bang! The Coke dropped to the ground with a crunch of tin against tile. His crikey! Fairy? Su Suiqing heard the sound of movement, slowly tilted up the head, a large clear water-like eyes filled with doubt. Even if the body wearing loose thick camouflage clothing, but also cannot hide the body of the self-belonging temperament of the clear spirit, so that people look at a glance will be ashamed of themselves. Do not dare to blaspheme. Classmate, what's wrong with you? Vermilion lips lightly opened, a pleasant and sweet voice of immortal spirit. The boy just felt the voice hit his soul. His brain went blank for a split second, moving his lips but unable to say a word. Me. After a brief moment of stupefaction, he quickly realized his outburst and hurriedly bent down to pick up the Coke, said sorry with a red face, and ran away hastily. This scene directly gave the brothers of the boys not far away a confused look. So exaggerated? How outrageous is that? This son of a bitch isn't acting, is he? Sure enough, by the time the boys walked back disoriented, several good thick meters immediately came forward to surround him. Crap, brother, you just acted too exaggerated, right? Quickly tell me, what does that girl look like? I'll rush if she looks good. It's not the backstabber, is it? I saw San drop his coke and look like he'd seen a ghost. Hey, say something, don't be a riddler. Speak up and speak up. I'll buy you a coke when you finish. The crowd chased the boy around for half a day before he came back to his senses. Only he swallowed and spoke. This is a woman who should only be found in heaven. On the other side, by Luoshue's table of 3, Qin Mengyao smiled and spoke to Su Tianqing. Tianqing looks so pretty with her mask off. Which is not. Su Tianqing's pretty face blushed. Didn't you see that boy's reaction just now? Coke fell on the floor and the corner of the can went poof. Me. When Su Tianqing heard this, she didn't know how to reply, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across her fair and absolutely beautiful little face, making it look even more alluring. Alright, yo, you're just being teased about people's sweet cleanliness. Bai Luoshui took the initiative to relieve herself and handed a packet of wet wipes to the duo. Thank you, Sister White. Su Tianqing smiled sweetly and took the wet wipes to wipe up her little mouth. The crowd of male livestock around them had their eyes glued to the wet wipes, and their hearts cried out frantically, I can take their place. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Qin Mengyao's eyes turned and raised her mouth. Sweet Ching, did you come to Mordor University alone? Do you know anyone at school? Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed through Su Tianqing's heart, but he didn't think much about it, and answered truthfully, I came to Mordor University alone, and now I only know you guys. That's great. At those words, Qin Mengyao excitedly clapped her small hands together. In this unfamiliar place, taking down a girl isn't like playing, as long as the first to obtain each other's trust, and then step by step, in the name of a friend to its warm, and so the other side to find that they have been inseparable from your time, then the big thing can be accomplished. As a sister, no one knows a sister better than she does. The reason why some people ask for warmth and then ask to lick the dog, that is because he did not control a degree that can be addictive, but does not make people feel tired. Freshness is what kills in a relationship. Thinking of this, a bad smile flashed across Qin Mengyao's face, and her beautiful eyes began to measure Su Tianqing's shapely and graceful body. What? Su Tianqing thought that she hadn't heard clearly and subconsciously asked. However, soon, she realized that Qin Mengyao's eyes were looking at her in a way that seemed a bit wrong. The look in his eyes was like a hungry wolf that had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly seeing a piece of fat meat. It's like a horny man seeing a naked beauty. Jia, small sweet Qing. Do you want to move to our dormitory? Jia. I and Luo Shui outside also rented a villa. Oh, you have no one to rely on. Why not come to live with us? Jia. Looking at Su Tianqing's nervous look like a frightened deer, the bad smile at the corner of Qin Mengyao's mouth became more and more arrogant. Living like a dark lowly. Su Tianqing? Bai Luoshua couldn't stand to watch, reached around Qin Mengyao's back, and grabbed the double ponytail that was still shaking. Yikes! Qin Mengyao let out a pout, instantly causing the surrounding people to cast curious gazes. Noticing these gazes, Bai Luoshua's small face reddened. Then she reached out and lightly tapped the other party's smooth forehead. Public places. Pay attention to your demeanor. Look at how scared you've given other Su schoolmates. No, it's fine. I'm full. I'll go to the playground first. Sister Bai. Student Qin. You guys take your time eating. Su Tianqing got up and flashed a coy smile before turning away with her dinner tray. Alright. I know I'm wrong. Lock Shu. Qin Mengyao shook her twin ponytails with a resigned expression. Seeing this, Bai Luoshua could only helplessly shake her head. Your own BFF is hopeless. And now they're flirting with girls openly. Thinking of this, Bai Luoshua even vaguely felt some coldness behind her back, and as her gaze met Qin Mengyao's big, blinking eyes, she spoke without a good mood. Don't you dare hit on me. I'm not a lesbian. Hey, okay. Qin Mengyao smiled shyly, looking exceptionally cute. After lunch, military training continued. Bai Luoshua went back to the dormitory to prepare her textbook because she had an open class in the afternoon. Like Zhang Lin and the others, Bai Luoshua and Qin Mengyao not only kept a dormitory at the school, but also owned other residences off campus. Usually, when there are a lot of classes, we live in the school, so it is convenient to go back and forth to get books. And when there are fewer classes or no classes, we live off campus, which is not only quiet, but also allows us to go out and play together. I allow Jiang, you slow down. It's just an open class in the district. You can't be late. It's not that I'm afraid of being late. I'm trying to get the classroom air conditioning blown in early. Inside the spacious and noisy corridor, 2 panting figures walked around the corner into a large classroom. This is the open classroom. At this point, though, there were still 15 minutes before class started. but the back row of the classroom is basically full. In the university, the back row seats are quite sought after prime position, only to come especially early, or have a strong network of relations students can grab. Sometimes do not look at the seat has not been sitting. In fact, as long as the top of the book or cups of water is equivalent to the other people by the seat is sometimes unoccupied, but if there is a book or a glass of water on it, it is equivalent to being occupied by someone else. Obviously, John Lin was not the one who came especially early, nor did he have that powerful network of connections, so under the gaze of countless eyes, John Lin could only silently bring Li Tianqi to sit in a window seat in the front row. But this place had a wide view and fresh air, so not only could he listen to the teacher's lectures from close range, but he could also occasionally take a look at the scenery outside the window and relax his tired nerves. It's a good location. As soon as the duo took their seats, some people in the classroom began to whisper, isn't this John Lin? Why don't you see Qin Jiai, Li Shui and the others here together? Ha? You don't have internet at home or something? You're still thinking about Li Shui when she's eating peanuts? Don't pay attention to the monk drum man. By the way, have you guys read the campus forum yet? Did you notice that you didn't see those condescending international students in the classroom today? Didn't read it? Bro, fine shilly and listen. I heard that this morning, those international students got together to stage a march to pressure the university to protest Nick's shooting, and guess what happened? What's wrong? And it turns out the fucking city council came. The richest man also came. It's rumored that there's also an investigation team sent by the cabinet with helicopter gunships and military trucks to kill our school directly. Then all the international students were detained and arrested, and all the school leaders were suspended for investigation. Crap, that powerful? Hey, it's a shame I didn't get to witness this when I was sleeping in this morning. Those freshmen who are training on the playground can have a good time watching the principal being numbed by a couple of big pussies from the richest man in the world. 666. It's worthy of being Jiang Shao. This Tama, if you don't make a move, the sky falls apart. We, Jiang Shao, have never lost a battle from the imperial capital to the magic city, and our current KD of 5-0-1. What does this one assist mean? Chen Jiai. After all, people have to step on the sewing machine for more than 20 years. This are not worthy of counting an assist? 666. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Li Tianqi whispered to Jiang Lin beside the sentence, Old Jiang, you are now our school's big red Not only the freshmen all remember you, even the old students know you very well now. Jiang Lin just smiled lightly at this. Honestly, it wasn't that he wanted to be as famous as he was. After all, standing in his position and height, what fame and fortune and so on is no longer important. He does not lack the wealth and value that comes with this fame, but instead has to take great risks for it. As if there were no less than 3 armed bodyguards sitting in the classroom who appeared to be listening to the lecture, but were actually responsible for guarding the surrounding area as well as protecting his personal safety. These were all arranged by Fubo after he learned of the morning's riot by the foreign students, just in case something happens to him. Gee, still miss the old days of being low-key. Jiang Lin suddenly popped out with a sentence that confused Li Tianqi. What? What did you say, John? You like being a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Jiang Lin was silent for a split second and was about to turn his head to look at the scenery outside the window. At this time, 2 rather attractive girls came in pairs and sat down in the row behind Jiang Lin. Is this still Jiang Lin? He's suddenly become more handsome. Really? How come I didn't realize before that this guy was kinda high maintenance? After saying that, one of the girls reached out and poked Jiang Lin in the back. It is such a small move. Startled, the back row of the classroom violently stood up 2-inch-headed youths, and the hand also touched to the back of the waistband bag. Jiang Lin hurriedly turned back and threw a look of tranquility towards the back row before looking squarely at these 2 girls behind him. Something wrong? 2 ladies? Puffing. One of the ponytail girls laughed lightly, slowly took out her cell phone and said, Jiang Lin, don't joke. We are at least in the same class for a year. Can you not know my name? In the cold shout classmates, people will ignore you. When Jiang Lin heard this, he narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. These 2 girls he remembered a bit. They were in his class, yes, but he really couldn't remember their names. The only thing that was somewhat impressive was when the other party had licked Qinjiai, the other party had laughed at herself. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin's voice suddenly turned cold. Just tell me what's going on. Brothers, I'm really sorry. This morning at 8 o'clock by car to 7 o'clock in the evening, the body really cannot top the head, cannot squeeze out the ideas, for fear of bringing you a bad reading experience. So delete reduce half a genius to write this point is really sorry. Just tell me what's going on. As the words fell, both girls' expressions stiffened, surprise written in their gazes. Obviously, this Jiang Lin in front of them was very different from the boy who was as humble as a licking dog in their past impression. Could it be that exposure of identity can also transform a person's personality? Or did the Chen Qiyi thing really irritate the other side? Otherwise, how could Zhang Lin have suddenly changed from an honest man who could be bullied by everyone to his current appearance? This instantly put the ponytailed girl, who had been prepared to try a slight trick to catch a golden son-in-law, in a difficult position. Zhang Lin doesn't seem to be as easy to fool as he used to be. Luckily, her companion, girl, spoke up in time to lighten the mood. That Zhang Lin, in fact, we do not mean anything else. This is not. We have been in the same class for a year, has not added a contact. We thought of the classmates' friends are added. When the time to pull together a group. Weekdays in the school, what urgent news are good to notify each other well. After saying that, the girl pushed the ponytailed girl's arm, signaling her to act quickly. Yes. Add a friend. Add a contact information. If you're lonely at night, you can talk to me. The ponytailed girl hurriedly lit up the WeChat QR code and said that she even threw a wink at Zhang Lin. This scene was naturally watched by the surrounding students, but for the sake of face, they only dared to talk in whispers. See how fast Mari and Lina acted. This ran to add people Zhang Lin's WeChat. Holy shit, these two pussies are also really brave. I remember last semester they also mocked people Zhang Lin as a licking dog. How come it's behind them now? But you're licking yourself and talking about others. Do you guys guess if people Zhang Lin will agree? Sure, agree. Change. I also agree. Play a game. We love you and I would like things after all. These two figure real here. Any who do not stand it? Stand up. The discussion around them was minimal, but a few dirty words still reached the ears of the two women. Instead of feeling ashamed and angry, the ponytailed girl had a few moments of joy in her heart. Although she is not as beautiful as several big school flowers, but she is most proud of her body. But it is an important plus point in the eyes of the boys. The fact that Zhang Lin had talked about his girlfriend before meant that he wasn't a eunuch. And since he wasn't a eunuch, was she still afraid that the other party wouldn't fall under her garnet skirt? To exaggerate, she, Mari, didn't believe there was a man who could reject her 36D. Anyway, her goal wasn't to become some kind of Zhang family's young lady. This kind of whimsical dream wasn't her turn to do at all. Her goal was clear from the beginning. That is, if she could glean a little bit from Zhang Lin, even if it was a strand of hair, she would be able to clothe herself for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Mari gently lifted up the ponytail behind her, lowered her body, revealing a large area of spring scenery at the chest. Charming eyes like silk on Zhang Lin's eyes. Coyly said, how about it, Zhang Lin? Students, you will not even give a friend bit or not for people, right? Li Tianqi, who was at the same table, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes full of dismay and disbelief. Is that so awesome? Is this a straight-up public classroom romp? Everyone's watching. Can't we be a little more restrained until we get to the hotel? Blah, blah, blah. Li Tianqi shook his head and dismissed the unrealistic thoughts in his head. He wants to be an upstanding rich kid, not a dude. But really, he sparrow food some envy his good brother on not only face value high casting technology also good. Even the girls who are chasing after him are eating and moisturizing. After a long time, Zhang Lin gently tapped the desktop twice with his fingers and raised his head. His eyes were unchanging and cold, and his voice couldn't hear the slightest emotion. No? Mari froze. Was there anything else? So she turned her puzzled gaze to her companion, the ice sister Lina. However, Lina opened her small mouth wide as if she had suddenly realized, then directly reached out and put her hand on Zhang Lin's arm. So young Master Zhang likes the happiness of all people. After saying that, Lina glanced around and mysteriously came forward. But not now. Oh, why don't you add Shioli's WeChat first and then we'll go to the hotel low down when we have time after class. This naked temptation, unabashedly revealing words. Listening to the aside, Li Tianqi's nose was hot, shedding 2 drops of blood. Wipe. This shitty day. It's so damn hot. It's giving me a fever. Quickly turn down the air conditioning temperature of the classroom a little bit more. Li Tianqi knew what kind of dilemma he was facing, but fortunately he had a good mental quality. While cursing and looking for paper, he asked his classmates at the door to lower the air conditioning temperature without changing his color. Old iron. It's so hot. A little nosebleed on fire. Is there something wrong with that? Nothing wrong with it at all. Zhang Lin was also amused by Li Tianqi and said dumbly, these two students are too kind to refuse. Tianqi, do you want to get acquainted with them? Hearing this, Lina's face changed. Are all the big families so open? On the contrary, Mari is a sight for sore eyes. The son of the richest man in Mordor can also make himself rich and free. If Zhang Lin can't take it down, taking Li Tianqi is also a good choice. Who knows? Li Tianqi turned his head with a bitter smile after getting a tissue to wipe the nosebleed. Old Zhang, you don't know what kind of person I am. How can that be? Okay, I get it. Zhang Lin nodded, interrupting the other party before redirecting his gaze to the two women, his voice booming. Thanks for the kind words. We don't need special services. You can go now. Mari, Lina, What the hell? Special services? However, John Lin's words clearly echoed in the large classroom. In an instant, the entire classroom was plunged into absolute dead silence. The air froze somewhat frighteningly. A pair of odd and hunted eyes looked over to John Lin's side at the first opportunity. What did they just hear? Special services? What the hell is this? A blowout? Is this the kind of deal that can be negotiated in a classroom? For a moment, the classroom was abuzz. Wait, Lena, Mari, I'll take care of this business. Transfer or cash? Cash. After all, cash is the rule out there. Brother so knowledgeable? Unexpectedly I thought these two women sneaky as fishing for a kaiju did not expect to be talking about business, and the next pattern is indeed small. Doesn't anyone want to ask the price? I don't mean anything by it. I'm just a good person. I don't want to see my classmates suffer. I decided that I'm going to sacrifice my living expenses for this month and devote myself to the great and honorable cause of charity. These two have TSK, 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 if they can fly together, even if they smash a few dabbies. I'll admit it. I'm a student, can I play first? An unpleasant sound came into the ear. Even Mari and Lena's thick skin couldn't sit still. Though what they do isn't much different from street food love. But you can't just say it. What do you mean? It's all in the mind? Do you understand it or not? At the same time, the two of them also understand that if this matter is not explained today, they will not want to mix in the school in the future. What fishing for a man? It's a fool's errand. It's impossible for rich people to play with chickens. Bang! Mari slammed the desktop in anger, and the two waves kept churning, almost smashing into John Lin's face. John Lin, what gives you the right to slander us? Don't think that just because you're rich and powerful that you can ruin people's innocence at will. Right, we were just kind enough to pull you into the class group, and you didn't appreciate it, so why did you insult us? Just because we're easy to bully? Lena's cheeks were red from overexcitement, and when John Lin saw this, he subconsciously leaned in Li Tianqi's direction for fear of being sprayed by the duo's spittle. It's not gonna be fun to get axis or syphilis or whatever. Speak, John Lin, what are you hiding for? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a young master from the capital. Let me tell you, this is a society of law and order. The surveillance cameras and so many students are watching. I'm not afraid of that whole suing you in court thing. Mari stepped forward aggressively and was close to disliking the dough on John Lin's face. This scene could be the envy of the surrounding singles. It's worthy of you, Mr. Jiang. You can even get this kind of luck in a fight. Wait, just as Mari was about to take it a step further, John Lin called out to stop the other party. What? Young Mr. Jiang knows he's in the wrong? Lena stood aside and sneered. It is often said that cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. In order for her to be able to continue fishing for kaiju in the future, she was also fiercely determined to preserve her reputation even if she had to cross paths with the other party. Reaching out to push the dough away, John Lin silently pulled out his cell phone and set it on the desktop, then tapped on a recording. His tone playful. Do you want me to play what you guys just said for the whole classroom to hear? Wait until Yu Chang leaves. Those few juniors looked at each other and finally walked up to Li Tianqi. Young Li, look at this. Li Tianqi picked his nose. Say what you have to say. One of the bouquet boys smiled sarcastically. The money. Hearing this, Li Tianqi was not happy. What money? I told you to beat the shit out of Yu Chang. Where's the shit? I didn't even see Xiang. How can I pay you? Empty gloves don't come with a set like this, do they? A few juniors were speechless and had to admit that the other party had a point. In the end, they were too hesitant. If they had been dry, they would have offended one side at most. Now we're out of money? When they thought of Yu Chang's cruel methods, several people couldn't help but shiver. Without much time to think about it, a few people quickly bailed and ran out of the classroom. Right now, they were just begging Yu Chang to focus all of his attention on John Lin, or else everyone would be in for a treat. Bai Luoxue, who had returned to her senses, gently touched John Lin's arm. John Lin. John Lin felt the delicate touch coming from his arm and subconsciously turned his head back to meet those cool eyes. What's the matter? Schoolgirl White? Not feeling well? No, it isn't. Bai Luoxue's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and 2 lines of tears could be faintly seen on her delicate little face. Since we're not uncomfortable, then let's go back to our seats. It's embarrassing to have so many people watching. Bai Luoxue puffed and laughed, her eyes curving up like crescent moons. Good. Back to the seats. Bai Luoxue sat at the innermost window seat. John Lin sat in the center, and Li Tianqi sat at the very outside. As soon as he was seated, Li Tianqi poked his head over with an excited face and said smugly, Lao Jiang, was I brave just now? A fist to his damn Yu Chang are blinded. Chow Yong. John Lin gave a thumbs up, then looked to the back row. That's true. I'm super brave. I'm telling you, don't look at that Yu Chang with his bullish face. But in the end, he's still the follower of that Zheng Qiming kid? Damn. Next time I see him, I'll beat the shit out of him. Li Tianqi chattered in his seat. Unbeknownst to him, a young man with an inch head had come up beside him. Jiang Xiao, may I ask what your orders are? The inch-haired youth said respectfully. Li Tianqi's voice was interrupted. His expression froze, and his gaze subconsciously rested on the other party's bulging fanny pack. This is. Zhang Lin smiled warmly and casually waved his hand. Rather fortunate for you all. There's no need to be so polite in my place. Yes, Jiang Xiao. This scene gave Li Tianqi and Bai Luo Shui a dumbfounded look. There's actually Zhang Lin's bodyguard in the classroom after half a day's work? No wonder the other side is so emboldened. Thinking about this, Li Tianqi had a doubt and blurted it out. Old Jiang, what this dude is carrying in his fanny pack should be the truth, right? Truth was a gun. Zhang Lin naturally understood. Yeah, why? Is it hard to ask why I didn't just pop you, Chang? Li Tianqi was dumbfounded. No, not really. I'm not that stupid. Joking. So many people in the classroom watching in. Because of a few words on the conflict, directly pull out a gun to the people. Karma that is not too much of a child's play? It's a law and order society now. Even if you want to kill someone, you have to have a reason to do so. Cough cough cough. Of course, this only applied to Zhang Lin. No one else with a reason can. Zhang Lin nodded, an old fatherly smile of relief on his face. Not bad. You have indeed grown a lot. Hearing these words, Li Tianqi always felt that there was something strange somewhere. But Zhang Lin hadn't finished speaking yet, so he couldn't open his mouth to interrupt. There are so many eyes on me these days that unless in self-defense, even a hand-to-hand fight would set off a major public outcry. Do you understand? Zhang Lin spoke with a calm expression. He's telling the truth. In just half a month, he's already had two earth-shattering events happen to him in the form of a wedding dress chaser and the shooting of Nick. Although the protests on the brown continent side had been suppressed by the Chinese side, he couldn't keep finding trouble for his family. It is hard to wait until one day, his old man a phone call to say, "Brat, you cannot stop tossing. I cannot carry." What? Then it would be too late. At that time, not only will countless public pressure fall on the Zhang family, the remaining two great families will also definitely take advantage of the fire, because only by bringing down the Zhang family this mountain, those two great families will have a day to strike. Otherwise they can only stay in the second echelon under the Zhang family's huge shadow forever. I understand, Lao Jiang. I can relate to this feeling. I understand you. You do bear a lot. Li Tianqi sympathetically patted the other's shoulder for comfort. Bai Luoshui's gaze lingered deeply on Zhang Lin's handsome face after hearing these words from the duo. It turns out the other guy wasn't all he appeared to be. She couldn't imagine how much pressure and responsibility an existence like Zhang Lin, who was comparable to an ancient princeling, had to carry. But she knew that the other party was willing to disregard these obstacles to help herself. And what has one ever done to help the other? A bottle of water on the playground that summer? Or maybe pretending to be a girlfriend to meet his parents at his house. Compared to the gifts Zhang's mother gave her, it's obvious that she's taking advantage of them. Thinking of this, Bai Luoshui's heart that had been gradually freezing because of the self-blockade once again had a temperature. A touch of tenderness also surfaced on the stunning face that looked like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Thank you, Zhang Lin. Bai Luoshui's voice was small, so small that neither Zhang Lin nor Li Tianqi noticed. But she didn't care because gratitude is never about words. It's about actions. So what, I have a favor to ask. I don't know if I should say it. Looking at the inch-headed youth in front of him, Zhang Lin suddenly hesitated. Young Jiang, please speak. As long as it's not a dangerous behavior that will threaten your personal safety, it's fine. The inch-haired youth was a bit puzzled, but he still didn't forget his mission. Can I have your gun? Then, Zhang Lin smiled warmly, like a big boy next door. But the words that came out of his mouth shocked everyone fiercely. What? What do you want with the truth? Lao Jian? You're not going to fulfill your promise from last year and kill me, are you? Fog grass. I thought you were talking about alcohol. Li Tianqi lifted his hips in a big way to get up and bolt. Jiang Xiaoyu this. The inch-haired youth was also confused. Can I give this gun to the other side? I don't think they've explained what to do in this case. Zhanglin guns are very dangerous. You are not professionally trained, you can easily accidentally injure yourself. Bai Luo Shui reminded with a worried face. It's okay, they're using Browning. There's very little recoil. Zhang Lin smiled faintly and then turned his gaze to the inch-haired youth. Why don't you ask your leader? Anyway, this gun I also used for self-defense. Not revenge society, you can rest assured. By the way, who is your leader? I'll contact him directly. With that, Zhang Lin pulled out his cell phone. The inch-haired youth's face was a bit hesitant, but in the end, he couldn't withstand Zhang Lin's questioning and said a name. Fubuki. Fubar? Zhang Lin scratched his head and reconfirmed. Which Fubo? Inch-haired youth, it's the Zhang family's butler, Uncle Fu. What? It was Jiang Lin's turn to be confused. Aren't you under the jurisdiction of the army? Why are you still involved with Fubo? The young man with an inch head answered truthfully. Fubo has the rank of a troop, so, okay, I get it. Jiang Lin stopped pursuing the matter and picked up his cell phone to send a message to Fubo. Soon, the bell rang and an old professor dressed in plain clothes and wearing heavy eyeglass frames walked into the classroom. At the same time, under Jiang Lin's reasoning and emotion, Fubo finally agreed to Jiang Lin's request to hold a gun. Only that he would have to take the time to go for some professional training in the future, just in case of accidents. See? Fubar agrees. Hand over the gun quickly. Jiang Lin showed the chat log to the other party with a triumphant expression. Alright, young Jiang, you can make sure to keep it. This gun mustn't be messed up. Seeing this, the young man with the inch head had no choice but to silently remove his holster. This student, class is over. Go back to your seat. The old professor raised his glasses and looked at the side of the young man with the inch head and said, as a result, in the next second, he watched as the other party seemed to take out a strange-looking black thing then handed it to Jiang Lin. Why do you think it looks so strange? Because it looks a lot like a pistol. The old professor thought he was blind, took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, then put them back on, but by now the gun had long been received by Jiang Lin in his desk. Okay, teacher. The young man with the inches laughed and ran back to the back seat a little coyly. Everything is so natural. The old professor didn't think much of it and started teaching. Crap, Lao Jiang, you now hold the truth in your hands. Convenient to tell brothers what different feelings not? As a boy, Li Tianqi naturally couldn't resist the temptation of firearms, and hurriedly came over to inquire curiously. Luoshua blinked her pretty eyes, and her attention was all in Jiang Lin's hands. I could tell she was curious about the gun as well. Jiang Lin smiled faintly and opened the holster in his desk, taking out the Browning that emitted a faintly cold light. Weighing the heaviness in his hand, he slowly raised his head and said with a look of emotion, it doesn't feel like much. It just feels like all beings in this world are much more equal. Hearing this, Li Tianqi's eyes went straight. Fogweed. What the hell? Time constraints first, more a hand. Wha? Or review Big Brother off duty. Thank you, brother's gift. The author tomorrow challenge 4 more. Everyone point a small gift. Wow. Thank you. Misty grass. Lao Jiang, you touch me. A touch is a touch. Let me touch it, please. Old Jiang, as long as you let me touch it, you'll be my righteous father from now on. The classroom was a little too quiet, with pairs of exploratory eyes looking in unison at the front row of window seats. There were 3 people there, 2 men and a woman, and most of the attention was on the 2 boys. Click. The old professor, who was originally seriously writing on the board, suddenly stiffened. The head of the chalk in his hand snapped off with a sound. His expression was somewhat serious as he turned around, and under the cloudy lenses, his old eyes filled with doubts also looked at Li Tianqi with it. Lao Jiang, I'm just touching it a little bit, caressing it a little bit, don't be so stingy. No, you can't touch it. What if the gun goes off? Don't worry, brother, my hand has a sense of proportion. We'll never give you a touch of fire. Nima, you can't touch here. Jiang Lin hurriedly holstered his Browning back into his gun and smacked away Li Tianqi's salty hand that was about to reach out. Good lord, this gun is in a fully loaded state. Even though it's not loaded, you can't just press the trigger. You know, in the rules for the safe use of firearms that Forber had just handed out to him, the first rule was to assume that the gun is loaded and loaded at all times. This is the most important safety awareness and a guideline for gun ownership that must be kept in mind. Okay, Li Tianqi looked greedy and thought when he would also let his old man get a legal gun back for himself to play with it. At this moment, Luoshua noticed the figure that suddenly appeared on the side, so she poked Jiang Lin's arm with her small hand. What's the matter? Schoolgirl White, you want to play with my gun too? Jiang Lin turned his head sideways in some confusion. Luoshua was speechless, and after silently shaking her head, she reached out and pointed outside. Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi followed the white jade route and realized that the old professor has walked to their table at some point, and he looks like he's in a bad mood. Rub? Sure enough, walking silently is a necessary skill for all teachers. The students in the classroom could no longer hold back their laughter when they saw the dumbfounded expressions on Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi's faces. Ha ha ha, grass. I can't fucking help it. The sound of Zhang Xiao and Li Xiao screwing is just too loud. Really, ha 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 ha, put. Ha 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 ha, I'm professionally trained unless I can't help but poof, ha ha. Tomorrow's campus headline. Zhang Xiao and Li Xiao wiped out in the classroom in front of everyone, ha ha ha. It's a shame the sound wasn't recorded, or it would have blown up the internet. Look, the professor's face is black. Let me make an analogy. It's as ugly as eating shit. Ha ha ha, absolute shit. Ahem. The old professor coughed lightly and looked up and around as the students in the classroom fell back into silence after a brief murmur. It was evident that the old professor's prestige was very, very high in the hearts of many students. "Hello, Professor." Li Tanchi smiled sarcastically and greeted awkwardly and unobtrusively. Hearing the voice, the old professor only then put his eyes back on the two. Expression somewhat complex or can be said to be skeptical of life. Tone with some helplessness said, "You two students, hey, pay attention to the occasion. This is a classroom, a place of learning, and since you're here, your first priority is learning, not male bonding. Know what I mean? Get it, get it, get it." Li Tanchi smiled sarcastically and nodded his head. The other party is a respected old professor of Mordor University, has been teaching for decades, and is the true meaning of peaches and plums. So naturally, he wouldn't put on any young master's demeanor. No. Zhang Lin suddenly froze and spoke somewhat confusedly. "I understand everything you said, Professor, and it's our fault for violating classroom discipline, but what is this male pleasure a male love?" Li Tanchi's reflex arc was a bit long, but he reacted. "Yeah, what the hell is man-on-man sex? He's never heard of male-female sex in his life." The old professor, a pair of full of deep meaning of the eyes back and forth, measured the two, and finally a kind smile. "I understand. Nowadays the young people in our time is not the same. Always love to pursue some novelty and excitement things. You can rest assured that I will keep your secret, but you should also listen well to your lessons. It is my duty to teach and educate people. Your private life, I as a teacher will not interfere. All adults, you need to learn to take responsibility for your future well. That's it." After saying that, the old professor slowly turned around and walked slowly to the podium to continue teaching. Zhang Lin and Li Tanchi sat in place with their eyes wide open, both looking confused and puzzled. Did the professor seem to say nothing but then seem to say everything? Bai Luoxue smiled wryly, and her beautiful eyes like a crescent moon bay flashed with a touch of unusual color. Why is Zhang Lin so stupid? Turning back to his desk and putting the gun set into his satchel, Zhang Lin realized that Bai Luoxue beside him was covering her small mouth and laughing softly at something. "Good. Schoolgirl white, you still dare to laugh at this young man." Zhang Lin murmured in a low voice and reached out to gently poke the other party's white and tender legs. Unusual touch came. Bai Luoxue's smile a stalemate, subconsciously looked down at the pair of culprit hand, only to find that the owner of the hand is Zhang Lin, as well as the other side of the face does not disguise the bad smile. Light redness gradually climbed on the neck of Jade. If anyone else, even someone of the same sex, had physical contact with her, she would have had a major repulsive reaction. It wasn't a spill, but a shiver definitely couldn't be avoided. But I don't know why Zhang Lin didn't have this reaction when he touched her just now, and it's touching the most sensitive part of the leg. Bai Luoxue gently reached out and touched the outer thigh that had just been poked by Zhang Lin's finger, and a strange feeling gradually attacked her. Zhang Lin was immediately shocked as his eyes watched Bai Luoxue's face grow redder and redder under his gentle touch. Is this girl so sensitive? Looking at the young girl's increasingly flushed cheeks, Zhang Lin suppressed the urge in his heart to extend his salty hand again, because he understands that it's okay to make a little joke once in a while, but if he does it 3 times it's sure to be offensive. That would be no different than sexual harassment. Grasping a sense of boundaries is a surefire way to deal with gender relations. They say what you can't have, you can't have. In order to prevent himself from being caught talking by the old professor again, Zhang Lin took out his notebook and wrote a small note, then tore it off and handed it to Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue took the note with some confusion, and just after opening it, she saw a line of small, neat and fluent characters written on it. "What's wrong? Did it hurt to poke? I just saw you giggling and thought you were gloating, so I didn't hold back." Seeing this, Bai Luoxue let out a light laugh and left Zhang Lin with a blank stare before taking out a pen and quickly writing a line on the note. Zhang Lin sidled his head, his gaze landing on Bai Luoxue's stunningly beautiful and exquisite side face. Of course he had intended to see what the other man had written on the note, but the blame lies in the fact that the other person is so pretty. The small nose, the teeth, the lips, and the white, smooth neck. The moving eyes were like a pool of clear water, indescribably clear, and the usual cool appearance was a different person. Zhang Lin gulped and hastily shifted his gaze to the note on the desktop, but what he didn't notice was the other man's face turning even redder. Obviously, Bai Luoxue noticed Zhang Lin's gaze. The handwriting on the note was clear and elegant, just like the owner who wrote it, out of the mud, as if it were the purest gem in the world. "The girl is not as fragile as you think. How can it hurt if you touch it? I'm just laughing if the professor misunderstood the two of you. Really do not mean to gloat. Bai Luoxue finished writing the note, turned her head to look at Zhang Lin beside her. The two were so close that she could even feel the hot air exhale from the other's nose clearly. However, Zhang Lin didn't realize that his head was almost on the other person's arm, still reading the contents of the note with a serious face. It wasn't until he finished watching that Zhang Lin came back to his senses. He had actually unknowingly attached himself to the other party? A sharp intake of breath, the faint scent of a young girl's body lingering on the tip of his nose. Only then did Jiang Lin probe his head and give a thumbs up towards Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue smiled lightly and responded to the other party. The two of them looked at each other. Everything was in the air. Li Tianqi acted as a lightning rod next to him. A mouthful of teeth made of calcium hydroxyphosphate narrowly missing. God damn it. Damn it. Old Jiang. You're not being generous. You didn't even tell me you were looking for a girl. If you'd told me earlier, I could have skipped class. What the hell is this about being a light bulb? Is it still possible to listen to a lecture in peace? Li Tianqi clenched his teeth and made a cackling sound every now and then. Jiang Lin heard the commotion and turned back to whisper. I thought you were asleep. What the hell? Waking up and grinding your teeth? Do you want to go to the hospital? Click. Li Tianqi fiercely clenched his teeth, nearly giving the steel teeth a break. This damned youthful campus idol drama damn. According to their own identity how to come to a leading role, right? How to him here into a light bulb god is not fair Smelling the lemon aroma in the air, Jiang Lin grinned, tore off a slip of paper, wrote a sentence and slipped it to Li Tianqi. Don't be envious. Next time brother will take you to the sorority for a blind date. Seeing this, Li Tianqi finally stopped gritting his teeth and hummed with his head held high with a slightly proud expression. It was like saying, I'm going to hit 10. Jiang Lin shook his head with a faint smile and ignored the other party, focusing his attention on the podium. Gradual fatigue sets in. In early September, even with the windows closed, you can occasionally hear the sparse chirping of cicadas outside. Compared to July and August, the cicadas are much less vocal at this time of year. And these cicadas will die one by one in the near future until their chirping disappears completely and they return to their roots. The weather hadn't turned cool yet. The hottest part of the midday could still reach 37 or 80 degrees, so it was good that the air conditioning was on in the classroom, which didn't affect Jiang Lin's sleep quality. Underworld. Jiang Lin felt as if he had hugged a soft and fragrant, pillow. It's very smooth and tender and bouncy when you squeeze it with your hands. Classroom. Bai Luoxue stared blankly at this uninvited guest on her arm. Jiang Lin fell asleep in a daze. She was noticing it, but she really didn't notice that the other woman was actually hugging her arm and acting as a pillow. Looking at the tired color on the other party's face, Bai Luoxue was a bit intolerant, so she silently pushed her lotus root arm under the other party's face, striving to create a more comfortable position for the other party. Li Tianqi finished his notes and was just about to lament that today's Lao Jian was quite serious and actually didn't look for him to play around. As a result of the afterimage, he was confused. No. Man, why are you still sleeping? Just sleep on it. How the hell you still pillow people? White schoolgirl's arm fell asleep. Is a brother's shoulder not strong enough? Or is a buddy's arm not comfortable enough? Why? Have you ever thought about your brother's feelings? He hasn't even held a girl's hand yet. Do not ask the heroine again. The author does not know who the heroine is. Feelings to develop. Surely who develops good is Hue. After all, the strong twisted melon is not sweet. Well, welcome to continue to watch large-scale love simulation novels. Feeling Li Tianqi's skeptical gaze, Bai Luoxue smiled awkwardly. Honestly, it was the first time she had, sort of slept with someone in her arms, and in public. But Jiang Lin had given so much to her, so what was it worth if she lent her arm to the other party for a pillow? She still understands these truths. Near the end of class, gradually some students began to soul-searching. Bai Luoxue as the iceberg schoolflower naturally became the target of most of the boys soul-searching in the classroom. And personally, I'm in the same classroom as them right now. An opportunity to get so close is rare, and you certainly won't let it pass you by. Just when countless boys cast their eyes quietly toward that beautiful figure, and couldn't wait to have a nice encounter with each other in their mind's eye, the scene in front of them made all of them clam up, because of the untouchable presence of the goddess of their hearts. Sleeping with a boy in your arms? To be precise, it wasn't really an embrace, because the boy was resting on Bai Luoxue's arm and huffing and puffing, with countless grass horses racing through their hearts. The crowd also got a good look at the boy's face. It's Jiang Lin. Call, damn it. Damn it. The brothers look up to you as a role model, as a spiritual leader, and you're flirting with the brothers' goddess? But looking at Bai Luoxue that way, it didn't seem like she was under duress. For a while, countless heartbreaking voices rang out. What would you say is the saddest thing in life? That's when you meet the one you want to protect the most, at the age when you can't do anything about it. Of course, that's not enough. The saddest thing is that just when you start working your ass off to make something of yourself, you suddenly realize she doesn't need you to protect her anymore because someone else does. This will leave you in a moment of confusion, helplessness, and emptiness. You'll wonder what your previous efforts were for. You'll lament that you've wasted a lot of time again. You'll rethink the meaning of life. Finally, the bell rang. The old professor said, "Class dismissed." Then silently, he gathered up his lesson plan books and turned to leave the classroom. The oppressive atmosphere in the classroom also exploded at this moment. Blanche, Jiang Lin, you're not a proper son. Ah, My faith collapsed. My goddess has been arched by another pig. How far must I go to enter your heart? How long before I can be close to you? No, man. Why are you singing about Mercury? Because I've fallen out of love. Heaven is unjust. Why I've written schoolmarm White's name 7,086 times with a 0.5mm quill. Day, so gripping? Sympathize with you brother for a minute. It's a good thing that my crush is the new sweet school beauty Chin Mangyao, or else my mind will collapse. Dude, you don't know yet, right? Schoolgirl Chin is a lesbian and has a cough-cough relationship with Jiang Shao. Bastard. Why are you telling me this? I'll kill you. These must be fake, right? Look straight at me. Son of a bitch. On the other side, Bai Luoxue looked at Jiang Lin, who was resting on her arm and huffing and puffing, and fell into hesitation. Should we wake him up? But he looks really tired. What she didn't know was that in fact Jiang Lin woke up just as the bell rang. It was a reaction engraved in the DNA that couldn't be mistaken. Now Jiang Lin's feelings were even more complicated, especially when he just woke up from a nap. The whole thing was a daze. Why is the soft and fragrant pillow he is resting on so much like an arm? With a curious heart, he quietly opened his eyes a slit, then saw Bai Luoxue's beautiful face. It's a real hammer. Grandma, pillowed on someone's white schoolgirl's arm. Blanche. Right now his mind was spinning, thinking about how to wake up naturally without a change of color and leave the classroom as if nothing had happened. You have to say that you have to watch your brother when it counts. Li Tianqi saw that Jiang Lin still looked like he was still sleeping deeply without the slightest hint of wanting to wake up, so he was puzzled in his heart. Haven't they already practiced the trick of rising from the bell? At this thought, he put his head a little further into the. Right at this moment, while Bai Luoxue was packing up her textbooks, Jiang Lin quickly opened his eyes and passed a look to Li Tianqi. Li Tianqi froze for a moment and instantly understood, then wrapped an arm around Jiang Lin, pulling him away from Bai Luoxue's arm. The last dead shake. Lao Jiang, rise and shine. Thank you for the big brother gifts. Please woohoo. Lao Jiang, rise and shine. Li Tianqi's voice was so loud that it could even be described as deafening. Bai Luoxue, who was carefully organizing her textbooks, stopped her hands and looked at the living treasure duo, and couldn't help but wonder in her heart. Are all boys' wake-up calls so unique? Don't puke. Don't shake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Feeling the love from his brother, Jiang Lin forced his stomach to turn over and reluctantly opened his eyes. Old Jiang, you finally woke up? I thought you. Li Tianqi opened his mouth in mock surprise, but Jiang Lin covered his mouth just as he was in mid-sentence. Shoo. Jiang Lin made a silencing gesture with a calm face, then turned his head to look at Bai Luoxue. Schoolgirl White, we still have things to do, so we'll go back to the dormitory first. Bai Luoxue rubbed her somewhat sore arm and picked up her own notebook and handed it to the other party. Okay, take this notebook back and take a look at it. It's all the key points of this class. Okay, thanks. Jiang Lin took the notebook, his eyes sweeping over those lotus root arms. If anything, there's a big red mark on it. A little guilty. Jiang Lin touched his satchel. The truth was still there, so he said goodbye to Bai Luoxue and left the classroom with Li Tianqi. Bye-bye, white schoolgirl. Bye-bye. Sunset through the clouds, sprinkled on the playground. With a whistle, the new students cheered the end of the first day of military training. The cafeteria was once again surrounded. Now they want nothing more than to have a meal, take a hot shower, and go back to the dormitory to play games in the air conditioning. At that moment, a pair of twins in the line for food attracted the attention of those around them, for the simple reason that who can resist a pair of twin sisters? And they're both huge. Sis, do we really have to go to this sorority party of some kind? Aha. But we don't seem to have any talent. Is it hard for us to go up and perform nursing? Hearing her sister's anticlimactic statement, Blue pouted in dissatisfaction and reached out her small hand to deliver a boon to her head. Ouch. Ouch. Pinky pouted and hurriedly covered her head, taking a few steps back and pulling away from her sister. Sis, I'm all grown up. Can you stop popping me in the head, Boom? Humph. I'm Boom waking you up. Blue clasped her arms and coached her sister in a serious manner. You have to remember that we were able to scrape together the tuition and living expenses for college because of the favor we received from young Master Jiang. You can't start to be complacent just because you have some money in your hands now. Not to mention the fact that college is 4 whole years long. If we don't continue to work hard to save up and earn money, who are you waiting for to pay the tuition for the next 3 years? It's hard not to go to young Master Jiang. Hearing this, Pinky nodded thoughtfully. But sis, can we earn tuition money by participating in the sorority party? If we really can't, we can also go to a restaurant to be a waitress. I heard that the school cafeteria is still recruiting student workers. Lunch meals are included, and there are still $70 a day. Xiaolan smiled and touched his sister's little head, said in a serious tone, silly girl, you do not know that the sorority party is a bonus. The highest can get 6,000. Now we have no time for all-day military training. And so on the completion of the military training and then to come to the cafeteria to brush the dishes is not too late. Sis has a point. When we earn money, we can still pay mom for her leg he. Pinky smiled happily, her clear eyes revealing her desire for a future life. Don't worry about mom's leg for now. I've already called home. Blue looked at her sister with a gentle face, her eyes revealing a bit of intolerance. Soon, the queue reached the duo, and both women chose to hit the cheapest vegetarian boxed lunch. Then came a corner spot to dine. Sister, I still have squash here. No sooner had Pinky taken her seat than she took a can of squash out of the small cloth bag she carried with her. The jars are from Lao Gan Ma, and the squash inside was brought by the girls from their own home. Good. Blue carefully took the jar of squash, gently unscrewed it, and set it on the tabletop. Although the meal didn't include any meat dishes, the duo ate happily, because only those who have been truly hungry know how happy it is to have a full stomach. The people next to them noticed the sisters and whispered about it. These two girls are so pretty, or twins. Why are they hitting all the veggies? This seems like the cheapest boxed lunch in the cafeteria, right? They look like they're having a good time eating, probably trying to lose weight? I don't know, all I know is that my heart seems to be in it. Look, there are two girls passing by. Looks like they're schoolmates. Take it easy, it's not a schoolgirl. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, two girls dressed alluringly and with heavily made-up faces slowly walked over to Xiaolan's two girls' table. Two elementary school girls. Do you mind if schoolteacher sits here for a while? Two elementary school girls. Do you mind if schoolteacher sits here for a while? Hearing the voices, Blue and Pink looked up in surprise to find two girls with extremely unfamiliar faces looking at the two of them with smiles on their faces. Hokage, we don't mind if you guys sit down. It was Blue who was the first to respond, nodding in response. Good, then thank you. Schoolgirl. Mari and Lena smiled at each other, then walked over to the table and sat down gracefully. Blue and Pink didn't care about this, simply assuming that the other was trying to find a seat for a while, so they sped up their dry food, ready to finish and leave early. Mari quietly watched the two women dine, a smile, if any, spreading across her lips. The cheapest boxed lunch in the cafeteria and the jar of squash and a bottle of Old Godmother could very directly state that the family conditions of these two girls were not very good, and this kind of family conditions are not good girls, and often is the most simple and best to deceive the category. Looking at these two little lolies' delicate and cute veiled little faces, Molly and Lena couldn't help but be even more jealous in their hearts. Why do they have to rely on heavy makeup to hide their flaws while the other guy looks so good when he's clearly a squeaky clean face? Hey, people are more angry than people. Thinking of this, Molly didn't have any hesitation, opening her mouth and the two girls to talk to them. Two elementary school girls. I see you eating so plain. Is it that you have encountered any difficulties in your life? As the words fell, Blue and Pinky's movements of drying their rice gave way. After the two girls silently glanced at each other, the elder sister, Blue, finally opened her mouth to explain. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. We didn't encounter any difficulties. Mari saw the dodge in Blue's eyes and couldn't help but sneer in her mind. Ha, pretty vigilant. But that's not going to be hard for her. Well, I'm just a little curious, no offense. Don't worry about it, you two elementary school girls. Saying that, Molly put her Hermes bag that cost tens of thousands of dollars to buy on the desktop, from which she took out one of the latest models of the love-crazy cell phone. Pretending to be sentimental, to be honest, school sister, I off from a long distance when I saw the two of you. There is a feeling of familiarity. What? Blue looked up with a puzzled expression on his face. What's this schoolgirl up to? Are you guys particularly curious as to why I find it familiar? Mari smiled helplessly, but her gaze never left the two women's eyes. Blue didn't know how to answer, and subconsciously glanced at her sister Pinky. Pinky swallowed a ball of rice and froze. Why? Seeing the fish take the bait, Mari immediately showed a very emotional look and explained, because I see the shadow of what I used to be from you guys. Hey, I remember when I was just entering college and my family had a sudden change of heart and was unable to support me through my education. Back then I was just like you guys, eating the cheapest boxed lunches every day on squash brought from home, living a starving life, and usually work around after school to earn a living while saving up for the second year of school. Hearing this, Little Blue and Little Pink's expressions moved a bit, and they hurriedly spoke out to comfort them. It's okay, sister. Life always gets better. One must be strong. Mari smiled faintly and said rather spontaneously, at the time I was like you guys. It was with this mentality that I gritted my teeth step by step and insisted on coming over. Now I don't have to worry about living expenses and school fees, and I make enough money to buy my favorite bags and cosmetics. Blue nodded rather approvingly before setting her eyes on her younger sister. Pinky, sister, have you heard the inspirational stories of your schoolmates? As long as we work hard and persevere, we will be able to usher in blue skies and white clouds someday too. I hear you, Sister. I'll try. Pinky clenched her pink fists, seriousness written all over her little face. Mari fell into doubt when she saw her twin sisters looking like they were cheering each other on, but not looking the least bit like they wanted to take lessons from her. Say, don't you two ever wonder how I make my money? Not even the idea of learning a little and asking for advice? It's not like she's here specifically to share inspirational stories. And seeing that, she simply got right to the point. Elementary school sister. I see you two now. The situation is estimated and I was the same. Are the family encountered difficulties? To be honest, school sister is also a passerby. Understand your feelings. All want to see if you can do what you can to help you something well. You apply for a student loan yet? Student loans? When Blue heard the word, he first hesitated a little then had to say straight out, applied but it didn't pass. Pinky's gaze dimmed and she spoke the latter half of the sentence for her sister. Hey. Molly shook her head in a regretful manner, her voice carrying 3 points of intolerance, 3 points of hesitation, and 4 points of sympathy. It's a pity that the student loan didn't pass, and I can't help you guys, but if you guys are willing to do so, sister can let you guys follow me to do it, and it's also regarded as me doing my best to provide you guys with a little bit of help. Although working with sister can't guarantee that you'll achieve wealth freedom, it's still no problem to eat well, pay for school fees, occasionally buy some favorite small items, and give money to your family or something. Wait Mari, but it's already full. It's not good to tell the manager that you're recruiting more people in now, is it? Lena, who had been silent next to her, suddenly opened her mouth and rebutted Mari. You don't understand. At the time I would not have suffered so much if I had a noble person to pull a hand. To help these two elementary school girls is not only to help them, but also in the redemption of the past myself. But this, well, Lena, I've already made up my mind on this matter, and I'm sure that the manager's side will loosen up if I ask. The two of them sang in unison, and in the corner of their eyes was a smile that they couldn't hide. Blue and Pink need the money badly, but they've been through a lot of society's beatings and know that the sky doesn't fall. So he picked up his dinner plate and hurriedly got up, thanking the two of them. Thank you for your kindness. The two of us are a bit stupid. I'm afraid we can't handle the work that you offered us, that we still have some things to do, so we won't bother you. After saying that, the two of them turned around and were about to leave. Wait. At that moment, Mari suddenly spoke up and called out to the two women. Is there anything else, sister? Blue wondered. Mari, embarrassed smile, did not think that these two girls can actually refuse so dry. To say that usually she met those people at most is the surface of some embarrassed. In fact, can make money to do the work, hate to grab. So what, two schoolmates, since we have such a good chat, why don't we add a contact? It just so happens that you are also new to the school. There are many things that you don't know that you can ask your sister. This, Blue was tempted to refuse, but seeing the sincere expression on Mari's face, she couldn't help but hesitate in her heart. That's sister. Sorry, I'm not. Next time to added. My cell phone is out of battery just now. Greedy sister. Cell phone also brought to play now, also turned off. Well, at that moment, Pink suddenly pulled out a blue cell phone that had gone black and shook it. Mari stepped forward suspiciously, after confirming that the phone was really off. Then she skimmed her lips. Okay, can you tell me your dormitory number? I'll come and play with you sometime. We've only been here a day and we only know the location of the dorm, not the door number. In the end, faced with a twin sister who didn't know what she was asking, Mari could only wave her hand helplessly and let her go. But she wasn't going to let the duck in her mouth just fly away so easily. Just a short time after the twins left, Lena put on her mask and quickly followed them. The purpose was simple, to find the dormitory where the sisters lived. Hey, wasting half a day of my mouth. I'm thirsty. Cursing, Mari walked over to the drink machine and bought 2 bottles of juice, then walked with a sultry stride over to the table in the other corner. Here was sitting a young man with a large tattooed flowery arm. Through the respectful gazes of the people around him, it could be seen that this was a bad commodity to be messed with. You shall, come, have a drink. Mari smiled and came forward, unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the drink in her hand to Yu Chang's mouth. During that time, it also rubbed the other's big flowery arm hard with its ferocious weapon. Yu Chang pushed the drink away and his other hand was restless, squeezing the softness hard at a very tricky angle. Aha! Mari stifled a grunt, her face instantly blushing. Nice touch. Too bad it's to a fake. Say how it went, Yu Chang said as he took out a paper towel and wiped his palms clean. The scene fell on Mari's eyes as if it was nakedly humiliating. What do you mean? You touched her and you're still dirty? But the other party's status was here, so she dared to be angry. You shall. That pair of sisters are very wary. I didn't convince them even after half a day of talking. However, I've asked Lena to follow them there, and when we find both of their dorm rooms, everything will be fine behind them. Mari's voice was tinged with a bit of resignation, until she said the latter sentence with a bit more confidence. 2 poor freshmen only, As long as she learned where the dormitory, there is plenty of time to slowly torment them. Yu Chang listened to Mari's words and nodded expressionlessly. It's best to get it done within this week. My big client there wants twin Lolitas by name. If you make it, then the benefits will definitely not be missing you. Thank you, Yu Xiao. Mari was overjoyed and hastily thanked her. At that moment, Yu Chang spoke again. And don't you get too happy, just in case this thing doesn't work out for you. When the time comes, don't blame this young man for sending you and Lena to make amends to that big client. I've heard that big client is playing a very sick and cruel game, and the little sister who was played by him last time has become a vegetable, and is still lying in the hospital about this matter. You two weigh it clearly, don't make it difficult for me. Yu Chang's fingers tapped lightly on the desktop, and his words exuded a chilling aura if nothing else. When Mari heard this, she only felt the sweaty hairs on her back explode, and cold sweat flowed down her forehead one after another. Play with a vegetable. It's not even sick anymore. This is a criminal. Well, lately this young man still has to deal with this tricky fellow Jiang Lin. He doesn't have the energy to care about your side. So take care of yourself. Yu Chang stretched his back and lit a huazi, smoking it as if nothing had happened. Smoking is forbidden in the cafeteria, but that doesn't bother him. Not to mention the surrounding students dared not speak out. Even if the school leaders to come, the same will not dare to offend him. After all, everyone is afraid of being sacked while walking at night. Hearing Yu Chang threaten to deal with Jiang Lin, Mari's pupils tightened violently, her expression somewhat shocked. This guy? To deal with Jiang Lin? Playing so big? Zhang Qiming didn't even dare to blatantly go against Jiang Lin. How on earth did this guy dare? Is it possible that? A word flashed through Mari's mind at the thought. Assassinations. Sending people to assassinate and firefight is the usual style of this Yu Xiao in front of me. But is it really appropriate to use it on Jiang Lin? If it fails, then won't there be a big earthquake in Mordor? If Yu Chang falls, what should I do? Just as Mari was still thinking about her future, a pair of restless hands crawled up her gullet. There are so many people in Yu Xiao. Mari blushed and said shyly. Yu Chang grinned, unconcerned. Who cares if this young man wants to lash out? Anyway, my old man's deep love persona has collapsed, so I'll kidnap Bai Luoshui and enjoy it once I'm done with Jiang Lin. Who dares to say half a word against it? Mari felt the savage force in her arms and begged for mercy through gritted teeth in pain. Yu Xiao, pain, let's change the place, okay? I'll blowjob for you to listen to. Ha ha ha, okay. Yu Chang laughed loudly and picked up the other party with his arm and left the cafeteria. This scene left countless people around looking dumbfounded. Got stuck reviewing last night and just sent it out now, thanks for the gifts. Brothers. In the evening, Li Tianqi proposed to go to the off-campus villa to stay overnight. Jiang Lin readily agreed and called Fubo to bring his favorite car. As soon as the black-colored supercar appeared at the entrance of the school, it instantly attracted the attention of countless students coming and going. What a handsome supercar. Which rich guy from our school owns it? If I'm not mistaken, this should be Zhang Xiao's car. The voice of darkness. Where's Mr. Jiang? I don't see him. Shit, why is there an old man in this car? Under the crowd's shocked gazes, Fubo slowly opened the car door and stepped down. Hello, young master. I'm at the school gate. Dialing the phone, Jiang Lin's magnetic voice came from inside. Okay, we'll be right there. The phone hung up and Fubuki stood still and waited. At that moment, a Range Rover in the distance suddenly accelerated and lost control of itself and crashed into Fubo. Look out, old man. Run. This sudden turn of events scared everyone silly, and countless screams rang out. Fubo's face turned cold and he quickly dodged, which managed to avoid the out-of-control Land Rover. Bang! The Land Rover driver made a hard swerve and slammed right into the silently parked voice of the night. The entire door was completely dented into the driver's side under the violent impact. How dare you! Fubo cursed and was about to get up and go forward when the Land Rover driver, seeing the situation, quickly reversed, corrected his direction, and rushed out with a kick of the gas. It disappeared at the end of the road in no time. Such a thrilling scene happened in a brief flash of lightning. Back to the students. Quickly went up to ask about the Fubo's injuries. 110 and 120 was even called by everyone. I'm fine. Uncle Fu waved his hand with a stony face, and then he turned his gaze to his young master's already disfigured voice of darkness. He hasn't been angry in years. Today, for the first time. Lao Jiang. It's so lively outside the school gates. The two of them strolled to the entrance of the school, and seeing the crowded scene outside, Li Tianqi couldn't help but sigh. I can already picture your favorite car surrounded by countless people taking pictures of it. Aha! Jiang Lin gave a salty and had a vague feeling of something bad in his heart. Like, why are there 120 and 110 sirens in the distance? Thinking of this, Jiang Lin subconsciously covered the holster on his waist and accelerated his pace by a few points. Soon, the two arrived outside the school gates. However, the scene in front of him caused Zhang Lin to be dumbfounded. Not how does this pile of scrap metal look so much like the old Sound of Darkness? Li Tianqi was also confused. He was especially dumbfounded after seeing the already mangled voice of darkness. Why does this car look so much like old Zhang's favorite car? It's just not the same. The people around them noticed the arrivals and hollered to get out of the way. Young Jiang is here. Everyone get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. Stop taking pictures. When Uncle Fu heard Zhang Lin's name, he decisively hung up the phone in his hand, and a pair of cloudy old eyes searched for Zhang Lin's figure in the crowd. Soon, he found the familiar figure and quickly stepped forward. Young master, I'm sorry about your car. Zhang Lin reached out to interrupt the other party's voice, and then put his hands on the shoulders of the little old man in front of him, a pair of concerned eyes sweeping back and forth across his body before he slowly let out a sigh of relief after not finding any traces of blood. Few scared me. Glad people are okay. Young master. Uncle Fu was touched in his heart when he heard these words, and just as he was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Lin's voice once again. Uncle Fu, don't say anything out of the ordinary. No matter how expensive this car is, it's still just a mess of rags. In my eyes it's at most a higher class toy. But you're different. You're family in my eyes. And as long as you're not hurt, so what if 100 Black Knights get scrapped? I don't even blink an eye. Thank you, young master. Uncle Fu's nose was a little sore and he told Zhang Lin exactly what had just happened. Zhang Lin stood quietly listening, his eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Several police cars and ambulances came to the scene one after another. Police officers quickly set up a cordon and surrounded the scene. Fu Bo, on the other hand, was pushed and shoved into the ambulance by Zhang Lin. Uncle Fu, I'll grant your old man a paid sick leave and get a proper full body checkup before we talk. It's an old age. What if I flash my old back? Listen to me. It's right. Don't worry. The truth is in your hands. The world is mine. Fu Bo could not seize the other party, but could only make a phone call to urgently mobilize all the rotating bodyguards to protect Zhang Lin's personal safety, and then was dragged away by the ambulance with a helpless face. Zhang Xiao, long time no see. Just after sending Fu Bo away, a familiar-looking sheriff walked up to Zhang Lin and greeted him warmly. Zhang Lin gathered his eyes to see. Good guy, or an old acquaintance. It is the same sheriff who took away Nick and Lu Jun and a bunch of other school leaders yesterday. Well, it's been a long time. Sheriff. The sheriff looked at the already disfigured supercar on the side of the road with a somewhat weepy expression. You, Mr. Jiang. It's a real day job. Zhang Lin was also quite helpless. He was being targeted. What could he do? Hey, that's not what I wanted either. Trouble, Mr. Sheriff. Young Jiang is polite. This is our duty. Don't worry. We will definitely catch the perpetrator as soon as possible. The sheriff patted his chest and assured that the identity of the other party, not to mention him, even a handful of people from the Magic City had to stand upright when they came. So now the top priority is to arrest the perpetrator, so as to give Zhang Lin an explanation, or wait until the higher-ups come to accountable to that time will not be fun. Aha! Zhang Lin faintly answered, and a group of bodyguards gathered one after another beside him. Li Tianqi squeezed through the crowd and came forward to whisper. Lao Jiang, I just listened to the witnesses around. The classmates said it was a Range Rover lost control and crashed into Fu Bo. Fortunately Fu Bo was agile and dodged. And then that car crashed into the voice of the night. That driver reacted quickly after the collision and drove off with little hesitation. I have a feeling that the Land Rover should not have been out of control, but that it was deliberately directed by someone. Zhang Lin agreed with his good brother's statement and spoke. I understand everything you said. And your primary target of suspicion right now should be Yu Chang. Right. Li Tianqi said without hesitation. This afternoon just made enmity with the other party. At night there is this mess. No matter how you look at it, this mastermind should be Yu Chang is right. Who knew that? Zhang Lin, after hearing this, just smiled faintly and said in a meaningful tone. You're still too young. What do you mean? Li Tianqi cocked his head in some confusion. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go back to the villa first. Zhang Lin dragged Li Tianqi into the business car that had been waiting by the side of the road for a long time. Just as he got into the car, Li Tianqi placed his hand dead center at the door, ready to jump out of the car at a moment's notice. Damn! Lao Jiang, you still dare to take the car, ah? Are not afraid of the roadside fly out a big trailer to send us two away, ah? Zhang Lin rolled up the window and looked at his good brother with contempt. Look at you. If the other side was intent on killing me, they wouldn't have spooked me. So you mean the other side is knocking us around? Li Tianqi had just voiced his idea when Zhang Lin flatly rejected it. No. The vehicle slowly started and pulled away from the spot. Several autos loaded with bodyguards followed close behind. Looking at the scenery outside the window that kept regressing, Zhang Lin smiled coldly. Knocking in Yu Chang so blatantly hasn't got the guts to do so. Unless of course he's stupid. But the greater likelihood is that it was planted. Hearing this, Li Tianqi frowned and thought for a moment. One had to admit that the other had a point. If this car accident is really planned by Yu Chang, then he is too arrogant to be a Yakuza prince? Do you really think John Lin is made of dough and has no temper? If Yu Chang's brain is stupid enough to even make his retaliation so obvious, then he wouldn't have run away this afternoon, but would have just shaken people to do it openly with me. John Lin was dumbfounded and stretched out his good-looking fingers, gently scratching them across the car window glass. Li Tianqi was silent. The atmosphere in the car is getting quieter and quieter. With a safe journey, the fleet soon arrived at the Henteing Villa neighborhood. Li Tianqi took John Lin's identity into consideration and purposely left John Lin the most top-level mansion in the Henteing Villa area, Henteing Villa 1. In response, Li Jianpeng readily agreed. As long as he could get his precious son to befriend John Lin, what was a villa worth? Even giving the entire villa area to the other party was fine. He's made enough money anyway. Old Jiang, this villa number 1 is for you. I'm next door to you. That villa number 2. Li Tianqi waved his hand, and the staff waiting quietly at the side hurriedly handed over a set of keys to John Lin. Thanks a lot. With all due respect, John Lin smiled warmly and led the crowd into the villa. Entering the interior of the villa, the simple and atmospheric decoration style inside made John Lin's eyes light up. Turning on the light control switch, the high-hanging chandelier and wall lamps shed a soft light, shining on the light-colored tone of the wall. The entire villa instantly more than a sense of leisure and luxury and elegance. What? Old River. Li Tianqi smilingly came forward. The decoration of this villa was personally designed by him, a talented designer. Naturally not bad. After all, originally he had planned to take it for his own residence. Nice. Very awesome. John Lin stuck out his thumb and gave an extremely high rating. After the two of them strolled around, those bodyguards that Fu Bo had urgently recalled also came to the villa one after another to report for duty. There were 80 people, all active and retired special forces from various units. In the end, there was no more staying in the villa, so John Lin gave an order to gather in the backyard. Unlike the other bodyguards, these men not only have bulging waists, but some are carrying rifles directly. Li Tian's 7 people are almost scared silly, because he just saw an old man carrying a Barrett, just walked past him as if nothing happened. When had he ever seen these real ones except in games and on TV? The Barrett, in particular, could give him palpitations just by looking at it from a distance. This cannon could blow him to pieces just by the sound of it. John Lin was also a bit surprised. Wasn't it illegal to take these guns out directly? The burly man carrying the Barrett saw John Lin's doubts and grinned. Don't worry, young Jiang, we're all active duty troopers. It's just that right now we're on a special mission, so it's not considered illegal to carry a gun. They're retired before they use handguns, but they've also been vetted and approved by the relevant authorities, the burly man said, pointing to the group of suited and sunglassed bodyguards not far away. I see, John Lin muttered. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a vibration in the pocket. John Lin pulled out his cell phone, which showed that the caller was an unfamiliar Mordor number. Without much hesitation, he simply tapped answer. Hello? Is this Mr. Jiang? There was a somewhat familiar voice on the phone. John Lin's gaze sank and he said in a low, calm voice, Mr. Jiang? Is there something wrong? Zhang Qiming, on the other end of the phone, was playing with a butterfly knife, and after hearing the other party's inquiry, he explained rather seriously. I was just flipping through the campus forum, and I saw the post above that said how about you getting into a car accident? You weren't hurt, were you? John Lin smiled lightly, dragging Zhang's blessing. Just the car broke down. No one was hurt. That's good, don't worry. I've already sent people to do their best to track down the whereabouts of the driver who caused the accident. I'll definitely get this justice back for you. On the phone, Zhang Qiming's voice was a bit agitated. Then thank you, Mr. Zhang. You're welcome, Mr. Jiang. John Lin hung up the phone in a warm voice, then turned his gaze to Li Tianqi. Li, can you help me see if there are any posts on the campus forums about my car being hit? Be nice. Although Li Tianqi was puzzled, he didn't ask too many questions, turned around and ran up to the computer room on the second floor. The bodyguards in the backyard are already lined up. John Lin strolled up to the crowd and swept his eyes over the well-equipped private guards. The air was a little quiet, and it was a long time before he spoke at length. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your dedication for such a long time. Without you I am afraid I would not even be able to sleep well. Also, I'm sure you all have a rough idea of the reason why Fubuki called everyone back urgently. By the way, do you have a lead captain or something? As soon as John Lin's words fell, the burly man carrying the Barrett took a sharp step forward and said aloud under his breath. Report, Jiang Xiao. I am the captain appointed by Fu Bo. Who? John Lin looked at the burly man with satisfaction and smiled. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. I hope you can finish it properly. Promise to finish the job. Arrow stood upright and serious, looking at the Hanyu called Arrow in front of him. Lin patted the other's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. I only have 3 tasks I need you to complete. First, I have a friend in Magic City University called by Luoxue. You guys deploy some of your manpower to protect her. And by the way, arrange for the people on the capital side to help me secretly take care of her family. Is that clear? Got it. Arrow nodded. Second, call out 10 of your brothers to go to the hospital and guard Fubo. Got it? Hearing this, Arrow hesitated. Jiang Xiao, I've already sent 20 of my brothers to the hospital to guard Uncle Fu. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. So you have a full complement of 100 people? Yes, Arrow answered truthfully. Jiang Lin, that's even better. Since that's the case, I'll just go straight to the third rule. Help me keep Yu Chang and Zhang Qiming under surveillance. As soon as the 2 of them have any movement, directly notify me. Understand? Understood. Jiang Xiao. Arrow led the order and immediately began arranging for the manpower to act. In no time at all, a large portion of the manpower left the backyard in groups. After doing so, Jiang Lin turned around and returned to the living room. Just as he ran into Li Tianqi coming downstairs. Lao Jiang, there are 3 threads on the campus forum about your car being hit. The earliest one was posted about half an hour ago. Good. Hard work. Jiang Lin smiled warmly, turned around and sat down on the soft sofa, and began to rest his eyes. The other party's unusual behavior made Li Tianqi a little puzzled. As a die-hard friend, he could only pour a glass of red wine and sit aside to wait quietly. On the other hand, inside a hotel, Yu Chang, who was doing some kind of piston exercise, suddenly received a call from his little brother. Paralyzed. What a bummer. Yu Chang cursed and pulled the bird up. Picking up the phone. Hello? You kid better have something important to look for old me, or you'll be in trouble. As soon as the words fell, a flash of shock flashed across Yu Chang's originally annoyed face. What? Say that again? In the next second, Yu Chang's face completely changed, becoming deathly white. Molly twisted her water snake-like waist, flavorfully poked her head up and whispered, "You Xiao, who is it? How is it so annoying? You shut up." Yu Chang let out a cold snort and whirled around, taking off the small umbrella and preparing to get dressed. The scene gave Mari a confused look. That's it? Wasn't it a full 3 minutes last time? What happened this time? Thinking of this, Mari's afterglow subconsciously swept over the small umbrella that had dried up. Good lord, this guy is already so weak that he doesn't have a single drop? Noticing Mari's gaze, Yu Chang blushed in embarrassment before storming off. What are you looking at, bitch? Why don't you get dressed? Jiang Lin's car was hit by some bastard. Now the whole school is talking about whether or not I sent someone to murder it. My nigga motherfucker really fucking deserved to die. He's really numb. Didn't he just come to the hotel to hear a girl suck a dick? What's with the whole black pot from heaven thing? He was planning to deal with Jiang Lin, but there was no way he could just play a car accident. Isn't this equivalent to directly telling the world that he, Yu Chang, wants to kill Jiang Lin? Just because the emperor is far away doesn't mean he can't control it. Hey, that's fucked up. Mari also understands that the other party is the first to die before the teacher is ready. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to laugh a little. Maybe it's because of the other guy's short, feeble or maybe it's because of his backtimer's life. We just had a fight with Jiang Lin in the afternoon, and then Jiang Lin's car was hit in the evening. If it were up to her, she'd think it's Yu Kung too. It's really too much of a coincidence. The 2 of them put on their clothes. Yu Chang did not care about Molly, driving alone in the hotel garage parked Range Rover. Fast driving to the school. Half an hour later. What? The vehicle involved was a Range Rover? Yu Chang looked at the sheriff in front of him with a dumbfounded expression, then stiffly twisted his head to look at his car. The brain went blank for a moment. What? The sheriff looked at the intimidating mob prince in front of him with an intriguing expression. Yu Xiao, according to our investigation, you seem to have had a small friction with Jiang Xiao this afternoon? Aha! Yu Chang knew that the other party was hedging his bets, and immediately cursed angrily. You fart! I was receiving training from Jiang Xiao in the afternoon. Don't spit on me just because you're a sheriff. Good. The sheriff smiled and nodded his head. He knew that he couldn't push this Yu Xiao in front of him, yet the dog would jump over the wall if he was in a hurry. Not to mention the other party was a prince of the mob. I'm warning you, don't think of throwing dirt on my head. If you can't find out the truth, I'll find out myself. After Yu Chang viciously threatened a sentence, he was just about to drive away in his beloved car. But the moment his hand touched the door, he hesitated. Damn, if I find out who's planting the evidence, my old man will break him into pieces. Yu Chang cursed and let go, turned around and stopped a cab. Drive me to heaven. As soon as he got into the car, Yu Chang flung over a handful of tickets. Be nice. The driver knew that the other party was a ruthless person, and answered coyly, kicked the gas, and drove away from the school. In front of the school, One after another students passed by. After seeing the Range Rover parked on the side of the road, they couldn't help but wonder, the vehicle came back to surrender? Today's update earlier. To start school, everyone pay attention to Resto Brothers can point a little gift the author gentleman tomorrow eat noodles want to add an egg? The time came to the next day. John Lin and Li Tianqi appeared on campus as usual. After a night of fermentation, almost half of the students in the whole school knew about Jiang Dishao's car being hit. Of course, Jiang Lin's argument with Yu Chang over by Luoxue yesterday afternoon hadn't escaped the proclamations of those with an axe to grind. For a moment, all the eyes of the entire Magic City University were focused on Jiang Lin and Yu Chang. However, it was puzzling that the matter of the voice of the darkness being bumped into had been over for a night, and apart from Yu Chang vocalizing that the matter was not his own doing, Jiang Lin acted as if he were a nobody, attending classes and eating meals, and did not have any intention of pursuing the matter. Is a $100 million supercar really like a toy in Jiang Lin's eyes? Doesn't it hurt at all if it's wrecked? Just as countless students were talking, Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi came to the basketball club at Zhang Qiming's invitation. Inside the nearly 100-square-foot activity room, there were only Zhang Qiming, a few basketball club members and a few basketball babes in revealing clothes. Ha ha ha, welcome Zhang and Li as guests of our basketball club. Zhang Qiming was wearing a white leisure suit and slowly got up from the boss chair. What was different from before was that he wore a pair of gold-framed glasses today, which looked a bit more elegant and scholarly. Welcome Jiang Xiao, Young Li. The few boneheads and basketball babes were very eagle-eyed, and when they saw that their own bosses had spoken, each of them bowed respectfully. Jiang Lin calmly crossed the crowd and walked side by side with Li Tianqi to the chair in front of Zhang Qiming and sat down, and then faintly spoke. Mr. Zhang has a lot of work to do, and he's busy with the fellowship party, so why do you still have the time to ask me to come and play today? Hearing this, Zhang Qiming smiled warmly and signaled the surrounding juniors to serve tea to the two of them, while he himself unhurriedly took out a stack of unopened file bags from the drawer. Jiang Lin's gaze gradually fell on the dossier bag as the other party moved. The top seal is visibly creased, presumably from a filing bag that was only glued shut a short time ago. Student Jiang. It's like this the driver who hit your car yesterday has been caught. Ha! Jiang Lin's gaze sank, and then it dawned on him. It's true. My own roots in Magic City still can't compare to these native guys. He, the victim, didn't get any news about the arrest, but the other side not only got the news, they even got the dossier. If his guess is right, this file should contain evidence such as dossiers and confessions. Thinking about this, Jiang Lin felt for the first time as if he was blind, seemingly seeing the other party's thoughts. Zhang Qiming smiled faintly and said in a rather familiar tone, "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Jiang. The driver involved in the accident was captured by me using my private power and then handed over to the police, so the police haven't had time to notify you yet." I see. Then I'd like to thank you for taking the trouble. Jiang Lin made a polite remark and turned the conversation to the top of the dossier bag. It is confession, Zhang Qiming replied in a deep voice, then unwrapped the file bag, took out the dossier inside, and handed it over to Jiang Lin. This time, I called out student Jiang here to inquire about how this matter will be handled by student Jiang. Jiang Lin flipped through the dossier, and a confession on it quickly caught his attention. According to the driver's confession, this incident was not an ordinary accidental traffic accident but was directed by someone. The mastermind behind this is Yu Chang, the young proprietor of the Heavenly Palace? Right. Zhang Qiming suddenly spoke out, picking up his tea and taking a light sip, then smiled and said, "Student Jiang should know that Yu Chang is a key member of our basketball club." Hearing this, Jiang Lin put down the dossier and slightly narrowed his eyes at the svelte youth in front of him. Oh? Then what does Mr. Zhang mean? Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand Jiang. I don't mean to bail him out. Zhang Qiming put down his teacup and said in a sincere tone, "What I mean is that the mastermind behind this has now been locked in. It's Yu Chang from our basketball club, and I, as the president, naturally have the responsibility to cooperate with you to handle this matter properly. Mr. Jiang, this is not only my sincerity, but also the sincerity of our basketball club, bound to assist the officials in eliminating all the black forces." Zhang Qiming's voice was powerful, but Jiang Lin's mind was not on it. Is this Yu Kung really that stupid? It's all too much of a coincidence, isn't it? And the driver of the car just said it was an accident. Why did he confess to Yu Chang? Is he trying to reduce his sentence? Or is he not afraid that Yu Kung will kill and silence him? The whole incident was full of doubts, and Jiang Lin was a bit distracted. At that moment, Zhang Qiming spoke again. "Mr. Jiang, Yu Chang is now at the Heavenly Paradise. Should we talk to the police directly?" Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. "Thank you for your help. I'll keep this favor of yours, but I want to take care of the latter on my own." "Well, that's fine. Just contact me anytime if you need help." Jiang, Jiang Qiming didn't refuse and didn't forget to give a word of advice. Good. Jiang Lin nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the dossier bag on the desktop. And is it convenient for me to take these volumes with me? Jiang Qiming waved his big hand. Just take it away, Jiang. I still have a backup there. Jiang Lin picked up the file bag and glanced at his wristwatch. It's getting late. We'll leave first. See you next time. Mr. Zhang. Yes. Leave the basketball club. Li Tianqi looked at Jiang Lin, who had a heavy heart, and couldn't help but ask, Old Jiang, what are you thinking about? Do we want to kill Yu Chang's kid directly in the Heavenly Palace now? I've been watching him for a long time. Jiang Lin was silent for a while, and then firmly said, Dry definitely have to do. So let's go. Let's go back to the dormitory and disguise ourselves. Anyway, after today's class, go to the bar. Bubbles? Yes. Go spend some money at the Heavenly Palace. 666. Smashing, I like it. Evening. The Heavenly Nightclub. As the most top entertainment and consumption place in the whole Magic City, this place is also the gathering place for all kinds of powerful and rich people. The sound of music rose and fell under the bright neon lights. A night of paper and lights. In the dark corners, the evils and desires of people's hearts are amplified and given free rein with the stimulation of money and alcohol. Scantily clad celebrities walk between the various bars. Pimps sitting alone in the corners. Eyes as cunning as foxes are searching around for prey. The smell of money is in the air. In a large imperial private room, Yu Chang was drinking a mulled wine by himself. He's aggrieved, because he's being framed as the prince of the mafia. If he had done it, he would have admitted it if he had been found out, but he really couldn't admit this heavenly black pot. Putting down his wine glass, Yu Chang turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in front of him. Well, no arrests yet? The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed as much as he could. Yu Xiaoran has caught them. Hearing this, Yu Chang's cloudy gaze lit up. Ha! You old thing, floundering this time? However, the middle-aged man's next words caused his expression to be shocked. It's just that the person was captured by Mr. Zhang of the city secretary's family. Mr. Chang? Isn't that his own boss? That's fine. As long as Jiang Lin doesn't catch you. Thinking of this, Yu Chang's nerves that had been taut finally loosened. It's still the boss who's bullish. Tomorrow I'd like to see which Yakuza is the one who dares to run and frame me. Even if it's an accident, I'm going to shred him to pieces. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. The scantily clad Mari and Lena walked in one after the other. Seeing the visitor, Yu Chang froze. What brings you two here? Molly walked up with a smile and threw a wink. Of course it's for Yu Xiaoyu to deliver. Oh, Yu Chang put down his wine glass and said with a meaningful expression. Twins? Yeah, Mari answered in a whiny voice, already calculating in her mind where she would go to splash around after she finished raking in this fortune. After this incident, she decided to give up her studies and went to live in the capital with Lina, because in her opinion, as long as Yu Chang thought about dealing with Jiang Lin, it was no different from digging his own grave. Sooner or later it had to get cold, so she had to find another way out ahead of time. Where are the twins? Quickly bring them up to show this young man. Yu Chang scratched his cheeks, a little tipsy. Yu Xiao, don't be in a hurry, I should be here soon. Mari sat her butt on Yu Chang's lap and gently leaned over. The other side. A limousine steadily parked at the front door of the Heavenly Palace. Inside the car were two sleeping young girls, none other than Pinky and Blue. The driver glanced at the sultry woman in the passenger side and curiously said, Sister Fox, this ecstasy of yours is really awesome. As soon as these two little girls sat in the car, they started to doze off, and they fainted in less than 3 minutes. I'd like to do a little bit of the whole thing, too. You see, the woman who was called Sister Fox, coldly skimmed the driver, and said in a bad mood, this thing is very expensive. I also have no choice but to take it out. Do you want it? You a month's salary to buy a packet. You buy or not? The driver was choked by these words. His face changed non-stop, and in the end, he could only give a sarcastic smile. Sister Fox is joking. I'm just kidding. Sister Fox did not continue to pay attention to the other party, took out her cell phone and dialed the phone, explained a few sentences, and in a short while, several flamboyant princesses came out and assisted Pinky and Blue inside. The customers have been used to this scene for a long time, and the only thing that surprised them was that the goods this time were so hot. Twins? So, along the way, a lot of people specifically came to ask the price. Hey, Sister Fox, what's the price for the twins? Crap, Sister Fox, awesome. This student girl, right? How about I offer $100,000? Sister Fox. Sister Fox was too lazy to deal with these people one by one, so she just directly confessed. This pair of twins is the person Yu Xiao wants. If you guys need it, then go talk to Yu Xiao. Hearing the word Yu Xiao, these guests all had their pupils shrunk, and hurriedly shut up, turning around to leave in a grayish manner. Are you kidding? What Yu Xiao wants is not for them to touch. Don't you want to die? At this moment, Li Tanqi, who was sitting at the bar not far away and drinking cocktails, suddenly touched Jiang Lin's arm. What's wrong? Jiang Lin put down the orange juice in his hand and turned his head sideways in confusion. Li Tanqi swallowed his saliva, pointing at the pink sisters who were being assisted to leave not far away. Shocked, the twins are really fucking rampant. This Yu Chang actually blatantly dragged people to be mesmerized. Twins? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, then followed the other party's gaze. The next second, he recognized the twins, Pinky and Blue. Ouch fuck? Jiang Lin slammed the orange juice on the table, scaring the bartender. Li Tanqi was also confused by Jiang Lin's sudden reaction. What are you doing if not Lao Jiang? Jiang Lin did not answer Li Tanqi, but took out his cell phone and silently dialed the number, muttering, I'm sorry, I also said to let this bastard Yu Chang jump around for a few more days, but you're picking on people I know and kidnapping them. Isn't that too much? When Li Tianqi, who was on the side, heard this, his person was dumbfounded. Nanny? Jiang Lin knew these twins? Inside the imperial suite, several princesses joined forces and left the booth after dropping the twins on the couch. Yu Chang sipped his glass of wine and patted the arm of Mari beside him with a satisfied face. Well done. Mari took a sip of water, rinsed her mouth, and then embraced the other man in her arms. That's right, I wouldn't dare delay what Mr. Yu ordered. Well Lena, go wake up these two little girls. Yu Chang played with the sandbag in his hand and pointed at Lena as he commanded. Good Yu Xiao. Lena led the way, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and threw it in the twins' faces. Stimulated by the cold water, Pinky and Blue woke up one after another. After seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Pinky looked at Lena in front of her with a dumbfounded face. Sister, we're here at the party rehearsal place? Blue woke up and didn't say a word. A pair of beautiful eyes cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Rehearsal? Yu Chang turned his puzzled gaze to Mari beside him. Mari understood and hurriedly whispered. These two girls wanted to participate in the sorority party. No way, so I fooled them. Oh, I see. Yu Chang laughed and staggered up to walk to the two sisters. Right. Hiccup, this is where the rehearsal is. What are the names of the two schoolgirls? Looking at the youth in front of him who smelled of alcohol, Pinky's dopey and cute face instantly changed color. Blue was even more decisive, directly pulling up his sister to get up. Sorry, we're not going to the party. But as the effect of the drug had not yet worn off, the twins had a momentary weakness in their legs, and after half a day's trying, they could not stand up. Yu Chang saw the fear in the eyes of the two sisters, warmly pacified. Hey, two elementary school sister, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. First hiccup. Introduce yourself. This young, is the young proprietor of this nightclub, and also a sophomore student of Magic City University. You guys can call me Yu Chang or Senior Hiccup. Hearing the word nightclub, Pinky and Blue's faces completely changed. They've never been to a place like this, but they're online. Those nightclubs online are not serious places. Hawk hawk hawk. We have things to do, we'll go back to school first. Blue was in a hurry to take his sister away, and hastily found an excuse to excuse himself. Hey, take it easy. Yu Chang reached out to stop the two of them, and then threw out an olive branch. Don't you want to be like this sister Molly? Earn $100,000 a month? Then live the life you want, and also honor your parents along the way. No, we're both stupid. We can't do it. Senior, you should hire someone else. Blue decisively refused. $100,000 a month? It's tempting though, but she's no fool. What ability does she have to make $100,000 a month as a freshman in college? And this place is still a nightclub. So if she's allowed to make $100,000 a month, it's certainly not a serious job. Hey, haven't you guys ever heard of an old saying? Yu Chang pretended to be sorry, causing the two sisters to almost mistake the other party to be ready to let them both go. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. I'm sorry, sir, but we're really not up to it. Blue's tone had a few hints of pleading in it, and as she realized that she was still limp and weak, she instantly realized that she had been drugged, because a sleepy nap in the car, even if your legs are numb, they can't be numb for that long. This, coupled with the peculiarities of the environment in which she found herself, soon made her think of a series of bad things. Seeing that the twins were so insensitive, Yu Chang lost his patience. Turning to Molly ordered, bring me that bottle of whey pigeon. I also come to taste how moist the twins are today. In addition to the side to me to take the video a little clearer. The two of them in the future, if they do not listen to, the video will be sent to the internet. Hearing this, Molly's expression hesitated for a split second. Yu Xiao, the twins aren't reserved for big clients. Yu Chang frowned and chided out. Big customer? Any bigger can only play with what's left of this young man's play. Don't go yet. Be well. Mari turned away with a pale face. Let me tell you too. When you come to Heavenly Palace, don't think that you can escape me anymore. Yu Chang looked at the innocent faces of the two sisters and smiled lewdly. Pinky was already scared silly at this point, the color of fear written all over her little face, trembling all over as she grabbed her sister's arm, as if this was the only way to keep her from screaming out. Blue understood the meaning of the other party's words, although she was very scared, but she also forced herself not to shout because she knew that in this situation, shouting would not be of any use, but instead, it would provoke the other party, so that both of them will be even more seriously hurt. What to do? What to do? Blue's eyes scanned back and forth, trying to find a weapon to use. Seeing how calm the two girls were, Yu Chang couldn't help but see a few different colors popping up in his eyes. Why don't these two girls even yell? It's so uninteresting. Although Yu Chang was disgusted by perverts, he was also a pervert through and through. The perennial kidney deficiency made him now only able to rely on grunting to arouse the conquest desire within himself, thus achieving the effect of standing up the gun. Thinking of this, Yu Chang turned to take the belt on the desktop and swung it twice. You guys don't give some reaction. Let this young man as the abuser is very disgraceful, eh? It seems that we can only borrow a little external force it. Yu Chang swung his belt and approached the two women with a sardonic smile. Finally, Pinky couldn't restrain her inner fear and cried out, "Sister! Sister! I'm scared! What should we do?" Blue wrapped her arms around Pinky and protected her sister under her body, clenching her silver teeth and preparing to fight to the death with all her might. Afraid? Being afraid is the right thing to do. And if you're afraid, you have to shout it out. Yu Chang revealed his hideous face, and with a swing of his belt, he was just about to drop it when he heard a sudden rattling from outside the door. Knock knock. Paralyzed. How come when it comes to the critical moment, someone spoils my good deed? Open the door. See who it is. Drag them in and beat them up and throw them out if it's not important. Yu Chang put down his belt, lit up a wazoo and cursed. The bodyguard in charge of stationing at the entrance was ordered to open the gate in a hurry. The next second, two fresh-faced youths appeared in the doorway. Who are you? The bouncer wondered. Your dear father, John Lin said with a face full of seriousness. What? The bouncer froze. What the hell? Come to play a prank? But he wasn't annoyed because Yu Chang had said to drag it in and beat it up if it wasn't important. He. Thinking of this, the bodyguard's gaze changed, and he hurriedly moved aside a position. Oh, you two come in. John Lin and Li Tianqi silently glanced at each other. What else? And so the two of them swaggered into the private room with such splendor. Hey, good night brothers yo. Thanks for all the little gifts. I'll try to update early tomorrow to see what it means to have the truth in your hands. Yu Chang dangled Huazi in his mouth and inquired loudly with a look of impatience. Who is it? The bodyguard at the door answered truthfully, 2 student men. When he finished speaking, he closed the door, pulled out his throwing stick, and looked viciously at John Lin. You kid, aren't you quite the mouth breather? See if I don't break your mouth today. Facing the bodyguard's threat, John Lin's face was calm and fearless as he faintly exclaimed, worthy of being you shall. The bodyguards under his command are all so awesome that they actually want to smash my mouth. Li Tianqi glanced down at the other party's bulging waist, and immediately had a bottom. Directly cursed, silly dog Yu Chang, get out. If your bodyguard dares to move a hair on my head today, tomorrow I'll let the people on your turf in a firefight. Yu Chang, who originally still had Huazi in his mouth and gulped down the smoke, after hearing the familiar voices of the two, his spirit jolted, and his cigarette fell to the ground in fear. What are these two guys doing here? Little Blue and Blue looked at each other, both seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Young Master Jiang is here? Although the two of them didn't dare to hope that John Lin had come specifically to save them, but with their understanding of John Lin, if it was really the other side coming, then the odds were that they would be able to escape with their lives. After all, Mr. Jiang is a good man. Yu Chang glanced at the twins on the couch, his brows furrowed as he hurriedly walked towards the door. Since the entrance to the private room had an entranceway that was equivalent to a buffer between the outside and the inside of the room, John Lin and Li Tianqi had to walk around a corner before they could see the real scene inside the private room. However, by this time, John Lin had already walked through the entranceway and appeared in front of everyone. Yo, Yu Xiao is quite good at enjoying himself. Looking at the neatly dressed twins on the sofa, John Lin smiled slightly. It was good that he didn't come late, otherwise the consequences for these two little cuties were really hard to say. Yu Chang noticed the other party's gaze and said in shocked disbelief, Zhang Xiao coming to my shabby place shouldn't be for these trivial matters, right? The little thing he was talking about was none other than the twins, and the big story is the car that was hit yesterday. Yu Chang thought that the other party had taken the time to come specifically to ask for the crime. John Lin didn't answer Yu Chang's question head-on, but took a look at the surrounding furnishings and said carelessly, Yu Xiao's life is still really luxurious. It's just a pity that there's not even a place for Tianqi and I to sit in such a big private room. TSK. Li Tianqi is even more outspoken. Surname Yu. You do not rely on a few juniors to protect, do some unseemly hooks, and think you are more bullish. Not quickly to the young master and Lao Jiang on the seat. The corner of Yu Chang's mouth twitched as he pointed to the sofa on the other side and said, Jiang Shao, please take a seat. Li Tianqi, you'd better stand. Li Tianqi? When he finished, he was ready to sit his butt down next to the twin sisters. Hey, wait. Seeing this, Jiang Lin hurriedly extended his hand to stop the other party. What? Jiang Shao. Yu Chang's face changed and his tone was a bit chilly as he said. Jiang Lin didn't beat around the bush and said with a grin at the corner of his mouth. These two twins are nice. I'm going to sit here. Young Master Jiang, please help us. Pinky whimpered in aggravation. Blue cast a pleading look at the same time. Although Jiang Lin's background was extraordinary, right now it was Yu Chang's territory, and they didn't dare to directly shout to provoke Yu Chang, because they were afraid that they would put Jiang Lin in a difficult situation. As for whether they could be saved or not, they could only gamble that Jiang Lin would be willing to take care of them and that his face would be big enough. Yu Chang coldly swept a glance at the twin sisters, scaring the latter into hastily closing their mouths before he lifted his head to look squarely at Jiang Lin. Jiang Shao, I respect you, so I'll call out to you as Jiang Shao. And of course, I also hope that you can give me a few points of face. I won't talk about Bai Luoxue's matter. Isn't it a bit unkind of you to come and smash my place again today? Jiang Lin spread his hands with disinterest, then took out a dossier from his arms and threw it on the table. Yu Chang was puzzled. What do you mean? See for yourself. Jiang Lin pointed to the file bag, then took advantage of its bending over to get the file bag to sit directly in the middle of the twin sisters. The two women were also very understanding and made room for him. Pinky? Little Blue? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows slightly and greeted the duo, a spring-like smile spreading across his face. You still recognize us, young Master Jiang? Pinky's voice trembled as she rubbed her reddened eyes. Aha, good boy. Jiang Lin nodded and reached out to put his hands on the shoulders of the two of them, in a left-right posture. Jiang Lin's soothing was very effective. Even if it was just a word of good behavior, it could make the two women settle down and quietly snuggle in each other's arms. Li Tianqi was dumbfounded. Jiang Lin really knows someone? Such stunning twins Naya? Born ah. Next to him, Yu Chang's attention was fully focused on the statement inside the dossier bag, and he had no time to care about anything else. After about 5 minutes, he slowly put down the dossier and said in a deep voice, I didn't do this thing, it was someone who framed me. Well, I know. Jiang Lin crossed his legs without a care in the world and smiled. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Yu Chang turned around in surprise, only to realize that his gluttonously drooling twins were actually being cradled in Jiang Lin's arms. Day, surname Jiang, do you think I have no temper? Blanche, take out your weapon. Yu Chang shouted in rage. The bodyguards in the booth immediately pulled out a throwing stick and dagger at the sound of the voice. Li Tianqi's but hadn't even gotten warm when he was startled up by the scene. Grass? You? What do you want? You think you're the only one? After saying that, Li Tianqi picked up a wineglass and dropped it directly onto the ground. Drop the cup for the number. In the next second, a loud bang came from the door of the private room, and more than a dozen burly men holding various steel clubs and machetes directly surged in. This confused Yu Chang's party. What the hell was the operation? What the hell is going on? Someone is actually eavesdropping at his front door? What's the point of having a fucking cop? Whose fucking neighborhood is this? Anyway? Yu Chang coldly backed up a few steps, then passed a look to the little brother beside him. The other understood and silently walked to the corner to pick up the cell phone. There was silence in the air for a long while, and finally it was Jiang Lin who spoke out to ease the tension in the private room. Oh, what are you two up to? Do you know what it means to make peace? Thanks for the roll call, dog. Early shift today, he, ha ha ha, harmony makes money. Old Jiang has a point, but I'm afraid there are old cunts here who can't beat the Shakers. With a yin and yang, Li Tianqi told his men to put away their weapons, then sat his own ass back on the couch. Yu Chang took a deep breath and waved his hand. The surrounding bodyguards understood and put down their throwing sticks and daggers in unison. Jiang Lin, I'll say it again. I didn't do this. Adjusting his mindset, Yu Chang once again picked up the dossier bag and said with a straight face. Jiang Lin had an expression like he was looking at a retard. I said I know. Then you still. Yu Chang frowned and pointed at the twin sisters. Could it be that you are bent against me? At that moment, Mari came back with the medicine. Yu Shao, Wei Pigeon ran out. I went to buy a bottle of God oil Just halfway through her sentence, she noticed that the private room was filled with bodyguards as well as Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi on the sofa. The room suddenly fell silent, and Yu Chang could feel at least 20 gazes scanning between his legs. Pust. I don't know who didn't hold back the first laugh, which instantly caused a chain reaction. Put. I'm laughing my ass off. You, are you still high? Don't force yourself if you can't do it, okay? People suffer. Birds suffer. Ha ha ha. Li Tianqi's face turned red and he laughed the loudest. The gang of thugs he brought with him, naturally, were not accustomed to Yu Chang, and each one of them taunted with contemptuous faces. Look at this guy tattooed with a big flower arm, quite awesome look. After half a day actually is a weak chicken. The eunuch can flinch at the arrival of the whey pigeon plus the divine oil. Put. This side effect is expected to be more than yellow urine. I guess I have to pee blood. Laughing my ass off. I've never heard such a funny joke in my life. Ha ha ha. What kind of a dummy is this? Brothers, be careful. Don't scare you shout to death here in a while. Ha ha ha. No. It hurts to laugh. Hearing the laughter of the people around him, Jiang Lin also shook his head with deep meaning, then sighed deeply. This sigh, though it said nothing, was more execrable to Yu Chang than the mockery brought on by those words. For in that sigh he heard 3 parts pity, 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts contempt, and 1 part disdain? Shut up, all of you. In the rage, Yu Chang cannot care so much, grabbed the side of the younger brother's stick, and ruthlessly smashed Tamali. You shall, don't! Mari was scared out of her wits, but due to her inability to dodge, she took the blow hard. Ah! Miserable cries echoed through the booth. After venting the anger in his heart, Yu Chang then dropped the throwing stick and spat. Damn! Dog thing! Dare to rumor about this young master. When did this young master need to use these crooked ways? After saying that, Yu Chang went back to the sofa and opened negotiations with Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, tell me, what is the purpose of your visit this time? Let's not waste any more time. If you can talk about it, hurry up and talk. If you can't, just fight and be done with it. Jiang Lin looked at the twins in his arms nonchalantly. These 2 sisters are my deceased, so I'm going to take them away. Hearing this, Yu Chang got up violently. Deceased? Why don't you say that every woman in the world is related to you? You said Bai Luoxue is your friend. Oh, I recognize that. And today these twins became your late friend again? It's all about the 2nd generation circle. And you fool me with these excuses every day? Yu Chang's fire was great, but it didn't mean that Jiang Lin could tolerate it. Only to see him bluntly say, I need to give you an excuse? I'm stating the facts. Even if I were to take them away today without saying a word, would you still be able to stop me? See what you are before you talk to this young man. Being humiliated in front of so many people, and still in his own territory. Yu Chang couldn't hang on to his face at all, only to see him smile coldly. Fine, I'm something right? Jiang Lin, you watch. I'll fight you to the end today. Okay, you shake people. Jiang Lin sat paralyzed on the sofa with a face that had nothing to hang on to, and in the meantime, he even stroked the twins' heads in passing. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Pinky couldn't help but lower her head and let out a small sob, apologizing all the time with her mouth. Young Master Jiang, you take Pinky away. I'll stay and calm his anger. Blue spoke at this point, her watery eyes losing their former luster. You can see how determined she was to make this decision. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the 2 girls, seemingly seeing the worries in their hearts. So he simply said frankly and directly, don't be blind. You too. I originally came here to fuck him, and now I'm just taking you 2 back on the way. Ha! It was Blue and Pink's turn to be confused. Li Tianqi, who was on the side, saw the 2 girls' dumbfounded expressions and couldn't help but open his mouth to explain. We are here to smash the scene today. Don't be afraid. Lao Jiang is very stable. Right. Jiang Lin nodded. Then the twins drew their hands from their waists and held the corners of the table in front of them. Tianqi is right. This young man is here to smash the scene today. As the words fell, under everyone's horrified gazes, Jiang Lin overturned the table with one hand, then looked straight at Yu Chang with both eyes. My Bugatti Black Knight sound. Market value 1.3 billion. You shall. Are you going to pay in cash or transfer money? My Bugatti Black Knight sound. Market value 1.3 billion. You shall. Are you going to pay in cash or transfer money? The air fell into a brief silence. Yu Chang stared incredulously. Didn't you just say you knew I didn't do this? Jiang Lin sniffed and picked his ears. Is that so? But now I think you did it again. The evidence is solid. Or your good big brother Zhang Qiming helped me collect it. How can it be? Yu Chang stood up violently. Young Zhang and I are like brothers. How could he have wronged me? Immediately, as if he thought of something, he viciously stretched out his finger and pointed it at Jiang Lin. It's you. It must be you who threatened young Master Zhang. It must be because I didn't give you face last time with Bai Luoxue. You're holding a grudge and want to take advantage of the opportunity to get your revenge back. Oh, and then what? Jiang Lin opened his mouth in a salty manner. Then, oh, since you're so unreasonable, let's just fish out of water. Don't forget, this is my territory. Replacing you, the imperial young master, is not a loss for me at all. Yu Chang took a few steps back and walked behind the group of bodyguards, then gave orders. All of you. Li Tianqi was not the least bit abashed and waved his hand. Pretend to be a ninny. Give it to me. The melee broke out, and both bodyguards swung into a quick scuffle. The crowd fought in the private room. Countless expensive high-end decorations were broken on the ground, and the imperial private room was in a mess, echoing with all kinds of miserable screams. At this time, a bodyguard quickly ran to Jiang Lin and the others and eagerly said, Young Li, Young Jiang, there are a lot of punks coming downstairs. Should we withdraw first? Li Tianqi's brows were locked and he subconsciously looked at Jiang Lin. Old Jiang, what do you say? Meh, say shit. Jiang Lin sneered and touched his hand to his waist, opening his holster and pulling out a Browning pistol that emitted a faintly cold light. It was then loaded. Click. The offending sound of a loaded gun rang out in the booth, and someone curiously swept this way with their afterglow, and in the next second, their face changed drastically. Wan Dfa? Truth? What? What truth? There is truth in the jungle. Nani? Jiang Lin has a gun? With almost no hesitation or aiming, Jiang Lin directly fired a shot in the direction of Yu Chang's camp. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and a burly man with a grimace covered his leg and fell to the ground in response. Ah cripes! When they heard the gunshots, everyone's movements gave a start, and then they quickly bent down their bodies as a reflex, looking around for cover. Yu Chang's attention had been focused on Jiang Lin, and when he saw the other party pull out the truth and fire a shot in his direction, he was surprised to see the other party's truth and fire a shot in his direction. He could no longer tense his facial expression. What the hell kind of heat weapon is that? Where is the law? Where's justice? Where's his gun? What's this bullshit about a fish out of water? I told you you had a gun. So why don't I just hold my head and crouch down? The twin sisters had also never seen such a big scene. Their two little faces were white with fear, and in their pupils was the color of fear that could not be concealed. Yu Chang, remember? I gave you a chance. Jiang Lin walked slowly around the crowd with his Browning in hand until he came to a stop in front of Yu Chang. Under everyone's gaze, he loaded the Browning in his hand and gently pressed it against Yu Chang's head. Gulp! Yu Chang gulped, and beads of sweat couldn't stop pouring out along his forehead. The word panicked batch was no longer enough to describe his mood at the moment. Zhang Jiangshao, it's me who underestimated you this money. I'll pay you back. Looking at Yu Chang, who originally still had a ferocious look on his face, actually softened in public so quickly, Jiang Lin smiled contemptuously. That's it? How can you call yourself a Yakuza prince? Moving the muzzle away from Yu Chang's head, Jiang Lin unloaded the firearm and took out a bullet, then brought it to the other party and waved it in front of him. Now it's $1.5 billion, and tomorrow if this money doesn't come to my card, then this bullet will go in your head. Do you understand? Although Yu Chang couldn't spare the money, he was even more reluctant to spare his life, so he busily nodded his head and said, I hear you. I hear you. Aha. Jiang Lin murmured, then turned his gaze to the twins and said in a careless tone, what are you guys preparing to do by kidnapping the twins? At this time, Ma Li, who had been silent, suddenly recoiled and ran to Jiang Lin and loudly complained, Young Jiang, I know, it's Yu Chang. He's going to give the twin sisters to a big client, and that big client is perverted. Bitch, what are you babbling about? Yu Chang angrily exclaimed in exasperation. Shut up. Jiang Lin pointed his gun at Yu Chang in a bad tone. The latter immediately shut up. Then he turned his gaze to Molly. Continue. Mari looked at the Browning in the other party's hand and swallowed, then spoke in a trembling voice, not only that Yu Chang is also going to prepare to rape the twins and then make a video. Click. The words were followed by the sound of a pistol being cocked. Hinama, Mari, don't forget, it was you who drugged and kidnapped the twins. You're just as much to blame for this. Yu Chang's heart stopped for a second in shock when he heard the loading sound. This Mari is damned. How come he didn't realize before that his body was still following such a dilettante? Jiang Lin was too lazy to continue enjoying the dog-eat-dog, so he directly sent out a query to the twins. Is what the two of them are saying true? Little Pink and Little Blue glanced at each other before nodding their heads firmly. Yes. Young Master Jiang. Yes. Jiang Lin gave an okay gesture, then raised his Browning and shot this Yu Chang at the base of his thigh. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, Yu Chang only felt that his thighs had been smashed hard by something heavy, and a few seconds later, a sharp tearing and burning sensation gradually surged to his brain. Ah! After a wail, the whole person fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding bodyguards saw this and rushed forward to assist. You Xiao! You Xiao! Call an ambulance! Mari stood not far away and watched coldly. Her heart kept sneering. Oh, the old lady can finally get her revenge. In the next second, Jiang Lin turned his gun and fired a shot at Mari's arm. Bang! Ah! A miserable scream rang out as Mari covered her bloodied arm and looked at Jiang Lin incredulously. You two are half-assed. So be it, and don't let me run into you next time. Jiang Lin said coldly with an expressionless face. then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It didn't take long for a group of bodyguards armed with various guns to rush in. Jiang Xiao. Arrow came to Jiang Lin and respectfully said. Jiang Lin casually pointed at the group of people in front of him. Clean up the mess. In addition, contact the police and deal with it as you see fit. Understood. Jiang Xiao. Arrow said in a deep voice. Aha. Jiang Lin put away his browning and smiled faintly at the twins and Li Tianqi. Don't just stare. Let's go. Fine. At the sound of the voice, the twins then carefully loosened their hands covering their eyes. They're just new to college. They've never seen this kind of bloodshed. Today's speed finish. So that people do not stay up all night. How thoughtful. Wow. Ask for free small gifts. Wow. Brothers, for the love of power, to support the author. Ah. On the way back to school, Jiang Lin thoughtfully arranged the twin sisters in the back row, himself in the passenger seat. As for Li Tianqi, he was naturally in another car. Pulling out his precious browning, Jiang Lin lovingly rubbed it twice. Not to mention, you can't go anywhere with this thing, except on the train or subway. I'm afraid that I won't be able to explain it well enough to delay it. Shit, that's all the bullets? Drawing down the magazine, Jiang Lin suddenly realized that he only had the last 6 rounds. A full round is 9. Well, 3 rounds were fired in heaven before and the count was right. However, the lack of ammunition still makes him the justice maker who loves to convince people with reason. Feel a crisis. Gotta get 3 more rounds to fill the gap. No, the more the merrier. The more stable he is. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin turned his gaze to Aru, who was concentrating on driving. Aru, do you have any more 9mm bullets there? If you do, give me a whole 100 rounds. Aru? If he hadn't always kept in mind that he was driving and that there were 4 living lives in the car, Aru might have jumped up at the sound of that. Are you kidding me? 100 rounds? Brother, do you know how strict the official control of bullets is? Does he really think he runs an armory? So he immediately said, Jiang Xiao, I don't have that many. I only have 1 spare magazine. They were on a protection mission, not going to war, and 2 magazines of ammo was, in theory, more than enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin frowned and looked at the magazine in his hand. Then what should I do with only 6 rounds here? OCD says it's hard. Arrow couldn't decide and suggested, why don't you ask Uncle Fu? Can. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out his cell phone and started dialing Fu Bo. The 2 sisters sitting in the back row looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, their gazes settled together on the browning in Jiang Lin's hand. Does Mr. Jiang like playing with guns so much? I haven't seen him put his gun down since he got on the bus. What if it goes off? Is it dangerous? Countless question marks popped up on the 2 sisters' heads, and at the same time, Jiang Lin's phone call dialed through. On the other hand, Magic City Downtown Hospital. Fubar walked out of the hospital gate with a glowing face, accompanied by several bodyguards. He had a medical report card in his hand. The summary of the report card contains only 4 simple words: everything is normal. I told you, the old man, I'm hardy. Ah, young master, he still doesn't believe me. Fubuki stroked his beard and lamented. The bodyguard on the side smiled and joked out, Chief Instructor, your old body must be strong. Young master is not a good intention. Care about you. Upon hearing the word Chief Instructor, Fubuki's eyes glazed over. What Chief Instructor? You kid, don't rehash the old days for me. The bouncer grinned sardonically. Okay, Uncle Fu. At that moment, a call came in, and Fubo handed the report in his hand to a side bodyguard and fumbled for his cell phone on his own. There is a note on it, young master. Why is young master calling all of a sudden? Fubuki muttered, one hand skillfully scratching up the screen. Soon, the call was answered. Jiang Lin's concerned voice came from inside. Uncle Fu, how is it? Have the test results come out yet? Do you still have enough money in hand? Hearing this, Uncle Fu's heart warmed. Worthy of being the young master he brought up, so concerned about himself. Young master, you don't have to worry. I've already been discharged from the hospital. The test results are all normal. That's good. Then what's that, Fubuki? I want to discuss something with you. After learning that Uncle Fu had already been discharged from the hospital, Jiang Lin let out a slight sigh of relief and immediately began to test the other party's mouth. What is it? Just say what you have to say. Young master. Uncle Fu laughed. This young master of his family actually had things to discuss with him now? Anyway, as long as it's not some kind of burning and looting, it's whatever he wants it to be. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just this gun thing, Jiang Lin said with slight hesitation on the other end of the phone. At this time, he was thinking about how many rounds of ammunition to ask for more than that. Will it be rejected by Fubo? And on this end, Fubo was instantly alert after hearing about the gun. What do you mean? Young master, you wouldn't have lost the gun, right? Jiang Lin froze. After realizing that the other party misunderstood himself, he smiled brightly. No, I just came to ask if you still have any 9mm bullets here. I just went to the heavenly world because something happened to me and fired a few shots. Now I don't have many bullets left. Hearing this, Fubo's eyebrows twisted into twists and his expression became more and more serious. He's only been in the hospital for a day and the other guy used several bullets? This gun is used too often, isn't it? It is important to realize that China's control of firearms is among the strongest in the world. Even if they had an official background, they could only use guns as a last resort, or else they were bound to cause mass panic. Worse still, it can be used by forces outside the country to make a big fuss and incite public opinion. Thinking of this, Uncle Fu directly refused. Young master, you use the gun too often. I can't give you bullets, or the family head will definitely beat you up if he finds out. And with us protecting you, you won't normally need this gun. This, Zhang Lin's voice lurched, and he finally said helplessly, alright then, I'll try not to use it as a last resort in the future. So very good. Zhang Lin's understanding of the situation pleased Uncle Fu. It was because the other party listened to reason and was not as brash and rogue as other young masters of the great clans that he felt comfortable handing the other party a pistol. You know, a gun can poke a bigger hole than the sky. Even the Zhang family had to be treated with caution. On the other side, the car. After being rejected by Fubo, Zhang Lin had no choice but to give up the idea of replenishing his ammunition. The other guy is right. If you really take a pistol, you'll shoot this and that every day. It was expected that sooner or later the Magic City would be in chaos. At that time, I don't know how many pairs of eyes will be staring at him, monitoring his every move. Hey, Zhang Lin sighed languidly, took the Browning back into his holster, and his eyes began to wander to the street outside the car window. It's September, and the ladies are still dressed so cool. At that moment, a voice came out cold from the back row. Young Master Jiang, I'm not feeling well, can I stop the car? The owner of the voice was Blue, and at this moment, her face was blushing and her expression was a bit embarrassed. Zhang Lin's brain was confused for a split second when he heard the voice, and only reacted through the rearview mirror. I can't believe I forgot about the twins in the car. Ha! Good parking. Zhang Lin hurriedly instructed the bodyguard in the cab. Okay, young master. Soon, the car pulls over to the side of the road. Thank you, young Master Jiang. With a lowered head and a word of thanks, Blue pulled his sister out of the car quickly. Zhang Lin was puzzled and thought that the twins were seasick, so he followed suit and got out of the car, inquiring, are you carsick? Do you want to buy some motion sickness medicine? No, Mr. Jiang will go buy something first. The thinness of Blue's voice was like a mosquito, and her beautiful eyes kept surveying the surroundings as if she was looking for something. Soon, the two women's gazes simultaneously fixed on a convenience store in the distance, and then they decisively took a step. There was a large shopping center around, and there were a lot of pedestrians coming and going on the road, so the two women disappeared from Zhang Lin's sight in no time. Zhang Lin glanced at the bodyguard in the car and barked a sentence, wait here first, I'll go see if these two girls are up to something. Alright, Jiang, shall you go? The bouncer grinned and gave the okay sign. Aha! Zhang Lin habitually touched his backside, then took a step and walked through the crowd, quickly arriving in front of that convenience store. At that moment, he happened to run into the twins walking out with a black bag. Zhang Lin's gaze rested on the black bag and his expression froze. Is this a ha? As a warm-hearted man, he had once done no less than running errands for Chen Jiayi to buy hygiene products, so the contents of the black bag, he hardly had to guess what was in it. Seeing that Zhang Lin had actually followed them, the two sisters were inwardly shocked and ashamed. Young Master Zhang Wei. Zhang Lin moved his gaze away and smiled sunnily. It's fine. I see that you two are not familiar with the area and I'm afraid you'll get lost. So I assume you guys are looking for a bathroom? There seems to be one over there. I'll take you guys there. Be nice. Blue blushed and nodded. Zhang Lin happened to see a WC sign on the side of the road when he came over, so he enthusiastically acted as a navigator for the two women. 5 minutes. Boss, 2 iced lemonades and 2 oatmeal milks. Milk should be hot. Okay, just a moment. During the wait, Zhang Lin wasn't idle and ran thirsty to buy a few drinks. And, of course, there's something for everyone for the driver and the twins. When Blue and Pink changed their pads and walked out of the bathroom, Zhang Lin was long gone from the spot. Pinky blinked and looked around. Where's young Master Jiang? I guess I should have left on a business trip. Blue muttered. How can that be? Sis, young Master Jiang is so polite. Even if he left he would have told us. Little Pink accompanied her sister down the steps to the curb, when suddenly, her eyes lit up and she stretched out her little finger to point in a certain direction. Young Master Jiang's car is still there. Young Master Jiang hasn't left yet. Xiaolan gently flicked down the silly sister's head melon. No good voice, you this little girl, is not like on others Zhang Yang. I can tell you we belong to the door is not the right household. Do not daydreaming or you'll be crying later. Hearing this, Pinky's mouth deflated and she said in an aggravated voice, I didn't daydream. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded behind the two women. What dream? Are you guys sleepy? Hearing the voice, the two women turned around in surprise, and realized that Jiang Lin was carrying several cups of milk tea, looking at them with a puzzled expression. Little Blue's little face turned red and she hurriedly explained. No, young Master Jiang Wei. Alright, good boy, come and have a drink. Jiang Lin stuffed 2 cups of oatmeal milk into the hands of the two, then smiled and said, get in the car, we'll be there in a while. Get a good sleep when you get to the dormitory. There's still military training tomorrow. Be nice. Blue felt the warmth in his hands, and a wave of warmth gradually crossed his heart. Young Master Jiang is doing well, Pinky murmured with a florid look on her face. Put. Looking at the cute appearance of the two little girls, Jiang Lin couldn't help but snicker. Really? Then next time you have a chance to give me a free massage? Yes. No problem. Blue and Pink agreed with barely the slightest hesitation. Now it was Jiang Lin's turn to be confused. Are girls so easy to fool these days? 2 cups of milk tea and you're fooled? Do your parents know that you two are so gullible? Do you know what the consequences of being tricked into going to heaven and earth are? Back in the car, Jiang Lin mentioned it out of kindness. The twins were silent for a split second before Blue finally spoke up and explained. I know. We thought at first they were going to take us to sign up for the sorority party. As a result, when we got into the car, a woman named Sister Fox gave us 2 bottles of water. The car was not air-conditioned, and my sister and I were thirsty, and after a small sip, we fell asleep, and then woke up in the booth. As she said this, Blue's voice trailed off and finally turned into a sob. If I hadn't run into Jiang Lin today and let that Yu Chang get his hands on him, the consequences of that she couldn't even think about. Hey, why did you two go to that sorority party? To express yourself? Jiang Lin looked at the street scene in the rearview mirror and was a bit mesmerized. Because. Blue's voice was sluggish for a moment. Because she was afraid that if she directly stated that they were attending the sorority party because of the prize money, it would make Jiang Lin think that they were vain and gold digging. But deceiving the other side was more than she could do. Because there's a bonus for attending a sorority party. Jiang Lin turned back in surprise and inquired out loud. You guys are short of money? Hearing this, a flash of embarrassment flashed across the twin sisters' faces. Do they need money? The answer is a real shortage. A childhood car accident took away their father and left their mother with a lifelong leg disability, and shattered their happy family in no time. They later learned that the murderer was a local bully. Because their family has no money and no power, the mother can only crutches around to beg for mercy, just to give the father to their family to get a justice. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. To this day, the murderer remains at large. In the end, their mother chose to leave the matter unsettled as they were both still young and afraid of reprisals from the bullies. Since then it has been a life of one person pulling up 2 sisters. Although the sisters have been working summer jobs since high school, but tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college are still astronomical in front of this miserable family. They can't even afford to pay for their mother's leg treatment every month, let alone studying. It was only after they met Jiang Lin that they had the opportunity to enter a university campus and change their lives. There are only 2 beliefs that have sustained them step by step. Help your father get justice. Heal your mother's leg. But each of these requires large sums of money to support. And even money is not enough. That bully was too powerful in the area. And back then, when my mother had scattered her family's wealth, she hadn't been able to do anything about the other side. It's not just about money. It's about finding evidence. And even if you could, it's an unimaginable amount of money. Looking at the sisters who had long since cried into tears, biting their lips tightly and not uttering a word, Jiang Lin seemed to understand something. The air fell into dead silence. Jiang Lin twisted his head and looked out the window quietly, not knowing what he was thinking about. Soon, the car pulled into Mordor University, and Jiang Lin asked for the twins' dormitory number. So he had his bodyguard send them both down to the dormitory building. When they got off the bus, the 2 women suddenly stopped moving and bowed deeply to Jiang Lin. Young Master Jiang, thank you very much indeed. It's you who brought us hope in life and saved us from the abyss. Although we know we have little ability to repay you, but if you ever need help, feel free to order us. We are willing to go through fire and water for you. Blue spoke with a face full of seriousness, and Pink nodded her head repeatedly from the side. Look at the 2 this appearance. Jiang Lin cannot bear a smile. You 2 read well. Do not think so much. The girl's family, this young still needs you 2 little girls to go through fire. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will be better. Thank you. Blue wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a small smile. Seeing the 2 women walk into the dormitory building, Jiang Lin then waved his hand. Send me back to the dormitory. Yes. Jiang Shao. The bodyguard took the order and kicked the gas. The vehicle slowly pulled up under the men's dormitory. The bodyguard quickly pushed the door to get out of the car. ran all the way to the co-pilot outside, opened the door to protect the head of the ding, the whole set of actions in line with the flow of water. Jiang Shao, be careful, don't bump your head, call me anytime if anything happens. Good. Jiang Lin took a sip of lemonade, turned around, got out of the car, and walked into the dormitory building. Dormitory 1916. The door slowly opened as a soft click came from the lock. The room was dark. The righteous son is asleep? Jiang Lin walked into the room with some confusion, gently closing the door to his room. Suddenly a light in the distance caught his eye. Hey, 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 hey. Accompanied by a few slightly obscene laughs, Jiang Lin could finally see the light. I saw Li Tianqi sitting in front of the computer with his headphones on, not looking away from the computer, not knowing what he was reading, but through the flickering light refracted from the screen, and the expression on Li Tianqi's face that could only be understood and not expressed, Jiang Lin had already made a rough guess. As the pace draws closer, a sexy host in a revealing outfit appeared in Jiang Lin's field of vision. That voluptuous, flirtatious dance with the effort of twisting her hips. This guy actually watches female anchors? And it's a fucking wipeout? Under Jiang Lin's horrified gaze, Li Tianqi suddenly reached out his hand and touched the toilet paper on the side. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Lin hurriedly coughed twice. Ahem, ahem. Maybe Li Tianqi's headphones are turned up too loud. Or maybe he's too oblivious to what he's watching. He didn't react at all to a few violent coughs. Hey, 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 hey. A few more cheap laughs. At that moment, a carnival special effect suddenly appeared in the screen. Grass? Trying to steal my list? Where did you come from? You little punk? Do you have the strength? The words fell out of his mouth, and the room resounded with the sound of a mouse being clicked violently. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched as he directly removed the headphones from the other person's head. Shit, why did I lose my headphones? Fuck, ghost. Li Tianqi looked back in surprise, his expression gradually changing from horror to shock. Ha, so it's you, Lao Jiang. Who's back? Soon. As if he reacted to something, he hastily clicked the mouse, and the live screen immediately switched to a singing live room. I didn't realize that you're quite white, but you're quite yellow in your heart. Jiang Lin would smile, the corner of his mouth curving up. Li Tianqi's face was embarrassed. What are you talking about? Buddy, this is checking the room while this young lady has a good singing voice. When he finished, he clicked the mouse and sent out a rocket. You kid, don't force yourself. Also the song is good. On your damn that sentiment. Appreciate the visual arts are very reluctant. Now also pull on the auditory art? Jiang Lin skimmed his lips, pulled out his cell phone, and looked at the time. Well, it's almost 11 o'clock. It's late. Let's get cleaned up and go to bed. Old Jiang, please don't question brother's artistry. This young lady sings really well. Don't believe me? Listen to it, Li Tianqi retorted stubbornly, and then as soon as he pulled off the headphone cable, the computer sound was externalized, and a sweet singing voice came out. Jiang Lin originally didn't intend to pay any attention to the other party, but after hearing that familiar song, his entire body suddenly paused. What? Doesn't it sound good? Li Tianqi said with a bad smile. Tiny clear sweet? Jiang Lin suddenly sprang out coldly. Li Tianqi froze, then turned his head stiffly, and his gaze fell on the name of the room on which 4 words were clearly written. A little sweetness. His crikey. Lao Jiang, you have a story. I know about hearing voices, but it's still the first time I've encountered hearing voices and recognizing anchors. I'm this damn casually flipping a live room. You can hear it is worthy of being Zhang de Shaoa. Say it. Douyin inside there are still a few female anchors that you have not stained. Li Tianqi came forward with a nosy face, but Jiang Lin mercilessly pushed him away with his hand. Still in the same town? Jiang Lin looked at the screen and was surprised. 10 minutes later, Su Tianqing looked at the time on the computer and closed the live broadcast. After living in the dorms, she was rarely on the air. Even if it's on, it won't be on past 11 p.m. because of the roommates' rest. But the good thing is that her singing voice is good. A few roommates are quite happy to listen to this dormitory concert. The main thing is that there is no admission fee. Sweet Ching, I'm really envious of your vocals. Ooh, I have a feeling you'll definitely debut and become a big singer in the future. At that moment, a girl on the upper bunk suddenly spoke out, her expression looking agitated. Yeah, can you write me an autograph? When you're famous, I'll show it off. He. Right, I heard that there's a fellowship party after military training. Sweet Ching, do you want to go to it? The 2 remaining girls followed suit. Sorority night? Su Tianqing murmured, a flash of dissimilarity in her eyes. At that moment, a private message suddenly appeared in the background of the Douyin. The sender's ID is to give me a slice of joy. Su Tianqing shifted her gaze to the computer, and after seeing the familiar ID, her expression was shocked. Jiang Shao? Tap on the private message, and there's only one sentence in it. How does it feel to be signed to Lin's Times? Su Tianqing didn't dare to be sloppy in the face of her benefactor, and hurriedly typed a reply, "Thank you for Jiang Xiao's help. The signing went well. The company's welfare is very good. I will continue to work hard." After sending the private message, Su Tianqing nervously clenched her small hands, her gaze not daring to leave the screen for a moment. Although they are in the same school, but the face of this mysterious and unpredictable Jiang Xiao she only dare to limit to the screen and each other to communicate. As for the reality of taking the initiative to greet each other, she didn't dare yet. It's a peculiar feeling, like an online love affair running now, fearing that the other person will think badly of them. Finally, about 5 minutes passed. A message came from Jiang Lin's side. When she saw the red dot popping up in the chat box, Su Tianqing suddenly felt as if her heart had missed a beat, nervous and timid in anticipation. That's good. You're in Mordor now, right? Magic City University is going to organize a fellowship party recently. If you are free you can come and participate. This young man has invested quite a lot of money. He can help you make a name for yourself. Su Tianqing still didn't know that she was now like a thriving money tree in Jiang Lin's eyes, so she didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. Okay, Jiang Xiao. Time passed and 3 days passed. Yu Chang's compensation was also paid to Jiang Lin's card on time. Although Jiang Lin didn't pursue the other party's responsibility too much, he still made it clear to deal with it as you see fit. Just this simple sentence. Directly to Mari and Lina, 2 girls, happy 8 years of sewing machine package. And Yu Chang. Because of Jiang Lin's acceptance of the compensation money, plus the fact that the other party's father later apologized personally at his door. Well, got a year's probation. Of course, that's another price. One price. $10 million. Early morning. Jiang Lin, who was still in the morning 8, suddenly received a call from Uncle Fu. The call was simple. Family hackers recently discovered a flow of unusual funds in the account of the hit-and-run driver's wife. The driver of the car. The same one who had previously wrecked the Voice of the Night and chose to flee. As for why it's an anomaly, Uncle Fu also carefully explained it out. As the source of this fund was Zhang Qiming's account. Okay, I got it, Fubuki. Jiang Lin hung up the phone with a calm face, then opened his cell phone memo. There are 2 names on it, by Jia. Zhang Qiming. I had Yu Chang pay your debt for you. Now I don't owe you a favor. Jiang Lin sneered, then deleted Zhang Qiming's name. Time came to noon. Li Tianqi suddenly informed Jiang Lin that Zhang Qiming had invited the 2 of them to go to the playground in the afternoon to jointly discuss matters of the party's arrangement. Jiang Lin, who was counting how many zeros were in his bank card balance, suddenly made a move and spat out a word in his mouth in a salty manner. Oh, acutely aware of the brothers' dissimilarity, Li Tianqi smilingly came up. What is the old river? Your tone is not right. Is not encountered what trouble? At this time, Jiang Lin also finally counted the balance of his bank card. $260 million left. Well, it's a little poor. Only to see him slightly sadly lamented. I recently ready to buy a car, still almost money. Do you want to lend me some? Oh, Li Tianqi raised an eyebrow with a bad smile. Our Jiang Daoxiao still has a day to borrow money? TSK. It's not easy becoming the debtor of the crown prince of the Jiang family sounds very honorable. Well, let's put it this way. How much money are you short? Give the brother a number. I'll arrange it for you right away. Really? Jiang Lin had a surprised look on his face. Not like he was faking it. Aha! Say it. Give me a straight number. Li Tianqi said confidently. Well, I want to buy it is my grandfather's that silver charm know it. Well, also more than $1 billion. I'm still short of $1 billion you see is cash or... Wait, how much? 8 billion. Li Tianqi looked at his good brother with a confused face. Brother, can you brag without me? $1 billion? You're asking me in cash or by transfer? It's okay for me to use mine to pay, right? Put. Jiang Lin didn't hold back his joyful outburst, then handed Li Tianqi his bank card. Just kidding. Have your bodyguard fetch me some money out? It's already booked. Mention it to the playground for me this afternoon. How much to take? Li Tianqi stiffly took the bank card and inquired out loud. Jiang Lin didn't make a sound, but just silently compared it to a 2 million? Li Tianqi was surprised. Jiang Lin shook his head. No, $20 million. Cash. Pile it up for me on the playground. Li Tianqi sniffed and sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. $20 million in cash? That's a mountain of money on the playground? Seeing the other party's shock, Jiang Lin smiled and got up to explain. Don't forget, we are now the boss of Lin's era. Big investment. Big production. In order to get big returns. Understand? I get it. Lao Jiang. You're taking a brother to make me a lot of money. Li Tianqi said with a serious face. The children are teachable. Jiang Lin nodded. Not a moment later, a tigerish bodyguard came panting into the dormitory. Young Li, What are your orders? Li Tianqi saw the visitor, casually threw out 2 bank cards, password written on the back of the card. Go to shout more brothers. That black take 20 million in cash. Gold take 10 million in cash. The afternoon to me to bring stacked on the playground. Ha! The bodyguard thought he had misheard, and quickly buttoned his ears. What do you mean? Young Li? Not yet. Well done. Li Tianqi throws out a flip-flop that scares the bodyguard into fleeing. Thanks to the Big Brother day-by-day teenagers to send the explosive more sprinkles and Big God certification. Big Brother is awesome. Tear your heart out. At 5 p.m., as the sun's lingering heat dissipated, a number of students gathered on the playground. The team responsible for setting up the stage lighting was already in place and started to set up the venue in advance. But all this doesn't affect the struggling military students. Woj-san oh son, please take a day off and let the Dragon King come and make it rain. Don't beg for rain. I've seen the weather forecast. It's going to be a big sun for the next half a month. Instead of begging for the Dragon King, you should be begging for Jiang Shao. Yeah, maybe Jiang Shao is lucky. Arrange a wave of artificial rainfall or something. Gorgeous. Don't go too far guys. Although Jiang Lin is awesome, he's not deified. But people Jiang Lin is really bullish. The first day of school he directly became the man of the moment on campus. Isn't there still 2 days until the end of military training? Why are you starting to set up the venue for the fellowship party so soon? I don't know. Maybe it's intended to go along with the military training debriefing. During breaks, the freshmen sat lazily paralyzed on the lawn, discussing a variety of topics. But the vast majority of people's eyes were in the direction of the podium. On the podium, Zhang Qiming was talking about something with a middle-aged man who looked like a school leader. Principal Fong. We may have to use the school's Douyin number to broadcast the whole thing at that time. Fong Ming smiled and nodded. Yes, after all, our school is also one of the organizers. It's right to provide some help as much as we can. And to show the style and appearance of our school's teachers and students through live broadcasting is better than all the enrollment propaganda. Okay, thanks a lot, Principal Fong. Zhang Qiming nodded his head. His favorable impression of the airborne principal in front of him raised a lot. At that moment, a group of figures appeared at the end of the playground, and at a closer look, they were actually 25 black-clad bodyguards carrying black suitcases, and in front of them, there were 2 youths whose figures were particularly conspicuous, Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi. So it wasn't long before a sharp-eyed student noticed the situation and spoke up to alert the others. Quickly look, young Jiang and young Li are here. Hearing the word Jiang Shao, many people turned around to look at him. This very weighty name has unconsciously penetrated into the hearts of all freshmen. Jiang Lin saw that his appearance had actually attracted the attention of so many people, so he revealed a sunny smile and greeted them. Hello. In a flash, the whole playground was abuzz. Wow, my brother Jiang is finally not so high and mighty. I didn't realize that Jiang Shao had such a sunny and warm side. So handsome I feel like I've been fainted by Jiang Shao Xing fast. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. How come those bodyguards behind Jiang Shao and Li Shao are carrying what looks so much like a safe? Day? It's not full of money, is it? I heard that Jiang Shao and Li Shao have brought money into the group and have become one of the organizers of the fellowship party as well. Whoa day. Bull. I feel like I'm going to see the big game again today. As the students' fervor grew louder and louder, Zhang Qiming, who was still on the podium carefully planning the venue program, also noticed Jiang Lin's arrival. Principal Fong. Student Jiang is here. Zhang Qiming smiled faintly and reminded up the principal beside him. Fong Ming froze for a moment, his eyes following the playground. And he soon saw the Jiang Deshao who had easily brought down the previous school leader. It's true that he has a righteous spirit, only that young master's aura on him is still too obvious. Fong Ming nodded and gave a high appraisal. Although the other party's status was extraordinary, he was a man of letters, and the pride of a man of letters did not allow him to flatter the powerful and the rich, nor did it allow him to climb up the ladder. Students in the school are treated equally. This is his principle and the bottom line. Zhang Qiming didn't care what the other party thought. After all, he did need Jiang Lin's help. So, he picked up the microphone and introduced himself in Jiang Lin's direction. Our major shareholders, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Li, are also here. Everyone give a warm welcome. As the words fell, one of the participating students came out from the backstage and applauded in unison. What the hell? Jiang Lin frowned and walked to the podium. He's here to do business, not to engage in formalism, and this is a welcoming ceremony. Who is he trying to embarrass? On the contrary, Li Tianqi greeted the crowd with a big smile on his face. Aha! Hello everyone! Hello everyone! Seeing that Jiang Lin's expression was a bit displeased, Zhang Qiming hurriedly put down the microphone and got up to greet him. Mr. Jiang, we've already started to set up the venue now. Can you see if there's anything you need to urge for attention? Or see what you suggest? Jiang Lin only slightly eased his face when he heard this. and his eyes began to survey the structure of the podium as he began to speak his own suggestions. I want a big screen back here with a spotlight all over it. And the back of the playground. It's time for lights and sound. So what concert? No, right? Jiang Qiming nodded stiffly. I know. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Jiang Lin waved his hand. Just follow that standard. Don't save money where it's due. And it's too much of a stretch to put on any backing tracks or anything. Bring me a professional playing team. I don't know. Fang Ming's eyes widened at the side and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Didn't we say we were having a fellowship party? Why are you guys going off the deep end here? Thanks for the gifts, brothers. I have to ride in the car tomorrow, so I'm begging for some small gifts. So the author can buy a pack of motion sickness pills and take them tomorrow to ride in the car. Thank you, family. Jiang Qiming also felt that Jiang Lin's ideas were a bit too heavenly. What's the point of taking a little campus party so seriously? You're actually thinking of opening it to concert standards? To know to organize a concert. The light to prepare the equipment, what mixer, amplifier, speakers, line array, equalizer, effects, crossover, limiter, CD machine, D machine, DVD machine, microphone, walkie-talkie, wireless chest mic, microphone stands. What? The money required is a very large sum, not to mention a whole lot of miscellaneous personnel accompaniment. Could it be that he really has no money to burn? Mr. Jiang, aren't we having a fellowship party? Isn't this configuration a bit too wasteful? Jiang Qiming said in astonishment. Indeed, it is a bit of a waste. According to the strength of our school, there is no problem in organizing an ordinary campus fellowship party, but according to the level of the concert, not to mention the financial constraints, I'm afraid the leaders of the Education Bureau won't agree to this once it's reported. Fang Ming felt that Jiang Qiming had a point, so he followed and helped. Mordor University is a public institution. The annual teaching funds are officially allocated, and the school teachers are also paid by the treasury. How could he, the newly appointed principal, whose butt was not even warmed up, agree to use school funds to start a concert? Jiang Lin frowned and looked at Jiang Qiming. And this is? The new principal, Fang Ming, Headmaster Fang. Although Jiang Qiming was a bit uncertain, he still introduced himself seriously. Oh, hello, Principal Fang. Jiang Lin drifted off, and after a salty greeting, he directly turned his head to question Jiang Qiming. Didn't you tell the school? Li Tianqi and I are bringing funds into the group for this event. Rub? Sensing the displeasure in Jiang Lin's tone, Jiang Qiming's heart suddenly thumped. Then look at the 24 or so big-bladed bodyguards behind the other party, and the safe in the bodyguards' hands. He reacted immediately. Jiang Lin's earlier comment about investing $20 million was true. Then there must be money in this safe. Grass, is it so real to play? You don't have to worry about the money. And also the party clothes and costumes have to be carefully selected. Understand? Jiang Lin pointed at the group of students and barked. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you with expressions of surprise and joy. Who wouldn't want to put their best foot forward in the spotlight? Well, thank you, Jiang Xiao atmospheric. Thank you, young Jiang, for your generous offer. Young Jiang broke the bank. A voice of gratitude that couldn't hide its delight rang out, to which Jiang Lin merely waved his hand, then turned his gaze to Fang Ming and Jiang Qiming. Principal Fang, young Jiang, I've solved the money matter. Now it's not too much for me to make a little request, right? Jiang Qiming smiled awkwardly. Not too much. Not too much. Jiang Lin stretched out a finger and said with a serious face, I only have one request. The school's live broadcast authority is solely my responsibility. At that time, I will also use my own account to open the broadcast to attract traffic. No problem? Well, I'm sure it's no problem. Don't you think? Principal Fang. Jiang Qiming responded with a smile, but out of respect for the new principal, he still didn't forget to ask the other party's opinion. I'm okay with that, Fang Ming said in a deep voice. Jiang Lin, that's fine. Right. Jiang students, you see, I have a little bit of money in hand. Since our basketball club is also the organizer, not to contribute some money is not good. Why don't we half of the contribution? Jiang Qiming suddenly voiced out a suggestion, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was signaling Jiang Lin. I won't trouble Xiao Zhang to break the bank. Tianqi and I can still afford to spend this small amount of money. Jiang Lin refused categorically, then waved his hand. The group of bodyguards behind him immediately understood and moved neatly to open the safe in their hands. In the next second, everyone present was shocked. Stacks of brand new $100 bills were just dumped on the podium by the bodyguards. It's a mountain high. This is a real mountain of money. Countless people sucked in a breath of air in their hearts, their eyes looking straight at Qianshan on the podium, for a moment suspecting that they were dreaming. That's a lot of money? How much is this shit? In an inconspicuous little corner of the playground, Qin Mengyao tugged on the corner of Su Tianqing's coat beside her. Sweet Qing, guess how much money is on the podium? Su Tianqing's expression was borderline, and she shook her head quite frankly. I can't guess. Ha ha, if you can't guess, you're right. I'll tell you. Qin Mengyao had an expression of expecting you to not be able to guess, and her small hand unconsciously peeled up Su Tianqing's back. Come closer. Su Tianqing didn't think much about it, and gently moved towards the other party's arms. Her ears were red and looked very cute. See, that's safe. That one can hold between $500,000 and $800,000 in cash. But with Jiang Lin's character, it will definitely be filled to the brim. And that's $800,000. And look at the bodyguards. 25 of them, one safe in each hand. How much do you figure it is? Qin Mengyao badgered and pressed up against the other side face, exhaling like orchids. Su Tianqing seriously wiggled her fingers and did some calculations. Her face gradually changed from doubt to shock. If she'd done her math right, the mountain of money on the podium. A full $20 million in cash. $20 million. Astronomical. Absolutely astronomical. That's a number she never dared to imagine. Seeing the change in Su Tianqing's expression, Qin Mengyao revealed two cute little tiger teeth. How is it? Did you figure it out? Calculated. Su Tianqing said with a stiff expression. Qin Mengyao began to follow the temptation. Then how much is it? $22 million? Su Tianqing truthfully stated her calculations. That's clever. Rewarded with a kiss. Squeaks. Su Tianqing felt a soft touch on her cheeks. The next second, she saw Qin Mengyao suddenly get up and run away as if she was in a joyful mood. Su Tianqing stiffened in place, staring with eyes full of incredulity. Is he or she being kissed? Or by a girl? Combined with Qin Mengyao's previous abnormal behaviors, a bold idea suddenly appeared in her mind. The other side wouldn't be the legendary lesbian, would it? Thinking of this, Su Tianqing's delicate body trembled violently. Woke up at 4:01 Kunshi this morning, and remained on the road until 6 in the afternoon. Still on the sudden death stream of updates, so dizzy. Zhang Xiao's handiwork is a bit big this time. I roughly counted. This mountain of money must be at least $18 million. I guess $20 million. I have one of these suitcases at my house too that can hold $800,000 in cash. And when you combine that with the number of bodyguards, you can just about figure out a round number. $20 million. 666. I'm making you math rap. $20 million? Holy shit. That's the equivalent of me getting a job that pays $10,000 a month and then not eating or drinking for 166 years? Sabo. The world of the rich is unimaginable. On the podium, Jiang Lin pointed to the mountain of money in front of him and said indifferently, there's $20 million here. I think that should be enough. I've already given the money in place. The rest is up to you all. Zhang Qiming stood quietly on the side. His face kept changing. The whole person was silent, because he realized how Jiang Lin was so cold towards him today. It's almost as if it's a different person than it used to be. Could it be that? Suddenly, Zhang Qiming's pupils fluttered. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Young Zhang, Principal Feng, goodbye. Jiang Lin noticed Zhang Qiming's changing expression and spread his hands, preparing to leave. At this time, Li Tanqi, who hadn't said anything, suddenly snapped his fingers and took the initiative to speak. Old Jiang, wait. Aha! The eyes of the crowd quickly gathered on him with these words. Li Tanqi smiled slightly and took a check out of his pocket, waving it in front of the crowd. On behalf of Lin's era, I'd like to sponsor our school for $10 million. Is that okay? As the voice fell, even Jiang Lin, whose expression had been clouded, couldn't help but freeze. What's wrong with this kid? Li Tanqi originally had the bodyguard fetch him cash as well, because the visual impact of cash is far greater than a string of numbers, and it's easier for him to fake it. Too bad he forgot to make an appointment with the bank. For now, I'll just have to take out a check. Mr. Li, you're really generous. Zhang Qiming smiled stiffly and reached out, ready to take the check. Wait, who knows? Li Tanqi suddenly put the check back. Zhang Qiming, is Li a student with any suggestions? Finally, Li Tianqi gently raised his head and said in a deep voice, I'm the vice president of Lin's era. Now I'm ready to give our company an advertisement. In addition, our company is also ready to look for a piece of land in Mordor. I don't know about Zhang Xiao. Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Qiming's mouth jerked. Good lord, the abacus beads were popping out of his face. If you want to advertise, so be it. What do you mean you want the land? Is that a bribe or a fucking sponsorship? I can't mobilize my connections to give you a whole piece of land just because you sponsored $10 million for the school party, right? Public is public. Private is private. Obviously two different things. Why do you still mix them together? Almost without much hesitation, Zhang Qiming was ready to directly refuse. That Li student, you are also aware that I can't do this thing with the land. Oh, I forgot to mention, Lao Jiang is the president of Lin's Times, which is a property of the Lin Group, formerly known as Times Peak in the capital. At this moment, Li Tianqi leisurely opened his mouth, choking Zhang Qiming, who almost swallowed his own tongue in one gulp. What the hell? Jiang Lin's company? Or is it Lin's group's property? You should have said so earlier. Zhang Qiming couldn't help but glare at the other party before changing his face in a second. The land. Well, it's a minor issue. Lin's Times move-in will definitely elevate Magic City's entertainment industry to new heights. And this is a win-win future for both parties. Jiang Lin nodded his head to indicate that he had no opinion, and looked at Li Tianqi with a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. Not bad, the righteous son has grown up again. Later that night, several posts in the campus forums once again ignited the entire server. Heavy news. This afternoon, Kyoto's great young man Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi, the son of the richest man in Magic City, spent $30 million in the playground to do this in front of all the freshmen. Mega news. Shocking. Shocking. In broad daylight, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Li are on the playground. $30 million. $30 million. Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi spent such a large sum of money to get Zhang Qiming and Principal Fong to do it. Fuck your other. Friggin' headline party. In the slightly cold villa, Yu Chang violently smashed the keyboard in his hands. The fucking title party had managed to waste another 3 fucking minutes of his life. Simply abominable. You calm down. Calm down. The master had a hard time bailing you out. You can't be impulsive again. The old butler, who was on the sidelines, counseled with concern. Yu Chang took a deep breath as he listened to the other party's words. Phew, he hasn't caught the dog thief who framed him yet. He can't be impulsive. After calming down, Yu Chang then opened his mouth and inquired, how is it? Any clues? The old butler was silent for a moment, lifting his eyelids lightly and saying, there is, yes there is, but say what you will. I just want names. Yu Chang looked at the old housekeeper with a burning gaze. An invisible pressure gradually released from him. The corners of the old butler's mouth curled up with a touch of bitterness. According to our investigation for so long, all the clues are pointing to one person, and that's Mr. Zhang from the city party secretary's family. Yu Chang's eyes widened and his brain went blank for a split second. Chang Xiao? How is that possible? He and he are close friends. Brothers. Today first 2 more. Just to the destination of the spirit of a little muddled. Tomorrow more back ha. Today, this motion sickness medicine maybe fake eat my eyes stars sitting in the car all day. From 6:30 in the morning get up until 10 o'clock in the evening to forgive wow. Brothers. Magic City CBD Center area. Lu Jiazue, the branch office of Times Peak, once the entertainment giant of China, is located here. In the large conference room, a man wearing a tie and a suit with an elite demeanor entered one after another. They were all senior leaders originally arranged by Era Peak June in the Magic City branch, and they were gathered here today for one thing only. That's what greeted their new boss, the president of Lin's Era. The members attending the meeting soon arrived, and when they saw that the main man had not yet arrived, they talked about something or other. Ha ha, old Wang, long time no see. That chick was pretty hot last time. When are you free to go play together again? Zhang Wei touched his big back hair, his obscene little 8 beard, and shivered in the air. The man called Old Wang sniffed, rolled his eyes, and spoke in an unkind manner. You still have time to play with girls? The new boss will be here in a while. Let's pray that the new boss won't fire us first. Put. Zhang Wei smiled disdainfully, and then confidently patted his chest and said, don't worry, we're just a branch here. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. The new president is probably just going through the motions and making a rounds. You have to know, almost all the middle and senior management over at the capital headquarters have been taken away. Now our company is in a time of manpower shortage. The new president is even more bullish. At the end of the day, he's still not a hired hand of the Lin's group. If he plays the whole company to death, he won't be able to explain to the top at that time. Perhaps our brothers can still take the opportunity to jump to the capital headquarters and mix a small high-level job? Once these words came out, the rest of the people expressed their approval, except for the original old king. Mr. Zhang is right. Our Magic City branch has been working alone since its inception. Finding artists, cultivating them, and even making a profit have all formed a systematic process. Not only have we never let the headquarters give us any help, but our profits can account for 40% of the group's profits every year. Sitting on such a big money tree, I don't believe this new president dares to set fire to it. It makes sense. Several of our patriarchs have taken the Magic City branch step by step to today. Connections and relationships are not comparable to an airborne president like him. Even Li Fei has to give us a few points of face. Worry about a request. The crowd murmured, almost all of them siding with Zhang Wei. This also made Zhang Wei's heart swell a little. Fellow soldiers, all be quiet. I have a few words from my heart that I would like to say to you. Zhang Wei laughed out loud, and silence soon resumed in the conference room. Everyone's eyes were gathered on this division general manager. Ahem. Jiang Wei cleared his throat and slowly got up, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces in front of him. To be honest, our Magic City branch, from the beginning of the establishment of losses to today's thriving model, are inseparable from the efforts of everyone here. Right now the former boss Li Fei collapsed and the company was acquired. It's not our problem. If we want to blame, we can only blame those senior leaders at the headquarters for not competing and dragging their feet. Jiang Wei's words were met with applause from the crowd. General Manager Zhang is right. Their headquarters is incapable and dragged down our branch. The responsibility is not ours. That's exactly right. Our Magic City branch has long since realized self-sufficiency, and the flow stars we've cultivated over the years can be much more than their headquarters. And if it weren't for the fact that we lacked a top flow headliner like Wang Yifan, our net profit would have already exceeded 50% of the group's earnings. Jiang Wei was satisfied with the crowd's reaction, only to gently raise his hand to silence the voices, and finally took out a report from his briefcase and showed it to the crowd. This is the net profit growth report for the first half of the year for our Magic City division. Compared to last year, we have accomplished last year's 3 quarterly profit targets in only 2 quarters this year. Now our branch, it's a veritable $10 billion group. When these words came out, the people in the conference room stared blankly, and the sound of cold air being sucked in reverberated in the room, enough to prove how shocked everyone was inside. One of their divisions has actually stepped into the $10 billion group. The last one to do this achievement was the LAM. Soon, though, they reacted again. The company seems to belong to Lin's group now too. Ahem. Possibly guessing what the crowd was thinking, Jiang Wei quickly pulled back the crowd's thoughts with a cough. Although we have now become part of the Lin's group, I hope that you will not be presumptuous. You should know that we have proved ourselves with time. Even if there is a new president of the company, he can't deny the contributions and efforts we have made. As the saying goes, it's gold that shines wherever it goes. A team like ours, Lin's group will never give up on us. Even if the new president is parachuted in, he won't take us for what we are, so to speak. The headquarters side has already turned into a mess of loose ends. The only thing that can support the era of coughing Lin's era right now, is only our Mordovia branch. If we leave, then, bang! While Jiang Wei was speaking eloquently, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and 2 young figures appeared at the doorway one after the other. Jiang Lin removed the mask from his face and asked with interest, "So what?" As the words fell, the room fell into dead silence. Then what? Jiang Lin's words echoed in the large conference room for a long time. The crowd followed the sound, and when they saw the young face of the other party, their first reaction was not one of contempt. Rather, it's fear. Jiang Xiao? The man who had been called Old Wine earlier uttered a horrified voice with a very disoriented expression. What's this Buddha doing here? To say who else was most familiar with Jiang Lin besides the students of Mordor University? That would definitely be these Old Time Summit employees. They have witnessed how their old boss, Time Summit, went from being in the ascendant to being knocked into the abyss in a week. And all of this came from the hands of the youth in front of him. After only 1 week, the company's president and vice president died in accidents. The entire company was investigated by the officials, and finally fell into the Lin's Group's properties. They are the giants of the entertainment industry in China, are not some small company, but facing the youth in front of them they still felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The feeling was like a fish on a plate, only to watch himself being divided by the butcher to take the meat, but could not do half resistance. Jiang Lin, with a faint smile, walked into the conference room. When he passed by Jiang Wei, he suddenly stopped and coldly ventured out. "You're Mr. Zhang, right? Well, I heard your heartfelt speech just now outside the door. It was quite a good speech. Sit down." After saying that, Jiang Lin patted the other party on the shoulder before leading Li Tianqi to the main seat. Jiang Wei stiffened in place, his face changing constantly, and finally his gaze coldly swept Jiang Lin's back before he slowly sat down. "Where's the secretary? Bring up a chair for the vice president." Sitting on the main seat, Jiang Lin reached out and pointed at the secretary in the corner and instructed. "Oh well." The female secretary came back to her senses and hurriedly moved her slender white legs to bring a chair from the corner. "Wait until Li Tianqi is seated." Jiang Lin then faced the crowd and opened his mouth. "Good morning everyone. First of all, introduce myself. My name is Jiang Lin. I'm the new president of Lin's era. Well, don't shout Jiang Xiao when you see me in the future. Just call Mr. Jiang." The people looked at each other, then said in unison, "Yes, Mr. Jiang." "Aha." Jiang Lin responded in a nonchalant manner, then reached out and pointed to Li Tianqi. "This is our company's newly appointed vice president, Li Tianqi." "Hello everyone. I hope we can get along in the coming days." Li Tianqi nodded slightly, an extra smile on his face. "Hello Mr. Li." After a brief introduction, Jiang Lin began to get to the point. "Today is our first meeting. I don't want to say much more than that. Time's Peak has become a thing of the past, and since all of you are now working for Lin's, I'll talk about Lin's rules. The crowd sniffed and perked up. Company change. Change the rules should be. And this rule is the old in the previous dynasty they can be in the new owner of the important means of foothold. As long as you don't break the rules and can skillfully apply them, it's not impossible to make a career move with your new employer. Jiang Lin gazed at the corners of his mouth and met the gazes of the crowd. The rules of Lin's era are simple. No need to memorize them. And I won't take a bunch of rules and regulations to bind you. Remember, here, you only need to follow 2 rules. First, talk less and do more. Second, obey me. Those are the only 2. Do you remember them? Jiang Lin's words had just fallen, and before the crowd could respond, Jiang Wei was the first to sit down, only to see him slowly get up and open his mouth in a serious manner. Mr. Jiang, I have a question. Jiang Lin tapped the desktop. Speak. Getting promised. Jiang Wei's waist straightened a lot. Jiang, not that I doubt your ability, mainly your age is too young, and I Jiang someone, also served a number of large companies for some of the more innovative rules of the workplace is still quite understand a lot. First of all, as you said, we work for the Lin Group, so surely our goal is to create value for the company, right? Yeah. Jiang Lin nodded slightly. Jiang Wei, then well, if we say according to your rules, let's take the second one as an example. Obey your arrangement. You are still so young now, can be said to be the first time to enter the shopping mall. Then I would like to ask you, if your decision-making mistakes, and all of us choose to obey your arrangement, then when the time comes to the company to cause unavoidable losses, then these responsibilities should be borne by who? I believe that you, Mr. Jiang, are not the kind of boastful dude who would say that he won't make any mistakes. These words, after all, even your grandfather, old Mr. Lim Kwang-fu, doesn't dare to guarantee that his decisions will be completely correct. After speaking, Jiang Wei met Jiang Lin's gaze without fear. The atmosphere in the conference room turned cold. No one could have imagined that this general manager Jiang would dare to dislike Jiang Lin directly after he had just finished talking about the rules. And the words completely blocked the other party's words, forcing the other party to admit that their ability is not good. Jiang Xiao, what do you think? Jiang Wei inquired with a smile on his face. As the words fell, the crowd turned their gazes to the main seat, waiting for Jiang Lin's reply. Li Tianqi sat on the sidelines, his eyebrows twisted into twists as he listened. This Jiang Wei came from a bad place. Not only did he sidetrack Jiang Lin's ability, but he also told Jiang Lin's grandfather, Elder Lin Guangfu. In the end, they wanted Jiang Lin to take all the responsibility so that those who did things underneath them could be unscrupulous. The responsibility is on the top anyway. That's a good calculation. Aha! Jiang Lin murmured. A cynical smile appeared on his face and faintly said, Manager Zhang's words are very reasonable. Of course, I admit that I will also make mistakes. After all, no one is perfect. As for whether it matters whether I take the blame or not, could it be that Manager Zhang is afraid that I'll push things onto you guys after I make a wrong decision? Jiang Wei coldly smiled. It is not good to say. After all, the workplace is like a battlefield. We are just working for Lin's, not compared to the status of Jiang Shao Noble. The upper difficult down we are not good to do. Pust. Hearing this, Jiang Lin didn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha, Manager Zhang is so humorous. All of Lin's times are mine, and the future sole heir of Lin's group is also me. May I ask, the top? Who will come for accountability? Aha, is it my mother? Or maybe my grandfather? Hearing this, Jiang Wei's expression changed and he didn't know what to say. Yeah, the whole Lin's group is owned by the other side. Who dares to hold the other side accountable? Jiang Lin slowly got up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. His tone was flat. In Lin's group, my rules are the group's rules. I won't blame you for my own decisions unless you're not doing your job well. Know what I mean? Furthermore, this district, Lin's era, may be a behemoth in your eyes, a predecessor of the Chinese entertainment giant, but in my eyes, it's at best a practice plaything for my first foray into the mall. Even if the company were to be played at a loss and go bankrupt by me, I wouldn't be half as distressed, let alone have anyone come to account. In my eyes, your so-called pride is just that, nothing more than a string of numbers on a bank card to me. Mr. Jiang, our ability can't be measured in terms of money. Jiang Wei retorted unwillingly. If he lost here today, he would truly be reduced to a laborer in the future. You know, the most important thing in a company is the decision-making power. Jiang Lin this on the stage to declare the rule is, he dictatorship. Other people shut up to do things. How can this be acceptable to Jiang Wei, who has been a decider for a long time? Jiang Lin reached out and gently stroked the glass in front of him, looking down at the traffic at his feet. You're just laborers. No matter how much you pay, you're ultimately just people who work for me. So please get your bearings. I'm going a little overboard, but that's how a company works. You create value for me. I provide you with incentives and rewards. And the more value you create, the better the incentives and rewards I'll provide you with accordingly. But at the end of the day you're still working for me, aren't you? Jiang Lin's words were word for word, not only declaring his sovereignty, but also hammering everyone present. Don't start getting complacent just because you've created a little value, even trying to get their hands on the company's resolution of where to go. He, Jiang Lin, would never allow this to happen. At the very least, he wouldn't let anyone get involved in the company's resolutions until his roots were firmly established. In Lin's time, he was about to say one thing or another. That's the rule. Looking at the domineering good brother, Li Tianqi had envy written all over his face. Tens of billions of industry old Zhang actually have the courage to use such a strong-arm tactic to directly control the company. It would be nice if he could do that sometime. He didn't understand that Jiang Lin was emboldened for a reason. Firstly, Lin's era was originally his for nothing. There was no cost at all. Even if he played it badly he didn't feel any pain. Secondly, this company was in the beginning by him to practice mentality to come to earn does not matter. The main is a brush experience. Thirdly, with the Lin group backing him up, it's almost impossible for Lin's era to go bankrupt, so he can play with it as he pleases. One could only say that Jiang Lin possessed something that allowed him to be so capricious. Thanks for the gifts, brothers. Close your eyes when it's dark? Li Tianqi admitted that he had thought wrongly after hearing those words. Why is it dark? Why are you closing your eyes? What kind of dark secret do you two have? This was the 173rd girl he had met at the age when he was most powerless and wanted to protect the most. Why had he still not escaped from the old river? Qin Mangyao also looked at Jiang Lin with an odd expression on her face, vaguely feeling that the top of her head was a bit oily and green. Ha ha, so it's you. Jiang Lin smiled brightly, then explained to the crowd. Don't get me wrong. She's the girl who was harassed at the school gate last time. Is that the girl Nick harassed? Li Tianqi pursued. Aha! Su Tiancheng nodded, and her gaze towards Jiang Lin flashed with a few moments of delight. The fact that Jiang Lin still remembered her was enough to make her happy. Seeing this scene, Li Tianqi sat on the stone bench and beat his chest. Su Tiancheng looked at Jiang Lin's gaze. He had noticed that this was properly another little fangirl. Old Jiang, you really deserve to die. Next time, can you let me do this kind of job of heroically rescuing a beauty? Okay. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. That Qin schoolmate. Su schoolmate. You guys. After placating his good brother with a few words, Jiang Lin once again turned his gaze to Qin Mangyao. Qin Mangyao pulled Su Tianqing's small hand. We're here to treat you to dinner. Eating again? Jiang Lin's expression froze. Well, what about buying you dinner? And I have a small favor I need you to do. Qin Mangyao smiled cheekily, a touch of cunning flashing imperceptibly across her small face. We're all classmates, so help me out. But forget about dinner. Jiang Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that Qin Mangyao, this girl, is either an adulterer or a thief for nothing. No way. I know all the rules about not eating when you're asking for a favor. Qin Mangyao patted her slightly thin chest, causing Jiang Lin to bare his teeth. Will it be flattened if you shoot it this flat? What exactly is the favor? At this time, Li Tianqi, who had been listening from the side for half a day, couldn't help but speak out. Aha! Qin Mangyao rolled her eyes and finally spat out 4 words. Fellowship party. Good. This meal will be eaten by this young man. Hearing those 4 words, Li Tianqi immediately clapped his hands. Just kidding. He may not be able to do anything else but the party. Don't forget, he also spent $10 million. Whether it's sponsoring costumes and props or playing shady, he's fine with it. Okay. Jiang Lin was surprised to look at his good brother, and in his heart, he thought about when people came to say that they invited you to dinner. Don't worry, I'm also one of the organizers of the fellowship party. I'm in partnership with Lao Jiang. I'm definitely good at my job. Li Tianqi was still afraid that Qin Mangyao would not be assured, and patted his chest and assured him repeatedly. Really? Qin Mangyao looked at the other party with some skepticism, and then finally looked at Jiang Lin. That's for sure. Lao Jiang. Anyway, we have nothing to do tonight. Let's just go for a meal. Li Tianqi squeezed his eyes towards Jiang Lin. All right. Jiang Lin spread his hands and promised. Since my brother wants to be in the limelight so badly, let him be. Back to quality and steady 3 shifts tomorrow. Wow. Thanks for the day-by-day teenage big brother showers. Thank you brothers for the gift. When she received Jiang Lin's promise, Qin Mangyao acted happily. After all, as long as the other party nodded his head in this matter, then it must be 9 out of 10. Even Zhang Qiming and the school administration wouldn't say anything. Thinking of this, Qin Mangyao said with a look of impatience. Well then, we have a deal. Oh, see you tonight. See you tonight. Jiang Lin smiled and waved his hand. When the two of them walked away, Jiang Lin suddenly turned his head and placed his gaze under a large tree not far away, where 2 careful figures were hiding behind the tree. Pinky, Blue, are you guys playing hide and seek? Upon hearing the inquiry, the sisters hiding behind the tree stiffened, then somewhat embarrassedly pinched the corners of their clothes and walked out. Good afternoon, young Master Jiang. Hello, young Master Jiang. The sisters' voices were as thin as mosquitoes, and if it weren't for the close proximity, Zhang Lin wouldn't have been able to hear the two greetings. Come sit. Zhang Lin smiled gently and gestured by pointing to the seat beside him. The two sisters were obedient, one on either side of the other, obediently sitting on either side of Zhang Lin. So what, we're old acquaintances, don't we say hello? Li Tianqi inquired with an embarrassed face. It was only then that the two sisters reacted to the fact that there was also a Li Tianqi sitting beside Zhang Lin. The other party is the son of the richest family in Mordor. How can they dare to ignore each other? If the young manly is angry, then the consequences are not what they can afford? Thinking of this, the two women's expressions flustered and they hurriedly spoke out to apologize. Sorry, young Master Li, we didn't mean it. Young Master Li is sorry, we. Li Tianqi looked at Zhang Lin's expression and smiled sarcastically. Okay, we're old acquaintances. Don't say these out of the ordinary words, haha. Of course, I also know that my charm is definitely not as big as old Zhang. I just want to say hello to you too. Nothing else. Don't think too much. Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, young Master Li. The two women gratefully said in unison. All right. Zhang Lin suddenly voiced out to stop the two girls, then smiled and spoke. Tianqi is not the kind of small-minded rich second generation. You two don't need to worry. Just last time in the heavenly world, he didn't make much effort. Hearing this, Li Tianqi proudly raised his head. That's not true. Those bodyguards at that time, they were all shaken by me. The twins' expressions froze, obviously unaware of this, mainly because the scene was so chaotic and they were gripped by fear, only thinking of how to quickly escape from that place of wrongdoing. After reacting, Xiaolan, who was the older sister, took the lead and spoke out gratefully. Young Master Li, thank you for saving my life. Stop. In the face of the young girl's words of thanks, Li Tianqi followed Zhang Lin's action and stretched out a finger and said, no need to thank you. This young man does good deeds without asking for rewards. The promise of his body or something else is exempted. What? Blue and Blue looked at each other, their little heads filled with question marks. You kid, cut the bullshit. Zhang Lin laughed and cursed at Li Tianqi, then patted Blue's shoulder and smiled warmly. Blue, what's wrong? Are you two hiding behind a tree and have something to look for me? Or did that Yu Chang'ai send someone to harass you again? Young Master Zhang Wei. Blue's expression was a bit embarrassed, his little hand squeezing the corner of his shirt and rubbing it around. In fact, her purpose of coming to Zhang Lin was not to ask for a favor but to invite the other party to dinner. Zhang Lin had helped them so many times in succession, and even though they had little ability to repay each other for the time being, they still wanted to express their feelings slightly. For this one meal, they decided to spend the next month with instant noodles. You can't be too stoned to invite young Master Zhang to dinner. But just now, they both witnessed Qin Mengyao and a stunningly beautiful girl come over and invite Zhang Lin to dinner. Qin Mengyao, she knows, is the school's newest sweet school flower. Not only is she pretty, her family is also quite uncomplicated. It can be said that the three words white rich beauty are completely tailor-made for her. Young Master Zhang has already agreed to schoolgirl Qin's request. Should we hold off for a while before inviting him? You can't make it hard for them. Just as Little Blue was hesitating in his mind, Little Pink suddenly reached out her small hand and pulled on Zhang Lin's coat corner, gently shaking it. Young Master Zhang, my sister and I would like to invite you to dinner. Will you promise us mostly that's all we can thank you for right now? By the way, if you don't mind, young Master Li, let us treat you to a meal. Pinky didn't forget Li Tianqi this time, and the latter also revealed a joyful smile. Li Tianqi, nai. I'm finally not a transparent person. Yes. Without waiting for Li Tianqi to express his opinion, Zhang Lin was the first to agree. This was many times more decisive than when Qin Mengyao came to make an invitation earlier, because he knew that the two little girls, Little Pink and Little Blue, were definitely simply here to thank him, and did not hold any other thoughts. Really? Young Master Jiang, Blue said incredulously. Aha! Zhang Lin tenderly rubbed the other party's small brain, and that gaze was as if he was looking at a neighboring sister. Blue and Pink are already petite and both have cute doll faces that are very endearing. Who can say no to a pair of understanding, obedient and well-behaved twins? Aha! Little Blue felt the warm big hand on top of his head, his little face flushed, and he very meekly let it caress him. In this strange campus, only Zhang Lin could make her feel the warmth of the human world, the kind of love that is like family, but not family, that helps them all the time without asking for anything in return. Young Master Jiang is really the best rich kid in the world. When Pinky saw this scene, she didn't know if it was because she was touched by the scene, or she was moved by Zhang Lin's gentle nature, and her eyes unconsciously moistened for a few moments. Except for her mother, Only young Master Jiang has been so kind to them for so many years. Li Tianqi felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. So he reminded Jiang Lin in a low voice, "Old Jiang, didn't we promise Qin that we'd go to school tonight?" When Little Blue and Little Pink heard this, they immediately said in unison, "It's fine. We were fine whenever we want. Just tell us when young Master Jiang and young Master Li have time." Jiang Lin retracted his palm and laughed, "It's fine. Eat together. Let Qin Mengyao. This girl, treat her, she's a rich woman. There's no problem slaughtering a meal." This, Blue and Pink looked at each other and giggled. "You're asking for a treat from Miss Qin? They're here. Not to mention the fact that we don't know each other very well. What will people think when they find out that the two of them are going to follow them around? What would they think of them? This is not a good time. Young Master Jiang better forget it. We'll eat together next time we." Blue was filled with wonder. "It's okay." Jiang Lin waved his hand. Then explained, "It's just so you can get to know each other. We're all classmates, so we can usually help each other out, right? Qin Mengyao, her family is quite powerful. Becoming friends with her will save you from letting other girls bully you." After hearing Jiang Lin's sentence about other girls bullying you, Blue's gaze suddenly dimmed, but it was quickly covered up again. "Be good and do as you're told. Plus I've got a job here for you two to do after school when the time comes." Jiang Lin took out his cell phone and tapped it to send out a message, not forgetting to add on his lips, "It's just that the salary isn't very high but it's enough for you guys to subsidize your family." Blue's expression was stunned. Young Master Jiang even found jobs for both of them? Although the other party said that the salary was not high, but this still could not stop the two women's delight. "That's the job that Mr. Jiang helped me find. At the very least they won't have to worry about being scammed or treated like a nigger by an agent. Being able to get a secure job is almost like a blessing in disguise for them at this point. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Thank you, young Master Jiang." Thinking of this, the two of them no longer excused themselves, but instead thanked them with a face full of gratitude. If people are willing to find them jobs, they must be doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. Wouldn't they be chilling people's hearts if they refused at this point? And with jobs, both of them will be able to earn money and have the opportunity to repay each other later. Aha! Jiang Lin nodded and handed his WeChat QR code to the two girls. "Add my WeChat, so that you can contact me in the future." The scene caused a moment of jaw-dropping in the surrounding passing students. What the fuck? Jiang Xiao's WeChat friend? You know that Jiang Xiao's buddy bit is highly sought after, and it's been on a non-stop appreciation path. 2 days ago there was a girl at the campus forum who bid 100,000 for a Jiang Lin's best friend spot, but it turned out that she hadn't gotten it yet. The rich girl with so much money can't even get Jiang Xiao's friend. But now these two twins, but Jiang Xiao actively had friends? Now, quite a few people stopped where they were, waiting for the twin sisters to finish adding their friends, so they could go up and try their luck themselves. At the same time, the mind wondered, what is the origin of these two girls? How can they make Jiang Xiao take the initiative to add friends? Could it be that he likes twins? Good. Blue, with a red face, took out her cell phone and swiped at Jiang Lin's cell phone. Due to her excitement, she could clearly feel her fingers trembling slightly as she clicked on the screen. Master Jiang's WeChat. This is Master Jiang's WeChat. Young Master Jiang is so kind to them that he even gave them the best friend position. Happiness comes too suddenly. Ding! You have received a friend request. Soon, a vibration came from Jiang Lin's cell phone, and through his friends, Jiang Lin scanned the other party's avatar. It's a white kitten, spinning around and making a note of Blue. It wasn't until Jiang Lin went through his friends that Blue reluctantly took back his cell phone. She could understand what Jiang Lin's best friend status represented. It's not something you can get with money and power. Alright, I'll pick you up in the evening. Go get some rest. Jiang Lin retrieved his cell phone and smiled gently. Aha! Blue nodded his head like a chicken pecking, then took his sister's hand and quickly ran back to the playground, waiting until the two women's figures completely disappeared into the crowd. Li Tianqi then suddenly poked his head over and said suspiciously, "Old Jiang, you're too good to these two twins too, right? Could it be that you really like playing with twins?" As expected, Jiang Lin's face darkened after hearing this and raised his hand to knock a chestnut on Li Tianqi's head. Bang! Bark! Bark again! Rub! Old Jiang, you have no love. You've changed. You actually beat your best bond for a woman. What? Jiang Lin twisted his head and looked straight at the other party, frightening Li Tianqi so much that he immediately covered his mouth and stopped making a sound. After a long time, Jiang Lin suddenly sighed languidly, explaining in a rather sentimental tone, "Hey you kid, you don't understand. These two twins' life I let people investigate. The father died in an accident early in life. The mother fell into a lifelong disability, relying on odd jobs to bring up these two girls. These two little girls have had a terrible life even so. They both never gave up hope of living. You know, Blue and Snow started working around at odd jobs in middle school. and went to summer jobs in high school, during which they encountered I don't know how many scammers and black intermediaries, and very often, they worked hard for a summer, and ended up getting only $1,000 or $2,000. I remember the first time I saw them both are in the Mountain City Prince River Hotel at that time, these two little girl poofs, but also strange cute it. A flash of reminiscence suddenly surged in John Lin's eyes. Of course, he recalled not the day he first met the twins but his own life before he crossed over here. He was just as miserable as the twins back then. I didn't expect, old John, an existence of your height still knows to care about the lives of the people at the bottom. Li Tianqi snickered. Then his face changed and he said with a straight face, however, let me remind you that there is a saying about letting go of the helping complex and respecting other people's destinies. Aha! John Lin answered softly, no expression visible on his face. John Lin, add a WeChat? Suddenly, a female voice rang out. John Lin turned his head back and realized that behind him at some point there was actually a girl dressed rather avant-garde standing. As for why the other guys dressed up, he's edgy. A pair of ripped jeans? A short-sleeved piggyback top? The main thing is that the twists are dyed green, smoky makeup, Barbie powder, big seductive lips and a hidden rose tattoo on her neck. If he had to describe it, John Lin could only use 3 words to describe the girl in front of him. Cocky. Old John really envies your peach blossom luck. This is another girl to add you as a friend? Li Tianqi muttered in a low voice while twisting his head. After seeing the devilish exquisite makeup, the whole person almost rolled on the ground in fear. Crap. Yellowly? What are you doing here? John Lin, run quickly. This bitch is a famous Black Widow in our magic city. John Lin suspiciously resurveyed the woman in front of him and whispered, is it that evil? Seeing the other party ignoring herself, Yellowly frowned and suddenly lifted her thigh and stomped on the stone bench beside John Lin, raising a large amount of dust, then impatiently said, what's the point of dawdling? Why don't you quickly show me the QR code of WeChat? Still continuing to write, just went out today and didn't get back until 10 p.m. What's the point of dawdling? Why don't you quickly show me the QR code of WeChat? The air fell silent. John Lin's mind went blank. Do you hear me? Yellowly grabbed John Lin's collar with one hand and had the appearance of making a move. John Lin frowned and tugged on the other person's wrist, his voice a little chilly. This student, I don't really want to get to know you. Forget about adding friends. Hearing this, Yellowly's face flashed with a touch of playfulness, then lowered her voice. Little man, you're quite interesting, but I'm not a strong woman who likes to force herself on people. Just wait, you're the first man who caught my attention. We'll have many more chances to meet at school in the future, little potato. This last sentence was heard with a vicious chill in John Lin's heart. What the hell? Little spuds? Ugh, goosebumps all over the place. Without waiting for him to react, he saw Yellowly twisting her shapely waist and twirling away. In the middle of it, she even didn't forget to turn around and throw John Lin a flying kiss. Those flaming big pink lips actually made the surrounding students feel like falling into a freezing cellar under this hot sun. It's so pedal to the metal scary. Hiss loud, John, you are going to finish the calf. Actually buy this Black Widow to see shows that you are not long for life. Li Tianqi looked at his good brother with a very sympathetic expression. John Lin, that's scary? What's this guy's origin? Come on. Li Tianqi let out a bitter smile and narrated what he knew. This bitch is now in her 4th year of college. I heard that she is the eldest princess of one of China's great families. She is a brute, rebellious, and will fight at the drop of a hat, and no one can cure her. But that's nothing. The scariest thing is, what is it? John Lin raised his eyebrows and curiously asked after him. Li Tianqi looked at his good brother with some reluctance, came forward and whispered, I heard that this guy has talked to a total of 5 boyfriends, and now the grass on the graves of those brothers and sisters is almost as long as the green belt of our school, hence the nickname Black Widow. John Lin couldn't help but viciously suck in a mouthful of cold air. So horrible? Is this murder or father killing? But on second thought, I'm not the boyfriend of the other party. Why do I care so much? Even if the other side is planning to play dirty tricks, they still have the truth. Afraid to ask? With 6 rounds fired in unison, even if a zombie came, he'd have to pop a few accessories down for him. Well, old John, are you panicking? Li Tianqi snickered with a face full of sinister joy. Panic my ass. Look at the big baby I've got here and think about it. Who the hell should be panicking? John Lin pointed to his waist. Li Tianqi followed his gaze. There was a bulge there. Not like a mortal object. Ahem. It's still your skill. Li Tianqi gave a thumbs up with a convinced face. Evening. A Maybach S680 traveled to the downstairs of the Magic City Hotel. The car door opened and out came the bitchy voice of Li Tianqi. John, you're a good driver. You're very stable. John Lin elegantly stepped down from the main driver, rolled up the car keys with a bill, tossed one into the porter's hand, and casually instructed, park the car. All right, guest. The porter glanced at the red ticket in his hand and immediately bumbled forward to park the car. The rear doors opened and Pinky and Blue, dressed in blue and pink knee-length plaid dresses, stepped down one after the other. Li Tianqi glanced at the twins and smiled brightly. Little Pink and Little Blue, dragging the two of you along today has also allowed me to experience the service of driving an old river. Fuck you. Zhang Lin slapped the other party's head without any good humor, then admonished, quickly go in, 606 private rooms. We're already late. Got it. Li Tianqi spread his hands unconcernedly. Be well. Little Blue and Little Pink looked a little restrained. After all, like the Magic City Hotel, this 5-star hotel they also came to eat for the first time. This hotel has a long history. The predecessor can even be traced back to 100 years ago, Ping'an Hotel, which can be compared to the Mountain City Prince River Hotel. Bullish much. If you have to compare that, only the Prince River Hotel capital head office can be compared with it. Soon, the four of them were guided by the waiter and walked into the front door of the hotel. The four of them came down to the 606 private room under the guidance of the waiter, and the three women, Bai Luoxue, Qin Mengyao, and Su Suiqing, had already been waiting here for a long time. Zhang Lin is here. Bai Luoxue's gaze stayed at the doorway, and as soon as Zhang Lin and the others walked in, she immediately spoke out to remind them. Qin Mengyao put down her phone and raised her head, and to her eyes was Zhang Lin's cynical smile. Then Li Tianqi, who had a calm face, as well as the twin sisters, who were timid and a bit restrained. Young Mr. Jiang, you finally come. We're starving to death. Zhang Lin casually carried open a chair and sat himself down. Hurry up with the dishes if you're starving. Okay. Qin Mengyao asked the waiter to take out the menu, pretending to be bold and cross. Everyone order whatever you want. The entire consumption today will be paid for by this rich woman. Let the twins order first. Bai Luoxue passed the menu to the sisters, revealing a rather kind smile. Blue took the menu and looked at the stunningly beautiful-looking young girl in front of her, somewhat incredulously surprised. Bye-bye, schoolgirl? Bai Luoxue's great name can be said to resound through the Magic City University, although they are just enrolled freshmen, but for Bai Luoxue's various deeds have long been familiar with. There was no way. When it came to break time during military training, the thing those boys talked about the most was this iceberg schoolgirl in front of them. It makes it hard for them not to want to know. At this time, Li Tianqi suddenly tugged on Zhang Lin's coat corner and half-jokingly said, Old Zhang, don't you introduce your redheads to each other to get to know each other? The corner of Zhang Lin's mouth twitched slightly. What redheads? Does this guy even know how to talk? As expected, at this seemingly joking suggestion from Li Tianqi, the atmosphere in the booth gradually became ambiguous. Several women glanced at each other with different expressions. In order to prevent the scene from becoming even more awkward, Zhang Lin put on a candid face and introduced himself with a straight face. We're all friends. Let's introduce them. These two are the twins Little Pink and Little Blue. This is Bai Luoxue, Bai Schoolgirl. This is the rich woman Qin Mengyao, Qin Big Miss. This is Su Suiqing, also a freshman. After a brief introduction, several women greeted each other, and the scene was quite harmonious. Old Jiang, your damned good fortune is really not shallow and is the white school flower, but also the Qin school flower of the Su school sister, also sooner or later to be promoted into the school flower, plus a pair of twin sisters TSK. Li Tianqi looked at the several beautiful girls on the dining table, and his heart was indescribably envious. He still remembered the words that Zhang Lin had often hung on his own lips when he had licked Xinjiai before. Don't give up the whole forest for a crooked tree. Well, now Zhang Lin really didn't want a crooked-necked tree and started to sit on the whole forest. He actually felt a little sorry for himself again. I should have known better than to say that in the first place, and I'm afraid that my brother is living in misery, and I'm afraid that my brother is driving a Land Rover. You kid, what are you babbling about? Zhang Lin laughed and cursed, then picked up his teacup and Li Tianqi gently touched it. Don't forget, today is the day you promised someone Qin schoolgirls. I'm just here to dabble in the meal. You meal, don't forget to do the job. Hearing this, Li Tianqi finished his cup of tea in one gulp, then swore, that's for sure. Man, I'll do the job. Don't worry, why should I be relieved? It's not like you're working for me. The two of them, Zhang Lin and Li Tianqi, had a chat, while a few girls came together and chatted about gossip. School sister Bai, how did you meet young Master Zhang's? Little Powder looked at Bai Luoxue with a curious expression, gossip written all over her cute doll face. Upon hearing this, the remaining few girls also immediately locked their gazes on Bai Luoxue, waiting for the other party's answer. Me, Bai Luoxue's pretty face flushed, obviously also not expecting the other party to ask such a question so bluntly. Quickly say Luoxue, I can also want to know. You did not give me before, said Lu. Qin Mengyao somewhat impatiently urged. The rest of the women nodded in favor. In fact, it's actually just that I gave a bottle of water to Zhang Lin on the playground before and had a side meeting. Then my brother took me to dinner with his best friend during the summer vacation. And it just so happened that his best friend was also Jian Lin's cousin at that time. Jian Lin was there. So he left his contact information. Luoshua's small face was flushed and looked a little embarrassed. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. A few women exclaimed out in shock, quickly drawing the attention of Jiang Lin's duo on the other side of the round table. What are these pussies doing? Li Tianqi inquired in a seemingly unintelligible whisper. I don't know. Maybe gossip talk. Or celebrities. Jiang Lin poured tea and savored it. Unbeknownst to me, the girls were really chatting about gossip. And about their own. Lok Shu, I have a feeling your brother might mean to set you two up. Qin Mengyao revealed two small tiger teeth, and her small face flashed with a touch of cunning. The twins nodded in unison, voicing their approval of the idea. Su Tianqing thoughtfully glanced at Bai Luoxue, then carefully swept over Jiang Lin with her afterglow. Fearing that the other party would discover that she was peeking, Bai Luoxue's face became more and more flushed. She didn't answer positively. Instead she diverted the topic and said, by the way Meng Yao, didn't you say that you have something to look for Jiang Lin to help? Well, are you experiencing any difficulties? Aha! When she heard this, her face stiffened and she turned her head to look at Su Tianqing beside her, then laughed, a small favor. It's just the matter of the fellowship party. Fellowship party? Is Sister Qin going to attend the sorority party too? Pinky cocked her head, puzzled out. Ha, that one I'll have to see what happens. Ha! Qin Mengyao smiled sarcastically and snorted. Soon, a waiter wearing a national-style cheongsam walked into the private room with dishes. It was a good meal for the crowd. The girls got together and chatted about campus gossip, while Jiang Lin pushed his glass with Li Tianqi. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Tianqi suddenly came coldly. Lao Jiang, didn't you drive here? Jiang Lin laughed and cursed. I told Uncle Fu to come and pick us up. And when you think about it, I damn well guess I'll be in the traffic control center. The words were met with laughter in the booth. The girls laughed as Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi's humor and groundedness brought everyone closer and added a bit of fun to the meal. Suddenly, the door to the private room was opened. A face full of drunkenness middle-aged man several subordinates looked like assisted walked in. Mr. Zhang, slow down. Mr. Zhang, watch your step. Ha ha ha, it's okay, I'm happy today. Come on, does anyone have a drink with me? The air in the booth suddenly stagnated. Several of the girls sat together, looking at the visitor with some bewilderment. What's going on here? Come for a drink? Isn't it rude to just push the door in like this? However, looking at the other party's drunken appearance, the women still suppressed their displeasure, fearing that the other party would do something impulsive. Zhang Wei was holding his wine glass, and a pair of bean-sized eyes swept back and forth across the people in the private room. After seeing Bai Luoxue and the other women, his eyes widened violently. Is this paradise? How come there are so many pretty girls? How can you be so lucky today? Soon, he noticed 2 other boys in front of him who were turning their backs on him. So, with his wine glass in hand, he walked up and touched Jiang Lin's chair. Hey, old brother, the quality of your girls here is really high. Come and have a drink with old brother. This meal is on me. Jiang Lin's chopsticks shook when he heard the voice. Then he turned his head with a puzzled face, and into his eyes was a familiar old face. Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei was also stunned, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he was not blinkered, he and those accompanying his body at the same time uttered exclamations of surprise. Jiang Lin? Mr. Jiang? Jiang Shao? On the side, Li Tianqi put down his wine glass and drunkenly twisted his head and said, who's here again? Not quick enough to accompany me and Lao Jiang to drink him out. Why are you guys here? The people who came were none other than Zhang Wei, who had been Jiang Lin this morning, and the current management executives of the various departments of Lin's era. Since everyone was still meeting together in the morning, Jiang Lin recognized these people right away. But Zhang Wei was just fired by me in the morning. What? You guys came to drink with him at night? Don't tell me you're comforting your old co-workers? No, Jiang Shao, don't misunderstand. We just have some personal friendship with Zhang Wei. That's why we got together for a meal. Yeah, we're just friends getting together. A few of the escorts hurriedly spoke out to explain, and the hands that were supporting Zhang Wei were unconsciously let go. It was obvious that Jiang Lin's majesty had penetrated deep into their hearts. In response to the crowd's instantaneous change of face, Zhang Wei chided in a cold voice, you guys, what are you so afraid of him for? Is it hard to be afraid he'll fire you guys? A few people glanced at each other and ignored Zhang Wei. Instead, they were full of fawning faces as they explained to Jiang Lin, Mr. Zhang Wei is drunk. Don't bother with him, we're loyal to Lin's. Although they had the idea to follow Zhang Wei and jump to Hui brothers, they didn't dare to go against Jiang Lin now that the 8 characters hadn't even been finalized. Okay, you guys can pull back. I'll pay for it. You guys will contribute. Such a simple thing. Don't give me rise to the level. I won't listen to this horse's ass. Jiang Lin cocked his head and sneered. Instead, it made Zhang Wei energized, pointing at the few two-fifths beside him and cursing, "You few idiots. Let me tell you the truth. Wise Mr. Li has already promised me to hire you guys. So what are you doing licking Jiang Lin now? Why don't we go and start a new career? Is that true?" Hearing this, the man beside Zhang Wei's face changed, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. Seriously, looking at Zhang Wei's confident demeanor, a few people couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts. The boss of Hua Yao Brothers decided to hire them? This happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? That's Hua Yi Brothers, an existence that has a place in the world's entertainment industry. The company's level and benefits are also crushing the old owner. Times peak. Oh no, it's Lin's times. The corners of several people's mouths couldn't stop rising at the thought. It's going to be a big success. Put. Jiang Lin took this scene in his eyes and laughed lightly. It seems that you all have already found a new owner. That's quite a relief. No need for me to dismiss them one by one. You'll all go to the finance department together tomorrow. Get your paycheck and get out. Li Tianqi drank a cup of sober tea, and the drunkenness in his eyes dissipated a lot. As the vice president of the company, he definitely has to express his opinion at this moment. Have you guys thought it over? Leaving our Lin's era to jump ship to Hui Brothers? Oh, you guys don't think that you can become management once you enter Hui? There's plenty of manpower over there. A few people were silent. Although Lin's Times was backed by Lin's Group, it was not a pillar industry after all, and would certainly not receive the group's key support, with the upper limit of development already placed there. But Huati Brothers is different. This is a real one in an industry. Although the overall strength is not compared to the Lin Group trillion business empire, but the status of people in the entertainment industry no one can shake off. Besides, it's kind of a professional match for them. After a brief thought, the answer came to the minds of the people. That's joining Waya. We've thought it over. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Li. We choose to quit Lin's and join Hui Brothers. The man in the lead whispered. This person Li Tianqi recognized, sitting in the corner during the morning meeting, was the company's deputy financial supervisor. Now, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Lin. He was the real talker of the Lin era, and only if he nodded his head did this matter count. Li Tianqi acted as a mere sidekick. Aha! Jiang Lin shook his glass of wine and said without a care in the world, remember to close the door when you go out. Thank you, Jiang Shao. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thanks. Thank you. Jiang Lin's words made the crowd feel relieved, and they thanked him while pulling up Zhang Wei and preparing to leave the private room. However, Zhang Wei did not intend to leave just like that, and with the added strength from the alcohol, he was incredibly strong and broke away from the crowd in a flash. Wait, Jiang Lin, I still have something to say. As soon as the sound in the booth was quiet, even the nervous breathing of the crowd could be clearly heard. Jiang Lin turned around and faintly said, Speak. Zhang Wei stretched out a finger, gestured twice in front of the crowd, and staggered forward. Jiang Lin, I'll let you know sooner or later. Firing me was the biggest mistake you've made since you took over Lin's era. Aha! Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and stood up with a disdainful expression, his eyes looking straight at the other party. Just you? Also worthy? I still need you to point out what this young man is doing? Zhang Wei shook his head, the corners of his mouth pulled up in a mocking arc. You're Zhang Dishao. You're honorable. Your status is superb. And your background is heavenly. But remember, you don't have the ability. You're just a foppish rich second generation. I, Zhang Wei, just despise talentless and incompetent people like you. Watch this. Sooner or later, the Lin's era will turn into a scattered sand under your leadership. To you, oh, young Master Jiang. Zhang Wei picked up his glass of wine and raised it above his head in a fake manner, then spilled a handful of it on the ground. The atmosphere in the booth turned steeply cold. Even Bai Luoxue and the girls realized that the situation was not good. Suddenly, Li Tianqi picked up the bottle and stood up. Brothers point a little gift. The back of a stable and continuous update. Last night outside the phone off. What? Does Vice President Li want to hit someone? The catalyst of alcohol made Zhang Wei's mood extraordinarily high, and the whole person was even more exuberant to the extreme. Nowadays, he can be said to be fearless. Okay, Tianqi. Jiang Lin pressed down the beer bottle in Li Tianqi's hand and spoke in a calm tone. Gentlemen use their mouths, not their hands. Since Mr. Zhang wants to play with us, let's see you at the mall. Although Li Tianqi was a bit reluctant, he still subconsciously chose to believe Jiang Lin. Alright, then we'll see. Mr. Zhang, please leave. You are not welcome here. Zhang Wei grinned, for Li Tianqi's kind words did not put into his ears at all. Instead, he moved his gaze and looked at Bai Luoxue and other women on the other side of the table obsessively, raised his voice and said, Little sisters, your John's lesser is nothing more than that. Wimpy one, why don't you come and play with Uncle Mia? I gave you face, didn't I? Zhang Lin frowned and poured a glass of wine to splash Zhang Wei's greasy, yellowed old face. Sober up for this young man. Cough cough cough, aw shucks. Zhang Wei was awakened by this glass of wine. His gaze was blank for a moment, then firm again, reaching out and pointing at Zhang Lin indignantly. What? Just now, you were saying that a gentleman should not use his mouth. But now, in front of so many people, you're ready to go back on your words? Could this be the true face of your Zhang family's youngest? Oh, children really do like to get carried away. Li Tianqi clenched his hand, came to Zhang Lin's ear and gritted his teeth. Lao Zhang, this is not your style. This dog has stomped on the face. In the end you are taking into account what? The big deal is that something happened, buddy, to help you take the blame. Zhang Lin took a deep breath and got up to close the door to the private room. The scene confused everyone. What is Zhang Lin doing? Shut the door and talk? The several men around Zhang Wei vaguely felt something bad and wanted to voice out an excuse to leave, but they were stopped by Zhang Wei. What are you afraid of? I'm going to see what the other Zhang family's youngest is going to do today. You know that my joining Hui brothers today has been reported by a lot of media. I don't believe that our Zhang Dishao can get me killed here in the face of so much public pressure. Speaking of this, Zhang Wei laughed out rampantly. The ear-piercing laughter echoed in the private room, drawing the faces of all the people to change in unison. Even Qin Mengyao couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, this guy is drunk, right? He even dares to provoke Zhang Lin. The remaining few women didn't say anything, but they all nodded in agreement. Don't look at Zhang Lin's usual harmless sunny teenager look, but if he really started to get angry, the country of China would tremble 3 times. As expected, after hearing Zhang Wei's series of provocative words, Zhang Lin's face turned darker and darker at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even before the other party could react, Zhang Lin's hand had already grabbed onto the neck of his shirt. Zhang Lin, what do you want? Zhang Wei's face changed, and just when he wanted to break free, he felt a huge force coming from his neck. This young man will sober you up. Zhang Lin's face sank and his voice revealed a gust of coldness. The next second, bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Wei's entire face comes into close contact with the desktop. Zhang Lin, however, felt that it wasn't enough fun, yanking the other party's neck and slamming it hard on the tabletop a few more times. Finally, the glass desktop could no longer withstand the impact. Cracks began to appear, and finally even directly burst with a bang. On the contrary, Zhang Wei's face was covered in blood, and he couldn't see any expression. But from the hissing sounds coming out of his mouth, one could tell just how much pain he was enduring at this moment. Ah, Zhang Lin, how dare you! Miserable wails echoed through the booth. Everyone subconsciously shivered. Zhang Lin smiled coldly. His voice was like the voice of a demon coming from hell, chilling one's body all over. Why wouldn't I dare? I do say that a gentleman moves his mouth, but this young man has never said that he is a gentleman. After saying that, Zhang Lin dragged Zhang Wei and slammed him into the celadon vase used as a decoration on the side. Bang! The vase shattered and blood mixed with water stains flowed all over the floor. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, and his entire body fell heavily to the ground like a dead pig, falling into a coma. The air is quiet. Thanks for the gifts, brothers. Woohoo! On 'em, for heavy things falling down. The few men accompanying Zhang Wei subconsciously gulped. No one could have imagined that young Jiang, who had dissuaded bystanders from making a move in the last second, would actually be so irascible. Looking at Zhang Wei's bloodied pig face, the crowd couldn't help but feel a chill on the back of their necks. What are you waiting for? Why don't you drag him away? Zhang Lin pointed at a few people and said in a cold voice, with the air of leaving them behind if they didn't leave. Several people didn't dare to delay and hurriedly dragged Zhang Wei up and dragged him towards the door, not forgetting to nod their heads during the process. Be well, Mr. Jiang. We'll get the hell out of here. Soon, the figures of several people disappeared into the corridor. Silence returned to the booth. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd on the table, Zhang Lin elegantly drew out a paper towel and wiped the bloodstains between his fingers, then calmly said, I'll let you all laugh. Actually, I'm very anti-violence as a person, but there are always some clowns who like to pop up in front of me, so I can't do anything about it. Generally, I still like to reason things out. Li Tianqi gave a stiff smile and nodded. Yeah, reasoning is convincing, and it's still the truth. It's still you, Lao Jiang, holding the truth in your hand. You talk tough. Who in his right mind carries a gun every day? You're the only one, aren't you? Thinking of this, Li Tianqi silently looked at the mess on the floor before greeting the door. Where's the waitress? Come on in and clean it up. We'll pay for what's broken. After such a mess, Bai Luoxue and the others were no longer in the mood to eat, and when Qin Mengyao finished settling the bill, this casual meal was declared over at this point. Leaving the Magic City Hotel, Zhang Lin unintentionally mentioned something. Schoolmate Qin, don't you have something to help with? Li Tianqi, yeah, tell me what the favor is. This young man will make sure to arrange a clear arrangement for you. This. Qin Mengyao's expression was a bit hesitant as she glanced at Su Suiqing and realized that the other party was also looking at her suspiciously. At that moment, he explained that this thing is a little private. Or Zhang Lin, we two add a WeChat. And so go back after I will give you say. Hearing this, Zhang Lin's face fell. Straight face. What the fuck? What's this about me? So what, Li Tianqi is also the organizer of the sorority party? It's the same for you to find him. No. Qin Mengyao suddenly spoke out. A pair of beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Lin with a burning gaze. Zhang Lin felt an indescribable unpleasantness all over his body when he felt this gaze. And just as he wanted to speak, Qin Mengyao grabbed the lead. I still believe in you, Zhang Lin. Li Tianqi on the side sucked in a breath of cold air. This is still at least the Qin schoolgirl? What's with the whole pouting thing? No, why does she trust Lao Jiang but not herself? Is it because he's so much better looking than he is? A little bit richer? Is he that much more powerful? Although he was still a little jealous of Zhang Lin in his heart, he had long since become accustomed to this. I can't help it. Lao Jiang, the existence of the prince's aura, resigned to fate. Ahem. Noticing the change in his brother's expression, Zhang Lin gently patted the other's back as a sign of comfort. Then, toward Qin Mengyao said, okay, then you go back and let the white school flower to my WeChat push to you. But I ugly words in front. I only do to. Well, if I cannot do, then I can only return this meal to you. Qin Mengyao smiled wryly. Don't worry. You're a Jiang Dishao. You'll be able to do it. On the way back, Uncle Fu drove a stretch business car, while the car that Zhang Lin drove was driven away by the bodyguard that Uncle Fu had brought with him. Inside the spacious car, Zhang Lin lay on the leather sofa and iced a cup of coffee to refresh himself. Li Tianqi looked out of the window at the scenery, muttering a few words of alcohol under his breath every now and then. Blue and Pink, on the other hand, were snuggled up against each other, staring blankly at the man in the front seat. Ahem. Blue and Pink, would you two like some coffee? Zhang Lin picked up a cup of iced coffee from the car's mini fridge and handed it to the twins in the back row. Blue hesitated for a moment, then refused with a red face. Young Master Jiang, we can't drink this now, thank you. Can't drink? The after effects of the alcohol went to his head, sending Zhang Lin into a momentary lull, but he reacted immediately after seeing the twins' rosy cheeks. Oh yeah, you guys can't drink cold ones when you're on your period, right? After saying that, Zhang Lin put the coffee into the small microwave at the side and heated it up. Then have some hot burps. Aha! Blue covered her cheeks, her shyness making her want to find a crack in the ground at this point. You can't be so blunt about things like puberty. But they could understand if Zhang Lin was drunk. Taking advantage of the hot coffee, Zhang Lin turned his head to the back row, a pair of clear eyes with a little drunkenness, and the street lamps that flashed by from time to time on the street gave his eyes a little more starlight. So what, Blue and Pink? Haven't you guys been looking for a part-time job lately? Tell you what, I've been managing a company lately. Lin's Times, heard of it? Little Blue and Little Pink looked at each other, then nodded in unison. I've heard of it. The two sisters were always concerned about Zhang Lin's deeds, the acquisition of Times Summit, the predecessor of the current Lin's Time, and other major events have been on the hot search list. How could two sisters not know? The main reason is that they don't know if they can do the job. After all, that was the giant company of the entertainment industry in China. There are several top stream artists in there, wow. And they don't have the right major for nursing to go into entertainment? There's something strange about this. Just as the two sisters' brains kept running, Zhang Lin spoke again. Old Li and I are working as the president and vice president of Lin's era right now. If you guys don't mind, do you want to come and be my secretary? How about a salary of 8,000 a month if you're paid? The words fell. Blue and Pink stiffened. The reason they froze was not because they were working as secretaries for Zhang Lin. After all, Zhang Lin's character was worthy of their trust. What with having something to do as a secretary and nothing to do as a secretary? This kind of situation would definitely not happen. The two of them are at a standstill mainly because $8,000 a month. That's $8K a month. For college students like them, who are still in school, a part-time job that pays $8,000 a month? Even skilled workers in factories can't reach this level of pay without working for a year and a half. Not to mention jobs like assembly line workers and waitresses. $5,000 a month is considered high pay. Zhang Xiao, this salary is too high. I'm afraid we can't create so much value for the company. Why don't we stick to $2,000 a month? Blue said with trepidation. To be honest, she knew her own ability better than anyone else, and taking such a high salary really made her a bit uneasy. They are just a secretary, although they are the president's secretary. But it's impossible to get such a high salary right at the beginning. Pinky, on the other hand, was in a state of confusion the entire time. Didn't young Master Jiang say the salary was lower? Is $8,000 a month considered low? Are they too poor to think differently than the rich? It's true that poverty limits their imagination. Jiang Lin wasn't surprised by the twin sisters' reaction. After all, $8,000 a month is really a high salary for an average college student. Only the money was nothing in his eyes. Money for a meal? Or maybe money for a small toy? Well, you two don't be presumptuous. This young man said you were suitable for this job. It is suitable. Really can't nothing to help me massage to relax. Let this young body and mind to get relaxation well. This is also counted for the company to create value, is not it? Jiang Lin joked without a care in the world. He had recruited the twin sisters to work for Lin's era without thinking about how much value the other would create for him. Per se. After all, the secretary, if all the work let the secretary to do, then those middle leadership team is not no work. Unemployed? Lin's era is now in such a situation. Even if Jiang Lin spends $8,000 a month for himself and the company to insert a spy is not bad, not to mention that the two sisters can help themselves to run errands, massage relaxation and so on, and indirectly help them out of it. Why not? Massage. Blue glanced at Pinky, and his mind gradually drifted back to when he was at the Prince River Hotel in Mountain City. Seems to work. Massage she too or will, after all, is a nursing profession. A variety of techniques can be said to be proficient. Then what foot bath store technician do not know how many times stronger? They are at the very least high school students with specialized knowledge on the line. Alright, young Master Jiang. Thank you for giving us a job. Don't you worry. We will definitely try our best to do this job well. Blue and Pink raised their heads at the same time. Determination written all over their cute doll faces. Well, not bad. The children can be taught. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction and picked up 2 cups of coffee and handed them to the 2 women. Drink it while it's hot. Blue and Pink took the coffee, and the warmth from their hands completely melted their hearts. Mr. Jiang is so gentle. By the way, what are you two's real names? Jiang Lin suddenly came in coldly, probably sensing that he was a bit abrupt, so he scratched his head again to hide his embarrassment. After all, it's a bit outrageous to not even know a name when you've gotten to know each other so well. When that little blue little pink 2 names or their own 2 other sisters to get nicknames it. Blue was stunned, and didn't expect Jiang Lin to suddenly ask about her name, but since the other party had asked, she definitely had to inform. After all, she had to fill in her name even when she joined the company. Young Master Jiang, my name is Tu Xinyun. Pinky whispered. I'm Tu Xinyu. Tu Xinyun, Tu Xinyu. Tu Xinyun is little blue, Tu Xinyu is little pink? Jiang Lin repeated the duo's names in his mouth, confirming them once more. Aha! Aha! The 2 nodded good-naturedly. Not bad, the name is nice. Just a little hard to remember, I'll just keep calling you Pinky and Blue. Ha ha! Jiang Lin picked up a cup of iced coffee and took a sip. Alright, young Master Jiang. Little Blue's voice was as thin as a mosquito. She herself liked the nickname Little Blue because she loved the color blue, and calling it that made it feel like she was much closer to Jiang Lin. Well then, it's a deal. Jiang Lin turned back and gently leaned back on the leather seat, enjoying the pleasurable thrill of the alcohol. Li Tanchi on the side was probably a little tired from watching the scenery and snored without realizing it. At that moment, a slight vibration came from the cell phone. Jiang Lin touched his cell phone to see that it was a new friend request. A cute Kurumi avatar with a verification message that reads, I'm Qin Mengyao. Ha, this little girl moves pretty fast. Jiang Lin propped up his eyelids and passed the friend request. Soon, Qin Mengyao's side sent a message about that claim of hers. Jiang Lin looked at the message sent by the other party and frowned, the corner of his mouth twitching up slightly. That's a bit outrageous, isn't it? Suddenly, Li Tanchi stuck his brain over and opened his mouth with a bitchy face. Yo, which little sister is old Jiang chatting with again? Aha! Jiang Lin looked at Li Tanchi somewhat speechlessly. Didn't you kid fall asleep? How did you swindle again? He. Brother Jiang is wrong. I am a fake sleeper. How can I say that I swindled the corpse? Li Tanchi said. His eyes swept toward Jiang Lin's cell phone, and soon, his expression became stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. This schoolgirl Qin's request is quite strange. Blue and Pink looked at each other with some confusion when they heard the 2 in the front row. What kind of favor does schoolgirl Qin have that she needs young Master Jiang to help her with? Although curious, the 2 women did not ask more questions, because they're not in the habit of prying into other people's privacy. Okay, I promise, but I can't guarantee how it will turn out. Jiang Lin held down the screen and sent a voice, then closed the phone. Beside him, Li Tianqi's eyes widened with incredulity, saying, Misty grass old Jiang, you really agreed to her? You're damn sure willing to do any favor. Jiang Lin grinned, I've eaten my meal. What can I do? Just help if you can. Hearing this, Li Tanchi immediately came with fresh energy. Then buddy, I'll treat you to a meal as well. And you'll do me a favor as well? Jiang Lin, what kind of favor? Li Tanchi let out a bad smile, then pulled out his cell phone and handed it to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin fixed his eyes on a post from a campus forum. Heaven is unkind, taking everything as ruminants. The blazing sun is in the sky, scorching my body and sharpening my heart. What kind of middle grade post is this? The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched as he scrolled down and finally saw the topic of the post. I'm begging the Taoist masters among the freshmen to show their spirit, or a great man like Jiang Shao to give us a heavy rain on the last day of the military training tomorrow if this post is successful. I would like to offer a pure girlfriend. What? Jiang Lin was confused. What was this? Selling your daughter for rain? How outrageous is that? He. Lao Jiang, that her best friend photo I saw, completely to my inner choice of spouse standard. You see, you also do not want a brother. I have been widowed, right? Li Tianqi smiled cheaply and said in a tone with a few hints of pleading. Jiang Lin shook his head helplessly. Hey, I promise you. It just so happens that there is a bit of a drought in the Magic City recently. Really? Li Tianqi said excitedly. Holy shit. Old Jiang, you're practically my own righteous father. Little blue pinky? The next day, the early morning sun shone on the earth, and the breeze rustled through the trees. As usual, countless camouflage-clad freshmen gathered on the playground, waiting for the chief instructor to announce the opening of today's training mission. There was just a little more discussion in the crowd. Have you guys heard? Last night some godly person in the campus forum said it's going to rain today. It's not that it's going to rain. What they're saying is that they can pray for a rain for us. What kind of stuff are you guys talking about? These guys look like they've been rewarded too much last night and are still awake. Goddamn praying for rain, will you stop laughing at me? I looked at the weather forecast yesterday and it's sunny today with a high of 37 degrees. So don't expect rain or anything. More hot water and less dreaming. Get through the day and it's over. Hey. On the podium, the chief instructor glanced at the sky above his head, and although there were a few occasional clouds drifting by, it was still a generally sunny day, so he nodded in satisfaction, picked up the microphone, and spoke in a neutral voice. Nice. Another good day for training. Since it's a beautiful day, how about we warm up with a 1,000 meter jog first? Students? The playground instantly wailed at these words. WOJ. Birth. I'm not even awake yet and I'm running laps first? Don't. Chief instructor, you be a person. I'm so sore all over now. The playground will really fall apart if I run a few more laps. No. I'm taking a leave of absence. Guys, I really can't carry it anymore. Report. Instructor. I'm calling in sick. Call in sick? I don't see you, kid, in high spirits like you're sick. Could it be that you want to go to the sick company to avoid training? I'm unjustly accused. Instructor, I'm not. I twisted my foot yesterday squatting in the pit. Now it even walks with a limp. Instructor. I'm taking a leave of absence too. I'm coming to my great aunt. Looking at a leave of absence note in his hand with an outrageous reason to the point of being ridiculous, the corner of the chief instructor's mouth twitched violently. What the hell is a broken foot? Understandable, great aunt. Mostly because you labeled it male cycle? For whom? It's fucking rubbing his intelligence on the ground. And what the hell is this about being too rewarded last night to be able to do another intense workout? Are you kidding? As soon as he crumpled the leave slip into a ball of paper, the chief instructor picked up the microphone and spoke expressionlessly. Classmates are so humorous. In order to reward you, we won't run 1,000 meters today. The words just fell. The instructors in the group couldn't help but shiver. It's over. The boss is angry. Yet the freshmen who were not yet aware of the seriousness of the matter started cheering straight away. Whoa! Long live the chief instructor. Great. Moving China. The chief instructor looked at the cheering squares below, the corner of his mouth hooked, and he said aloud, we're running 2,000 meters today. All of us. Run and march. All petrified. What the hell? Not running for 1,000 meters? Run 2 kilometers instead? What are you waiting for? Why don't you run? The chortling of the instructors of the various squares resounded through the ranks. Now everyone reacted. Play for real. Run 2,000 meters. Soon, one by one, the military training squares began to surge, and finally converged into a long dragon slowly roaming around the playground. Looking down at the podium, a face in pain, the chief instructor nodded in satisfaction. Bring up the speed. What's the point of defending your country when you can't even run? You are all the pillars of our Chinese nation. You must develop morally, intellectually, physically, socially and aesthetically. Many of the students on the playground couldn't help but roll their eyes after hearing these remarks. You talk such a good game. Come down and run a few laps and feel it if you can. Don't sit on the podium if you can. Come down and get a tan. However, they only dare to say these things in their hearts, because if you say it, you can't be sure they'll have to add more hoops and then you'll be a sinner for the ages. Just as everyone was chomping at the bit to run laps, someone suddenly noticed that a student in yellow robes had appeared on the podium at some point. Blessed infinite heavenly Father. Good morning, chief instructor. Dressed in a yellow robe, Li Tianqi held a peachwood sword in his right hand and a bagua mirror in his left hand as he politely greeted the chief instructor. Mr. Li? You are. The chief instructor looked at the youth in front of him with a dumbfounded expression, his brain falling into deadlock for a split second. What's this all about, Taoist youth? Li Tianqi could see the doubt in the chief instructor's eyes, so he simply opened his mouth directly to explain. I came to pray for rain at the wish of the majority of my classmates. Well, don't I look professional in this? Put. The chief instructor looked at the other party's serious face and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. But considering Li Tianqi's status as the son of the richest man in the world, he still made a strong effort to cover his mouth in case there was a laughing fit. Almost after 2 minutes, the chief instructor's mood calmed down more or less. Only then did he reopen his mouth and said, That Li Xiao. Your spirit of helping people, I'm very poof cough cough. Very touched. So what if there's nothing else? You'd better please go back. I'm going to start organizing today's training here. I don't know. You've been holding your tongue for 2 minutes, and that's all you've got to say? Li Tianqi swept the chief instructor with a disdainful look on his face, then waved the peachwood sword in his hand and said faintly with his mouth, Since the chief instructor doesn't believe in it, then the poor Taoist can only use a slight means to prove it to you. But let me make sure. Isn't it true that as soon as it rains, military training will be over for the day? The chief instructor was silent for a moment, confused as to what the other side was getting up to, but spoke up nonetheless. If it's just a light rain, then training will continue when the rain stops. Okay, got it. Li Tianqi waved his mahogany sword and walked over to the microphone, eyeing the freshmen who were running laps on the playground and inquired, Hey, oi. The one who posted in the forum last night that he would introduce me to his girlfriends if he succeeded in begging for rain. Is he here? Come on out. This young man is coming to fulfillment. Come on out. This young man is coming to fulfillment. Li Tianqi's voice was loud enough to carry to every corner of the playground through the microphone's externalization. The chatter on the playground stopped abruptly, and even the pace of the crowd's feet slowed down a lot. The chief instructor just stood silently at the edge of the podium, his face full of helplessness. Nowadays, these rich boys are really too unruly, thinking of something out of the ordinary all day long. He'd seen the weather forecast only this morning. It was sunny. How could it rain? You can't invite the Dragon King to spray some water on you even if you're rich, can you? Isn't that bullshit? If it were not for the fact that the other party was the son of the richest family, he himself would be high and low to go up and give him a big pussy fight today and tell him what is called quantum mechanics. But there is no way. The reality is here. Can only let the other party fool around for a while? Maybe people play for a while. No interest in leaving? Now he could only hope that this young master would fool around a little less and go back quickly after having fun. Shit, where is everybody? Li Tianqi straightened the yellow robe on his body and swept his gaze over a slice of the crowd, trying to find a presence that would allow him to confirm his eyes. But unfortunately the vast majority of these new students, except for a few whose expressions were somewhat excited, were all confused and odd. Soon there was once again a sparse discussion in the running party. Where's the clown? Isn't this Mr. Li? Is this taking the wrong medicine? This outfit. Is our school haunted? I don't know what the word is about Jiang Xiao. Hasn't Mr. Li always been inseparable from Mr. Jian? Why do we only see Mr. Li today? These voices were not loud, but a few of them still reached Li Tianqi's ears, only to see his face reddened as he raised the microphone and said indignantly, Damn, dare to stand me up? Wait, this young man will definitely find you out and then ruthlessly true you. Just as he had finished saying this, a slight vibration suddenly came from the cell phone in his pants pocket. Took out his cell phone. It is his own yesterday WeChat plus the poster sent a message. I did not put you pigeon. Now the playground is crowded. I'm shy. Not good to come out, you first begged the rain blah. As long as it rains, I'll introduce my girlfriends to you. And my girlfriends have agreed. Seeing this, Li Tianqi flipped out another photo of a girl saved in the photo album. Looking at the young girl's stunning face comparable to that of a top stream star, Li Tianqi replied with 2 words, yes. Although he wasn't very strict about his significant other's appearance, that didn't stop him from finding a pretty girlfriend. Moreover, Zhang Lin's redheads around that side, one more beautiful than the other. To say that he wasn't jealous, that was impossible. Few for love. Punch it. Li Tianqi swallowed and patted his chest to cheer himself up. Soon, the 2,000 meters were over and the freshmen resumed their square formation, lining up in order within the track. So what? Mr. Li, do you think you should move faster? I've got training duties on my side. The chief instructor came to Li Tianqi's side and advised out with a smile. Li Tianqi glared at the chief instructor. Don't rush. This young man still has to set up the formation. The chief instructor's face was embarrassed as he waved his hands and said, Fine. You set it up. You set it up. Just like that. Li Tianqi brandished his peachwood sword and began to bounce around on the podium. living like a jungle god who was jumping around. The gazes of the students under the stage were also thoroughly captivated by the other party's enchanting dance steps. Their expressions froze. In the crowd, Su Tianqing glanced at Qin Mangyao beside her and pulled the other party's small hand. Mangyao, that god dancer above, seems to be Jiang Xiao's friend, right? Qin Mangyao's expression was a bit embarrassed as she nodded her head and responded, yes, it's that Li Tianqi guy. Ah, this. A flash of eccentricity flashed across Su Tianqing's small face as her eyes began to wander around, looking for a familiar figure. Since Mr. Li is here, Mr. Jiang should be here too. Sister, isn't young Master Li the son of the richest family in Magic City? How come he's changed his profession to dancing? Pinky inquired with a droll face. Hearing this, Blue held back her laughter and spoke. Who knows, maybe this is a new game developed by young Master Jiang and young Master Li. On the podium, Li Tianqi waved his mahogany sword and mouthed the words, Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit. The Supreme Lord quickly manifests his spirit. Spirit of Heaven, Spirit of Earth, Spirit of the Supreme Lord, show yourself. Spirit of Heaven, Spirit of Earth, Spirit of the Supreme Lord, show yourself. Chief Instructor. After about 5 minutes, the Chief Instructor finally couldn't sit still, got up and carefully walked to Li Tianqi's side, softly interrupted, that Li Xiao, let's not pretty much just get it over with. You see, today is Saturday. Maybe the Supreme Old Lord he went on vacation? Li Tianqi was interrupted by the sudden voice, stopped his movements, raised the peachwood sword in his hand with an impatient face, and pointed at the Chief Instructor and cursed, you fart. This young man's spell casting has been interrupted, and he has to start all over again. Can you afford to take this responsibility? The Chief Instructor was dumbfounded. This guy's a freak, isn't he? Goddamn spells? Didn't you just say you were setting up a formation? Although he was reluctant, the Chief Instructor obediently retreated a few steps away, in order to prevent disturbing this young master's spell casting. He swears he's never seen anything so ridiculous in his life. Military training to pray for rain? Yellow robe, peachwood sword plus jumping god? The ingredients are too complex. Don't say that they were confused. Even if they found an insider, they would be skeptical. Forget it, nothing to hang on to. The school key is to blame. Let them go to this big young master. It's out of his hands anyway. The pendulum swings. Damn, old John wouldn't still be awake. On the podium, Li Tianqi moved his sore wrists and muttered to himself in some disbelief. Don't look at him fiercely and angrily disliking the Chief Instructor just now. But in fact, he had already thanked the other party's 8 generations of ancestors in his heart. How could he have had this brief moment of rest had it not been for the other's timely interruption? Seeking rain? If Jiang Lin didn't come, he wouldn't even be able to beg for a single drop of rain even if he invited all the gods and goddesses over and over again. This jumping jacks is a physical job too. Li Tianqi glanced at the audience by the podium with his afterglow, and after realizing that there was no Lao Jiang that he had been longing for, a flash of disappointment flashed imperceptibly across his face. Jiang, you must wake up. Otherwise dude is definitely going to be on the hot seat tomorrow. Even the hot topic title he had thought of. The son of the richest man in Mordor is suspected to have been brainwashed by a cult, and is openly holding some kind of evil ritual in his school. Thinking of this, Li Tianqi took a deep breath and continued to start casting spells. Only the movements are much smaller than before. The students on stage watched in fascination. The vast majority of them have never seen a circus, but they have seen the son of the richest family in Mordor playing the monkey. Well, there are no regrets in this life. On the other hand, Jiang Lin was rushing to the playground in a hurry. Grr, this stupid alarm clock. Why is it set for the weekend? Just last night, after promising Li Tianqi's request, he contacted the local comrade of the Meteorological Bureau in Mordor. After a short conversation, he learned from the other side that the recent weather in Mordor was suitable for artificial rainfall. So he decided at once to conduct artificial rainfall. The director of the Meteorological Bureau did not object to Jiang Lin's request for artificial rainfall, and busily said the Meteorological Bureau does have the intention to carry out artificial rainfall in recent days. Although Jiang Lin knew that the other party had said this to flatter himself, it did sound comfortable. Special treatment swishes into smooth sailing. Not bad. This director deserves to be a director. Right now 10 artificial rainfall bombs have long been ready, just waiting for his order. Thinking of this, Jiang Lin quickened his pace. Wait for me, righteous son, I'm here for my father. Spirit of heaven, spirit of earth, Mrs. Shang, Lao Jun, you show your spirit. Hoo. Looking at the faces of his classmates on the playground who couldn't help themselves, Li Tianqi fiercely wiped the sweat from his forehead, then stood still, his eyes empty and his expression stiff. Ahem, Mr. Li? Why don't you drink some water and rest before you dance? The chief instructor coughed lightly and walked over to Li Tianqi with a bottle of mineral water. Thanks, Shay. Li Tianqi numbly took the mineral water and grunted and gulped a few large mouthfuls. The sweet and refreshing Nangfu is like an oasis in a long dried up desert. It made Li Tianqi's spirit tremble. But once he remembered that Jiang Lin hadn't arrived by now, that he would be the talk of the whole school after dinner tomorrow, his heart immediately fell into the ice cellar again. I'm embarrassed today. At that moment, the phone suddenly vibrated again. Li Tianqi pulled out his cell phone and a message instantly caught his eye. Li Dazhao, you cannot or really cannot or you go back to sleep. Replenish the spirit of the next come again? Put. Seeing this, Li Tianqi directly sprayed out all the mineral water he had just drunk. I can't? Are you kidding? Except in front of the old river. This young man has never failed. Ahem. Just then, a light cough came from under the podium. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Tianqi hurriedly turned his head to look, and realized that Jiang Lin was looking at himself in the corner with a face full of embarrassment. Li Tianqi's expression was delighted, and he immediately felt filled with strength. The chief instructor was quite puzzled at the sight. Why is Mr. Jiang here? Are you tired of dancing for the gods and ready to start dancing for two? Under the gaze of all the new students, Li Tianqi slowly straightened his back and raised the microphone and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, fellow students. I just made you all laugh. Now I will perform the real art of praying for rain. Please keep your eyes open and don't blink." Everyone subconsciously held their breath when these words came out. You don't look like you're faking it. Not sure? Then look again. Recently, the flow is low. Brothers walk a small gift to support the author. Thank you. What? Li Tianqi is begging for rain on the playground? In the principal's office, Fong Ming, wearing a black suit, got up violently and looked at the serious camouflaged man in front of him, and after confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. It's simply outrageous. This gang of young masters is really lawless. Ahem. The instructor who had run to complain wiped the sweat from his forehead and hid his embarrassment with a light cough. He would never have run to be this snitch if the chief instructor hadn't ordered him to. If that young Master Li knew about this, he'd be in deep shit. But fortunately, looking at the principal's current stance, it seems that he has no intention of running to the playground to trouble Li Tianqi. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, the instructor weakly proposed a sentence. Principal Fun, that's what anyway. Li Tianqi, he said, is here to ask for rain. In a little while when the sun gets up, he'll get tired of dancing and probably leave on his own. We'd better not mess with him. Fong Ming's eyes glared. What kind of place are we here? School. A school is a place to teach and educate people. How can we allow him to do whatever he wants here? And what if it doesn't rain and he doesn't want to leave because he wants to save face? The instructor hesitated for a split second, then raised his head to look at Fong Ming's expression and said cautiously, maybe it can really rain in a while? Fong Ming, you've been brainwashed by him, haven't you? It's sunny today. It's going to be sunny for the next week. You're begging for rain? I don't give a shit. If you keep promoting superstition, I'll report you to the higher-ups and have you punished. When the instructor heard the word disciplinary action, he was so scared that his face changed greatly, and he hurriedly begged, Principal Fong, don't. I'm not kidding. I'm an unswerving materialist. Just then, several loud bangs suddenly rang out in the sky outside the window. Boom! Boom boom! The instructor's words to his mouth were silenced by the sudden noise. Fong Ming tightened his brows and twisted his head toward the window. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. On the podium, Li Tianqi stood with his arms folded. A gust of wind came and blew the yellow robe on his body, hunting under everyone's curious gaze, only to see him slowly draw a peachwood sword from behind him. Li Tianqi looked at the sky with a face full of pity, as if deep in that cloud layer, there was which way the Dragon King was hovering in it. However, in reality, his afterglow had been placed on Jiang Lin not far away. After Jiang Lin gave an okay gesture, Li Tianqi finally moved his pace and took a step. He was seen pointing his sword to the sky, and the voice from his mouth spread throughout the playground through the microphone. Today, Xiao Dao and his dear friend Jiang Lin are here to practice, bidding all Dragon Kings to come and give rain. I hope you don't know what's good for you. Jiang Lin, who was hiding in the corner, nearly planted his head in place when he heard this. Dude, why did you drag me into your drama? Don't I want to lose face? Or do I not have to hang around school anymore? Li Tianqi stood on the podium and kept chanting divinely for half a day, speaking so fast that everyone only heard Jiang Lin's name in the first sentence. Best friend Jiang Lin? Shit, young Jiang also knows how to dance? Li Xiao is a real man. He didn't forget to bring Jiang Xiao along while he died socially. Jiang Xiao said, "You grass? What bad luck." Ha ha ha, laughing to death. Jiang Lin innocently lying down. Dare to ask Jiang Lin Sr. what to think at this time. Jiang Lin wants to die. Pfft, we are professionally trained and don't usually laugh, of course, unless we can't help it. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Will you fucking hurry up? Jiang Lin gritted his teeth and picked up a small stone, smashing it into the back of Li Tianqi's head. The Tao is greatly thundering, and the thunderbolt is in the sky. The electric mother exerts her power. In the middle of the southern sky, I beg for sweet rain, and thank you for the 3 sacrifices. Li Tianqi, who was originally reciting the mantra with a serious face, suddenly received this solid stone, and immediately exploded. But after turning his head and seeing Jiang Lin's impatient expression, he immediately reacted to what was going on. So, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, he swung his mahogany sword violently and shouted, "Lei Lai!" Next to him, Jiang Lin sniffed and immediately pressed the send button in his hand. At this moment, everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked up at the sky, as if they were truly waiting for that thunderclap. Even the chief instructor couldn't help but stick his neck out and look at the top of his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air is dead silent. Li Tianqi cried out and twisted his head to look at Jiang Lin. It looked as if he was saying, "It's over, Lao Jiang, buddy, I'm barbecue." After about 2 seconds, the students on the playground saw that the so-called thunder did not come from the sky, and completely lost their patience. Good lord, after half a day of watching the monkey being played, now they suddenly realized that the monkey being played seems to be themselves? Grass, wasting half my expression. A roar came from the crowd, and the rest of them saw it and were ready to follow suit. Just then, several loud bangs suddenly rang out in the sky. Boom, bang bang, rumble, rumble. As the roar overhead continued to come, for a moment, everyone was in a state of stagnation. Even Li Tianqi was like that. There were no words to describe his feelings now. Excited? Exuberant? Raised eyebrows? Or maybe gratitude? Soon, he recalled the words Jiang Lin had specifically instructed earlier. Artificial rain bombs may not take effect until 5 minutes after they've been shot. At that thought, he silently glanced at the time on his wristwatch, then at the sky, which was already covered with dark clouds. Well, wait 2 more minutes. Hiss. The chief instructor froze in place, an expression of astonishment written all over his face, his mouth constantly sucking in cold air backwards as a way to ease his shock. This damn thing actually made his kid really beg for rain? Meanwhile on the playground, a pair of dismayed and surprised gazes looked to the sky. In the air, dark clouds were surging madly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sky that had been brightly lit by the sun in the previous second had long been covered with dark clouds. Rolling thunder? Ear-splitting. Gulp. A well-built boy gulped and muttered, "Crooked day, good God." With such a sentence to start with, everyone could no longer hide their inner excitement and started screaming and shouting. Crap. I admit I was talking a little too loud just now. Bull. Crap. It's going to rain. This is a miracle. A miracle. This big scene actually let me meet people in the Magic City big. How fortunate. Go back to the dormitory. Rest. Go back to the dormitory. Rest. Damn. Why didn't I videotape that? From now on, young Jiang and young Li are the gods of my heart. The last day of military training has come to a successful end. Thank you, Taoist friends, for your righteousness. Listening to the continuous exclamations from the stage, Li Tianqi felt a bit fluttery for a moment. Looking back to the chief instructor, he inquired about the other party with a flushed face. Chief instructor, this can be the end of it, can't it? The end naturally refers to the end of military training. Young Li, this rain hasn't fallen yet, so it can't end yet. The chief instructor replied with a tearful smile. Although the sky is cloudy, but this rain does not come is not really good to say. After all, cloudy days according to the regulations is also to complete the military training tasks. It ends when the rain falls? Li Tianqi raised an eyebrow and reconfirmed. The chief instructor nodded. Yes. Good. Li Tianqi smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth following Jiang Lin's example with a cynical smile. Turning around, only to see him facing the playground, he once again drew the mahogany sword in his hand. This time, everyone's attention was focused on him, so much so that no one noticed when Jiang Lin slipped into the freshman line. Since the chief instructor said it won't be over until it rains, Li Tianqi raised the mahogany sword and delicately stroked the delicate lines on it with his palm. When the time was almost up, he then fiercely pointed his sword at the sky and shouted angrily, "Then let it rain! Rain, come on! Rumble!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding bolt of lightning immediately streaked through the air, as if in response to him that it was going to rain. Soon enough, someone noticed a sudden tingling coldness in their cheeks. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. A light, silky rain fell from the sky, dripping on the faces and heads of the crowd. A thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating half of the firmament. 10,000 dark clouds rushed and churned, and the rain became heavier and heavier, turning into a downpour before anyone could react. The playground was once again in a frenzy. It's raining. Crap. It's raining. I recorded it this time. That's awesome, crikey. In our school, I, Wang Tong, am only convinced by 2 people. One is Zhonglin and the other is Li Tianqi. So awesome. Bull. Damn. I have no words but to give my knees in silence. Sick company. Blue and Pinky shivered and snuggled together. Due to their physical discomfort, they had to rely on staying close to each other to escape the rain. Just then, an umbrella suddenly appeared above the two women's heads, shielding them from the raindrops. Feeling the sudden cessation of the rain, Little Blue raised his head dully, and then saw Zhonglin's clear starry eyes. Little Blue exclaimed with some disbelief, "Young Master Jiang? What? Young Master Jiang?" Pinky heard the sound and turned her head sharply. Zhonglin wiped the rainwater from his face and smiled faintly at the two sisters. "Let's go. Today's military training is over. You guys still have to participate in the fellowship party tomorrow. Don't get sick from the rain." It was only at this time that the two women noticed that Zhonglin had given up all of the umbrella's sheltering space to them. "Young Master Jiang, you." Xiao Lan's expression panicked and hurriedly pushed the umbrella in Zhonglin's direction, but it was too small and physiological, so she couldn't push the other party at all. "Well, you two get back to it. And by the way, don't forget to arrive in time for duty after military training." Zhonglin left these words and turned to leave. The scene stunned a few of the surrounding students from the sick company. Are they blind? What the hell? Mr. Jiang is giving away umbrellas? Day! That's more rare than a sow up a tree. Soon enough, the eyes of several people fell on the twin sisters. Blue felt the stares around him and hastily took his sister's hand. "Pinky, let's go." Two schoolmates wait. Just then, a voice filled with teasing rang out. Blue heard the sound of a stiff movement, turned back and found a girl dressed very non-mainstream, is holding an umbrella with a provocative face to look at the two of them, and behind her, there are still followed by 4 or 5 with a killer mattress of the little two young girls. "Hokage, what do you want to see us about?" Blue lowered his voice and inquired cautiously. The several girls in the sick company next to them seemed to recognize the identity of the non-mainstream girl, and one by one, they stood up and respectfully said, "Good day, Senior Sister Yi." Yulori looked at the few people in front of her with satisfaction and nodded. "Well, nice and polite." When she finished, she returned her gaze to the twin sisters. "Well, I really like that umbrella you two are holding. How about sister replacing it with a brand new one for you?" This, Little Blue and Little Pink glanced at each other, and a few ominous feelings arose in their hearts. "Well, Chief Instructor, is this always the end?" Li Tianqi reached out and pointed at the sky, smiling faintly. "Aha." The Chief Instructor nodded somewhat glumly, then raised the microphone and ordered, "So what, in view of the sudden change in the amount of weather? Now all squares in order to dismiss back to the dormitory." As soon as the words fell, the instructors under the podium quickly began to move, leading their respective squads to disband and leave the playground. At the same time, a series of screams erupted from the crowd of students. "Young Li is awesome. Bull. Worthy of hanging out with Zhang Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Li, for the one-day experience card for military training break. Li Xiao, I want to give you a monkey. In situ." The chief instructor looked at Li Tianqi, who had a spirited Li Tianqi written all over his face, and couldn't help but wonder, "Little Li, this rain-seeking of yours is too evil, isn't it? How on earth did you do it? Could it be that you are in possession of an accurate forecast from a special department?" Li Tianqi laughed, patted the other party's shoulder, with a kind of serious tone, like educating the younger generation to persuade the things on the road. "Less prying, no more. It is not good for you, Chief Instructor." Looking at the chief instructor, who was full of questions, Li Tianqi suddenly froze, then quickly scanned up the surrounding with his eyes, but unfortunately, after some searching, he didn't find that familiar figure. "What the hell? Where's Lao Jiang?" Principal's office. In front of the balcony, two figures were staring blankly at the rain outside the window. The rainwater passed through the gauze window and turned into a fine rain mist, inadvertently wetting Fong Ming's collar. Feeling the wetness and coolness coming from the fabric of his shirt, he then reacted. "It's really raining." Beside him, the instructor was filled with dismay as he looked at the freshman running wildly in a state of disarray on the playground in the distance, and for a moment he fell into a trance. "Really disbanded? Is it really raining? Did Li Tianqi really beg for rain? Didn't we agree that animals can't become sperm after the founding of the country? Oh no, that's not really becoming a spirit. This is a fucking fairy spell. The immortal method of calling the wind and rain." Thinking of this, the instructor touched his head and tentatively inquired about Fong Ming. "Headmaster, this since Li Tianqi has already begged for the rain, then I'll also leave first." Who knew that Fong Ming's emotions suddenly became unstable after hearing those words? How is it possible? How can there be such a thing as begging for rain in this world? How can there be immortals in this world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must all be a prank by that Li Tianqi kid. Right. It's possible that he organized an artificial rainfall in collaboration with the Weather Bureau. For a 21st century high intellectual like Fong Ming, what he believed in most was science, and what he feared most was naturally theology, because as soon as theology is established, then all the knowledge he has studied and learned for so many years will be shattered and turned into a joke. Looking at the emotional Mr. Principal, the instructor grinned and said soothingly, "Principal, calm down. Principal, calm down. I also think you're right. This is definitely artificial rainfall. Only science can convince people in this world. I am just an unwavering materialist." On the other side, somewhere in the playground, Yellowly looked at the two twin sisters, who had been cornered, and the corner of her mouth quirked up with a hint of mischief. "I didn't expect you two little girls to take that Jianglin guy's stuff quite seriously. Hey, it's better to obediently hand over Jianglin's umbrella. After all, I don't want to bully you." Blue and Pink looked at each other and almost simultaneously gripped the umbrellas in their hands a few times tighter. It's raining. By the time the sky cleared, it was the next day. With the hasty end of the military training debriefing performance, the countless people's anticipated fellowship party gradually drew to a close. "Lao Jiang, the people from our company are already here. Let's go check out the venue together after I finish this game." Li Tianqi tapped on his keyboard and twisted his head to inquire. "Okay," Zhang Lin answered, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to the twin sisters. "Where is it?" Soon after, the other party returned a message. "Frowny face young Master Jiang, my sister and I are at the playground." "What's the matter?" Zhang Lin tapped the screen and sent a sentence. "I'll be here in a while, and on the way, I'll bring you guys to meet my company colleagues." Alright. On the playground, the podium was temporarily transformed into a stage, and various equipment such as sound and spotlights were set up. A group of men and women in smart suits, accompanied by many school leaders, were discussing certain minor details of the scene. "Let's organize another rehearsal." Zhang Qiming glanced at the time on his cell phone and instructed his sidekick. Just then, Zhang Lin and Li Tianqi's figures appeared on the playground. The moment the duo appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the majority of people. Zhang Qiming was just about to go forward to say hello when he was crowded by a group of white-collar workers in suits in the workplace. "Good day, Mr. Jiang." "Hello, Vice President Li." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." "Mr. Jiang." "Vice President Li." This sudden scene confused the uncertain students in the playground. "Mr. Jiang? Vice President Li? Aren't Xianglin and Li Tianqi still studying? How did they become old bosses?" Looking at the employees in front of him who served in Lin's era, Zhang Lin smiled kindly and greeted them. "Hello everyone, you all have worked hard." When these words came out, these people who usually sit in the white collar hurriedly said in fear and trepidation, "No hard work, no hard work. Mr. Jiang is flattering us. The tasks assigned by the company are our job. So what's the point of talking about hard work? Mr. Jiang is the one who really works hard. Not only do you have to labor for the company, but you also have to finish your studies. We are ashamed of ourselves. It's really a shame. Compared to Mr. Jiang and Vice President Li, what is this bit of work of ours?" The crowd was flattering Jiang Lin with one sentence from you and one from me, making him a little embarrassed. "He's having a hard time? It's okay, there's class in class and no class, back to the dormitory to drink tea and recuperate. You know, you're gonna have to do some mission planning for the company from time to time. Is that a lot of work? Okay, let's not talk about these pleasantries. So what? How's the scene set up?" Zhang Lin hastily changed the subject because he was afraid that if he chatted with these subordinates for a few more sentences, he would awkwardly gouge out a large villa on the playground with his toes. "Yeah, how's the scene set up?" Li Tianqi, who hadn't said anything, turned his gaze to a spectacled man in a dark blue suit and inquired. This man is the director of this program and was appointed by him personally. "Mr. Jiang, Vice President Li, the on-site equipment has been set up, and we're discussing further details of the party with the university." The man with the glasses replied seriously. "Okay, when it's time to go live, you can use my Douyin number to synchronize the live streaming to attract traffic. I won't mention any other requirements. Since you guys are a professional team, then do what you want, but I'm going to give you guys a target for this project, and that's to make sure you bring up a potential seedling for me. At least one, understand?" Zhang Lin stretched out a finger and said seriously, "Mr. Jiang, Vice President Li, please don't worry. We promise to complete the mission." The man with the glasses patted his chest in reassurance. He had already seen the rehearsals for this party, and there were no less than 3 good candidates who met the company's training conditions, especially Su Tianqing and the two sisters Tu Xinyu and Tu Xinyun. One headed into singing and the other the sweet sister twins. Just get them into the public eye and build the personas up again. The probability of a fire is high. Well, hard work. Zhang Lin patted the other's shoulder, memorizing the face of the spectacled man in front of him. "Well, if we get it done, we'll be rewarded. If we don't, we'll be the first to fire him." After all, he had spent a lot of money to organize this party, And if he messed it up, who wouldn't be angry? Subsequently, Jianglin left Li Tianqi alone in the playground and ran backstage to the show himself. Blue, Pinky. As soon as he arrived backstage, Jianglin saw the twin sisters who were sitting on chairs and fuming. The twins subconsciously raised their heads when they heard the call, and after seeing Jianglin, a flash of avoidance flashed across their gaze. Young Master Jiang, you're here. Blue hurriedly got up and straightened the light blue hanbok on her body. Little Powder followed her sister and rose, greeting her politely. Good day, young Master Jiang. Jianglin sensed the difference between the two and swept his gaze over Little Blue's face. The two sisters changed into a Chinese dress. Their little faces were slightly powdered, like young girls coming out of ancient paintings. You two little girls aren't acting right today, Jianglin said, and then took Little Blue and Little Pink's small hands and walked outside. Come on, let's get you guys acquainted with your new co-workers. Young Master Jiang that. Blue stopped her pace and said in a shaky tone. We thought about it. Let's scrub dishes in the school cafeteria. That secretary we were really not up to the task. We were afraid of causing trouble for the company. Jianglin sniffed and twisted his head in confusion. His eyes swept over the two women's little faces one by one. And finally, on the little pink face, he watched a trace of fear. Jianglin's gaze sank and he directly grabbed Pinky's arm, and just as he was about to open his mouth to inquire, he heard a cry of pain. Ah, young Master Jiang is gentle. It hurts. Ouch. Jianglin frowned and looked at Pinky's arm. I didn't even push myself, how could it hurt? Quickly he reacted, ready to lift the sleeve of Pinky's coat and find out. Young Master Jiang don't, Blue exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to stop Jianglin's movements. Jianglin made a gesture to directly pinch the other party's lotus root arm, his other hand slightly exerting force. Only a stabbing sound was heard. Blue's sleeve was directly torn open. Jianglin fixed his eyes and saw that the other party's originally polished and white skin had a purple bruise on it at some point, and there was a shocking claw mark on it, which looked like it was scratched by someone. The air was quiet for a moment. Blue reacted and hastily drew out his arm. His mouth incoherently explained, yesterday the road was too slippery. Fell down I. Jianglin didn't say anything and silently placed his gaze on Pinky again. Xiaofan was scared by the gaze and said with a sobbing voice, young Master Jiang is sorry we. Okay. Jianglin reached out to stop the voices of the two and said indifferently, no need to say anything, you guys can't fool me. I just need a name. I'd like to see who's so bold that they dare to get schoolyard bullies. Young Master Jiang. Blue hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered his head and chose to remain silent. They were just a pair of bitter twins, so what if they gave Jianglin the slip today? The terror of Yellowlee's background was beyond her imagination. If the other party wanted to, pinching herself and her sister to death was as simple as pinching an ant. Jianglin couldn't be by their side at all times. Could he? What would they do if the other side really came back with a vengeance? Who will clear the father's wrongs? Who will support my mother in her old age? She didn't dare to expect Jianglin to protect them all the time. All she wanted now was to put the matter to rest, spend her 4 years of college well, and then find a steady job so that her mother wouldn't have to work so hard. Jiang Xiao, I'm sorry, we let you down. We will definitely repay your favor. Please. Pinky seemed to have grown up a lot overnight and pleaded with a sobbing voice. Yellowlee's background was terrifying, and she really didn't want Jianglin to get involved. She didn't want someone as good as young Master Jiang to be hurt because of her two sisters. They'll feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Hey! Jianglin sighed deeply and looked at the twins' expressions, quickly understanding their worries. Since you guys aren't talking about it, that's fine. Jianglin looked at the wounds that Blue was covering up and said in a rather helpless tone. At these words, the two women sighed in relief as if they were relieved. After saying that, Jianglin greeted the staff and called for a doctor to apply some ointment to the twin sisters. After a few words of instruction, he left the spot. When Jianglin left, a girl with a duck-tongued cap in the corner of the backstage slowly lifted her head, looking at the twin sisters with a bit of disdain in her gaze. At this time, a few girls dressed rather non-mainstream came up and fawned. Sister Yi deserves to be Sister Yi. A few moves and these two little girls were subdued. Jianglin can only be our sister Yi's harem. Right. Our sister Yi is the eldest princess of the Yi family in the capital. If we were in ancient times, that would be a proper princess. Hearing the word princess, Yellowlee's expression changed slightly and she scolded the girl. Shut up. At those words, the girl immediately and obediently shut her mouth. Next time you say the word princess, don't blame me for fixing you. Yellowlee warned, then slowly got up, walked up to the twin sisters. Seeing the visitor, Blue's petite body couldn't help but shiver, thinking of the scene of her being bullied yesterday. Fear magnified infinitely in her eyes. Pinky was even more scared. The girl in front of her was comparable to the devil in hell in her mind. Even in his nightmares last night, all he dreamed about was the other's hideous and frightening face. Greetings, Sister Hakuhodo. Blue subconsciously stepped back a sentence and carefully said hello. Seeing this expression on the two girls' faces, Yellowly smiled with satisfaction and then spoke softly. Well, you two have performed well today, so I won't beat you up for now. Prepare for the show. Thank you, Sister Shay, Blue and Pink said in unison. Just as the duo was about to leave to change, Yellowly suddenly chimed in. Remember, Jianlin is not something you guys can get your hands on. I'll beat you up if I ever see you say a word to Jianlin again. Understand? Blue and Pink shuddered when they heard this. You can't talk to young Master Jiang? What if Mr. Jiang comes to talk to them? Pretend to be mute? Looking at Yellowly's frosty expression, the two women's words of negotiation that were at the edge of their mouths were swallowed again. They remember what they said yesterday. If you don't behave next time, don't blame me for stripping you two naked and throwing you onto the playground, so that all the boys in the school can see what's so different about their twin sisters. Thinking this, the duo trembled and promised. Be well, senior sister. Yellowly looked at the fearful expressions on the faces of the two women and softly soothed them. Well, be good. As long as you listen to your sister, no one will bully you in this school. Not far away in the corner, Su Tianxing quietly watched this scene, the small hand clutching the cell phone. A little white. However, in the dark corners that she hadn't noticed, Era was dressed in a staff outfit, carrying equipment and devices. The guts of these students nowadays. They're really fat. Era put down the speaker in his hand and wiped the sweat off, muttering as his afterglow swept in the direction of the twin sisters. Scratch that, old Jiang. What's with that expression? Li Tianqi looked at Jianlin, who had an icy face, and inquired in a low voice. Although the two were separated by a meter, he still felt an unprecedented coldness from the other. It's okay. Jianlin drew the Browning from his waist and loaded it without expression. Fog weed. Seeing this scene, Li Tianqi was nearly scared out of his wits. Good man, the truth has been pulled out. The truth Emperor Lao Jiang is going to see blood again? Calm down. Lao Jiang. Calm down. Lao Jiang. We're at school. If you shoot, we'll be in big trouble. Li Tianqi hurriedly stepped forward and blocked the truth in Jianlin's hand with his body to prevent it from being seen by others. Just then, Zhang Qiming walked over. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Li, what are you 2-inch? Looking at the two men, who were almost on top of each other, he inquired with some trepidation. I've heard that these two guys openly wiped the floor in a class and were verbally educated by the professor, so it looks like it's not an empty rumor. Thinking of this, Zhang Qiming maintained a distance of nearly 3 meters from the two. For one thing, I'm afraid of spoiling things for people. Secondly, I am afraid that I will get gay. Seeing the visitor, Li Tianqi smiled sarcastically. Nothing, don't get me wrong. The two of us are just discussing the party matters. Oh, so that's it, Zhang Qiming said indistinctly, then took a few steps forward and closed the distance a bit. Since they were talking about business, he, the partner, could also come up and participate in a few words, couldn't he? As it happens, there's something about the party on my end that I'd like to talk to both of you about. The preparations for the sorority party are pretty much in place, and I'm here to ask the two students about this is? As Zhang Qiming spoke, his expression suddenly stagnated and his eyes looked straight into Jianlin's hand. Is this a gun? This. Zhang Qiming took a few steps back and pointed at the Browning in a trembling voice. Seeing this, Li Tianqi immediately explained, Don't misunderstand. Old Jian loves the military, and this is a model from his collection. I specially asked him to bring it here for me to see. Yeah, models. Jianlin spoke in a salty manner, unloading the bullet from his pistol. Just a click. A copper bullet emitting a metallic luster then appeared in Jianlin's hand. Zhang Qiming was dumbfounded. Are models so realistic these days? Can they even be unloaded? And the bullets don't look fake. With a fucking number? Zhang Qiming swallowed his saliva, and silently backed up a few steps, smiled sarcastically and said, Zhang students, this model forehead at a glance is worth a lot of money. Although I have not touched the gun, but I feel that this gun should be a ratio of 1:1, with real materials, handmade, customized, cough. High-grade toys. Jianlin nodded, giving his approval to Zhang Qiming's comment. Young Zhang has a good eye. When he finished speaking, he silently drew down the magazine and reloaded the bullet that had just exited. Back in. The whole set of movements flowed without the slightest delay. After loading the bullets, Jianlin buckled the safety and then put the gun back into the gun pouch. Zhang Qiming's entire body was numb at this moment. Dude, are you sure this is a model? Why doesn't this gun look like a fake? That's right. Young Zhang, what's your business? Speak directly. Jianlin put away his pistol and inquired with a calm face. Zhang Qiming's expression stiffened as he pulled out 2 checks from his pocket and handed them over. What I'm saying is that the funds for our fellowship party are too plentiful to be used up. This is the remaining $20 million. $20 million left? Jianlin took the check and handed one to Li Tianqi. Yes, After putting aside the $20 million, there are still more than $3 million left in the account. We have finished hiring staff and equipment leasing, only spent more than $6 million. The remaining $3 million, I am going to use it to attract traffic. Jiang Qiming spoke his thoughts to the duo. It was Jiang Lin who finally expressed his approval. Yes, take the change and use it for diversion. Li Tianqi looked at the $10 million check in his hand and fell into silence. How come this check came back unopened? It's so cheap to have a concert? In fact, they have saved a significant amount of money on venue fees thanks to school support. That's why it's so budget-friendly. And the school is so restrictive. It's impossible to have a world concert. It was getting dark and night was falling. The playground of Mordor University glowed with cheers and flashing lights. Underneath the ribbons and flashing lights was a stunning young girl in a light blue dress with a cool temperament. Hello everyone, I'm the host, Bai Luo Shui. Bai Luo Shui raised the microphone, and a hint of a smile blossomed on her delicate little face that looked like an iceberg. Countless hearts were thumping at this moment, and cheers went up from the stage. Schoolgirl White, Miss White, Goddess, I love you, White Schoolgirl YYDS, wow, Iceberg Schoolgirl. Directly below the stage is the leaders' table with the best view. Among them sat Jiang Lin, Li Tianqi, Jiang Qiming, and a group of school leaders with cadres from the city's education bureau in turn. Originally, this leadership seat was specially prepared for the school leaders as well as the foreign guests, but it was because Jiang Lin and the others had a high status and were also the organizers of the party, so this position naturally had a share of them, and it's still the absolute C-suite. At first glance, one would think that the three of them were the real big leaders, and the rest of them were just chaperones. Student Jiang, have you felt everyone's enthusiasm? Schoolflower Bai is the one we had a hard time inviting. Jiang Qiming turned his head sideways and whispered to Jiang Lin to invite credit. Well bull. Jiang Lin nodded and didn't know how to answer the other party, so he could only squeeze out this one universal phrase to stall. Everything can be bullied. Aha. Jiang Qiming was dumbfounded, unable to do so by such a whole sentence from the other party. But what he didn't know was that inviting Bai Luoxue to the party was really nothing in Jiang Lin's eyes. Maybe Jiang Lin only needed one word? People might just willingly come running to be the host. Where was the need for all the fuss that Jiang Qiming said in his mouth? In actuality, however, Bai Luoxue did come to the fellowship gala to be the host because of Jiang Lin's face. In normal times, she wouldn't even know, much less participate in such a large gathering, because throwing her head in the sand would cause her a lot of trouble. Soon after the opening remarks, Principal Fong Ming and the director of the Municipal Education Bureau came on stage together and announced the start of the party. At the same time, a rod of long guns in turn, live broadcast of the live performance. Mr. Jiang, I know you like to keep a low profile, so I didn't arrange for us to speak on stage. Jiang Qiming turned his head sideways again and explained his good intentions. It could be seen that he was really trying hard to make Jiang Lin happy. Mr. Jiang, have a heart. Jiang Lin nodded slightly and responded in a salty manner. Li Tianqi on the left-hand side couldn't sit still and immediately turned his head and shouted at Jiang Qiming across Jiang Lin, Hey, young Jiang, old Jiang likes to keep a low profile but I don't like to keep a low profile. You should at least think about it for me. I've even memorized my speech. And you're telling me that you won't arrange for us to speak on stage? I'm an investor. Hearing this, Jiang Qiming jerked violently. An investor? Didn't you get the $10 million back? What kind of investor are you? And he, Jiang Qiming, doesn't need to rely on you? The landlord's stupid son. So why should he give you any consideration? Who do you think you are? Jiang Lin? Although he thought so in his heart, Jiang Qiming still knew that words couldn't be said like that. He only showed an awkward and impolite smile and warmly comforted Li Tianqi. Take it easily. I'll definitely arrange it for you next time. Next time for sure. Li Tianqi. Jiang Lin swept over the two men with his afterglow and didn't say anything, then silently pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the message on it. Soon, his expression became ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this scene was keenly noticed by Jiang Qiming. Mr. Jiang, is something wrong? Or are you not feeling well? Jiang Lin put away his cell phone. His eyes turned to the group of young girls who were dancing passionately on the stage, and mentioned slightly doubtfully, This person, Yellowly, do you know about her? The other party was the former #1 young man of Mordor University. Jiang Lin believed that there were many things that the other party must know more than he did. Yeroli? Jiang Qiming repeated the name, and suddenly, as if he had remembered something, his pupils shrunk violently. So you know? Jiang Lin twisted his head to look at the other party's expression and smiled knowingly. Tell me, how much do you know about her? Me. Jiang Qiming looked around with a scornful face, and only after confirming that the people around him were watching the performance attentively did he come forward to whisper into Jiang Lin's ear. Young Jiang, what are you asking her for? This bitch is not a good person. Jiang Lin looked at the number 1 major in Magic City in front of him rather unexpectedly, and was very puzzled in his heart. What exactly is this Yi Luoli? Actually even Jiang Qiming, this level of second-generation officials are so afraid of her? Yellowy Murphy is. Thinking about this, Jiang Lin's curiosity grew stronger. Don't you care what I have to do with her? Just say what she's from and be done with it. Facing Jiang Lin's question, Jiang Qiming hesitated. He can't afford to mess with Yellowy, but he can't afford to mess with Jiang Lin either. And by the looks of the other side, they must be on bad terms with that Yellowy and are looking for trouble. Damn it. It's hard to do when the gods are fighting and he, a mortal, is squeezed in the middle. Don't worry. You just need to tell me what you know, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Jiang Lin could see the other party's difficulty and gave him a shot in the arm. Hearing this, Jiang Qiming also knew that he couldn't shrug it off. Jiang Lin's background was stronger than Yellowy's, so he naturally didn't have to worry about the other party, and all he was afraid of was that he, the brat, would suffer. Although to outsiders he is the son of the city's top official, but he understood that in China, the truly powerful big brothers and young masters could all be in the imperial capital, and this Yellowy is one of them. Hey, Jiang Qiming sighed slightly, looked straight into Jiang Lin's eyes and said, actually, you should be no stranger to her family, Mr. Jiang. After all, you all hang out in the imperial city. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and spoke the answer in his mind. Capital Yi family? Seeing that the other party had already guessed, Jiang Qiming silently nodded his head before adding, Yi parent princess, Yellowy. The words fell. Jiang Lin fell into silence. The Yi family in the capital and their Jiang family were listed among the 3 major families. But unlike the Jiang family, this Yi family's main distribution point of power is in the military. If the Jiang family is only in the political arena, then the Yi family is a military giant. Yi family's old leaf is the founding father of China. The family is out of 6 generals, including 2 generals, 3 lieutenant generals, a major general. Although the Yi family was illustrious and like the sun, compared to the Jiang family, it was still a little bit worse. After all, the core political arena of China was firmly grasped by the Jiang family, and there were stable forces in the military and business sectors. If the 2 sides had to die, then the final victor would definitely be the Jiang family. Only that the Jiang family would probably suffer a great loss of energy and fall off the pedestal, allowing another family, the Zhou family, to take advantage of the opportunity to rise to the top and ask for the number 1 family in the country of China. The price is too high. Jiang Lin was silent. This was the first time he was caught in a dilemma. Reason told him that turning on Yellowy for the twin sisters would be an absolute loss. But wouldn't a man become a machine if he was too rational? Seeing that Jiang Lin closed his eyes and stopped talking, Jiang Qiming also closed his mouth wisely. The other guy can do whatever he wants as long as he stops looking for him to pull any Yellowy. About 5 minutes passed. Jiang Lin slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed under his eyes. In this life I'm going to take my destiny into my own hands and not be bound by anything anymore. His words were not loud, almost faintly audible against the clamor of the scene. Even Jiang Qiming, whose attention was all on Jiang Lin, only saw the other party move his mouth. As for what was said, he didn't hear a word. What did you say, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Qiming voiced out in doubt. Jiang Lin was slightly stunned, and after seeing the other party's puzzled look, he shook his head and laughed. It's nothing. It's just that my heart is enlightened. In his opinion, using the family's power to stand up for a woman was nothing but a foolish thing to the extreme. The family striking out that could be the equivalent of a declaration of war in disguise. It is highly likely that China will see a historic change at that time. Even if one sympathized with the twin sisters, even if one's heart ached, it was absolutely inappropriate to put hundreds of millions of the people of China in hot water for their sake. It wasn't something the twin sisters wanted to see either. Hell knows how much waves will be created when the 2 great families go to war. It's an unknown, but it wasn't his style to concede either. Jiang Lin, since it can't rise to the family level, it's classified as a personal vendetta. After all, a person is only as strong as they really are. Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly came to him. Why do you have to sit on your ass now that you have power? Wouldn't it be nice to develop your own personal power? If he had an army under him, who would dare to challenge him? Childhood dreams suddenly resurrected. The terrorist organization that started the war? No, please call Brother Warlord. Under the shadows that no one noticed, the corners of Jiang Lin's mouth hooked up slightly, and even Jiang Qiming, who was close at hand, didn't notice this subtle change. On stage, the show continues. As soon as Jiang Lin's Douyin account started broadcasting, it instantly attracted hundreds of thousands of netizens, and the heat has been high, and even rushed directly to the platform's recommendation list. Misty Grass. Jiang Shao has finally reappeared after many days? Wait, what kind of wonderland is this? There are actually so many long-legged girls? Wow. A girl group hot dance? I didn't realize that following Jiang Shao's Douyin number would have this benefit. The coordinates show that it's in Mordor. This can't be Mordor University, right? It's Mordor University. The Douyin number from Mordor University next door is also on the air. It's exactly the same as the performance in Jiang Shao's live room except for the different angle. Holy shit. Bull. Look. Quickly look. This hostess is so pretty. This is our Magic City University's Iceberg School Beauty by Luoxue. Say, how come I didn't hear Jiang Shao speak? How's the live streaming heat going? Zhang Lin twisted his head to look at the man with glasses behind him, his tone calm to the extreme. The man with the glasses squeezed out a smile and replied respectfully, Mr. Jiang, your account has the highest heat. The online audience is about to break through the 1 million mark. The audience in the live broadcast room is also very enthusiastic. Just for a while, the gift income alone is already more than 200,000. What about the other broadcasts? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows slightly and asked after the other party. This live broadcast, putting aside the official account of Mordor University and Zhang Lin's own Douyin number, Lin's Era also took out a full 7 million fans level account to synchronize the live broadcast. Not to say that the rest of the account can reach the horror of Zhang Lin's own Douyin number. Let's say that it only reaches half of the number. That's a very horrifying amount of huge traffic. Facing Zhang Lin's question, the man with the glasses hesitated for a split second. What? Is there a problem? Mr. Zhang Jiang, I won't hide it from you that the rest of our live rooms are a bit cool. The highest one has almost 300,000 viewers, the one with the least is only 50,000 or so. The man with glasses wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and warily said. Hearing this, Zhang Lin's expression immediately changed to one of displeasure. Where's the stream you've induced? Zhang Qiming noticed the difference over here and immediately opened his mouth to inquire about Zhang Lin. What's wrong, Zhang? Zhang Lin shook his head and ignored the other party, continuing to scrutinize the spectacled man in front of him with his gaze. Mr. Jiang, the main thing is that a lot of bloggers on other platforms are broadcasting our side of the show. Although Zhang Shao bought the hot search, but the overall traffic is not enough for dozens of accounts at the same time to share off. The man with the glasses cried and explained in a resigned manner. He can't really be blamed for this. Mainly, those bloggers from other platforms also saw the hot search. And even more so, they saw the heat of Zhang Lin's live broadcast, so they started to follow the trend of broadcasting. The blatant rubbing of heat, coupled with the harboring of the platform. So much so that Zhang Lin, the rightful owner, had pitifully little traffic. Bang! Zhang Lin slammed the table, startling the crowd at the leadership table. The director of the city's education bureau cast a puzzled look, and then silently averted his gaze after realizing that it was Zhang Lin who had slapped the table. He can't afford to mess with this young master. What's wrong with Lao Jiang? Damn! You scared me almost. Li Tianqi patted his little heart and inquired with some trepidation. A moment ago he had been staring at the legs on the stage in slight fascination because that poster said her BFF was in the first round of Hot Dancing Girls, but after a lot of appreciation, Li Tianqi did not find out the cell phone photo of the big beauty comparable to a star. It's not that these girls aren't beautiful, it's just that there's a bit of a gap between them and the photos. I fell off my bike today, and the left half of my body was ruined, so I can only use my right hand to barely type. Brothers, forgive me. When the wound scars tomorrow, I'll continue 3 more today to slow down for a while. What? Someone's robbing us of our money. You tell me what? Zhang Lin handed Li Tianqi a blank stare, then pointed at the man with glasses and instructed, immediately give this young man to contact those followers of the bloggers. Without this young man's authorization, dare to rebroadcast the live broadcast. Really think that my money spent is for charity? Tell them to immediately shut down the live broadcast. Those who don't listen to discouragement will wait for me to personally come to find them trouble. Be well, Mr. Jiang. The man with the glasses nodded and was about to turn away. Wait! Zhang Lin suddenly shouted out to stop the other party. Mr. Jiang, what else do you want? The man with the glasses inquired with trepidation. Zhang Lin closed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the desktop. Tell you what, if they're willing to pay for it they can keep it on the air. How much? The man with the glasses followed up tentatively. Zhang Lin smiled slightly and made a gesture. 50% of the total proceeds. Be well, Mr. Jiang. When the man with the glasses left, Li Tianqi looked at Zhang Lin suspiciously. Old Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Lin rubbed his eyes and said absently. Nothing, I'm just curious as to why you suddenly relented and gave the broadcast rights to those guys. Is 50% gain a lot? Li Tianqi scratched the back of his head in disbelief. Zhang Lin blankly eyed the other party and explained in a serious tone. That 50% of the proceeds is just an attitude. You have to realize that we didn't start the live broadcast this time to earn this amount of traffic money in the first place. We want exposure. We want heat. Do you think it's that easy to build a star? The amount of resources needed to develop an unknown artist into a household name is astronomical. And of course, the payoff is astronomical. Lin smiled faintly and patted the other party's shoulder. Alright, watch the show properly. I've invited Tiny Chinti on here. Tiny Clear Sweet? Li Tianqi tilted his head. Is that the same city anchor who sings beautifully? Lin faintly responded. Well, she promised me that she would come to the sorority party. I just don't know the first one out. It was only now that Lin remembered that he didn't seem to have met this new employee. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you didn't recognize them when they came on later? Forget it. Listen to the song and recognize the person later. It's the same. As the first program ended, Bai Luoxue carried her long skirt back onto the stage. Lin looked at the young girl on the stage who looked as noble as an iceberg snow lotus and smiled slightly. The other person counts himself among the only friends of the opposite sex, and a great deal of fellowship. Being able to see her overcome her inner fears and stand openly under the spotlight, Lin was also sincerely happy for her. After all, people have to improve. Bai Luoxue clutched her small hand, facing the countless pairs of eyes watching from the stage. She was inevitably a little nervous inside, but soon, she noticed Lin's smile, that reassuring smile. Phew! Bai Luoxue adjusted her mind and exhaled deeply before starting to announce the next program. Next, it's the song Singing Love You, brought by Su Tianqing. Everyone applauds and welcomes. As the words fell, the scene went into a big crescendo once again. Whoa! Goddess Su! I didn't realize that other people's Goddess Su is not only pretty, but she can also sing. People are from the conservatory. Of course I can sing. I love you, Goddess Su. In the leadership seat, Lin picked at his ears and thought he had misheard. What the hell? Su Sweet Ching sings Love You? Isn't this the song that Tiny Ching Sweet is going to sing? Wait. Lin kept repeating Su Tianqing's name in his mouth, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. I don't know why this girl's voice sounds so familiar. It's her after all. Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. It was Li Tianqi's turn to be confused. Lao Jian? Is schoolgirl Su the one who's a little sweetie? Lin nodded his head silently. It's her if there are no surprises. Then you promised Miss Qin. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Soon the playground lights dimmed. A beautiful young girl figure walked to the center of the stage. Su Tianqing was dressed in a light green trailing long skirt with a white sarong on top. The whole person was like a fairy walking out of a painting. Light and moving. As soon as Su Tianqing stepped onto the stage, her eyes were on Lin. After noticing the other party's surprised expression, she smiled lightly, a touch of cunning flashing under her eyes. Hello everyone. I'm Su Sweet Ching. Next I'll bring you one of my favorite songs, Love You. I hope the students will enjoy it. The accompaniment rang out. Su Tianqing quickly got into the mood, and everyone was immersed in the sweet and moving vocals of the young girl. Lin sat frozen in the leadership seat, the familiar song in his ears. It solidly established that Tiny Ching Sai is so sweet Ching. On the stage, Su Tianqing's beautiful eyes never left Lin on the stage, and every word and sentence seemed to be sung for it. Lin naturally felt the other party's gaze. For a moment, I was on pins and needles. Although Li Tianqi had been attracted by Su Tianqing's singing voice, he noticed the other party's gaze even more. He certainly doesn't think people are looking at him. You're looking at Lao Jiang again. Thinking of this, Li Tianqi looked helplessly at Lin beside him. Old Jiang, can you share some of this charm with me? In response to Li Tianqi's words, Lin just silently made a silencing gesture. Listen well and don't talk. At the same time, the major platforms within the live broadcast room, millions of water friends, this moment completely exploded. This is a college party? Why does it give me the illusion of a concert? This lighting and all this equipment and this troupe of backup dancers? I think these are all external factors. The main thing is that this young lady called Su Tianqing's singing is just too good. Oh my god. I feel like this song totally rivals the original, ethereal plus sweet girl voice. I can't put into words what I'm feeling right now. I must record this song. Play it on a loop. Make a debut, sister. I want to be your fan. It's as if I'm remembering my first love. A lost youth. I'm swiping a carnival. Can you order me a white moonlight and vermilion mole song? Brother, think what? This is the party. Not you see the talent anchor also fucking point song. You really six. I didn't realize that Mordor University had a girl who sings so well. In 5 minutes, I want all the information on this girl. Gradually, the song ends. Everyone was still immersed in this heavenly song and was slow to return to their senses. The popularity of all the major live broadcasts skyrocketed, and several accounts of Lin's era, led by Lin's Douyin number, surged past the million mark. Snap! An abrupt applause rang out from the quiet playground. When everyone came back to their senses, they looked at the sound. only to see that Jiang Lin had gotten up at some point and was clapping with a smile on his face. Soon, the applause on the spot was as long-lasting as thunder. At the same time, a cheer rang out from the stage. One more song, goddess. One more song. One more song. One more. Haven't heard enough. One more song. Debut. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Tianqing smiled sweetly. Thank you all for your favorites. Just when everyone thought the other guy was going to do another song or get off the stage, Su Tianqing suddenly turned her words around and looked at Jiang Lin with a burning gaze. I am thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to stand on stage and express myself, and I would like to thank one boy in particular. As the words fell, everyone was confused. What? Goddess Su wants to thank a boy in public? Why are you thanking me? Do people already have their hearts in the right place? What the hell is going on here? Just as countless boys were beating their chests and thinking hard, Su Tianqing's sweet voice sounded once again. Jiang Lin student. Hearing the call, Jiang Lin slowly raised his head. His eyes met with it, and in the other party's moving autumn eyes, Jiang Lin seemed to see a young girl struggling in the abyss of desperation. A heart that was unwilling to compromise with fate. There is also light. Su Tianqing looked at Jiang Lin's handsome face. Her heart thumped, and her small face became flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mr. Jiang Lin, I have a few words to say to you. Su Tianqing's slightly trembling voice echoed in the large playground. Jiang Lin nodded and said in a small but clear voice towards the other party. Good. Su Tianqing took a lotus step and slowly moved forward. Her eyes stared at Jiang Lin's eyes, and said sincerely word by word, Jiang, remember, during the summer vacation, you asked me what my dream was. Aha. Jiang Lin nodded and said softly, remember. Hearing this, Su Tianqing's small face flashed with a touch of joy, and her voice was not as trembling. At that time my dream was music, to become a singer and bring song to everyone. Aha. Jiang Lin nodded silently and chose to continue listening. Su Tianqing held up the microphone. A bright smile blossomed on her face. Now, I've realized my dream. Thank you, Jiang. If not for your help, I might not even be able to walk through the door of Mordor University. I'm probably still in some convenience store somewhere living from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Aha. Jiang Lin smiled faintly and comforted. It's not like I'm helping you. It's just that there's a destiny in the underworld. Your hard work, your talent, alone makes you worthy of success. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You will always be the brightest beam of light in my life. Su Tianqing murmured as she stared at Jiang Lin with a few moments of infatuation in her gaze. There was actually so much more she wanted to say, but there were just too many people and cameras on the set. She was really afraid that she would say something that would make people misunderstand her all of a sudden and then bring trouble to Jiang Lin. Work hard. I believe that you, sooner or later, can become the queen of songs in our country of China. Jiang Lin said aloud to the young girl in front of him, as if it were not a comfort to the other, but an announcement of something. Compared to the near-dead silence of the scene, the major live streaming rooms could be described as a hot mess. Crap, it's Jiang Shao again? Teenage killer. Jiang Shao, the real deal. Why is it that all the pretty girls I see are related to Jiang Shao? I don't want to talk about acid anymore in the hearts of all the girls. Jiang Lin is the savior, Prince Charming, but when it comes to me, I become a stinking loser. The thought of a girl who sings so well and looks so pretty being victimized by Jiang Shao makes me resentful. Have you guys noticed that since the wedding dress chasing the star, Jiang Shao seems to have changed a lot, and his previous deep love persona has directly collapsed? It's called the birth of the Sea King. A barrage of pop-ups came out frantically, and the man with the glasses who was responsible for monitoring the direction of public opinion went numb. Can't look over. It's simply too much to look at. Just then, the pop-ups in the live stream suddenly decreased, and there was an overwhelming scream from the scene. Mr. Jiang, I want to give you a gift. Can you come up to the stage? Facing the sincere gaze of the young girl in front of him, Jiang Lin admitted that his heart had softened. Okay. Jiang Lin answered and got up, leaving the leader's seat and slowly walking onto the stage under everyone's gaze. Su Tianqing looked at the youth who was getting closer and closer to her. Her heart tensed to the extreme. What kind of gift? Jiang Lin smiled warmly and looked between the other party's two hands with some curiosity. Empty, argument, head, etc. A gift is. When Su Tianqing said this, her heart crossed and she took 2 steps forward with a determined gaze. In the shocked gazes of countless people, Su Tianqing's little mouth printed directly on Jiang Lin's face. Brothers, the arm temporarily cannot bend. One-handed typing speed is a bit reluctant. I have not finished this chapter. A moment to finish writing in this chapter after the catch re-release. In order to full attendance. Posted. Seriously injured and still trying to keep up with the updates. Smack one's lips. A soft thud passed. Su Tianqing slightly raised her head. A pair of water-shedding autumn eyes, icy pity, and Jiang Lin stared at each other. Before Jiang Lin could recover from his shock, he heard the other party's faintly inaudible voice in his ears. Jiang Xiao, help the twins, they are being threatened by Yellowy. At this point, backstage, Qin Mengya looked at the scene on the stage with a face full of incredulity. The rose snapped in her hand. It all fell to the ground. Didn't Jianglin promise to help me chase Su Tianqing? Why are they kissing each other? After a long time, she then squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. At that moment, the playground resounded with a near-tidal wave of astonishment. Wow! Crap! Bull! Sister Bull! Forced kiss? Jianglin was forcibly kissed? I want this gift too. Can't take it anymore. Really can't take it anymore. Is this dog food or a script? Why are they kissing before I can react? Grandma Li's. That's my goddess. Jianglin, you loose your mouth. Ah no. Loose your face. I can take my place. On the leadership table, Fang Ming picked up the tea on the desktop with an awkward expression. His gaze looking if anything at the Secretary of Education beside him. What a scandal! What a scandal! How dare they kiss on in full view of the public? It's really degrading. It's degrading. And there are so many leaders watching from the stage. Is this dog food for the leaders? Fang Ming's brain was working frantically, trying to figure out a way to save the day. At that moment, the Secretary of Education suddenly applauded, with a bit of emotion in his words. Not bad. Not bad at all. Fang Ming? Nanny? That's youth. The Secretary of Education slowly stood up, a flash of remembrance of his youth in his gaze. Youth is about loving and daring to be yourself. As the words fell, the leadership seat, except for the dumbfoundedly Tianqi and Zheng Qiming, the rest of the people applauded. What the chief says is so true. Worthy of being Mr. Director, so unconcerned. Now that society is becoming more and more open, it is rare to find a leader who can be as lenient with students as the director. Mr. Director is really a great educator. Forward-thinking, with different educational programs for different students. I didn't realize the chief was so sentimental. Fang Ming applauded. His face changed slightly, and he did not follow the others in flattering the other party. The director waved his hand towards the surroundings with satisfaction and said with a light smile, fellow colleagues are overstating the case. We are all together as pioneers in the education sector, and it is only right that we should actively make attempts for those who come after us. Only through constant innovation and change can we get the best quality educational methods. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. The words fell, and the group rose up in excitement. Yes, the chief said it well. A model for my generation. That's right. Practice is the only test of truth. I've come to my senses. The old-fashioned way of education is no longer applicable to young people nowadays. We should teach them according to their abilities. Right. Teach according to the material. That's how Jianglin students should be taught. On the stage, Jianglin felt the countless murderous gazes from the stage and smiled awkwardly. Okay, I know what that. Su Tianqing suddenly interrupted with a voice. Jiang Xiao, you don't need to say anything. I already know about the surprise that Meng Yao she entrusted you to set up. I'm not a lesbian. Okay. Jianglin was dumbfounded. Since the rightful owner had clearly refused, it was not good for him, the one who helped, to say anything. He then turned and walked off the stage and rejoined the leaders' table. Along the way, Fang Ming, the director of education and other leaders sidled up to Jianglin and greeted him warmly. This scene looked silly to everyone. Most people only knew at first that Jianglin had an honorable status and an extraordinary background. But there's still half a clue as to what it's really all about. Even if you know, it's just some internet gossip. But now, right in front of their eyes, the director of the Education Bureau of the Magic City and other people actually took the initiative to greet Jianglin. And look at the attitude, is also damn very respectful. It's like a fawning subordinate ready to kiss the leader's ass when he sees him. His Jiang Xiao is actually as terrifying as this? Although Jiang Xiao is usually smiling, giving people a very cordial feeling, but you just need to slightly observe those who usually out of reach of the big shots. For his attitude, you will find his fine. That is the Magic City Education Bureau's leadership team, and a hand I actually have to nod to this Jiang Young waist that I usually see it is not to perform a kneeling gift. Ahem. It's hard to say, brother. In ancient times, we might have had to knock on the door. Okay, I admit, I'm compared to Jiang Xiao. Well, overall there's still some gap, but it's not impossible to surpass him in the next 10 years. Goddess Su must be mine. Not buddy a few peanuts. Just drunk like that? This is a public place. Please stop your sexual fantasies immediately. Jianglin's but had just landed on the leadership seat when his good friendly Tianqi came over with an impatient face. Lao Jiang, quickly show me your face. How is it? Do you feel anything? Jianglin reached out and touched the face that had just been kissed by Su Tianqing, and said with a slight reminiscence, soft, cool, and with a little aroma. Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi's face collapsed and he said in pain, You deserve to die. Jianglin, the wound scarred, except for the hands of a little pain in the words. Basically no problem. Brothers, remember, the road 10 million. Safety is the first rule. Bro, I haven't held a girl's hand since I was a kid, and you're just going to kiss it? You say, are you right for me? Have you done right by the party and the country? Jonglin. Not primarily. It's not that I want to kiss it's the other girl initiative to kiss me and is a strong kiss. I am forced to helpless Jonglin spread his hands and explained with a face full of helplessness. Li Tianqi covered his ears. I won't listen. I won't listen. On the other side, backstage, on her way to the changing room, Su Tianqing happened to meet the twin sisters. Blue and Pink recognized their acquaintances and greeted them politely. Hello Su. Hello Sister Su. Wait. Su Tianqing hurriedly spoke out and called out to the two women. Blue was shaken. Her face slightly flustered as she inquired. What's wrong Su? Su Tianqing twisted her head and observed the surroundings. After confirming that there were no other people, she came forward and whispered with a small red face. You guys saw me when I went on stage just now, didn't you? Hearing this, Blue and Pink glanced at each other. Then blushing, he nodded softly. See. Su Sweetching saw the situation, lowered his voice. Truthfully, your things I also heard a little. I am the same as you. If there is no help from Jonglin, I may not be standing here now. Not to mention studying in the Magic City University. Remember, in this school the only person we can believe in is only Jonglin. As for the other, how to choose, it depends on you. After saying that, Su Tianqing left without looking back, leaving the twin sisters standing in place in a slight daze. After a long time, Xiao Pink gritted her teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Sister, do we count ourselves as betraying young Master Zhang now? Blue's expression became a little sad, and Su Tianqing's words kept echoing in her mind even more. Remember, the only person we can trust in this school is Jonglin. But just then, a strong palm attacked and slapped Blue on the back of his head. Blue looked back in horror, and realized that Yelali, as well as a group of followers, had appeared behind her at some point. Sister Yi. Snap. A resounding slap in the face. Blue fell to the ground in a heap. Yi Luoli condescendingly looked at the two women in front of her. Her tone was quite disdainful. It seems that you two still don't know how to repent. TSK. Su Tianqing is it? Take them both with you. Let's go find Su Tianqing now, and see what this woman is capable of. Actually daring to kiss the man I'm looking at. Yes, Sister Yi. Soon, the twin sisters were lifted up by the combined efforts of the women and brought outside a certain dressing room. Inside the dressing room, Su Tianqing was still removing her makeup. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the doorway. Then there was Yi Luoli's brash voice. Su Tianqing, get the hell out of here. Su Tianqing's face changed drastically, and she just wanted to go forward to resist the door, but she was flipped over by a huge force, even with the door. Wow! Uncountable amounts of cosmetics fell to the ground and fell to pieces. The dressing room became a mess in no time. Yelali indifferently looked at the wretched Su Tianqing on the ground. Her high heels lightly stepped on those glass shards. The soles of her feet made a creaking sound. Yo! Why is schoolmate Su in such a sorry state? Where's the courage to just kiss my man on stage? Bring it out! Su Tianqing clenched her silver teeth and didn't say a word. Seeing this, a nameless fire suddenly sprang up in Yelali's heart. In the capital, no one even dared to ignore her. The Yi family princess, not to mention at this little Magic City University. Well, since you have this attitude, then I'll just have to teach you a lesson. Come on, bring the twins here too. A family is meant to be neat and tidy. As the words fell, several women joined forces to push the twin sisters into the cramped dressing room. Little Powder's face changed drastically when she saw the wounds on Su Tianqing's hands that were cut by the glass shards. Sister Susu, are you alright? I'm fine. Su Tianqing wiped away the blood in her hands, her eyes looking towards Yi Luoli, her heart gradually sinking to the bottom. I've been so careful, but how did I get the twins into trouble? Yi Luoli met Su Tianqing's gaze, and the corner of her mouth gradually hooked into a cruel arc. Humph, how dare you look at my old lady? I'll let you see what torture is. Come on, get me a needle. On the other side, the leadership table, Jonglin looked at Qin Mengyao in front of him. His face flashed with a touch of embarrassment. Qin schoolmate, this is an accident, really? Can't I let Li Tianqi invite that meal back? Li Tianqi, who was strategically drinking water on the side, almost didn't stare out of his eyes after hearing this. What the hell? Lao Jiang, this is where you're wrong. You can't pull wool like this, right? Buddy and you have a heart-to-heart. You play with your buddy's brain? Shut up! Qin Mengyao blared at Li Tianqi, then glared angrily at Jonglin and said word for word, I don't care. You greenmailed me anyway, and stood me up. You say it. What to do? It was Jonglin's turn to be embarrassed. What else is there to do? Cold cut? Is it possible for you to give yourself to her? To help her go back? This is definitely a no-no. Thinking of this, Jonglin sighed helplessly and comforted with a few words. Hey, A strong twisted melon isn't sweet. Ah, student Sheen. If people's schoolmates have said that they are not lesbians, why do you have to force yourself? And I want to emphasize that I wasn't greening you. Even though she kissed me, it wasn't what you think it was. Sheen Mangyao nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. But I can turn her into a lesbian. After all, there are no roads in the world. But the more people walk, the more roads they become. And, don't you dare weasel your way out of this. Humph. Just then, Bai Luoxue, who was in full dress, suddenly ran over from backstage. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, she hurriedly called out, Jiang Lin, quickly, the twins and schoolmate Su are in danger. Go backstage quickly. Jiang Lin's face changed when he heard the cries and he hurriedly inquired out. What's the situation? Qin Mangyao also had a startled expression and stepped forward to hold by Luoxue. Luoxue, what's wrong? Speak clearly. Why are they suddenly in danger? Bai Luoxue worried about coming late. The twin sisters, they will be in danger. So all the way fast running, tired of not being able to catch their breath. Mouth intermittently spit out a name, Yi Luoli. Hearing this incomparably familiar name, Jiang Lin instantly realized what was going on. His face became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye, and immediately slammed the table and said in a cold voice, it's her again. Really fucking rampant. Go! Zhang Qiming and the others at the same table, hearing the commotion on Jiang Lin's side, opened their mouths to inquire. What happened? Student Jiang? Fong Ming, what's going on? This is Director of Education Bureau, Mr. Jiang. What happened? Speak up. The school can help you out. A group of school leaders. Aha, what the director said is very true. Jiang Lin glanced at the crowd and didn't say anything as he led Bai Luoxue and the others to quickly leave the leadership table. These leaders may be useful in front of ordinary students, but against Yelali, they are the same with or without them. Zhang Qiming looked at the backs of the several people, his face changing uncertainly, and finally, as if he had made some sort of determination, he got up and followed them. Inside the small dressing room, the lights flickered on and off. In the corner, Pinky looked like a frightened deer, her eyes averted and she clung to her sister's arms. In front of them was Su Tianqing, who was trembling because of the intense pain. Yo, pretty tough. Yalori pulled out a piece of toilet paper and wiped the blood from the silver needle, her smile growing sickly. Su Tianqing clenched her silver teeth, her eyes staring at the blood that kept gushing out from her fingertips, and the pain like gouging out her bones stimulated her nerves at all times. Finally, Blue couldn't watch anymore and suddenly got up, blocking Su Tianqing behind her. Sister Yi, please let Su and my sister go. It's all my fault. If you want to punish me. Pinky looked at her sister's back in front of her. Tears kept slipping from the corners of her eyes, and a surge of courage came from somewhere in her heart, prompting her to get up and stand tremblingly next to Blue. Sister, I'll protect you this time too. Blue was surprised and looked at his timid sister. A touch of compassion appeared under her eyes. Xinu. You hoo-hoo, what's with the whole sisterly love thing? Yelali looked at the scene and spoke contemptuously. Su Tianqing forced herself to stand up with the pain, and while Yi Luoli was talking, she leaned her body forward and slammed heavily into her opponent. The sudden scene frightened Yelali and she hastily dodged. No one could have imagined that Su Tianqing would dare to resist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yelali only felt her brain faint and her entire body lost its balance. Luckily, the small followers around her were quick on their feet and held her up. A sour sensation came from the tip of his nose, as if a warm current had rushed out. Yalori ran her hand to the tip of her nose with a wolfish look on her face, and a sticky, still slightly warm liquid instantly stained her fingers. It's blood. I think you're tired of living. Looking at the blood between her fingers, Yelali let out a hysterical growl before ordering her followers to step forward and control Su Tianqing. Grab her for me. Strip her naked and throw her on the stage. A follower of the leader's face changed slightly, inquired with uncertainty, Sister Yi, throw the stage? This party is a huge investment by Zhang Xiao, but we're doing it this way. Stay out of it. Just do what the old lady says. Yelali shouted with a scowl on her face. Unable to do anything, the few followers could only do as they were told. Su Tianqing slowed down and was still ready to resist, but unfortunately, it was hard to defeat four hands with two fists, and she was quickly subdued to the ground. The twin sisters glanced at each other, both seeing the look of determination in each other's eyes. Ah, I'll fight you guys. Sister Su, don't be afraid. We'll help you. The twins stormed off at the same time, and the scene was instantly stalemated. Yelali's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly greeted the people who were letting out the wind outside to come in and help. Get in here, all of you, and strip these dead girls naked and throw them on the stage. Yes, Sister Yi. The door opens and a number of rather big girls rush in. Inside the small dressing room, bursts of fighting sounds resounded, and in no time, the twin sisters and Su Tianqing were subdued to the ground. Quick, Strip them naked. I'll show everyone who's really in charge in this school. Yellowly looked at the wretched 3 women on the ground and said with a frantic face, ever since she was a child, she was the jewel of the entire family. Even if she wanted the stars or the moon, the family would fulfill it. So much so, that in her home, there is now a jar of soil collected from the moon. Why does she get angry when people mention princesses? Because her Yellowly's dream was never to be a princess. Rather, it's being the queen. For this reason, the Yi family had specially paved a starry path to the pinnacle of power for her. As long as she took Zhonglin, she would have a good chance of realizing this seemingly absurd dream. Does she like Zhonglin? No. All she liked was the supreme power. Zhonglin, on the other hand, was merely a stepping stone for her to gain power. Come on. Yellowly glared at the few followers in front of her and urged, be nice. A few people responded and were about to get on with it. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and Zhonglin's eerie voice resounded in the room. Let this young man see who is tired of living and dares to come and smash the venue. As the words rang out, Yellowly trembled and turned her head, losing her voice as she met Jiang Lin's murderous gaze. Zhonglin, what brings you here? Zhonglin slowly took a step forward and raised his palm under everyone's horrified gazes. Snap! A big loud pussy bucket. Yellowly was slapped straight to the ground in a wolfish manner. Fogweed. Zhang Qiming, who was at the end of the line, saw the scene and couldn't hold back his foul mouth. Damn! That's the Yi family princess ah! In front of so many people directly by Zhonglin, a big pussy bucket fan over? It's over. It's over. The capital is going to change. To be precise, the country of China is about to change. Zhonglin? Are you crazy? How dare you hit my old lady? Yellowly collapsed to the ground, full of incredulity. Zhonglin smiled coldly and leisurely took a step forward, then bent down and said in a chilling voice, you also don't inquire about whose field this fellowship party is today. Smashing this young man's field? Are you not afraid that this young man will kill you? Throughout the entire process, Zhonglin didn't mention a single word about the twins or Su Tianqing, and didn't even look at the several women more than once. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Yellowly covered her cheek and rose in a lumbering fashion, gritting her teeth in a threatening manner. Zhonglin picked at his ears and spoke without a care in the world, the eldest princess of the Yi family in the capital? And then what? Could it be that you want to touch base with my Zheng family? Yellowly was silent for a moment. Then, as if she thought of something, she suddenly laughed out softly. Put. Naturally, my small Yi family doesn't dare to call the shots with Zhang Daoxiao, but Zhang Daoxiao slapped me in public just for the sake of a few women in the district. Is it as if my Yi family has no one? Or has young Master Jiang become so conceited that he can step on my Yi family's head at will? Zhonglin's gaze sank and he was just about to open his mouth when he heard Qin Mengyao suddenly let out a cry of alarm and quickly rushed to Su Tianqing's side. Sweet Qing? The twins? What are you guys doing here? Su Tianqing's brain turned very quickly, forced to endure the pain, and immediately explained, we don't know where we offended this sister. This sister is going to hit us, and talk of stripping us naked and throwing us out. This is Zhang Xiao, right? Why is Mangyao Jiangshao here? Hearing the voice, Zhonglin silently cast an appreciative glance towards Su Suiqing before saying aloud, this young man heard that someone was fighting and brawling in the dressing room, so he came to check the situation. Put. Yi Luoli sneered, mercilessly mocked, Zhang Dishao, what are you pretending? You still need to hide your anger for the red face? Could it be that you are afraid that the Yi family behind me will put pressure on your Zheng family? On the other side, the Middle East theater. After a week of simple rest and acclimatization, Zhonglin had gradually become accustomed to the grueling battlefield environment over here. Today is a good day for him to attack the oil fields. The government forces change defense. Other warlords around them are mixed up, and it's the fate of God to take the oil fields. Old Li, where's Labor's Katyusha? Zhonglin wore the same black headgear as the humans, only revealing a pair of eyes and mouth, looking extraordinarily fierce. Beside him, 2 war correspondents were broadcasting the whole thing live with their cameras, while the 2 trophies captured by Carl. Coming! Li Tanqi, wearing a camouflage hood and carrying an AK, ran panting, and behind him were 10 slowly approaching Katyusha rocket launchers. The hard goods were gifts from Zhonglin's third uncle, but the shells were paid for by Zhonglin. Although the Katyusha rocket launcher is somewhat out of date for the current version, but in the Middle East, where warlords are fighting, it's a great gem for fire suppression. Looking at the Katyusha square behind him, Zhonglin grinned. He had spent a whole $2 million, bought a full 1,000 shells. Today the first battle of his life without dragging it out to hear a sound. How can it be? Thinking of this, Zhonglin raised his AK and waved his hand in a spirited manner towards the enemy position directly in front of him. 10,000 arrows. The words fell. 10 Katyusha rockets opened fire in unison, and 160 shells poured out, falling like rain on the front positions. Boom! 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 A small mushroom cloud rose above the enemy position, and smoke and ash swirled up dozens of meters. In the blink of an eye, the impregnable position was reduced to a shambles. Witnessing the power of the Katyusha, Jiang Lin exclaimed, "This is money well spent." On the contrary, the person next to him, Li Tianqi, was scared silly. "Holy shit, that's a lot of firepower. Load up. We've got money. Direct fire. Today this young man is going to raise the opposite side to the ground, ha ha ha." Jiang Lin held up his binoculars and laughed maniacally. And on the side, those two reporters from the beautiful country were diligently holding up their cameras, broadcasting the entire battlefield situation, live in its entirety, because the tea's shaking out. Li Tianqi's eyes looked straight at the teacup, contemplating for a moment, then subconsciously lowered his head and immediately noticed the protruding leather shoe under the table. "It's not." Li Tianqi's eyes widened, and before he could finish his words, Jiang Lin stopped him. Noticing Jiang Lin's eyes that were full of deep meaning, Li Tianqi instantly understood the other party's meaning. "But I didn't realize that Fong Ming, this old den, still drinks tea." Li Tianqi walked to his desk with a bad smile, picked up the teacup on the table, and said to himself, "Pouring it is not for this old Denver." The words fell. Li Tianqi slammed his cup to the floor. Bang! The teacup shattered, and tea and glass slag splashed out in all directions, giving Fong Ming under the table a faceplant. As the crowd watched, the table began to tremble at a rate visible to the naked eye. Under the table, Fong Ming covered his mouth with one dead hand, the other hand frantically wiped the tea and glass slag from his face, and in his heart, he even greeted Li Tianqi's ancestors. "Nima, you dropped my cup just like that. If you're going to fall, you'd better fall farther. Good lord, you're this close to throwing a whole cup of tea in my face. I'm so damn convinced." Jiang Lin on the side wasn't idle either, commanding several subordinates to start smashing the office. "You guys, hold that vase and smash it for me. This young man wants to hear a sound today. And all the paper on this table, burn it for me. Lift up that cabinet for me too." After saying that, Jiang Lin bent down and picked up the sand eagle on the ground. Next, bang! The sandhawk spat out a tongue of fire, and a round went straight through the desk, leaving a finger-sized cavity. "Goo, this broken gun. How to still go off pinch." Jiang Lin looked at the pair of leather shoes under the table that didn't know what to do with them with a playful face and almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Fong Ming was staring at the thumb-sized empty hole above his head with wide eyes, and he wanted to pee in fear. "This fucking gun and I have a grudge, don't we? So easy to go off? And don't go towards me if you're on fire. Can't you walk toward Jiang Lin?" He swore that today was definitely the most psychologically devastating day in the decades he had been a human being. This treadmill is really teetering on the edge of life and death. One unsteady is going to meet Hades. Just as he was thinking this, bang! Another shot rang out. Only a large hole was punched through the floor less than a centimeter in front of his feet. It was followed by Jiang Lin, his slightly surprised voice. "Aya, what's wrong with this gun today? Why does it keep misfiring?" "Scared me, Fong Ming, under the table, to tell you the truth. I was shocked too, and a big one at that." Bai Luoxue, who was in the room, looked at Jiang Lin's expression that was full of bad jokes and was a bit puzzled. "Jiang Lin, why don't we just go find the principal first? It's a waste of time to stay in the principal's office right now anyway." Fong Ming under the table, A silver lining? A silver lining? Jiang Lin turned back and looked at Bai Luoshua's innocent little face and smiled. "Yes, let's go find the principal." Hearing this, Fong Ming, who was under the table, finally sighed fiercely in relief. The heart said, "Today if I escape from life, he will go back to the ancestral tomb to burn his mom a few trillion. Old ancestor, you must bless me." However, he hadn't been able to rejoice for long before Jiang Lin's next sentence screwed him silly. "But since we're all here, how about blowing up the office? Anyway, this old deng can't run a public office in the future, that's it. Lao Li, you stick a few pieces of C4 on the desk. I want to enjoy the spectacular sight of the principal's office being blasted into the sky with my own eyes." Li Tianqi smiled badly. "Okay, Lao Jiang, don't worry. I'm going to pile up C4 on my desk and blast this building to the sky." Fong Ming, "No, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Once you're in horror, you're never going to be normal again? This is China. You guys are playing terrorist at school? And fucking blow up the whole building? Are you guys even human?" As Li Tianqi's footsteps got closer and closer, Fong Ming finally couldn't sit up anymore. "Because these guys are truly fearless and will do anything." Bai Luoxue looked at Jiang Lin with some concern and was just about to open her mouth to persuade him. Under the table, a wolfish figure suddenly grayed out. "Stop. I've confessed. Or I'd better have a good time. I confessed everything." Fong Ming gasped and staggered to his feet, his face ashen with a resigned look. Seeing a person suddenly drill out from under the table, Bai Luoxue and the other women were startled. Yikes! Why is the principal still under the table? John Lin also pretended to be surprised and said, Gu, isn't this Principal Fong? Where did you just go to fight a tunnel battle? In the face of Jiang Lin's sarcasm, Fong Ming just smiled helplessly and spread his hands in resignation. As Jiang Xiao saw, the fight was lost. But Jiang Lin didn't hold back a light laugh, and waited until he had retrieved the sandhawk from his waist before slowly walking over to Fong Ming. What's this about Principal Fong? This young man is here today to withdraw from school, so please be a little more nimble with your hands and feet. Principal, drop out? Hearing this, Fong Ming's heart was startled. He thought that Jiang Lin might find himself to get the twins back to school afterward, but he never thought that the other side would drop out on their own. Does it mean that this Mr. Jiang is going to abandon his studies and join the terrorists, devoting himself to a terrorist organization? But you've damn well become a terrorist, and you're coming back to do a withdrawal? Do we have to go through this process? Looking at Fong Ming's dumbfounded face, Jiang Lin somewhat wondered if he had given too many good looks. Didn't I tell you to be quick? What the hell are you still doing here? When he thought of this, he was furious. Really, Nima people are good and bullied. Horses are good and ridden. You think you're nice just because you look nice? Damn. Lao dang. Are you deaf when this young man speaks? Jiang Lin cursed and pulled out his sandhawk, knocking Fong Ming's brain with a muffled sound. Hiss. Fong Ming felt as if he had been hit on the head a few times by some blunt object and quickly came back to his senses. After seeing Jiang Lin's hand with the cold light of the sandhawk, the heart cannot help but panic. Hastily said, Good. I'll give you guys for the withdrawal. This comical scene really amused the people around. You can't afford to put a bag on your head with these two blows, can you? In addition, there's also Bai Luoxue, Qin Mengyao, and Li Tanqi. Their withdrawals also give me a one-time spot. Jiang Lin tapped the tabletop with the muzzle of his gun, scaring Fong Ming's soul. Man, this gun's not gonna go off again, is it? However, after hearing the names of the people in Jiang Lin's mouth, he still couldn't help but have a few doubts. Bai Luoxue, Qin Mengyao, are these two girls also going to join a terrorist organization? This is outrageous. Come on. Seeing Fong Ming's abrasive face, Jiang Lin felt like his patience was running out. Ever since he went to the Middle East battlefield, he's found himself getting more and more grumpy, like he's on gunpowder. Perhaps it was the unparalleled psychological impact that facing war and death directly brought him. Or perhaps it was the behavior of those netizens who followed the rebuke after Yelali's inversion of black and white that broke his heart. In short, his state of mind at this point is not what it once was. No, let's do it. Let's see who kills who first. About a quarter of an hour passed. Fong Ming finally finished the withdrawal procedure and took a few forms and tremblingly handed them over to Jiang Lin. Here's some more basic information to fill out, you guys. Bai Luoxue was just about to step forward to take the form, but she was pulled back by one of Jiang Lin's hands. Jiang Lin. Bai Luoxue was a bit confused. Jiang Lin didn't say anything, but instead backhanded the form and threw it at Fong Ming's face. The muzzle of the gun in his hand pressed against the other party's head. Old dang. You can't find our information on the faculty system or what? We have to fill it out ourselves, don't we? Fong Ming was on the verge of tears as he was held at gunpoint. No. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and vigorously disliked the other party's brain with the muzzle of his gun. This little bit of time this young man still has. Right, quickly. Lao dang. Don't play tricks on me. Fine. Young Master Jiang, you wanna move the muzzle first. Your gun quality is not good. I'm afraid of misfiring. Fong Ming said without tears. Less BB. Right. Jiang Lin said in a cold voice. Soon the form was filled out. Fong Ming then dared to raise his head slightly and reminded Jiang Lin, who was brushing the video. In a low voice, young Master Jiang has finished writing. You guys, if you don't have anything else. Jiang Lin put away his cell phone and looked at the computer on his desk. Oh, so soon? Good. Let's talk business then. At those words, Fong Ming's hand with the pen trembled violently. Business? What business? Jiang Lin grinned, Egu, still playing dumb. After saying that, he turned around and carried the twin sisters and Su Tianqing to Fong Ming. You turn a blind eye when your own students are subjected to school bullying. But what does it mean to turn the tables after the fact and let the abuser get away with firing the victim? Jiang Lin played with the sandhawk in his hand, twisting the silencer on it. Fong Ming's breathing snapped and his lips hemmed and hawed half a day before he could squeeze out a sentence. He had heard about Su Tianqing and the girls being bullied, but compared to Yelali, He didn't care about the behavior of Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi, two people who had no respect for their elders. So subconsciously, he dismissed Su Tianqing and the girls as Jiang Lin and his gang. As for why Jiang Lin and Li Tianqi were not fired, that's because the status of the two of them is there if they are dismissed rashly. I'm afraid that even his top boss, the head of the Education Bureau, cannot afford the possible consequences. After all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. What's more, this time, the Jiang family had only made a false move, pressing no direct action. It wasn't affected much at all. What? Don't give me that you don't know. Jiang Lin stepped forward with a displeased face and loaded the sandhawk in his hand, pressing it against the opponent's head. Today, if you don't come up with something, I'll buy you a 91mm peanut. In addition, you don't have to worry, you're deaf. Our Jiang family can quell it at will. Anyway, there are only my people here. Even if I say that you committed suicide in fear of a crime, and that you hid a gun, those media can only believe it. Believe me, I'm perfectly capable of charging you with possession of a firearm, or even putting your body in jail for a couple decades before dragging it out and burning it to ashes for you. This statement was made. The faces of everyone present changed. That's too much of a stomping ground, isn't it?